Makki Surah was Surah Al-Fatihah, which we have already studied. Now the Madani part of this first group consists of 4 surahs and consisting of 2 pairs of 2 surahs each. Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah Al-Imran, they are a pair. And that is evident from the fact that both start with the letters Alif, Lam, Mim. Then Surah An-Nisa, Surah Al-Ma'idah, they are a pair. They start straight off. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, ya ayyuhan nas. This is how Surah An-Nisa and Surah Al-Ma'idah starts. So this is the first pair of the Madani surahs. Now regarding Surah Al-Baqarah, please note, this is the largest and the biggest surah of the Quran. It comprises nearly 2.5 parts. It has 286 ayat, divided into 40 rukus. And this Surah Al-Mubarakah, not only regarding its size, it's one of the most important surahs of the Quran, rather I should say the most important surah of the Quran, because it has been said so by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself. There's a hadith in which he said, لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ سَنَامٌ وَسَنَامُ الْقُرْآنِ سُورَةُ الْبَقَرَةِ. Everything has its top, highest place. And we will say every phenomenon has a climax. And the top or the climax of Quran is Surah Al-Baqarah. Now these are the wordings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This surah, I have given it a name, Suratul Ummatain, surah of 2 ummahs. The 2 ummahs, that is the present Muslim ummah, that is the Muslims. And the former Muslim ummah, the Bani Israel. This surah can be divided, just as we listen to the hadith al-Qudsi, qasamtu salata baini wa baina abdi nisfain. Surah Al-Fatihah divisible into 2 absolutely equal parts. Here again we have nearly equal parts, halves of Surah Al-Baqarah. First part, that comprises of 18 rukus and 152 ayat. Here the address is basically to the former Muslim ummah, that is Bani Israel. Out of the 18 rukus, more than 10, they are in direct address, Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum, wa'fu bi'ahdi yufi bi'ahdikum wa iyaya farhabun. This is the beginning of the 5th section, 5th ruku of this surah. And in the 15th section again, Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa anni faddaltukum ala al-alamin. It's a continuous address to the former Muslim ummah. In the first 4 rukus, there are some preliminary discussions, and as we shall see inshallah very soon, actually they are a summary of the whole of the Makki Quran. Because 2/3 of the Quran had been revealed already when Surah Al-Baqarah was being revealed. It is Madani Surah. And this is the first Madani Surah. The time of its revelation is beginning with the Hijrah till the time just before Ghazwatul Badr. So that is actually about 16 or 17 months. This surah was revealed bit by bit, part by part, during 16 or 17 months, extending from just after Hijrah to just before Ghazwatul Badr, the Battle of Badr. So this is the first Madani surah that way. But 2/3 of the Quran had already been revealed. That is the Makki surahs. So actually, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed this surah in the very beginning of the Quran, a gist and a summary of the teachings of the Makki Quran is given in 4 rukus in the very beginning of this surah. Then the 4 remaining rukus of this first part, they are tahweeli, because you will find that the change in the direction of Qibla from Jerusalem to Mecca, that is discussed in those 4 rukus. And that was actually a symbol that the position that was held by the former Muslim Ummah, Bani Israel, for 2,000 years, Now they are deposed from that position. They were the representatives of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on earth for 2,000 long years. Now they are deposed, and the new Muslim Ummah, based on the prophethood of and messengerhood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, now this has taken the place, this new Ummah. It is being installed in place of the former Muslim Ummah. That is why the direction of the Qibla, that is changed from Jerusalem to Mecca. Then the second part, second half of this surah, it comprises of 22 rukus, but the number of ayat is 134. In the first part, 18 rukus, but ayat 152. In the second half, although the rukus number is greater, 22, but the number of the ayat 134. So actually they go to balance each other, and that is how I'm saying that they nearly balanced half and half, you know. This division is nearly balanced. In that second portion, the address is to the Muslim Ummah exclusively. And two subjects are being discussed. Number one, the Sharia, because the Sharia is revealed after Hijrah. Before Hijrah, there was no Sharia actually, no law. Nothing had been made farz except, Salah. And that was also made farz only a year or so before Hijrah. There was no zakah, there was no psalm. Nothing was declared haram. Neither liquor was declared haram, nor interest was declared haram. No Sharia. So Sharia actually was revealed in the Madani surahs. And in Surah Al-Baqarah we find the blueprint, the basic principles, the blueprint of the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this goes to develop into Surah An-Nisa, and then final Sharia has taken the form, the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in Surah Al-Ma'idah. So actually the legal injunctions of the Quran, and secondly jihad fi sabilillah, infaq fi sabilillah, qital fi sabilillah. These are the two subjects discussed in the second half of this surah, and there it's the address to the present Muslim Ummah. Now with this introduction, brief introduction, we start. Alif Lam Mim, Zalikal Kitabu la rayba fih, Hudan lil Muttaqeen, الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون. صدق الله العظيم. The first two rukus of this surah are very important. If we keep it view, as I told you, Ta'wilul Khas, when they were revealed, what was meant and what was understood basically by these wordings, by these ayat, when they were revealed at that time. And then we shall have the generalized view, that if we just leaving away the historical background, if we focus our attention on the wordings, then the generalized inferences, then we shall discuss about them. Alif Lam Mim, these are the isolated letters of the Quran which appear in the beginning of 29 surahs of the Quran. In 3 surahs only single letter comes. Qaf, Noon, Qaf wal Quran al-Majid, Noon wal Qalam wa ma yasturun, Sad wal Quran al-Zikr. Then in some there are 2 letters, Hamim, Taha, Yasin. In some there are 3 letters, Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Ra. And in some there are 4 letters, Alif Lam Mim Ra, Alif Lam Mim Sad. And only 2, there are 5. Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad, Ha, Mim, Ain, Sin, Qaf. And the meanings of these letters nobody knows. They are a secret between Allah and His Messenger. Although much has been said about these letters. But the consensus, general consensus is that nobody knows the real meanings with sure. There are certain judgments people have guessed something, but nothing definite. You can't be sure of those meanings. Zalikal kitabu la rayba fih. This is the book of Allah, Al-Kitab. This is the book. What does it mean? The book of Allah. La rayba fih, there's no doubt in it. No doubt in it about its being revealed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. then there is no doubt in its contents. Its contents are also above doubt, and its revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is also above doubt. Hudal lil muttaqeen. This is the guidance for the God-fearing. But I discussed this word taqwa in my Sunday lecture. Taqwa, you know, although generally piety, godliness, holiness, different words are used, but actually meanings are to save yourself. Muttaqeen, people who want to save themselves. Themselves what? From what? From the fire of hell, number one. Displeasure of Allah, number two. And basically, they have a moral sense within them. And they want to avoid and save themselves from evil. If this moral sense is active within them, then actually they will always be in search of the truth, in search of what we shall do. Those people who had given those, who had prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, ihdina sirat al-mustaqim, sirat al-lazina anamta alayhim, it was their desire. It was their own search. They wanted to have the guidance. Now actually this is the relationship between Surah Al-Fatihah and Surah Al-Baqarah. You ask for guidance, hudal lil muttaqeen. This is the guidance. The guidance is being given to you. And these are the don'ts and do's. Do these things and don't do these things. Go this way, don't go this way. There is danger this way. This is the safety. This way you are safe. So actually this guidance is given here, hudal lil muttaqeen. But as I discussed in that lecture, although we find in the 23rd section of this very surah, hudal lin nas, this has the guidance for all humanity. But only those people will be able to avail of its guidance who have in themselves the search for truth and guidance, who want to have guidance. People who don't want to have any guidance, they will not be able to avail themselves of the guidance that Quran is giving. If somebody is not hungry, he will not, look towards any food. That food might be very nourishing and very tasty, but he has no hunger. He can't take it. So actually there should be a hunger. Then only you know what food is and how valuable it is, how much I need it. That is actually the need for guidance is taqwa. Because you want to save yourself from going astray. You want to save yourself from evils. You want to save from self from doom on the doomsday. If that desire is there, only then you will be able to avail of the guidance of the Quran. And who are those muttaqeen? Allazina yu'minuna bil ghayb. Those who believe in the unseen, who know that the reality lies beyond the realm of our senses. Our senses, they are very limited. And the basic realities, they lie beyond. Just as Confucius, a very famous thinker of China, he has been reported to have said, there's nothing more real than what cannot be seen, and that there is nothing more certain than what cannot be heard. Things which are not visible by these eyes, which cannot be heard through these ears, they are the most real things. Actually, what we have this within the realm of our senses, this is a very shallow, superficial part of reality. So this is the basic thing, that if somebody, he denies, no, there's nothing beyond our perception, then he will not be able to avail of the guidance of this Quran. Only such a person who understands, who knows that our senses, these, they can reach, but to a very limited extent. The reality lies beyond it. يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ وَيُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةِ. And then they establish prayers. Because that reality, the Al-Haq, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, now you should have some contact with him, some communication with him. And to have a regular communication with him, you must establish prayers. وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ. And whatsoever we have given them, they spend out of it. Spend out for charity, for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for the spreading of the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for making the deen of Allah supreme. وَالَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ. And those who believe in what has been revealed and sent down to you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And not only you, but they believe also on what was sent before. They believe in Torah also. They believe in Injil also. They believe in Zabur also, and they believe that the prophets have been given these revelations and guidances before Quran also. وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ. Here, we find the word is changed. Not yuminun, but yuqinun. About the hereafter, they are convinced, they are sure. They are sure that this life is not all human life. The real human life is in the hereafter. Death is not the end of our existence. It's just the gate towards the eternity. Because after death, there is going to be resurrection. And after that resurrection, وَإِنَّهَا لَجَنَّةٌ أَبَدًا أَوْ لَنَارٌ أَبَدًا. It's eternity, eternal existence. So actually death is the gate to eternity. Actually they are convinced, they have the yaqeen. وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَىٰ هُدًى مِّن رَبِّهِمْ. This ala is very important here. These are the people who are on the guidance from their Lord. They are already on the guidance. And they will be increased in their guidance. But they are already in the guidance. وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. And they are the people who will be successful, who will reach their final goal. That is falah. Now please note here, what these ayat denote is that because Quran was being revealed for last 12 years before the revelation of these ayat, there were people who had taken the guidance of Quran. They were transformed, their characters, their seerah. They have been, and they were practically present. These ayat are practically pointing towards those people. They are the people. There is Abu Bakr. Look to him. He is the fruit of this Quran. Every tree is known by the fruit it bears. The guidance of this Quran has produced a jama'ah, a group, a community of people like Abu Bakr, Umar, Osman, Talha, Zubair. Go and see. They are the people who have benefited themselves with the guidance from the guidance of this Quran. And the Quran, has produced a certain community who have these characters. الَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ وَيُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةَ وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ وَالَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَىٰ هُدًى مِّن رَبِّهِمْ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. So this is actually the ta'wilul khas. When these ayat were revealed, as if these ayat were pointing towards the people whom Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam had prepared by the hard work of 12 years, their training, their tazkiyah, their tarbiyah, and through the teaching of this Quran. يُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. The teaching of this Quran and hikmah has produced a people, a community. And these are these people whose qualities and attributes are given here. But if you infer generally, what will be the inference? If anybody wants actually to avail of the guidance of the Quran, he must take to this path first. He must produce in himself the qualities that are being given here, as if they are the precondition to avail the guidance of the Quran. If you want to tread on the path that Quran wants you to tread, these are the fundamental conditions, rather we should say preconditions, that you have to fulfill in order to avail yourself fully with the guidance of the Quran. Now the second group. 3 types of people are discussed in these 2 rukus. Second, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا سَوَاءٌ عَلَيْهِمْ أَنذَرْتَهُمْ أَمْ لَمْ تُنذِرْهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ عَظِيمٌ. Verily those people who have denied, who have decided to be kuffar, to deny, سَوَاءٌ عَلَيْهِمْ, for them it's equal. أَأَنذَرْتَهُمْ, whether you warn them, أَمْ لَمْ تُنذِرْهُمْ, or you don't warn them. لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ, they are not going to believe. Now actually, here also Quran is pointing towards certain people. This is not general. So many people were kuffar, had not become Muslims till these ayat were revealed, and they became Muslims later on. So it cannot be a generalized meaning. Actually, it's a particular group. Those people whom Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had preached for 12 years at Makkah. And they had understood the message of the Quran. And from the depths of their heart, they believed that this is correct. But they didn't want to accept it due to their haughtiness, due to their takabbur, due to their ghurur, because, they were proud. They didn't want to follow Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why should we follow Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Are we inferior to Muhammad? No. Then this is actually when they had decided, oh, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is equal. It's equally fruitless or equally without any result. Whether you preach them anymore, whether you go on warning them anymore, or you stop preaching to them and warning them. La yu'minun, they are not going to believe. They have decided to remain kafir. They will not accept you. Khatam Allahu ala qulubihim. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put a seal on their hearts, wa ala sam'ihim, and on their ears, their hearing, wa ala absarihim gishawa, and on their eyes there is a curtain, there is covering on their eyes. Walahum azabun azim, and for them is waiting a very big torment. Now this again, please note, those people to whom preaching was done, the message of Quran had been conveyed to them year after year. 12 years Muhammad took sallallahu alaihi wasallam at Makkah. Abu Jahl, Abu Lahab. It is not that they didn't understand. They understood. Quran was in their own language, and they knew Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam from the very birth. Abu Lahab at least knew him from his very birth. But they had decided not to accept him due to their haughtiness, their proudness. So actually now such people, they will not avail of your guidance. They will not avail of the guidance of the Quran. They will not benefit, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from your preaching, from your warning. So it's equal to them. And because due to their refusal to accept the truth, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had punished them by putting a seal on their hearts. This seal is not in the beginning. This seal is put only when somebody refrains from accepting the truth, recognizing the truth that this is true. His heart tells him this is true, accept it, and he doesn't accept. Why? Because of proudness, or because of certain such reasons, haughtiness. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a punishment puts his seal on his heart. Now he cannot see because there is a curtain before their eyes. They cannot hear because their hearing is also sealed, and now their hearts are closed for any guidance. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ, now the third degree, third type of people. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَمَا هُمْ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ. And there are from among people who say with their tongues, with their mouths, آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ, we believe in Allah, وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, and the last day, the day of judgment, وَمَا هُمْ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ, and they are not mu'min, they are not real believers. They profess to believe, they claim to believe, they say with loud words, we believe in Allah, we believe in the hereafter, in the day of judgment, but they are not believers. Now who are they? First of all, please note, they are actually two categories who are being referred here without giving them any name. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not given them any title. But as far as we can understand, there are two types of people who are being discussed here. Generally people think that they are only munafiqeen, the hypocrites. But actually hypocrites as well as the Jews of Medina, both are included in this category. And actually hypocrites were also people under the influence of the Jews of Medina. They were under their influence. And they were the shayateen, people which we shall very presently read in these ayat also, the word. وَإِذَا خَلَوْا إِلَىٰ شَيَاطِينِهِمْ قَالُوا إِنَّا مَعَكُمْ إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُسْتَهْزِئُونَ. So actually this description, as you say in English, free to whom it fits. This is a narration, and it fits two groups of people of that time. Number one, the Jews. Number two, the munafiqun, the hypocrites, who said they were Muslims, but they were not Muslims, they were not Mu'mins. Why Jews? Because here you find يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. Not bil Rasul. Here the wordings are only that they say we believe in Allah and believe in hereafter, but not in the Rasul. We don't believe in the messenger. At least this is not their saying. And that was the position of the Jews, because we believe in Allah. And you also believe in Allah, we also believe in Allah. You also believe in unity of Allah, we also believe in unity of Allah. You also believe in the resurrection, we also believe in resurrection. You also believe in the hereafter, in the heaven and hell, we also believe in the hereafter and the hell and the heaven. So we are also Mu'mins. You must accept us as believers. That was their claim. And it's very noteworthy that out of the three basic imaniyat, three basic themes of iman, only two have been mentioned. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَمَا هُمْ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ. They are not Mu'mins. And in the same way, and when we shall read the description, this fits, the munafiqun of Medina also. Because they also actually, they doubted about the messengership of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We find in the Quran at different places that they said, for example, why these wars have been started, battles have been started. There's no express injunction in the Quran. لَوْلَا نُزِلَتْ سُورَةٌ. Why not a surah has been revealed in the Quran? And only on this demand of theirs, we find that Surah Al-Qital was revealed. Surah Muhammad or Surah Al-Qital in the 26th part, which contains a very express injunction for going to war against the kuffar. So actually, they were not very sure about the messengership or prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They were also their claim was Iman billah, Iman bil akhir. Actually, they took Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam not very seriously. And to obey Muhammad personally, that had become most difficult for them. So these both groups are included here. If you keep in view the Ta'wilul Khas, the groups who are in the background of these ayat. But when we shall infer generally, this will fit every munafiq for all times to come. Because, as a rule, please understand, whenever there is some ideological call, when there is some revolutionary movement started based on some ideology, you will always find three types of people. There are people who accept the ideology at its face value, and then they are ready to die for it, live for it, to do whatever it demands. Then there are people who are opposed to that ideology. They oppose it clearly, openly, tooth and nail. And then there is the third group always, who want to support the ideology, but keep safe themselves. They want to play safe. They don't want to sacrifice their belongings or their lives. They want to be safe and, to keep their money with them. And everything, they don't want to take risks. And they want to do something good. But it should happen itself. Not that we have to do anything for it and we have to sacrifice anything for it. So these are the munafiqun, the third type of people who will always be found with every ideological movement, every revolutionary movement. People who believe it, take it at its face value, they plunge into deep waters, risking everything. People who refuse to accept and who oppose it tooth and nail, clearly. And people who are in between. La ilaha haulai wa la ilaha haulai. They are neither on that side, neither on this side. They are somewhat on this side, somewhat on that side. Meaning thereby neither on that side, neither on this side. So these are the munafiqun, and this is the third group which is being discussed here. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَمَا هُمْ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ. And they are not believers, they are not the real mu'mins. يُخَادِعُونَ اللَّهَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. They try to deceive. يُخَادِعُونَ, I've added the word try. They are trying to deceive Allah and the people who believe, the real believers. Mukhada'ah, this is Baba Mufa'ala, this is trying against each other. So yukhadi'un Allah wal-lazina amanu, they are trying to deceive Allah and people who believe, the mu'mins. وَمَا يَخْدَعُونَ إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُمْ. And they are not deceiving anybody except themselves. They are deceiving themselves. When they claim they are mu'min, they are deceiving themselves. When they think that they can please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through this verbal attestation only, well, they are wrong. They are deceiving themselves. وَمَا يَشْعُرُونَ, but they perceive it not. They have not the sense that they are deceiving themselves. وَلَا يَشْعُرُونَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ. In their hearts there is a disease, there is an ailment. That ailment is of doubt, shak, raib, doubt. And this is actually, this shak and raib, then it goes to develop into nifaq, into hypocrisy. فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ فَزَادَهُمُ اللَّهُ مَرَضًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has increased them in their disease. This is the rule of Allah. This is the sunnah of Allah. This is the habit of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you take to the right path, He will help you in proceeding forward on that right path. If you choose the wrong path, He will help you. Go ahead, further and further. And if you are in between, He will leave you there. It's your own choice. Imma shakiram wa imma kafura. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the choice to you, to me, to every human being. When the decision He makes, Allah makes that way easy for him to proceed further and further. All the difficulties of the right path, they are made easier for him. All the big evils of the wrong path, for those people who choose to take that wrong path for themselves, then they are made easy for him. When they go after one big evil to the another bigger evil, and then to the still bigger evil, they go forward. So actually this is the habit of Allah. فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ فَزَادَهُمُ اللَّهُ مَرَضًا. Allah has increased them in their disease. وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. And there for them is a very painful torment. بِمَا كَانُوا يَكْسِبُونَ. On the basis of, because of the lie that they had been telling. Because they were saying we are mu'min, they were not mu'mins. This was the lie that they were saying, they were telling. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ لَا تُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ. Now it's very important. This third category of people, as I told you, one type of people who accept that dawah, that call, that ideology, and then they plunge into deep waters, risking everything. Other one, they have rejected the ideology, rather they have decided to oppose it, and they are opposing it tooth and nail. And then this third group is in between. They want to make peace between evil and good, between batil and haqq. They want to make peace between them. Because if there is a clash between the batil and the haqq, between the truth and the falsehood, if there is a clash, there is going to be bloodshed, there is going to be loss of life, loss of property, loss of conveniences, everything. So actually they want peace, not for the sake of their truth, but for themselves, to save themselves. That is why they wanted to say that why are we going to war? It's no use going to war against kuffar. Why not go on preaching and preaching and teaching and teaching? Well, we can preach Islam. We can teach Islam to the people. Why Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has taken this way? He started sending small groups of armies, small groups, obstructing the way of the caravans of the Quraysh. What for? Why? This will lead to bloodshed. This will lead to war, to battles. We shouldn't do it. We should make peace. Now this character, you must read between the lines. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ لَا تُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ قَالُوا إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُصْلِحُونَ. When it is said to them, don't make mischief on the earth, they say, oh no, we are the peacemakers. What was the mischief? Muslims, the true mu'min, said to them, if you accepted Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as the messenger of Allah, if you accepted Islam, then be true Muslims. Now obey him in every respect. When you have accepted him, now you have to obey him. Why this difference of opinion? This is actually mischief. This is fasad. La tufsidu fil ard. There is a party. You are breaking the discipline of the party. This party must be disciplined. Bunyanun marsus. Inna Allah yuhibbul lazina yuqatiluna fi sabilihi saffan kannahum bunyanun marsus. You should be like, a fortified wall. Not different people, individuals, So this group should be very much integrated. And why are you making this fasad? And the reply was, قَالُوا إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُصْلِحُونَ. No, we want to make peace. Muhammad wants to make war, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And we want to obstruct this warmongering. We want to have peace. أَلَا إِنَّهُمْ هُمُ الْمُفْسِدُونَ. Now this is the decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Listen, they are the mischief mongers. وَلَكِنْ لَا يَشْعُرُونَ. But they don't have the perception, they perceive not. But they are the mischief mongers. Why? Because actually, whenever on this earth there is some system which is not the system of deen of Allah, this is fasad. Although there might be all amn, all peace, apparent peace, but actually when this is not the law of Allah which is governing this place, it is in rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is fasad. ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس. This is fasad. This is rebellion against the rightful ruler. The rightful owner of this universe is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is the only rightful ruler. And if anybody else, any other law is ruling, it is rebellion. So this rebellion has to be set under. It has to be controlled. It has to be dealt with. And for dealing with this rebellion, putting it down, you need a party, strong party, powerful party, disciplined party. Now if you are making injuries to the discipline of that party, you are weakening that party, you are abetting this system actually, this fasad. So Quran says, Allah innahum humul mufsidun. By breaking the discipline of the Muslim party, of Hizbullah, of the party of Allah and Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they are the mischief mongers. They are abetting and supporting this fasad on earth. Allah innahum humul mufsidun walakin la yash'urun. Wa idha qila lahum aminu kama aman nas. And when it is said to them, you should also believe just as the others have believed. You look to Abu Bakr, look to Umar, look to Sa'd ibn Mu'az, look to Sa'd ibn Ubadah, radiyallahu ta'ala anhu ajma'in. They are the believers. Why don't you follow them? Why don't you take to their examples? What did they say? Very interesting. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ آمِنُوا كَمَا آمَنَ النَّاسِ قَالُوا أَنُؤْمِنُ كَمَا آمَنَ السُّفَهَاءُ. They said, should we believe just as these fools are believing? They thought they are fools. They are fanatics. They are risking everything. These are fools who have left their homes and hearts and they have come over from Makkah to Medina. Are they, wise people? They don't look to whatever is injurious to them, whatever is harmful to them, whatever is beneficial for them. They have just migrated from Makkah, leaving their families, their home, not only their homes and hearts, their families at the mercy of the wolves of Makkah. They have come over here. And they are fools. Actually, we are not fools like them. We are not going to risk our lives and properties and our wealth. We are not going to take that path. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ آمِنُوا كَمَا آمَنَ النَّاسِ قَالُوا أَنُؤْمِنُ كَمَا آمَنَ السُّفَهَاءُ أَلَا إِنَّهُمْ هُمُ السُّفَهَاءُ وَلَكِنْ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Listen to it. Hearken. They are the fools, but they don't have the perception. They don't have the knowledge. Abu Bakr is not a fool. Umar is not a fool. And Sa'd ibn Ubadah and Sa'd ibn Mu'az, they are not fools. These are fools. Abdullah ibn Ubay is the biggest fool of Medina. And the people who are like him, people who are obeying him, people who are taking his part, they are the fools. Because actually they don't know what is really good and beneficial for them. Because real life is the life hereafter. And this is injurious for them. Because we read in Surah An-Nisa, إِنَّ الْمُنَافِقِينَ فِي الدَّرْكِ الْأَسْفَلِ مِنَ النَّارِ. These munafiqeen will be in the lowest part of hell. In the lowest section of hell, they will be placed. So actually they are fools. وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا. And when they meet the people who believe, really believe, they say, we also believe. وَإِذَا خَلَوْا إِلَىٰ شَيَاطِينِهِمْ. Now this is a word, please note. When they are in privacy with their devils, with their chiefs. Well, these are the chiefs, the Jews of Medina. The munafiqeen were actually, they were in close liaison with the Jews of Medina. وَإِذَا خَلَوْا إِلَىٰ شَيَاطِينِهِمْ قَالُوا إِنَّا مَعَكُمْ. There they say, we are with you. Don't think. Although we have openly declared ourselves to be Muslims, to be with the Muslims, to be with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but this is also, we are making mockery of them. We are with you really. We have not left your side. We are with you. وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا وَإِذَا خَلَوْا إِلَىٰ شَيَاطِينِهِمْ قَالُوا إِنَّا مَعَكُمْ إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُسْتَهْزِئُونَ. We are only mocking. We are these fools, these moments, they are fools. And we are making a laughing stock for them. Allahu yastahzi'u bihim. Now this is the decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah mocks at them. وَيَمُدُّهُمْ فِي طُغْيَانِهِمْ. Again the same divine habit or divine rule or the sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whichever path you take, Allah makes it easy for you. وَيَمُدُّهُمْ فِي طُغْيَانِهِمْ يَعْمَهُونَ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives them increase in their wrongdoings, permits them going more and more in the direction of that evil and wrong path that they have taken and decided and chosen for themselves. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ اشْتَرَوْا الضَّلَالَةَ بِالْهُدَىٰ. They are the people who have purchased error, falsehood in exchange for guidance. Very beautiful words. Now guidance of the Quran came to them. Now they have two options. Either accept the guidance of the Quran or the opposite of it. That's the falsehood. That is batil. That is error. That is sin. That is disobedience to Allah. Actually now they have given away the guidance of Quran, guidance of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and taken for themselves, accepting for themselves. They have exchanged the guidance for zalala, for the error, the falsehood. فَمَا رَبِحَتْ تِجَارَتُهُمْ. And this trade of theirs, it has not benefited them at all. This is the sort of tabsirah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, a commentary from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ اشْتَرَوُا الضَّلَالَةَ بِالْهُدَىٰ فَمَا رَبِحَتْ تِجَارَتُهُمْ وَمَا كَانُوا مُهْتَدِينَ. And they are not going to reach the destiny. They cannot have now the guidance because they have gone very far on this path of nifaq and munafiqah. مَثَلُهُمْ كَمَثَلِ الَّذِي اسْتَوْقَدَ نَارًا. Now there are two similes here. And there are two opinions. One opinion is that both these similes are regarding this third category. The in-between people, neither this side nor this side. La ilaha ulai wa la ilaha ulai. Muzabzabina baina zalik. Neither the believers nor opposing, apparently or openly. In between. And both the parables or both these similitudes, they are about these very people. Some are very deep in this quality of hypocrisy, and some are shallow. But the opinion which I hold, and I agree with the people who think that way, that is that the first simile is for the kuffar, and the second simile is for the munafiqeen. For the kuffar we read these ayat, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا سَوَاءٌ عَلَيْهِمْ أَنذَرْتَهُمْ أَمْ لَمْ تُنذِرْهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة ولهم عذاب عظيم. For them now there is a misal, a similitude. مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد نارا. Their likeness is as the likeness of one who kindled a fire. Now this is actually a situation which you can imagine. It commonly happened to the Arab people when they used to travel in the desert. Now a caravan is traveling during the night. And they used to travel during the night, mostly, because the days were very hot. One couldn't take, to travel in the daytime. So during the night. And it did sometime happen that they lost the way. Now they are lost, where we are. And darkness. And in that darkness, somebody takes the courage, gathers some timber, and then, kindles a fire. Now they can see where they are, their whereabouts, where are we. But at this moment, something happens to a group of people that their sight is gone. So they are again in the darkness. Before that fire, there was darkness outside, although their own sights were intact. But now the mahal, the environment, the surroundings are enlightened, but their sight is gone. So they are again in the darkness. This is the position of those. Actually, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam kindled the fire and light of hidayah. But there were certain peoples who, out of jealousy, out of their haughtiness, they didn't like to see the light of the day. So actually their sight was taken away by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and now they are groping in the darkness. Summun bukmun umyun fahum la yarji'un. This is the likeness of the people of the second group. إن الذين كفروا سواء عليهم أنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة ولهم عذاب عظيم مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد نارا. Their likeness is to the likeness of a one person who kindled a fire. فلما أضاءت ما حوله, and when it lighted all around him, ذهب الله بنورهم, Allah took away their sights. وَتَرَكَهُمْ فِي ظُلُمَاتٍ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ, and now left them in the darknesses, they cannot see anything. سُمٌّ بُكْمٌ عُمْيٌ فَهُمْ لَا يَرْجِعُونَ. They are deaf, they are dumb, they are blind, and they are not going to return. They cannot return. Don't hope, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, or you, O Muslims, that any one of them will ever return to the path of Allah. Because now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taken away their sights. ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة. So I think that this simile is for that group. And for the munafiqeen of second simile. أو كصيب من السماء, or the similitude of a rainstorm. فيه ظلمات ورعد وبرق. There is a rainstorm from the sky, wherein there is darkness and thunder and lightning. يَجْعَلُونَ أَصَابِعَهُمْ فِي آذَانِهِمْ مِنَ الصَّوَاعِقِ حَذَرَ الْمَوْتِ. They are putting their fingers in their ears, saving themselves from death due to the stunning thunderclap. They think that this sound will take their hearing away, and then maybe they die out of it. كَصَيِّبٍ مِّنَ السَّمَاءِ فِيهِ ظُلُمَاتٌ وَرَعْدٌ وَبَرْقٌ يَجْعَلُونَ أَصَابِعَهُمْ فِي آذَانِهِمْ مِنَ الصَّوَاعِقِ حَذَرَ الْمَوْتِ وَاللَّهُ مُحِيطٌ بِالْكَافِرِينَ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already encompassed and encircled these kuffar. Where can they go? They are within the grip of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They cannot go anywhere. They cannot run away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يَكَادُ الْبَرْقُ يَخْطَفُ أَبْصَارَهُم. The lightning almost is near to snatch their sights. كُلَّمَا أَضَاءَ لَهُم مَشَوْا فِيهِ. Whenever there is some light, they can see something. The lightning for a time, for a moment, they have seen the environment, they start going in the direction. مَشَوْا فِيهِ. They walk a few steps. وَإِذَا أَظْلَمَ عَلَيْهِمْ قَامُوا. And when there is darkness upon them, they stand. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَذَهَبَ بِسَمْعِهِمْ وَأَبْصَارِهِمْ. And had Allah decided or decreed, He would have taken away from them their sight and hearing both. إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful. He has all authority. He can do anything He likes. Now just have some thought about this simile. You know, whenever there is some revolutionary dawah, revolutionary movement, there are difficulties. You are called to do your duties in face of difficulties and risks. There are risks of life, risks of wealth. Now you may have to suffer, and you may have to give up your careers. You may have to give up and wind up your businesses, because that has been the requirement of every revolutionary struggle. Now these people who are in between, they are belonging to the category who want to do something, but without any harm to themselves. They don't want to take any risk to their life, their wealth, their property, and so on. So what happens? Whenever during the movement, there comes a time when there is no immediate risk. There is no call to go to war, for example. during the Madani period. Whenever there was a call to go to war for any battle, then they were, in a very big trouble. How to save themselves, what, how to apologize, how to get leave from that. But whenever there is all the conditions are normal, nothing very risky affair, then they can, walk with the Muslims. We are also Muslims. And they join the Muslims in congregations. They talk loudly about their Islam and Iman. They make tall claims about their sincerity. But when there is a difficult time of trial and tribulation, then they go down and their courage is gone. So that is the condition portrayed in this similitude. That whenever there is some light, they see something, they can go, they take a few steps, they go ahead. But then again when there is darkness, there is again difficulty, there is again risk for life or property or wealth, they again stand and they don't move. So this is the condition of those people about whom the description we have already seen. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَمَا هُمْ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ يُخَادِعُونَ اللَّهَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَمَا يَخْدَعُونَ إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُمْ وَمَا يَشْعُرُونَ. There are from among peoples who claim that they are Mu'mins. They believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and they believe in the life hereafter, in the day of judgment. But actually they don't believe. It's a superficial claim that they are making. It's only a verbal attestation that they are doing. Or they are making a total false claim. They are like the Jews. So this description fits both of them. And they were in close association with each other. Actually this munafiqat and munafiqeen, they were like an undergrowth. There are big trees, tall trees. Under those big trees there is the undergrowth which we call bushes. So these munafiqeen were like the undergrowth of the Jews. They were the established people, 3 established tribes. They were very influential. They were very wealthy. They were, educated people. They had the book, they had the law, they had Torah, they had people, learned people within them. So actually this munafiqeen, this third category was an undergrowth under that Jews. And this is the description of this character. And when we generalize it, always with every revolutionary call and movement, you will find 3 types of people. People who accept the call at its face value. And then they die for it, they live for it. They take every risk for it. They are ready to sacrifice their all belongings, even their lives. People who are opposed to it, tooth and nail, openly. Because they are the people whose vested interests are threatened by the revolutionary party or the revolutionary dawah. They oppose it tooth and nail. And there is always a third group which likes that something good should happen. But they are not ready to sacrifice anything for that. They want to play safe, to keep safe. There is a very important and very beautiful similitude in Surah Al-Haj also. I told you Surah Al-Haj, that is in between Makki and Madani surahs. In Surah Al-Haj there is an ayah, وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْفٍ. There are from among people who want to worship Allah, but keeping themselves on the sides. They don't want to plunge the main current. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْفٍ فَإِنْ أَصَابَهُ خَيْرٌ اطْمَأَنَّ بِهِ. If there is khair, if there is safety, if there is, all the sureties and everything is okay, itmanna bihi, he is also satisfied. He is also going along with the mu'mineen. وَإِنْ أَصَابَتْهُ فِتْنَةٌ انْقَلَبَ عَلَى وَجْهِهِ. And whenever there is some trial, tribulation, when there is a period of testing, when there is a call for sacrifice, for spending for the cause of Allah, a call for going to the battlefield for the cause of Allah, انْقَلَبَ عَلَى وَجْهِهِ. They fall down on their faces, fall down on the ground on their faces. خَسِرَ الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. This is actually the real loss. Loss of this world also, and real loss of the akhirah. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْخُسْرَانُ الْمُبِينُ. And this is the real loss, this is the real danger to which a man is putting himself. So that is actually the description of this. Let us proceed to the first ayah of the third section. Ya ayyuhan nas u'budu rabbakum alladhi khalaqakum wallazina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Instead of giving you the translation, let me give you the introduction to the third and fourth sections. These two sections of this surah, as I told you in the beginning, they give you a gist and a summary of number one, the call of Quran. What's the call of Quran? Number one. And number two, the basic philosophy of Quran. All these subjects have been discussed in detail in the Makki surahs. But you know, as I told you, that because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed a Madani surah in the very beginning of the Mus'haf, the gist and summary of that Makki Quran is given here in two sections. Very important. What's the basic call of Quran? That we will find in the third section, third ruku. What's the basic philosophy of Quran? What's the position of man in this universe? On what basis that position has been given to him? And what is the struggle between evil and good that is going on throughout the history? The struggle within a man, within the personality. There is a struggle always going on within our personalities between good and evil. Something is taking us towards evil and something wants to take us towards good, towards virtue. This is a struggle. A war is going on in the inner, battlefield of our personalities. And then there is a war going on the outside world. There is the philosophy of history of Quran, that this is a struggle between the forces of evil and forces of virtue and good. There is the forces of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on one side and the forces of shaitan on the other side. दुनिया को है फिर मार का रूह बदन पेश, इबलीस ने फिर अपने दरिंदों को उभारा, अल्लाह को पामर दिए मोमिन पे भरोसा, इबलीस को यूरोप की मशीनों का सहारा. तो दैट स्ट्रगल इज गोइंग ऑन. सतीरा कार रहा है अजल से ताइमरोज, चिराग मुस्तफवी से शरार बूलह भी. That struggle has been going on. But what is the basis of that struggle? That will be discussed in the fourth section, inshallah. And those two sections, inshallah, we shall study in the next session. يا أيها الناس اعبدوا ربكم الذي خلقكم والذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون الذي جعل لكم الأرض فراشا والسماء بناء وأنزل من السماء ماء فأخرج به من الثمرات رزقا لكم فلا تجعلوا لله أندادا وأنتم تعلمون. صدق الله العظيم. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are now beginning with the third section of Surah Al-Baqarah. You might have noted that the two basic terminologies I am keeping as such. I am not translating them. Ayah or ayat, it cannot be translated. Surah, it cannot be translated. But ruku, I am translating into sections. As I told you, this terminology was not present in the times of the Prophet ﷺ as well as the days of the Sahaba radiyallahu ta'ala anhum ajma'in. It was a later day addition. So we can translate. We can adopt another words also. But please note one thing, that these paras or parts, I am translating ajza also into parts. Rukus, sections. As far as the rukus go, this division seems to be very connected logically with the subject of those ayat. Very clear distinction, very correct distinction. But as regards the paras or the parts, it's a very, what word I should say, I can't decide. But it's not at all a correct division into paras. Because even the surahs have been divided. And we find, at least in one place in Surah Al-Hijr, one ayah is in the 13th part and the rest of the whole surah is in the 14th part. So it's not a very good division. But as far as the rukus are concerned, the division is very correct and logical. Now this third section or third ruku of Surah Al-Baqarah, as I told you, gives us a gist or summary of the call of the Quran. What's the dawah of Quran? First of all, Ya ayyuhal nas, note that this call is to the whole of humanity. Ya ayyuhal nas. We must note in the Makki surahs, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes the history of most of the messengers of Allah, we find the words Ya qawmi ibudullah, O my people, O my nation, be obedient to Allah, serve Allah, be bondsmen to Allah. But this is the distinction between the message of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and the message of the former messengers, that was directed to their nations only. And this message is addressed to the whole of humanity. Ya ayyuhan nasu ubudu rabbakum. Ibadah. Obedience with love. Both things must be together to convey the sense of ibadah. Total obedience to someone out of extreme love for him. If the obedience, is not out of love, it's due to some pressure, then it's obedience only, not ibadah. If a nation conquers another nation, that conquered nation is obedient to the conqueror, but they are not doing ibadah to them. The ibadah is when the obedience is total, number one, and it is from the depths of the hearts, out of extreme love for someone. So if someone loves Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from the depth of his heart, and as a result of that love, he obeys him in all the aspects of his life, then he is doing the ibadah. He is fulfilling the purpose of his creation. Because this subject has been very extensively discussed in the Makki surahs. In Surah Zariyat we find, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I have not created men and jinns except only to obey me, to worship me, to love me, to be bondsmen to me, to serve me. This is the sole purpose of the creation of the jinns as well as the humans. And we find that all the messengers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they conveyed the same message to their nations. Ya qawmi ibudullah ma lakum min ilahin ghayruh. All the messengers. This was the common call of all the messengers. That is the call of Quran. The same is the call of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The only difference is that they were addressing their nations only, and this prophecy of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is universal to the whole of humanity. But the essence is the same. Ubudullah. Be bondsmen to Allah, obey Allah in all aspects of your life, individual as well as collective. Every aspect of life should be governed by the law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Alladhi khalaqakum. Who has created you? He is your creator. He is your Rabb, your sustainer. Ubudu rabbakum. Be bondsmen to your sustainer, to your master, to your Lord. Alladhi khalaqakum. And not only that he is your sustainer, he is your creator. وَالَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. And he created those also who were before you. Because people generally tend to follow their forefathers. Because our forefathers believed in such things, we also believe in such things. Because our forefathers were doing like that, we are also doing like that. We have to follow our forefathers. No. They were also created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Just as you are the creatures of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they were also the creatures. If you can commit mistake, they could also commit mistake. So not to follow them, but you follow the directions of Allah, the guidance given to you by your Lord, your Master, your Sustainer, your Creator. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. The same word again, taqwa. So that you may become pious, you may become God-fearing. No. So that you can save yourself. Save yourself from the displeasure of Allah. Save yourself from the punishment of the Day of Judgment. Save yourself from the fire of hell. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُمُ الْأَرْضَ. Who is that Allah about whom you are required to obey and to be bondsmen? He is He, الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُمُ الْأَرْضَ فِرَاشًا, who made this earth for you as a resting place, just as a bedding, firsh. So He has made this earth for you as a bedding. وَالسَّمَاءَ بِنَاءً. And then He raised the canopy of sky over you. وَأَنزَلَ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً, and He sent down water, rain from the sky. فَأَخْرَجَ بِهِ, and then He created from the earth, brought out from the earth, مِنَ السَّمَرَاتِ رِزْقًا لَكُمْ, the provisions for you in the form of the fruits and the grains. فَلَا تَجْعَلُوا لِلَّهِ أَنْدَادًا وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. So don't declare, don't accept with Allah anyone as rival, as equal. Nobody is equal to Allah. Nobody is like Allah. Nobody is rival to Allah. The bondsman, you have to be for Him only, nobody else. All humans are equal. كُونُوا عِبَادَ اللَّهِ أَخْوَانًا. You should be all bondsmen to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and brothers to each other. وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. At least you don't do it knowingly. Maybe a person is mistaken, and mistakenly he is doing something, that is something else. But knowingly, intentively, with intentions at least, you shouldn't do it. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ. Now we find in these two ayat the essences of Tawheed. Don't declare or accept anybody, anything equal to Allah, rival to Allah. This is Tawheed. And the Amali Tawheed, the practical Tawheed, be bondsmen to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Obey Him, worship Him, love Him, and serve Him from the depths of your heart. This is the basic call of the Quran. Now the second article of faith is Risala, messengerhood, prophethood. And about the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, now we find these two ayat. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ مِّمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَىٰ عَبْدِنَا. If you are really in some doubt about that thing which we have sent down on our bondsman, on our servant Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, if you are doubtful about it, if you think that maybe that he is composing these surahs himself, and he is saying that these have been revealed to me from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you have any doubts, if you have real doubt, وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ مِّمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَىٰ عَبْدِنَا فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ. Then you also can produce, if you can, try to produce one surah like this Quran. I am keeping the word same, one surah, مِن مِثْلِهِ, like the surahs of Quran. And as you know, the surahs are very small also. There are 3 surahs comprising of 3 ayat only. So the challenge goes to that extent. If you can comprise and compose a surah consisting of 3 ayat only, and if you can claim that this is equal to Quran, this is like Quran, this is at the same level, it's of literary level as that of Quran, then you know you will have some right to doubt the authenticity of Quran, whether Muhammad is himself composing them, or actually they have been revealed to him by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَادْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ. And you call all your witnesses and helpers, except Allah. Except Allah, all the jinns, because you know there were kahins among them, and they had the jinns with them, so they could also get the help from the jinns. Then they had the very big orators in Arabia. Then the poets, they were very proud about their literature, about their poetry. They thought we are the biggest orators. So you call all the people whom you can call. In kuntum sadiqeen, if you are really true, if you are truthful. What does it mean? It means that you really don't doubt it. It's only, you saw, an explanation that you are giving forth. It's nothing. You really don't doubt that this is not the kalam of Allah. Your hearts have accepted that this cannot be composed, this Quran, by any human being. It's only your verbal, argument that you are presenting. Otherwise, lame excuses that you are presenting. Otherwise, you don't actually believe from the depths of your heart that this is from Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. That is why Quran says, in kuntum sadiqeen. If you are true in your objection, in your doubts, then come and have, then try to compose one surah, even one surah, or like that the surah of Quran. فَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا. And then if you can't do it, if you don't do it, وَلَنْ تَفْعَلُوا. This is very important. The emphasis, the confidence with which Quran is saying, you will never be able to do it. It's a miracle in itself that nobody challenged that we have some poet amongst us who can compose 3 lines just like Surah Al-Asr or Surah Al-Nasr or Surah Al-Kawthar. Nobody challenged. Nobody came forward to accept this challenge of the Quran. And Quran says it preemptively. فَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا وَلَن تَفْعَلُوا. And if you don't do it, if you don't accept the challenge, if you don't try to produce something like Quran, and you will never be able to do it, فَاتَّقُوا النَّارَ الَّتِي وَقُودُهَا النَّاسُ وَالْحِجَارَةُ. Then you should try to save yourself. Be fearful of the fire of hell, whose fuel would be men as well as stones. Why stones? Because they used to worship, their idols were made out of stone. When you will be thrown in the fire of hell, these idols, these gods of yours, they will also be thrown with you in the same hell, in the same fire of hell. وَقُودُهَا النَّاسُ وَالْحِجَارَةُ وَعِدَّتْ لِلْكَافِرِينَ. And that has been prepared for the disbelievers. وَبَشِّرِ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. Now, in addition to the Iman bil Risala, there we find now Iman bil Akhirah. Because this Jahannam, fire of hell, it's a matter concerning Akhirah. When the mention of hell came, now side by side, the mention of Jannah, the mention of heaven is also coming. وَبَشِّرِ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. And O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, give good tidings to those who come to believe, and then they perform good deeds. أَنَّ لَهُمْ جَنَّاتٍ تَجْرِي مِنْ تَحْتِهَا الْأَنْهَارُ. That for them there are those gardens underneath which rivers will be flowing. كُلَّمَا رُزِقُوا مِنْهَا مِنْ ثَمَرَةٍ رِزْقًا. Whenever they will be given some fruit of that garden for their food, قَالُوا هَذَا الَّذِي رُزِقْنَا مِنْ قَبْلُ. They will say, this is the same thing that we were being given before this. That what does it mean? That the fruit of Jannah, fruit of heaven, will be in form and shape. They will be like the fruit of this world. The grapes of this world, the pomegranate of this world, all these things, the dates of this world. But the taste of these very fruits of Jannah will be absolutely different. No comparison. Utu bihi mutashabiha. They will be given things which will be compared to each other, resembling each other. وَلَهُمْ فِيهَا أَزْوَاجٌ مُطَهَّرَةٌ. And for them there will be wives, or some people have translated spouses. Wives for men, husbands for women. There will be spouses, مُطَهَّرَةٌ, who will be free from all evil. مُطَهَّرَةٌ وَهُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. And they will remain in them forever, everlasting. Now these are the 3 articles of faith to which Quran is calling. This is the basic call of the Quran. Have belief in Allah and His oneness, unity of Allah, and obey Him from the depths of your heart in all aspects of your life. Believe in Quran, believe in the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And his biggest miracle is Quran. And if you have any doubts, well, accept the challenge of Quran. Come and compose even one surah just like Quran. And if you can't do it, and you will not be able to do it, so then you should fear the fire of hell. And then there is the good tidings for those who believe in Allah and they do good deeds. Now, some miscellaneous problems or phenomena. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَسْتَحِيَّ أَن يَضْرِبَ مَثَلًا مَا بَعُوضَةً فَمَا فَوْقَهَا. Verily, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not ashamed to set forth a parable, even of a mosquito. When you have to give a parable or a simile, actually it doesn't matter with what thing you are comparing anything. There should be some similarity, some resemblance, because always a similitude or a parable is given to explain something with relation to some another thing which is known already to a person. So there should be a connection, logical relationship between the two. Not that something should be great. If you are going to give an example for something great, then something great is to be mentioned. If you are going to give an example for something which is very small, then something small is to be mentioned. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not ashamed of giving examples even of mosquitoes. What to speak of something more if it is greater or smaller than that thing. فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, why this has been discussed? Because you know all these things, the punishments in heaven and what are the blessings in the punishment in the hell and the blessings of heaven, you know. Wordings are the same which we use here. Nar, fire. But that fire of hell is not like the fire of this world. There's no comparison. In the same way, the things which we know here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the names of the Jannah also in the same way. But there is a world of difference between the essence of both the things. Names are the same. So these are, so to say, similitudes. These are parables. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَسْتَحْيِي أَن يَضْرِبَ مَثَلًا مَا بَعُوضَةً فَمَا فَوْقَهَا فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا فَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. So those people who believe, they know, they come to know for sure that this is haqq, this is true from their Lord, because it is actually within human beings, their ruh, their spirit, which testifies that this thing is correct. فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا فَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. They don't see that what words are being used in a simile. They look to the essence of that simile or similitude, and then they immediately come to the conclusion that verily it is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا فَيَقُولُونَ مَاذَا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِهَذَا مَثَلًا. And those who have denied, who have refused to accept, who have declared to be kuffar, they say, they object to it. مَاذَا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِهَذَا مَثَلًا. What has Allah intended by this parable or by this similitude? يُذِلُّ بِهِ كَثِيرًا وَيَهْدِي بِهِ كَثِيرًا. It is in this way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides many people towards right and misguides others towards wrong. يُذِلُّ بِهِ كَثِيرًا. With this very Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala misleads many people according to their intentions, because their intentions were not pure. So from Quran also, from these parables of the Quran also, they get something, they get misguided. Instead of getting the guidance to the right path, they are misguided. They add to their misguidance from Quran also, because their intentions were not correct. And this is explained in the next ayah. وَيَهْدِي بِهِ كَثِيرًا. But those people whose intentions are correct, who are muttaqeen, who want to save themselves from wrong and error and falsehood, and who want to save themselves from the fire of hell, they get the guidance from this Quran. وَمَا يُضِلُّ بِهِ إِلَّا الْفَاسِقِينَ. And Allah doesn't mislead or misguide except those who are rebellious in nature. Fisk means, you know, a rebellious nature. Who are in rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, only them Allah misguides. As I said, it is based on the intentions, on their own inclinations. If the inclination is bad towards wrong, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will mislead him. If the intention is correct, if he is sincere in intention, then Allah will guide him. Who are those fasiqeen? The rebellious people, disobedient people. الَّذِينَ يَنْقُضُونَ عَهْدَ اللَّهِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مِيثَاقِهِ. Who break Allah's covenant after accepting that. That covenant will be discussed in Surah Al-Araf. That when we were in the form of spirits only, or you may call souls only, there were no bodies. Allah created all human beings, but in the form of spirits only. And from those about which the Prophet has said in one of the hadith, Al-Arwahu Junudul Mujannada. Those spirits were like armies, you know, all the human beings which were to come in this world till the doomsday. The spirits of all were created at one time. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took a covenant from them. Alastu bi rabbikum? Qalu bala. This will be discussed in Surah Al-Araf. Am I not your Lord, your master? And they said, yes, why not? We accept you as our Lord, our sustainer, our master. This covenant, you know, every human being has done and confirmed with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, has ratified with him this treaty. before coming to this world. So actually, those people who are rebelling against that covenant, after making it, after ratifying it, after accepting it, وَيَقْطَعُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِأَن يُوصَلَ, and they cut what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordered or decreed to be joined. For example, you know, the relations, parents and the offsprings, the brothers and sisters. Now the kith and kin, this relationship should be maintained, it should be respected. But they are breaking and cutting these relations. يَقْطَعُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِأَن يُوصَلَ وَيُفْسِدُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ, and they are doing mischief in this earth. أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْخَاسِرُونَ, these are the people who are losers. They will be the losers. They will be in great loss on the day of judgment. كَيْفَ تَكْفُرُونَ بِاللَّهِ, a very beautiful question. Although it's not a question, it's a sign of exclamation. كَيْفَ تَكْفُرُونَ بِاللَّهِ, how do you disbelieve in Allah? How you reject Allah? How dare you reject Allah? كَيْفَ تَكْفُرُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَكُنْتُمْ أَمْوَاتًا فَأَحْيَاكُمْ, and you were dead, and then He revived you and brought you to life. ثُمَّ يُمِيتُكُمْ, then He will put you under death. He will make you to die. ثُمَّ يُحْيِيكُمْ, then again He will bring you to life. Now this is actually a very big philosophical question of Quran. We were dead before coming to this world. What does it mean? We were not non-existent. A dead thing is an existing thing. Dead body lying, it's not living, dead body, but it is not non-existent, it is existing. So we were existing, but in the state of death. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revived us, brought us to life. Then He will again put us to death, and then He will again revive us. Now out of these things we know this life, we know the death which is coming after this life, and then we know the resurrection, that we will be brought to life again on the day of resurrection. But the first thing, you know, mostly people ignore it. Actually we were dead, what does it mean? We were only in the spiritual forms before coming to this world, and we were asleep. Just as you know, in a cold storage, all the souls, the spirits of human beings were created at one time. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took a covenant from them, Alastu bi rabbikum, qalu bala, and then put them to sleep. And this sleep actually is the condition of death. Then you might be remembering the supplication and the prayer of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When he woke up every morning, what was the prayer? Alhamdulillahi alladhi ahyani ba'dama amatani wa ilayhi nushur. All praise will be to Allah, who has again brought me to life after He had put me to death. And in the same way, one day I shall rise from the sleep of death and will go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, return to Him. Alhamdulillahi alladhi ahyani ba'dama amatani wa ilayhi nushur. So actually sleeping is also like death. It has something similarity between the two. There is a similarity. So we were dead, what does it mean? We were we were asleep as spirits. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us this body in this world. We came here with the soul as well as this body. Then we shall die. The soul will return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This body will return to this clay, to this earth again from which it has come. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will again bring us from this very clay. Minha khalaqnakum wa fiha nu'idukum wa minha nukhrijukum taratan ukhra. So these are the stages of human life. This ayah has a very important philosophical connotation. But this subject will be discussed, you know, in very clear terms in Surah Al-Ghafir or Surah Al-Mu'min. That is the 24th part of the Quran. هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُمْ مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. Again, you know, a very philosophical issue. It is He who has created for you whatever is on the earth. Very important. That man is the central creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's created this universe for man. That is why there is a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, إِنَّمَا الدُّنْيَا خُلِقَتْ لَكُمْ وَإِنْتُمْ خُلِقْتُمْ لِلْآخِرَةِ. This world has been created for you, and you have been created for akhirah. هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُمْ مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. The same subject will continue in the next section. That is why the Khilafah, the subject of Khilafah is discussed in the next section. Because this world has been created for you. You are going to be the Khalifa for this earth. So actually the same subject has been discussed here, which will be discussed in full length in the next section. هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُمْ مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا ثُمَّ اسْتَوَىٰ إِلَى السَّمَاءِ. Then he turned towards the skies, فَسَوَّاهُنَّ سَبْعَ سَمَاوَاتٍ, and then he divided them into 7 skies. وَهُوَ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٍ, and he knows everything. Everything is in his knowledge. Now the next section, which I told you, is of the utmost philosophical importance. And the basic subject, first of all, is that of caliphate. وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً. And just remember the time when your Lord said to the angels, I am going to place a vicegerent on earth. قَالُوا وَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ. They said, you will place therein those who will make mischief therein and shed blood. وَنَحْنُ نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ وَنُقَدِّسُ لَكَ. And we, while we are glorifying you, نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ, and praising you, وَنُقَدِّسُ لَكَ, and all that is associated with that. قَالَ إِنِّي عَالَمُ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah said, I know what you don't know. You know why I want to place a Khalifa on earth? What is the good in it? You can't comprehend. You don't have all the knowledge. I have the knowledge. I have decided it. وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. Now this is the position of man on earth. And the basic difference is that the modern civilization has reduced the position of man to that of an animal. No basic difference between animals and man. Only quantitative difference, no qualitative difference. A slightly more evolved animal. That's all. No difference. While Quran says no, man is vicegerent of Allah on earth. What a difference. What a hell of difference between the two. The position of man, Ashraful Makhluqat. In different words, Quran has described it. خَلَقْتُهُ بِيَدَيَّ. I have created this man with both of my hands. These words you will find later on in the Quran. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ وَحَمَلْنَاهُمْ فِي الْبَرِّ وَالْبَحْرِ. We shall translate it in Surah Bani Israel, inshallah. So this is the first philosophical issue, that the position of man is very high. He is vicegerent of Allah on earth. وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. Now the second issue, that the basis of this caliphate is the knowledge that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to Adam. And he taught, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. He taught to Adam all the names of all the things. Now actually this human knowledge, you must know, it comprises of terms, terminologies, names. Man discovers some truth, some knowledge, and then he gives it a name. And with these names, you know, this human knowledge progresses. With the terminology, every science, you know, has its terminology of its own. Unless you have a full understanding, a basic understanding, a deep understanding of the basic terminology of that science, you can't comprehend it, and you can't proceed with it. So actually all human knowledge, we can say it's the knowledge of names. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave Adam the knowledge of the name of everything. Potentially, just as we say that in a seed, the whole tree is present potentially. Where from comes the tree? From the seed. Actually the seed is the representative of the whole of the tree. In the same way, potentially, all human knowledge, acquired human knowledge, scientific knowledge, technology, that was actually given potentially to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. What does it mean? Adam was given the faculties through which he could attain all this knowledge. Inna sam'a wal basara wal fuada kullu ulaika kana anhu masula. And this acquired human knowledge is progressing through these faculties of Adam alayhi salatu wassalam. فَقَالَ أَنْبِئُونِي ثُمَّ عَرَضَهُمْ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showed them all those things, presented those things to the angels. فَقَالَ أَنْبِئُونِي بِأَسْمَاءِ هَؤُلَاءِ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. And said, now let me know, you tell me the names of all these things if you are true in what you said. If the objection that you raised or the question that you raised, that should be a better word. Now, if it is true, now you tell me the names of all these things. قَالُوا سُبْحَانَكَ لَا عِلْمَ لَنَا. All of them said, glory be to you, you be glorified, subhanak, la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. We have no knowledge except the knowledge that you gave us. And most of the Mufassirin, they say that what it means is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to all the angels the knowledge of their own particular job. Different angels have been given different duties in this universe. And the knowledge only regarding that part of their duty, that of the universe, that knowledge is given to them, not an all-comprehensive knowledge of all the things. While man was given the faculty of getting a comprehensive knowledge of everything. So that was the basic difference. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. This was true about Adam also. Adam could also know anything, couldn't know anything without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling him the names of those things. So Allah ta'ala told him the names, and that is why he could say, and you could tell the angels the names of all the things. But here actually what the meaning is, that the knowledge, extent of knowledge of the angels is limited to the particular work or the duty assigned to them. And it's not comprehensive. While Adam was given the faculties through which who could get all comprehensive knowledge. Innaka antal alimul hakim. Verily only you are the only person who knows everything and who has all the wisdom. Qala ya Adam ambihum bi asma'ihim. Allah said to Adam, O Adam, you tell them their names. Falamma ambahum bi asma'ihim. And when he told them all the names, qala alam aqul lakum inni a'lamu ghayba as-samawati wal ard. Allah said to the angels, didn't I tell you that I know all the things, all the ghaib, all the unseen realities of the skies as well as of the earth. وَعَلَمُ مَا تُبْدُونَ وَمَا كُنْتُمْ تَكْتُمُونَ. And I know all that you make clear and you speak out, and all those things also which you had been hiding or concealing. وَإِذْ قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ اسْجُدُوا لِآدَمَ فَسَجَدُوا إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. Now this is again a very important question. Because Adam was made the vicegerent of Allah, now all the civil service of this divine kingdom that was put under him. Because when he is the vicegerent, when there was a viceroy, British viceroy in Delhi, the whole machinery, government machinery was under him. Only Allah was above Adam, and all the angels have been put under him. They have to obey him. That is why, we have reached moon. No angel has intercepted our way, or no angel has come in the way. No, none. They have to obey us. Because we were given the faculty of knowing the hidden truths of this universe, the physical laws, the laws of the nature. We are knowing one by one. We are exploiting them. And all the angels have to obey. Even if somebody is going and committing a sin, the angels don't stop him. Because he was made the vicegerent. And he was given the option. Imma shakira wa imma kafura. He's going for committing theft. Then let him go. Rather, we can't move even an inch. If these angels who are controlling the whole of this universe, if they don't allow, we can't walk one step. But actually now, all the angels, the whole civil service of this universal government has been put under Adam. And as a symbolic, phenomenon, now they were asked and they were ordered to prostrate before Adam. وَإِذْ قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ اسْجُدُوا لِآدَمَ فَسَجَدُوا إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. And remember the time when we said to the angels, bow before Adam, prostrate before Adam. فَسَجَدُوا. And they all prostrated. And at one place we shall find فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ أَجْمَعُونَ. All the angels, all of them, they prostrated before Adam. Illa Iblis, excepting Iblis. Now here, somebody can doubt that Iblis was also an angel. Because when these words, if we keep them before us, فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ فَسَجَدُوا إِلَّا Iblis, all the angels, they prostrated except Iblis. So it appears, apparently, that Iblis was also from the angels. It's not so. Because in Surah Al-Kahf, and that is Makki Surah, it has been made clear. كَانَ مِنَ الْجِنِّ فَفَسَقَ عَنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّهِ. He was from among the jinnat. He was a jinni. But you know, he was very knowledgeable, he was very pious, and because the jinns were created out of fire, and the malaika, the angels, were created out of nur, light, and fire and light, they are very close to each other. In Arabic, nur and nar, they are very close in root. Nur and nar, waw and alif, and they are huruf illah. And these huruf illah, they get interchanged. So nur and nar are very close to each other. Malaika from nur. There is a hadith in Sahih of Imam Muslim, and the narrator is Hazrat Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, that Allah created the angels out of nur, out of light. And this has been given in Quran, that the jinns were created out of fire. So actually they are very close. So this jinni, this jinn, he was very pious, and he was very knowledgeable, and he was very close to the angels, and so he was also supposed to prostrate along with the angels. But he, Aba wastakbara wa kana min al-kafirin, he refused, and he took to pride, and became proud of him, and he was among the disbelievers and against disobedient people. وَقُلْنَا يَا آدَمُ اسْكُنْ أَنْتَ وَزَوْجُكَ الْجَنَّةِ. And we said to Adam, O Adam, now stay you, dwell you and your wife, Al-Jannah, in the garden. Now which garden is it? Is it the garden of heaven, or it was some garden on this very earth? There is a difference of opinion. Most of the Muslim Mufassirin think that this is the heaven, some garden which was in heaven. Adam was created in the heaven, and then he was, sent down to this earth. This is the general perception. But, Bible, Injil says that this garden was on this very earth. And Eden, this garden of Eden, somewhere in this area which is now inhabited by the Kurds. This is an elevated, area. And here they say it was a place where Adam and Hawa, alayhim as-salam, were kept. But there is a difference of opinion among the Muslims also. But general opinion among the Muslims is that this was in the heavens. But it was not the heaven to which the Ahle Iman will be returned after resurrection. No. Because from that heaven, once someone has entered, he will never be turned out. This was some place in which Adam was placed for some time as a testing period, to give him an exhibition of what was to happen with him and his progeny. Because Iblis was his enemy, he will try his hardest to take them astray, away from the right path. So it was a manifestation of this phenomenon. For this period, Adam was kept in that garden. Ya Adam uskun anta wa zawjuka al-jannah wa kula minha ragadan haythu shi'tuma. And now you eat from this garden with pleasure and delight from wherever you like, from whichever tree you like. وَلَا تَقْرَبَا هَذِهِ الشَّجَرَةِ. But don't go near this tree. Now هَذِهِ is, with a finger pointing towards a particular tree. Quran doesn't discuss it, what tree it was. But there are different, traditions and different opinions, and there's no need of going into detail. Because for testing you can fix anything. You can touch everything except this. And this will be a test whether you can obey this commandment or not. Because if you touch this thing, then you have disobeyed. You are allowed to touch everything here except this thing. So actually, هذه الشجرة, so there is a pointing as if with the finger. Don't go near this tree. فَتَكُونَ مِنَ الظَّالِمِينَ, then you will be among the wrongdoers. فَأَذَلَّهُمَ الشَّيْطَانُ عَنْهَا. But the shaitan, that Iblis, he made them slip, both of them. أَذَلَّهُمَا, Adam and Eve, both. Ash-Shaitan, this Iblis made them slip. فَأَخْرَجَهُمَا مِمَّا كَانَ فِيهِ, and he turned them out, made them turn out. أَخْرَجَهُمَا, and get them out from that place or from that condition in which they were. وَقُلْنَا اهْبِطُوا مِنْهَا بَعْضُكُمْ لِبَعْضٍ عُدُوٌّ, and we said, now you go down from here, and you will be enemies to each other. Iblis and Adam, now they are enemies forever. Iblis was granted a very long life, till the end of this world. He is living. He himself, personally, Azazil, that jinn, whom we call Iblis, whom we call Shaitan, he is living. Because we find it that he prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, grant me this long life, and I will prove to you that Adam is not faithful to you. And Adam's progeny, most of them, you will find that they will not obey you, they will not worship you. I will prove this point if you give me this long life. And that long life was given to him. So now, this is the basis of all this struggle between good and bad, evil and good, and haqq and batil, falsehood and reality. This is actually a war going on between Iblis and Adam, the progeny of Iblis, progeny of Adam, the agents of Iblis and the agents of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قُلْنَا اهْبِطُوا بَعْضُكُمْ لِبَعْضٍ عَدُوٌّ وَلَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ مُسْتَقَرٌّ وَمَتَاعٌ إِلَىٰ حِينٍ. And now for you in the earth there is a place to dwell and some provisions for a time which has a limit, إِلَىٰ حِينٍ, which is limited because this earth, life on earth will not go forever. A time will come which we call the doomsday. This whole thing will be, finished. فَتَلَقَّى آدَمَ مِنْ رَبِّهِ كَلِمَاتٍ فَتَابَ عَلَيْهِ. I told you before also that on this there was a repenting in the heart of Hazrat Adam alayhi salatu wassalam. I committed a mistake, I committed a sin, I disobeyed Allah. I believed this shaitan who is my enemy. فَتَلَقَّى آدَمَ مِنْ رَبِّهِ كَلِمَاتٍ. He wanted to apologize and repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but he couldn't find words, proper words for it. So it was the mercy of Allah, the blessing of Allah, that He Himself taught him the words. And those words appear in Surah Al-Araf, inshallah we shall read. رَبَّنَا ظَلَمْنَا أَنفُسَنَا وَإِن لَمْ تَغْفِرْ لَنَا وَتَرْحَمْنَا لَنَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ فَتَلَقَّى آدَمُ مِنْ رَبِّهِ كَلِمَاتٍ. And Adam was given, and Adam received some sentences, some words from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala pardoned him on his repentance, accepted the repentance from him. إِنَّهُ هُوَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ. Yaqinan, verily, he is the acceptor of tawbah and repentance, and he is merciful. قُلْنَا اهْبِطُوا مِنْهَا جَمِيعًا. And we said, now go down all of you from here. Hubut we shall find in the next section inshallah, that it means going down from one place which is higher to a place which is lower. And this word is used for settling down also. From Bedouin life to settled life in towns and cities, this is also hubut. This will come in Quran in the next inshallah hour. قُلْنَا اهْبِطُوا مِنْهَا جَمِيعًا فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. Now whenever there comes some guidance to you from me, فَمَنْ تَبِعَ هُدَايَ, so whosoever will follow and obey my guidance, فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ, there will be no fear for them, nor shall they grieve. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا وَكَذَّبُوا بِآيَاتِنَا. As for those who disbelieve and belie our ayat, our signs. Now these are two words. Kafaru, disbelieve. وَكَذَّبُوا بِالْلَّهِ. You say it is a lie. And those who disbelieve and belie our ayat, أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ, they are the people of fire, whum fiha khalidun, and they will dwell in it forever. Now, as I told you, number one, in this section we find the position of man on earth. He is the vicegerent of Allah on earth. He has been given the command even over the angels. All the angels prostrated before him. So he has the authority here. He can do whatever he likes. Number three, he was given the faculties of acquiring knowledge of everything. This knowledge, is going, to those dimensions which are astonishing. Let me quote here a couplet from Allama Iqbal. उरूज आदम खाकी से अंजुम सहमे जाते हैं कि ये टूटा हुआ तारा महे कामिल न बन जाए. This man, created of clay, where he is going, where he has reached, actually it is out of that knowledge, that faculty of knowledge, acquired knowledge. But in the end is the mention of the revealed knowledge. Imma yatiyannakum minni hudan. So these are two types of knowledge. One is the acquired knowledge, the scientific knowledge that we acquire through our senses, our intellect, our reasoning. The other is the given knowledge, the revealed knowledge, which comes through revelations, inspirations, through Anbya, through prophets, these books of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the second knowledge. Al-ilmu ilman. These are the two types of knowledge which we should understand discreetly, separately from each other. One knowledge is acquired through those faculties which were given to Adam alayhi salatu wassalam. And the other knowledge is given through wahi, through the prophets and messengers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in the beginning was the mention of the first knowledge, and in the end of this section is the mention of the second knowledge. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى فَمَن تَبِعَ هُدَايَ فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا وَكَذَّبُوا بِآيَاتِنَا أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. Now here the four first sections of this surah, they have been completed. I told you they are tamheedi. They are preliminary discussions. Now starts the section of 10 continuous sections of this surah, in which we find a direct address to Bani Israel, the former Muslim Ummah. Now starts the section of 10 continuous sections of this surah, in which we find a direct address to Bani Israel, the former Muslim Ummah. Out of these 10 sections or 10 rukus, you can divide them into two. Now this analysis is very important because you can keep these things, in your mind through this analysis. The first section, comprising of 7 ayat, is very important because this is the section of da'wah. Bani Israel are being called to accept the message of the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But from the second, or we should say from the 6th section till the 15th or the 14th, that is actually so to say, charge sheet, a continuous charge sheet against that ummah. You did this thing wrong, you did this thing wrong, you broke the covenant here, you broke the promises with Allah there, and you created new things in your deen. You are having wishful thinking about the akhirah. All these things, a continuous charge sheet against them, on the basis of which they were deposed from that position which was held by them for 2,000 years, being the representatives of Allah on earth. And then the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was to be installed in the place of that former ummah. So now this section, inshallah, we shall read, and that is 7 ayat which are very important. Ya Bani Israel, azkuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa awfu bi'ahdi ufi bi'ahdikum wa iyaya farhabun. O sons of Israel, Bani Israel, sons of Israel, O children of Israel. Israel is actually the laqab, title of Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam. In Hebrew language, Israel means Abdullah, bondsman of Allah. Israel, Il is for Allah, Isra is for Abd. So Abdullah and Israel, they are the same. Abdullah in Arabic, Israel in Hebrew. Ya Bani Israel, azkuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum O sons or children of Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you, and fulfill your obligations of my covenant, so that I fulfill my obligations of your covenant with you. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum, wa'ufu bi'ahdi, ufi bi'ahdikum, wa iyaya farhabun, and fear nobody except me. Now this is the call given to Bani Israel. What was the covenant? That we shall read in ayah number 157 of Surah Al-Araf. That they were, Hazrat Musa alayhi salam, he prayed for mercy for his nation, for his people, Bani Israel, forever. Allah said, my real mercy will be reserved for those of you who will believe in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, al-Nabiy al-Ummi, al-Rasul al-Nabiy al-Ummi, who will come to them, and about whose signs they will be mentioned in Torah with them. Whosoever will believe in him and help him, then actually the best mercy will be reserved for those people. Awfu bi'ahdi, now you must fulfill the obligation that you made the covenant with me, so that I fulfill my part of the covenant. وَآمِنُوا بِمَا أَنزَلْتُ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَكُمْ, and believe in what I have sent down, that is Quran, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَكُمْ, which testifies and confirms that which is with you. It is confirmed. Quran confirmed that Torah was given to Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. It is a divine book. It was given, it is divine guidance. So it is confirming that which is with you. وَلَا تَكُونُوا أَوَّلَ كَافِرٍ بِهِ, and don't become the first kafirs and disbelievers. You know, you should be the first to believe. You should be the first to accept him, not to deny him, not to refuse to accept him. وَلَا تَشْتَرُوا بِآيَاتِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا, and don't purchase and don't accept very tiny prices, very low price for what I have given you for these ayat, ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. Then وَإِيَّايَ فَاتَّقُونَ, and have fear only of me. وَلَا تَلْبِسُوا الْحَقَّ بِالْبَاطِلِ, and don't mix falsehood with truth. Now, تَلْبِسُوا الْحَقَّ, libas, what is libas? It is actually covers our bodies, our dress. So you cover the reality by something which is false. This Quran is real. The prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is real. And now you are trying to cover it with some false allegations. وَلَا تَلْبِسُوا الْحَقَّ بِالْبَاطِلِ, don't cover haqq, reality, with batil, with falsehood. وَتَكْتُمُوا الْحَقَّ, and don't try to conceal reality. وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, knowingly, when you know, you have recognized Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam due to his qualities that were mentioned in Torah. You have come to know that he is the prophet, the last prophet, and you are trying to hide and conceal this truth. وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, don't do it knowingly. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ, and establish the prayers. These have all been, all the Sharia that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave to any of his messengers. The integral part has been salah. You must have some prayers. Although the forms have been different, then rules and regulations have been different, number of prayers have been different, but it has been an integral part of all divine shari'ahs that there was namaz, there was salah, وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ, and pay the charity, that is compulsory charity. وَارْكَعُوا مَعَ الرَّاكِعِينَ, and bow before Allah along with those who are bowing. Now this is actually a very good, pointing towards the Muslims. You see the Muslims, in this very city, you are dwelling in Medina, in your own city now, Muhammad and his companions, they are prostrating before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a congregation. Go and join this congregation. They are making ruku, they are making sajda, they are prostrating, they are bowing before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why are you keeping away? وَارْكَعُوا مَعَ الرَّاكِعِينَ أَتَأْمُرُونَ النَّاسَ بِالْبِرِّ, do you enjoin and order people towards goodness, good virtue, وَتَنْسَوْنَ أَنفُسَكُمْ, and you just forget yourselves. All the sermon is for others, not for you. All the good things and good deeds are for others, not for you. أَتَأْمُرُونَ النَّاسَ بِالْبِرِّ وَتَنْسَوْنَ أَنفُسَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ تَتْلُونَ الْكِتَابَ. And you are reading the book of Allah. This character of yours, how it is absolutely opposite, contradictory to the book of Allah that you read and you believe in. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. Don't you understand? فَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ. And seek help with patience and prayers. وَإِنَّهَا لَكَبِيرَةٌ. And these prayers, it's definitely very hard, except on those إِلَّا عَلَى الْخَاشِعِينَ, who have really submitted themselves to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. الَّذِينَ يَظُنُّونَ أَنَّهُمْ مُلَاقُو رَبِّهِمْ. Those who believe that they will have to meet their Lord, وَأَنَّهُمْ إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ, and that they have to return to Him anyhow. يا بني إسرائيل اذكروا نعمتي التي أنعمت عليكم وأني فضلتكم على العالمين واتقوا يوما لا تجزي نفس عن نفس شيئا ولا يقبل منها شفاعة ولا يؤخذ منها عدل ولا هم ينصرون. صدق الله العظيم. Here you see that again the address, يا بني إسرائيل اذكروا نعمتي التي أنعمت عليكم. Why this repetition? I told you in the previous session that the first section of this continuous address, it is a da'wah, a call, a persuasion. The style of persuasion in da'wah is different. And the style of blaming someone, charge sheeting him, actually that style is different. So these are two different styles. The 7 ayat of the previous section, actually, they are for da'wah, for inviting them to accept Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, to believe in him, in Quran, and be his companions, his helpers, and to fulfill the covenant that they made through Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which will be described in detail in Surah Al-Araf in ayah number 157. But from here actually starts a long charge sheet against the wrongdoings and evil deeds of Bani Israel throughout their history. So essentially there are several incidents mentioned in these ayat, and they have been mentioned here very briefly because some of them have been described in detail in the Makki surahs. In Surah Al-Araf, for example, many things have been discussed in detail. In Surah Al-Qasas, many things have been given in detail. So here there are references. So we shall not be able to go into detail because we have to complete this recitation of four sections of this surah now. Ya Bani Israel, O children of Israel, O progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam, uskuru ni'mati allati anamtu alaykum, remember the blessings that I gave on you, I bestowed upon you, the favors that I did to you. وَأَنِّي فَضَّلْتُكُمْ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ. And I preferred you. I raised you over all the nations of the world. There's a very big testimony being given here to the Jews that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at one time in history, He chose them out of all the peoples, all the men on earth. And He gave them the position of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's representative on earth. That was the highest position given to them. أَنِّي فَضَّلْتُكُمْ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا. Now there is a warning. And be fearful and be mindful of the day. لَا تَجْزِي نَفْسٌ عَنْ نَفْسٍ شَيْئًا. When nobody will be able to avail anybody else's help. وَلَا يُقْبَلُ مِنْهَا شَفَاعَةٌ. Nor an intercession would be accepted from anybody. وَلَا يُؤْخَذُ مِنْهَا عَدْلٌ. Nor any compensation will be accepted from anybody. وَلَا هُمْ يُنْصَرُونَ. Nor they will be helped from any quarter. Now this is a very profound ayah, the day of judgment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given 4 things about it. No intercessions will be useful, beneficial. Nobody will be able to help anybody else. Nobody will be able to present some compensations. And nobody will be accepted in place of somebody else. You won't be able to relieve your own sons or daughters. You won't be able to relieve your parents, your father or mother. Everybody would have to face his own accountability, his own deeds. لَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى. And for every human being, there is nothing except for which he himself worked and he himself took the labor of doing something. Only the reward will be of those things. But whatever he did, he will find it, he will see it before him. Now starts that charge sheet, long charge sheet. وَإِذْ نَجَّيْنَاكُمْ مِنْ آلِ فِرْعَوْنَ. And just remember, when we delivered you from the people of Fir'aun, يَسُومُونَكُمْ سُوءَ الْعَذَابِ. They were afflicting you with the worst torment. يُذَبِّحُونَ أَبْنَاءَكُمْ وَيَسْتَحْيُونَ نِسَاءَكُمْ. They were killing your sons and keeping your women alive. وَفِي ذَلِكُمْ بَلَاءٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ عَظِيمٌ. And in that definitely, verily, there was a big testing and trial from your Lord. Such persecution you were meeting at the hands of the people of Fir'aun in Egypt. And we delivered you from there. وَإِذْ فَرَقْنَا بِكُمُ الْبَحْرَ. And how did we deliver you from them? When we separated the sea, when we split the sea waters, فَأَنْجَيْنَاكُمْ. And we delivered you, وَأَغْرَقْنَا عَلَى فِرْعَوْنَ. And we drowned the people and the army of Fir'aun, وَأَنْتُمْ تَنْظُرُونَ. And you were seeing for yourself. You were there. You were seeing them drowning before your own eyes. وَإِذْ وَعَدْنَا مُوسَىٰ 40 لَيْلَةً. And when we called Moses, alayhi salatu wassalam, for 40 nights, definite nights, ثُمَّ اتَّخَذْتُمُ الْعِجْلَ. But in his absence, you took to the worship of cow, مِن بَعْدِهِ وَأَنْتُمْ ظَالِمُونَ. And you were the evildoers, you became mushriks, you were worshipping cow in the Kahf. ثُمَّ عَفَوْنَا عَنْكُمْ مِن بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ. After that, even after that, we pardoned you, forgave you. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ. So that you should be grateful and thankful to us. وَإِذْ آتَيْنَا مُوسَى الْكِتَابَ. And just remember and recall, when we gave Moses the book, the Torah, and actually he was called to Tur for the same purpose, for 40 days. As I told you, he kept fast for 40 days. And then he was able to receive the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is the similarity. We will be fasting inshallah during the day. And we shall be gathering here to receive some part of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us able to receive this divine knowledge from our hearts as well as our minds. وَإِذْ آتَيْنَا مُوسَى الْكِتَابَ وَالْفُرْقَانَ. And remember when we gave Moses the book and the thing with which difference can be made between falsehood and right and wrong. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَهْتَدُونَ. So that you take to the right path, you avail of the guidance. وَإِذْ قَالَ مُوسَى لِقَوْمِهِ. And remember when Moses said to his people, يَا قَوْمَ إِنَّكُمْ ظَلَمْتُمْ أَنفُسَكُمْ. O my nation, O my people, you have wronged yourselves. بِاتِّخَاذِكُمُ الْعِجْلَ. By taking to the worship of Kahf. فَتُوبُوا إِلَىٰ بَارِكُمْ. So repent and return to your Lord. فَاقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. And kill yourself. What does it mean? Those of you who didn't take to the worship of Kahf should kill and assassinate those who worship the Kahf. This is the punishment of shirk and irtidad in Islam. And this is the old law of the book of Torah. And as the tradition goes, the Bible, the Old Testament says, 70,000 of them were killed. The total number was 600,000 who left Egypt with Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wassalam. 600,000. 70,000 out of them, they took to the worship of this Kahf. And now from each tribe, those people who became Kafirs, but was worshipping Kahf is definitely kufr. They became murtad. They had to be killed. Murder, killing is the punishment of irtidad in Islam. So actually this is a very important example. فَاقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ ذَلِكُمْ أَنفُسَكُمْ. People of the same tribe, they are one actually. When they were assassinating or killing their own brothers, it was as if they were killing themselves. فَاقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ ذَلِكُمْ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ عِنْدَ بَارِئِكُمْ. This is better for you near your Lord, although it appears to be very cruel, although it appears to be something very bad, killing so many people. But there is good in it. There is the final benefit in it. ذَلِكُمْ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ عِنْدَ بَارِئِكُمْ فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ. And then he accepted your tawbah. He accepted your repentance. إِنَّهُ هُوَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ. Verily, he very much accepts tawbah. And he is very much merciful. وَإِذْ قُلْتُمْ يَا مُوسَى لَن نُّؤْمِنَ لَكَ حَتَّى نَرَى اللَّهَ جَهْرَةً. And just remember, now you see that at each ayah there is an incident. And in very brief words it has been described. We can't go into details. وَإِذْ قُلْتُمْ يَا مُوسَى لَن نُّؤْمِنَ لَكَ حَتَّى نَرَى اللَّهَ جَهْرَةً فَأَخَذَتْكُمُ الصَّاعِقَةُ وَأَنْتُمْ تَنظُرُونَ. And just recall when you demanded from Moses, we will never accept you, we will never believe in you, unless we see Allah with our own eyes. Ayanan. When we see Allah with our own eyes clearly and plainly, only then we shall believe in you that actually this Torah has been given to you by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَأَخَذَتْكُمُ الصَّاعِقَةُ. On this wrong demand of yours, a thunderbolt struck you. وَأَنْتُمْ تَنْظُرُونَ. And you are seeing it within your eyes and within your sight. When you demanded, when you placed this demand before Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala struck you with a thunderbolt. And you were all dead. ثُمَّ بَعْثَنَاكُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَوْتِكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ. But then we raised you again. We raised you alive again. After your death, you had died all of you. But when we brought all of you to life, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that you may be thankful and grateful. وَظَلَّلْنَا عَلَيْكُمُ الْغَمَامِ. When they were in the Sinai desert, when they came out from Egypt, they were in the Sinai Peninsula. And because this Gaza Strip was inhabited, and there was fear that they will be arrested if they cross this Sinai Peninsula from the northern coast. So they went down, along this, what is that called, Gulf of Suez. And then again the Gulf of Aqaba, then they came up. So then that was a long journey in the desert. There was nothing to eat. And 600,000 people, 6 lakhs of people. And they needed something to eat, something to drink. No water, no food, no shelter. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you see, here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is showing them miracle after miracle. Their escape from Egypt was a miracle. The sea broke into 2 pieces. It was split. And there was a way for them to cross the river. Then when Pharaoh and his armies came, the 2 sides of the water met each other and they were drowned. So it was a miracle, big miracle. Now 3 miracles are mentioned here. وَظَلَّلْنَا عَلَيْكُمُ الْغَمَامِ. And we caused the clouds to overshadow you. Wherever this caravan of 600 people was moving, a continuous cloud was going along with them, so that they are saved from the heat of the sun. ظَلَّلْنَا عَلَيْكُمُ الْغَمَامِ. We gave you the shadow of cloud. وَأَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَنَّ وَالسَّلْوَى. And we sent down for you the man and salwa. Man was some sweet grains, and salwa was some birds which came in thousands, and they easily caught them. So they got their proteins from salwa and their carbohydrates from man. So all the requirements, dietary requirements, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala fulfilled for them by a miracle. Man and salwa. Kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. Eat from the pure things which we have given you. Wama zalamuna. And they didn't do any wrong to us. They couldn't do any wrong to us. Walakin kanu anfusahum yazlimun. They were doing wrong to themselves. When somebody is not thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he is doing no harm to Allah. He's doing all harm to himself. وَمَا ظَلَمُونَا وَلَكِنْ كَانُوا أَنفُسَهُمْ يَظْلِمُونَ. How can anybody do any harm to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He's above all these things. So anybody who is disobeying him is doing harm to himself. وَإِذْ قُلْنَا ادْخُلُوا هَذِهِ الْقَرْيَةَ. And just recall when we said to you, enter this city or this town, هَذِهِ الْقَرْيَةَ. Now which was that city or town? Here again, Quran doesn't mention the name. هَذِهِ, this. Enter this town. But you know, the biblical description tells it, it was the town of Jericho or Ariha. That was the first town that was captured by the Bani Israel after their exodus from Egypt. And that was the beginning of their conquering Palestine. So the first town that fell to them was Ariha or Jericho. It's very important today. In the news you find this name, you know, repeatedly. وَإِذْ قُلْنَا ادْخُلُوا هَذِهِ الْقَرْيَةَ فَكُلُوا مِنْهَا حَيْثُ شِئْتُمْ رَغَدًا. Enter this town and eat bountifully therein with pleasure and delight wherever you wish. وَادْخُلُوا الْبَابَ سُجَّدًا. But enter the door bowing your heads. That was very important. When a conqueror enters a town which he has conquered, or an army enters a town which he has conquered, then you know the necks, they are high up, the heads are high, they are proud. But when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam entered Mecca, his head was bowed down. His forehead was touching the hair of the neck of the horse he was riding. Because this was not the time of arrogance, it was the time of humility before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The same commandment was given to them. Udkhulul baba sujjadan. Bowing yourself. Waqulu hittatun. And repeat the word hitta. Hitta meant in Hebrew, hitta, O Allah, ighfir lana. Pardon us. Grant us our mistakes. Hittatun. And going with your humility and say, forgive us. Naghfir lakum khatayakum. We shall forgive you your misdeeds or your mistakes. Wasanazidul muhsinin. And those of you who are good doers, we will increase their rewards. فَبَدَّلَ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا قَالًا غَيْرَ الَّذِي قِيلَ لَهُمْ. But those evildoers, those who were the evildoers, they changed the word that was given to them by another one which was not given to them. And it is given in Torah, they said hinta, but instead of hitta, hinta. Hinta means this wheat. We need wheat. We need wheat. This was the bad habit of these Jews from the very beginning. As we shall find that with Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they used to say Ra'ina, Ra'ina. So this will, inshallah, we shall read when we go progress further. فَبَدَّلَ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا قَالًا غَيْرَ الَّذِي قِيلَ لَهُمْ فَأَنزَلْنَا عَلَى الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا رِجْزًا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ. So we send down upon those evildoers a punishment from the sky. بِمَا كَانُوا يَفْسُقُونَ. Because of their rebellion nature, rebellion and disobedience. وَإِذِ اسْتَسْقَىٰ مُوسَىٰ لِقَوْمِهِ. Again remember the time when the nation of Moses, people of Moses, asked for water. Istasqa Musa liqawmihi. Istasqa, to demand water, to drink. Because there was no source of water. And for such a big, perhaps there was some camping at some place, and at that place there was no source of water. And now 600,000 people going without water. What condition would have been there if everybody can imagine. Now they gathered round Moses alayhi salatu wasalam. We find all these details in Torah, in very lengthy details. They cursed Moses alayhi salatu wasalam. They said, you have done us something very bad. At least we were there in Egypt, although we were slaves, but we were eating and drinking and we were having all the goods of life. Now, although we have become free from that bond of slavery, but nothing to eat, not even water to drink. Where have you brought us? That was the attitude of the people. Now when they gathered round Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam demanding water, فَقُلْ نَبْنِ بِعَصَاكَ الْحَجْرِ. Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, oh Allah, produce some source of water for us. فَقُلْنَا, we told him, we asked him, اضرب بعصاك الحجر, strike this rock with your staff. فَانْفَجَرَتْ مِنْهُ اثْنَتَا عَشْرَةَ عَيْنًا, there gushed forth from that rock 12 springs. قَدْ عَلِمَ كُلُّ نَاسٍ مَشْرَبَهُ, every tribe knew its place of drinking, because there were 12 tribes. They were the progeny of 12 sons of Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam. And there were 12 tribes. Now look to the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He didn't give them one spring. They would have fought each other. So 12 springs gushed out. So every tribe fixed for itself that this is our spring and this is our spring, so that there was no infighting between them on this water. قَدْ عَلِمَ كُلُّ أُنَاسٍ مَشْرَبَهُمْ كُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا مِنْ رِزْقِ اللَّهِ وَلَا تَعْصَوْا فِي الْأَرْضِ مُفْسِدِينَ. And as if it was said to them, now eat and drink from what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided you, and do not act corruptly, making mischief on the earth. وَإِذْ قُلْتُمْ يَا مُوسَى لَن نَّصْبِرَ عَلَىٰ طَعَامٍ وَاحِدٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had given them man and salwa. All the dietary needs were fulfilled by these two. They were getting them without any hard labor, without cultivation, without farming, everything easily at hand. But now they got tired with these two things. By Qultum, and remember when you said, Ya Musa, O Moses, Lan nasbira ala ta'amin wahidin. We can't be patient with this only one food, continuously taking one food, this man and salwa, nothing else. Fad'u lana rabbaka. So pray to your Lord for us. Yukhrij lana mimma tunbitul ard. He should bring out from the earth what the earth grows. Min baqliha wa qissaiha wa fumiha wa adasiha wa basaliha. Its herbs, its cucumbers, its garlic, its lentils and its onions. Now these are the things which add taste, to your food. So because they were very much accustomed to the taste of these foods, now they demanded these things, because all their dietary requirements were being fulfilled. So now additionally, every man needs something which is tasty. قَالَا تَسْتَبْدِلُونَ الَّذِي هُوَ أَدْنَىٰ بِالَّذِي هُوَ خَيْرٌ. Moses said, do you want to exchange that thing which is better with that which is worse? Adna, or inferior at least. And the meaning is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you a better food, and you are asking for something which is inferior, although there are tastes in it. But actually that food which is nourishing, which is natural, that is much better that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you. أَتَسْتَبْدِلُونَ الَّذِي هُوَ أَدْنَىٰ بِالَّذِي هُوَ خَيْرٌ. You want to get in exchange something which is inferior, and you want to lose that thing which is superior. اهبطوا مصر. Now this word اهبطوا, note, this hubut is not from sky to the earth. The same word, اهبطوا مصرًا. Go and settle in some city. And now if you want these things, you will have to cultivate the earth. You will have to grow these things. All these things, you can't get automatically. You have to settle down. This life of Bedouins and this life of traveling, now you will have to give it up. If you want these things, اهبطوا مصرًا فإن لكم ما سألتم, and then you will get what you are demanding. وَضُرِبَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الذِّلَّةُ. This ayah is very important. And humiliation was heaped upon them. This is, so to say, conclusion. Due to these misdeeds of yours, due to these misdoings of yours, due to this going astray of yours, you were punished. The punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala came to you by this decree. وَضُرِبَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الذِّلَّةُ. Humiliation was heaped upon them. وَالْمَسْكَنَةُ. And they drew the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Misery, maskana, misery. وَبَاءُوا بِغَضَبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ. And they drew on themselves the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ كَانُوا يَكْفُرُونَ بِآيَاتِ اللَّهِ. And this is because they used to belie and deny the ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَيَقْتُلُونَ النَّبِيِّينَ بِغَيْرِ الْحَقِّ. And they had been killing and slaying the prophets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala without any reason, without any cause. ذَلِكَ بِمَا عَصَوْا وَكَانُوا يَعْتَدُونَ. And this punishment was given to them because they disobeyed and they were transgressing the bounds of the Sharia of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالنَّصَارَى وَالصَّابِئِينَ مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا فَلَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. Verily all those who believed, that is, who became Muslims, who believed in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا, and those who became Jews, وَالنَّصَارَى, and the Christians, وَالصَّابِئِينَ, and the Sabis. This was a different nation, and most people think they were in Iraq, and they thought they were following Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. Some say they were the people of Hazrat Nur alayhi salam. They were following the Sharia of Hazrat Nur alayhi salam. Wallahu alam. Nothing is known for sure. The real thing is, Man amana billahi wal yawmil akhir wa amila salihan. Whosoever believes in Allah, has real faith in Allah and the day of judgment, the last day, وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا, and then he does or he did good deeds, فَلَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ, for their reward is now with their Rabb, with their Master. It is assured. Their reward is assured with their Master, with their Rabb. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ, and there shall be no fear upon them, and nor shall they be grieved. Now this ayah is a very controversial ayah of the Quran. Some people have inferred from this ayah that having faith in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not essential for salvation. Because here also you note that Iman bil Akhirah and Iman billah, only two basic articles of Iman have been mentioned. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالنَّصَارَى وَالصَّابِئِينَ مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا فَلَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. But actually it's a big mistake to argue in that way. Because here you refer to the section number 7, section number 6 of this very surah. This whole discussion starts with an invitation to the Jews to believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it is as if, you know, in arithmetic, you know, there is some sum which is outside the brackets. And it is multiplied by all the quantities that are within the brackets. Here actually, this whole discussion is governed. It will be at every moment, at every place, it will be multiplied by the contents of those 7 ayat which came in the beginning. That is why, you know, there is a very close similarity between this bracket, the word I am using, because the 2 ayat with which this discussion has now started. Ya bani Israel askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa anni faddaltukum ala al-alamin wattaqu yawman la tajzi nafsun an nafsin shay'a wa la yuqbalu minha shafa'atun wa la yukhadhu minha 'adlun wa la hum yunsarun. The same 2 ayat will come in the beginning of section 15. Ya bani Israel askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa anni faddaltukum ala al-alamin. The same 2 ayat. What does it mean? The bracket starts with these 2 ayat and brackets end with those 2 ayat. And before this bracket are the 7 ayat of section 6. And you know the main theme of that section is وَآمِنُوا بِمَا أَنزَلْتُ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَكُمْ وَلَا تَكُونُوا أَوَّلَ كَافِرٍ بِهِ وَلَا تَشْتَرُوا بِآيَاتِي ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا وَإِيَّايَ فَاتَّقُونِ يَا بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ اذْكُرُوا نِعْمَتِيَ الَّتِي أَنْعَمْتُ عَلَيْكُمْ وَأَوْفُوا بِعَهْدِي أُوفِ بِعَهْدِكُمْ وَإِيَّايَ فَارْهَبُونِ. So basic subject is the call to the Jews to believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Quran. Now that common factor has been taken out, outside the bracket. It is not being repeated everywhere now, but it is governing the whole passage, the whole address, you know, that is commanding and that is governing the whole passage, and that is actually the meaning. Now if we gaze our eyes and fix our gaze on this ayat, what does it mean? It means that at the time of every ummah, There was a time when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was not born. Up till that time, the Ummah was Nasara. Whosoever Christian at that time believed in Allah and the Akhirah and did good deeds, well, his reward is assured with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is safe, he will get the reward. Before Hazrat Masih alayhi salatu wasalam, it was the days of the prophethood and messengerhood of Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. Any Jew who actually believed in Allah and Yawm Akhirah and he was doing good deeds, well, his reward is also assured. So actually this pertains to the periods of every ummah. That from every ummah, only belonging to an ummah is not decisive in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because you are a Jew. Even in the days before Hazrat Masih alayhi salam, if there was a Jew, if he was not doing good deeds, if he didn't have real belief in Allah, well, his deeds were meaningless in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he had no position. Even for the Muslims today, if we only profess to believe in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this is the era of Muhammad now. After the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, everybody has to believe in him. But only believing in him doesn't mean anything unless we really believe in Allah, unless we really believe in the day of judgment, unless we really believe in the hereafter, unless our good deeds are there, and they are just, rationally proportional to our beliefs and our professions, then actually, unless these things are there, being a Muslim, being counted a Muslim in this world doesn't mean anything on the day of judgment. So this is the essence of this ayah. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالنَّصَارَى وَالصَّابِئُونَ مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا فَلَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَكُمُ الطُّورَ. And remember, when we took the covenant from you and we raised the mount over you, over your heads, فَوْقَكُمُ الطُّورَ فَخُذُوا مَا آتَيْنَاكُمْ بِقُوَّةٍ. Again it's a miracle. When the Torah was given to Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, when he came to his people again, then he saw that people had started worshipping calf. Then as we have read, the punishment was done, and that punishment was carried out. Then again, Hazrat Moses took alayhi salatu wasalam with him 70 people. They went again to the Tur, and there they repented before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and now they made a firm covenant with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now to have that covenant very serious, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala raised the mountain over their heads. These miracles were happening then, at that time. But from the time of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, now the miracle is only this Quran. It's the intellectual miracle, and not a miracle seen by these eyes or heard by these ears. Not sensual miracles, but actually now the miracles are intellectual miracle, and that is Quran. But before that, we may say that was the infancy of mankind. And so these miracles were shown to them. But with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and this ummah, not such miracles. But you have to understand, and you have to follow, and you have to act, and you have to act through accepting all the hardships of this world, and then you have to fulfill your duties. وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَكُمُ الطُّورَ خُذُوا مَا آتَيْنَاكُمْ بِقُوَّةٍ. Hold fast to what we have given to you. وَاذْكُرُوا مَا فِيهِ. And remember whatever is there in it. That means Torah. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. So that you are saved from the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You are saved from His displeasure. You are saved from His punishment on the day of judgment. ثُمَّ تَوَلَّيْتُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ. But then you turned away after this. After making that covenant, well, your deeds and actions were to the contrary. فَلَوْلَا فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ وَرَحْمَتُهُ. Had there been no grace and mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over you, لَكُنْتُمْ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. You would have been among the losers, long ago, long before. وَلَقَدْ عَلِمْتُمُ الَّذِينَ اعْتَدَوْا مِنْكُمْ فِي السَّبْتِ. And you know very well, those of you from you who transgressed the matter, the law of Sabbath. Now this was a very hard law in the Sharia, and that was that this Saturday, this Yawm al-Sabt, actually to them also this Friday was given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But they themselves preferred from Friday, and they chose Saturday. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decided it for them, and this is the sacred day for you. You can't do any work any worldly work, any work of earning anything. This whole day is reserved for remembering Allah, for reading Torah, for zikr, for salah, for prayers, and so on. No work can be done. But you know, there was a tribe of theirs which was on the shore, seashore, at Aqaba. This is a famous place now. That tribe, you know, that lived at Aqaba. And catching fish was their profession. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tested them. The details will come inshallah in Surah Al-Araf. So here we don't have time to go into detail. But they transgressed the law of Sabbath. And you know very much, very well, those of you amongst you who transgressed the law of Sabbath, we said to them, Kulu qiradatan khasiin. As a punishment we said to them, be monkeys. Be you monkeys, despised and rejected. فَجَعَلْنَاهَا نَكَالًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهَا. And we made this punishment an example for the people who were present before them and people who came after them. People who were their contemporaries, they knew that this nation, this tribe of ours has been given this worst punishment in the earth. So that they became an example. An exemplary punishment was given. So we made them an example for people who were with them, present at that time, and people who were coming after them. وَمَوْعِظَةً لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. And it became a lesson and a sermon for people who have any fear of God. وَإِذْ قَالَ مُوسَى لِقَوْمِهِ إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ أَن تَذْبَحُوا بَقَرَةً. Another incident, a very interesting incident indeed. And remember when Moses said to his nation, to his people, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ, verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala demands from you أَن تَذْبَحُوا بَقَرَةً, that you sacrifice a cow. قَالُوا أَتَتَّخِذُنَا هُزُوًا. They said, do you make fun of us? Because there was the germs, you know, that they thought that cow is sacred. Now they were being tested on that account. So they wanted to just somehow get away from this. So they said, do you want to make fun of us? أَتَتَّخِذُنَا هُزُوًا. قَالَ أَعُوذُ بِاللَّهِ أَنْ أَكُونَ مِنَ الْجَاهِلِينَ. Musa said, alayhi salatu wassalam, I take refuge with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from becoming among the jahilin, from those people who are ignorant and foolish. That you don't expect this, that I can make fun of you. I am the messenger of Allah, I am his prophet. You know it very well, you believe in me. And then you are saying that I am making fun of you. قَالُوا دُعُ لَنَا رَبَّكَ يُبَيِّنْ لَنَا مَا هِي. They said, call your Lord. He should explain for us what type of a cow he wants, what type of a cow he wants that should be sacrificed. قَالَ إِنَّهُ يَقُولُ إِنَّهَا بَقَرَةٌ لَا فَارِضٌ وَلَا بِكْرٌ. Moses said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it should be a cow which is neither too old nor too young. أَوَانٌ بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ. Between the two, in between, someone in between. Neither too old nor too young. فَفْعَلُوا مَا تُؤْمَرُونَ. Now do what has been commanded to you to do. قَالُوا دُعُ لَنَا رَبَّكَ يُبَيِّنْ لَنَا مَا لَوْنُهَا. They again said, again call your Rabb, your Lord. He should explain to us what should be the color of the cow that we should sacrifice. قَالَ إِنَّهُ يَقُولُ. Moses said, Allah says, إِنَّهَا بَقَرَةٌ صَفْرَاءٌ. That should be a cow which is yellow colored, فَاقِعٌ لَوْنُهَا, bright in its color, لَوْنُهَا تَسُرُّ النَّاظِرِينَ, pleasing to the beholders. Whosoever sees, he is pleased to see it. Very shining yellow color. قَالُوا دُعُ لَنَا رَبَّكَ يُبَيِّنْ لَنَا مَا هِي. Again they said, call your Rabb, call your Allah. He should explain to us, make it clear for us, what is that cow that he wants in sacrifice? In Al-Baqarah tashaba alayna. These cows, you know, they are all alike to us. Or we have become confused about the cow. Which type of cow or which cow Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to sacrifice. وَإِنَّا إِنشَاءَ اللَّهُ لَمُهْتَدُونَ. And we shall be, inshallah, we shall be guided and we shall be on guidance. When the things become clear, we don't want to shirk it, we shall do it. But please make everything more clear. قَالَ إِنَّهُ يَقُولُ إِنَّهَا بَقَرَةٌ لَا ذَلُولٌ تُثِيرُ الْأَرْضَ. He said, Moses said, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, it is a cow that is not trained to till the soil. La zalulun tusirul ard, tilling and cultivating the soil. Wala tasqil haras, nor it waters the lands, the fields, from the wells, fetching water. Musallamatun, it should be of one color throughout. La shiyata fiha, there should be no dot of any other color. Qalu al-ana jeta bil haq. Now there was no other option, no other question more to ask. And then they had to say, al-ana jeta bil haq. Now you have made everything clear and you have told us the true thing. Wama kadu yafalun. They were not ready to do it. But they did it. After all, they had to do it. Wa is qataltum nafsan faddaratum fiha. And when you killed a person from amongst you, faddaratum fiha, and then they started dispute over blaming each other as to who killed him. Wallahu mukhrijum ma kuntum taktumun. And Allah was to clear out and bring about what you were concealing, what you were hiding. قُلْ نَضْرِبُوهُ بِبَعْضِهَا. We said, strike this dead body of this person with some part of the body of that cow which was sacrificed. كَذَلِكَ يُحْيِي اللَّهُ الْمَوْتَى. Now what happened? When they touched that dead body of the person who was slain, who was killed, who was murdered, with some part of the body of the cow that was sacrificed, he became alive, and he told the name of the killer, the murderer who had murdered him, and then he again died. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showed them this sign. كَذَلِكَ يُحْيِي اللَّهُ الْمَوْتَى. In the same way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bring to life all the people who are dead. People who are dead, they will be brought to life. Just as this person who was murdered, who was killed, who was dead before your eyes, and he became alive, and he told the name of the murderer, and the killer, and then he again was dead. وَيُرِيكُمْ آيَاتِهِ. And he shows you his signs. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ. So that you understand and you ponder upon them. ثُمَّ قَسَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ. Then after all this, your hearts hardened. Hardening of the hearts. فَهِيَ كَالْحِجَارَةِ. And now they are like stones. أَوْ أَشَدُّ قَسْوَةً. Or harder, more hard than stones even. ثُمَّ قَسَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ is very important ayah. We must focus our attention. If this thing happened to Bani Israel, this can happen to us, and it has happened to us. The same hardening of the hearts, the same hypocrisy, the same wishful thinking, all those things which cropped up in the former Bani Ummah, they cropped up in the present Muslim Ummah also. ثُمَّ قَسَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ. And then after this, after all this, your hearts hardened. فَهِيَ كَالْحِجَارَةِ وَأَشَدُّ قَسْوَةً. Now they are like stones in hardness, or more than them. وَإِنَّ مِنَ الْحِجَارَةِ لَمَا يَتَفَجَّرُ مِنْهُ الْأَنْهَارُ. Because there are rocks, there are stones, from between which the springs gush out. There are springs gushing out of the stones. وَإِنَّ مِنْهَا لَمَا يَشَّقَّقُ. And among these stones and rocks are those which split. فَيَخْرُجُ مِنْهُ الْمَاءُ. And water comes out of it. وَإِنَّ مِنْهَا لَمَا يَهْبِطُ مِنْ خَشْيَةِ اللَّهِ. And among the stones and rocks are those who fall due to the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is not ignorant of what you are doing. Your deeds, your actions, they are all in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أَفَتَطْمَعُونَ يُؤْمِنُوا لَكُمْ. Now as a brief pause, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing apparently the Muslims. But here again, actually, the people who are being discussed are the Jews. But this ayah is addressing Muslims. أَفَتَطْمَعُونَ يُؤْمِنُوا لَكُمْ. O Muslims, do you hope or wish that these people should believe in you, should believe in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Do you hope? You have any expectations? You wish it? You covet it? أَفَتَطْمَعُونَ يُؤْمِنُوا لَكُمْ وَقَدْ كَانَ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ when if some people among them have been so much courageous against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, وَقَدْ كَانَ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ يَسْمَعُونَ كَلَامَ اللَّهِ, that they were hearing the kalam of Allah. ثُمَّ يُحَرِّفُونَهُ, and then they have been changing it, corrupting it, مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا عَقَلُوهُ, after having understood it, not by mistake, but by willful wrongdoing. They have been changing the words of Allah, the kalam of Allah. So people who dare changing the kalam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how do you hope that they will come to the right path and they will believe in you and in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? أَفَتَطْمَعُونَ أَن يُؤْمِنُوا لَكُمْ وَقَدْ كَانَ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ يَسْمَعُونَ كَلَامَ اللَّهِ ثُمَّ يُحَرِّفُونَهُ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا عَقَلُوهُ وَهُمْ يَعْلَمُونَ. And they were doing all these things knowingly, with intention. وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا. And when they meet the people of faith, the Mu'mins, they say, we are also Mu'min. I have discussed it in the section number 2 of this very surah. وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا. And here you see, they are definitely the Jews about which these words are appearing here. There I told you that both the Jews as well as the Munafiqun, they were there in the background of the second section of the surah. Here they are definitely the Jews. وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا وَإِذَا خَلَا بَعْضُهُمْ إِلَىٰ بَعْضٍ. And when they are privately meeting with each other, two Jews, قَالُوا وَتُحَدِّثُونَهُمْ, they say to each other, are you telling them, that is the Muslims, بِمَا فَتَحَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْكُمْ, what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has disclosed on you, those things which have appeared in Torah in support of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, do you want to tell the Muslims those things? لِيُحَاجُّوكُمْ بِهِ عِنْدَ رَبِّكُمْ وَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ, so that they can argue against you on the day of judgment, before your Lord, before your Rabb. So, do you not understand? Don't you have any understanding? What are you doing? Now please understand, there were some moments that a Jew, in some good moment, he used to say to the Muslims, yes, about Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, such and such, there are these prophecies, and these things we find them in Torah, but now they blamed each other when they met each other. What are you doing? You are telling them these things, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told you, has opened upon you, so that they will now argue against you on the day of judgment. Oh Allah, they accepted, and they had recognized Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And they said to me that in Torah we find all the qualities and all the prophecies regarding Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So they were blaming each other. Why do you tell them that in Torah there are the prophecies which support the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? أَوَلَا يَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُ مَا يُسِرُّونَ وَمَا يُعْلِنُونَ. Do they don't know that Allah knows whatever they are hiding or whatever they are revealing? Even if they don't tell the Muslims, Allah knows it, that all the prophecies in Torah were present about the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, all the signs were present. So Allah will argue against you himself. أَوَلَا يَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُ مَا يُسِرُّونَ وَمَا يُعْلِنُونَ. Even if the Muslims don't know, even if they don't disclose all these things to the Muslims, after all, Allah knows them. وَمِنْهُمْ أُمِّيُّونَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا أَمَانِيَّ وَإِنْهُمْ إِلَّا يَظُنُّونَ. From among them there are ummis also. Now what are these ummis? The illiterate people among the Jews. Because all Jews were not ulama. All Jews didn't read Torah, just as we don't read Quran. We go and ask the masala from Maulvi Sahab, that's all. And we read Quran only to get sawab. And that is also a very small percentage of the Muslims who read Quran now. Gone are the days when the majority of the Muslims used to recite Quran every morning. Gone. Long ago. Finished. Very few percentage of the Muslims recite Quran regularly. And among them also, how many people understand it? So actually the same was the case of the Jews. We have at least the whole Quran with us in best bound form and on best paper and printed everything. Do you know about 2000 years before, There was no such facilities available. So actually, very few people among the Jews knew Torah and what was there in Torah. So that is what is Quran saying here. Minhum ummiyun, la ya'lamun al-kitab. Among them are those unlettered people, uneducated people, illiterate people who don't know the book. They say they believe in Torah, but they don't know what is Torah. Illa amaniya. What they know are their wishful thinkings. We are the chosen people of the Lord. We are the progeny of Yaqub and Ibrahim and Ishaq. We will be definitely saved from the fire of hell because we are very dear to Allah, like sons. We are very dear. Nahnu abnaullahi wa ahibbahu. And even if fire touches us, it will touch us only for a few days, numbered days. We shall not remain in the hell forever. All these are amani. These are their wishful thinking. They have themselves, created these things out of nothing. This is fiction. This is not something from Torah. وَمِنْهُمْ أُمِّيُّونَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا أَمَانِيَّ. And if you try to just assess the position of the Muslims also, the same is the condition of the Muslims. We also have the same amani. We are the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. जो कुछ भी है लेकिन तेरे महबूब की उम्मत में है, because we belong to the ummah of your महबूब sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So our our destiny is fixed. Our positions in Jannah are reserved. Our seats are reserved over there. Our salvation is ensured. So that is actually the wishful thinking. وَمِنْهُمْ أُمِّيُّونَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا أَمَانِيَّ وَإِنْهُمْ إِلَّا يَظُنُّونَ فَوَيْلٌ لِلَّذِينَ يَكْتُبُونَ الْكِتَابَ بِأَيْدِيهِمْ. Now the other people, they were the Jews, ulama, the rabbis of the Jews. What did they do? They wrote the book with their own hands, changed the wordings of the book, then they sold their fatwas, just as some of the Maulvis today sell the fatwas. They get prices by selling fatwas. Just as a person, wishes to get a fatwa, he can get a fatwa, he can purchase a fatwa. There are those ulama who, not all of them, but there are some people. So that was the character of the ulama. فَوَيْلٌ لِلَّذِينَ يَكْتُبُونَ الْكِتَابَ بِأَيْدِيهِمْ. Woe to the people who write the book with their own hands. ثُمَّ يَقُولُونَ هَذَا مِنْ عِنْدِ اللَّهِ. And then they say this is from Allah. لَيَشْتَرُوا بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. So that they can get very little price for that, because the biggest price that they can get is actually a little price if you compare it to the salvation in the hereafter. What will you get? Thousands or lakhs of rupees or dollars, nothing else. But what are you losing? The salvation of the hereafter, the eternal life of Jannah, that is you losing, and you are getting this price. لِيَشْتَرُوا بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا فَوَيْلٌ لَهُمْ مِمَّا كَتَبَتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ. Woe to them due to what their hands wrote. وَوَيْلٌ لَهُمْ مِمَّا يَكْسِبُونَ. And woe to them for the earnings that they have made through this business and trading of religion. وَقَالُوا لَن تَمَسَّنَا النَّارُ إِلَّا أَيَّامٌ مَعْدُودَةٌ. Again the same example of their wishful thinking. And they said, Nar, fire of hell, cannot touch us except for a few days, few numbered days. Some said 7 days, some said 9 days, some of them said 40 days, not more than that. وَقَالُوا لَن تَمَسَّنَا النَّارُ إِلَّا أَيَّامٌ مَعْدُودَةٌ. The fire of hell cannot touch us except for a few numbered days. قُلْ أَتَّخَذْتُمْ إِنْدَ اللَّهِ أَحْدًا. Ask them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, have you got some covenant from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? فَلَنْ يُخْلِفَ اللَّهُ أَحْدَهُ. And you hope and you are sure that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not do against his covenant? Where is that covenant? أَمْ تَقُولُونَ عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Or in the alternative, are you saying about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala what you don't know, without any knowledge, without any basis? You are saying these things and ascribe these things to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bala, now this is the final words of this section. And these are the eternal laws of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bala, why not? Man kasaba sayyatan. Whosoever willfully earns even one ill-doing, one bad deed, sayyatan, one deed, one bad deed, one bad act, one sin, but it should be a big sin, kabira. وَأَحَاطَتْ بِهِ خَطِيَّتُهُ. And then the sin, it surrounds his whole personality. Even one sin can surround the whole personality of that evildoer. فَأُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. They are the people of fire, and they will remain in that forever, forever. خُلُودٌ فِي النَّارِ. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. On the contrary, this is the usual case in Quran. Whenever there is a mention of hell and the people of hell, simultaneously, as a simultaneous contrast, people of heaven, people of Jannah, they are also mentioned as a contrast. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. As for those who believed in Allah, who had the faith, real iman, وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. And the proof of real faith is amal salih, that the deeds should be good, character should be good, his behavior should be good. Good should come out from his person. It should spread from his person into his society. أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ الْجَنَّةِ. They are the people of Jannah, they are the people of heaven, they are the people of paradise. هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. And they will dwell in that forever and forever. So that is the divine law. Everything is based on real iman and real amal salih, not on the basis of belonging to any community. You might belong to the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, but if you don't have real iman, and if your deeds are not good, you are not performing your duties, well, you're just disconnection. You're belonging to the Muslim Ummah. It carries no weight on the day of judgment in the balance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ لَا تَعْبُدُونَ إِلَّا اللَّهَ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا لا تعبدون إلا الله وبالوالدين إحسانا وذي القربى واليتامى والمساكين وقولوا للناس حسنا وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة ثم توليتم إلا قليلا منكم وأنتم معرضون وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ لَا تَسْفِكُونَ دِمَاءَكُمْ وَلَا تُخْرِجُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ مِنْ دِيَارِكُمْ ثُمَّ أَقْرَرْتُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ تَشْهَدُونَ. صدق الله العظيم. Today we are starting with the 10th section. I think it will be beneficial if you recall a few things. I told you that this biggest surah of the Quran and the greatest surah as well, according to the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ سَنَامٌ وَسَنَامُ الْقُرْآنِ Surah Al-Baqarah. Everything has a top, and the top of the Quran is Surah Al-Baqarah. It can be divided into two parts, nearly equal parts. In the first part, the address is basically to the former Muslim Ummah, that is Bani Israel. In the second part, the address is totally to the Muslim Ummah, present Muslim Ummah, that is the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The first part comprises of 18 sections and 152 ayat, while the second part consists of 22 sections, but the number of ayat is 134. The first half then can be divided into three parts. The first four sections, they are preliminary. And I told you, it can be said that they contain a summary and gist of the whole of the Makki Quran, which was revealed before Surah Al-Baqarah. 2/3 of the Quran is Makki, and Surah Al-Baqarah was revealed at Medina. So actually 2/3 of the Quran had already been revealed. So a gist and summary of that has been placed in the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah. Then 10 sections consist of direct address, Ya Bani Israel, Ya Bani Israel, Ya Ahl al-Kitab. This is the direct address to the former Muslim Ummah, that is Bani Israel. Then the four next sections They may be called tahweeli because the change of the direction of the qibla in the prayer, which was a symbol of the change of the ummah, that the former Muslim ummah was deposed from that position which it occupied for 2,000 long years. And the new Muslim ummah, that is the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, is taking that place, is being installed in that position. Now the first 4 rukus also, although I told you that they are preliminary and they contain a gist and summary of the Makki Quran, but we find references toward the Jews in those 4 sections also. For example, you must be remembering that the second section, that is applicable equally to the munafiqeen as well as the Jews. In the 4th section again, we find in the story of Iblis and Adam, a very subtle resemblance has been given, that the attitude of the Jews of Medina towards Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was the same as was the attitude of Iblis, Shaitan, towards Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. Because he also refused to prostrate before Adam alayhi salatu wasalam out of jealousy. There was no other reason. Out of his pride, because he was proud of himself and he was jealous of Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, he didn't bow down as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has commanded. The same was the case of the Jews. They recognized Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, all right. They recognized him. يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ. This ayah we shall read today. But they didn't accept him, didn't believe in him. And that was also absolutely out of jealousy, sheer jealousy and nothing else. So there are subtle references towards Jews in those 4 sections also. Then the address to the former Muslim Ummah, I told you there must be made a very clear distinction. That the first section, that is the 5th one, comprising of 7 ayat, this consists of an invitation to the former Muslim Ummah to believe in Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ya bani Israel azkuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa awfu bi ahdi ufi bi ahdikum wa iyaya farhabun wa aminu bima anzaltu musaddiqan lima ma'akum wa la takunu awwala kafirin bi wa la tashtaru bi ayati samanan qalilan wa iyaya farhabun. From the next, that is the 6th section, now it's a very long charge sheet against the former Muslim Ummah that we are still studying. But while we are studying this charge sheet, one point must be kept in view. It is a charge sheet against the former Muslim Ummah, but it is also simultaneously a forewarning for the Muslim Ummah, for the new Muslim Ummah, the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. These were the wrong paths which were treaded by the former Muslim Ummah. They committed these mistakes. They went astray in such and such ways. Lest you should also, O Muslims, O Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, O followers of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, lest you should also follow the same path. You may go in their footsteps. So it was a forewarning to the Muslim Ummah. And let me quote here a hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He once said to the companions radiyallahu ta'ala anhum ajma'in, لَتَتَّبِعُنَّ سُنَنَ مَنْ كَانَ قَبْلَكُمْ. You will definitely follow in the footsteps of the former Muslim Ummah who were before you. قِيدَ شِبْرٍ بِشِبْرٍ وَيَدًا بِيَدٍ. Equally, each hand in place of a hand and each arm in place of an arm. It's, a sort of muhawara, a usage in Arabic language to show the similarity of something. You will be following absolutely, completely the people who are before you. And if they entered the hole of a desert lizard, you will also enter it. And if there was someone from among the former Muslims who committed adultery with his mother, someone must be within you also who will do the same. Now the companions, they were astonished and they asked, whom do you mean, O Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? A Yahud wa Nasara? And he replied, who else? You will follow in the footsteps of the Jews and the Christians. So actually we should see and we should read between the lines that the same things happened to the Muslims. the same wishful thinking. We are the blessed people. Because we are the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, we must be saved. We cannot be kept in the fire of hell for all times to come, for eternity. All these things, the same wishful thinking. Tilka amaniyuhum kul hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqeen. And let me quote here the ayah that comes in the end of the 7th section. Actually, this ayah is applicable to us today. And practically it is not applicable to the Jews of today. ضُرِبَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الزِّلَّةُ وَالْمَسْكَنَةُ وَبَاءُوا بِغَضَبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ. Humiliation was heaped upon them. And they got the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They were punished like anything. Are the Jews today getting the wrath of Allah? Are they humiliated in the world? They are controlling the sole supreme power on earth. The policies of the sole supreme power of earth is in the hands of the Jews, the Zionists. They are controlling the economy of the whole of the globe. Only about 14 or 15 million people. But the influence they have, how much authority they command in the whole of the world. While we, although we are more than 1 billion, but what's the condition? Humiliation. No say in the international affairs. Nobody consults us. ضُرِبَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الزِّلَّةُ وَالْمَسْكَنَةُ وَبَاءُوا بِغَضَبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ. These words depict the real condition of the Muslim Ummah today, not of the former Muslim Ummah. In the same way we read, the last ayah that we studied last night, that people think that we cannot, the fire of hell will not touch us, save for a few days. لَن تَمَسَّنَا النَّارُ إِلَّا أَيَّامٌ مَعْدُودَةٌ. Now these are the same, dogmas and aqidas that we have today. Because we are born Muslims, because we say kalma, so we shall anyhow be rescued and we shall be taken out. Even if we are thrown in the hell, we shall be taken out. Although a part of this is correct. If somebody has real iman, real faith, conviction in the heart, it is the agreed upon article of faith among the Muslims, all the sects of Muslims, that at one time he will be taken out from the hell. But that also to the person who has a real faith, not just a verbal attestation. The verbal attestation was done by the munafiqeen of Medina. They also said the shahada. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. And Quran says that they will dwell in the fire of hell forever. Innal munafiqina fi ad-darki al-asfali min an-nar. So these are all things which we should understand, and now we proceed further. وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ. And just recall the time when we took the covenant from the children of Israel, the progeny of Israel, and that is Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam. What was that covenant? This ayah is very important. It gives the gist of the deen of Allah that has been the same from the very beginning. What are the basic articles of the deen of Allah? Number 1, La ta'buduna illallah. You will not worship anybody, anything except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Number 2, you must be respectful to and good in behavior towards your parents. Number 3, وَذِي الْقُرْبَى وَالْيَتَامَى وَالْمَسَاكِينَ. And you should be doing good to your relatives and the orphans and the poor. Number 4, وَقُولُوا لِلنَّاسِ حُسْنًا. Say to the people whatever is good. Talk to them gently. Enjoin them towards whatever is good. And as the reverse of it, forbid them from whatever is wrong, from whatever is evil and bad. Number 5, وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. Establish this compulsory prayer 5 times a day. وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ. And pay the obligatory charity. Pay the zakah regularly. ثُمَّ تَوَلَّيْتُمْ. This was the covenant. This was the misaq. This misaq was taken by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from the former Muslim ummah. But now the charge is, summa tawallaytum illa qalilan minkum. Then you turned your backs towards this misaq, towards this covenant, except a few among you. Only a few remained strict and true to this covenant. All of the rest abrogated. Mantum muridun, while you were averse, you turned your backs and went away. Now another misaq. This was the basic misaq, you know, and this I told you is the gist of the deen of Allah. These are the headings under which you can count all the teachings of the deen of Allah. وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ لَا تَسْفِكُونَ دِمَاءَكُمْ. And just recall when we took the covenant from you, you will not shed your blood. What does it mean? You will not shed the blood of each other, because you are one ummah. Now a person, an individual belonging to an ummah, if he kills a person belonging to the same ummah, it is as if he has shed his own blood. He has killed himself. لا تسفكون دماءكم. You will not shed the blood of each other. ولا تخرجون أنفسكم من دياركم. And you will not expel each other from their homes, fighting each other. Because you know, after Hazrat Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, when Bani Israel entered Palestine, they conquered it, but they didn't establish one central government. They divided the whole country into 12 small states. Each tribe had its own state, small states. And then there was a quarrel, they were infighting, they were quarreling with each other. And then they were invoking and seeking the help of the others against each other. This is what happened in India. Before the Britishers came there, the whole of the country was divided into very small, states, and they were fighting each other. And the Britishers took advantage of their enmities. And that is how they could conquer this big subcontinent. A few thousand of them, they conquered the whole of the country. Because there was infighting. So that happened for about 300 years after Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. They were divided among themselves, they had small states, they were fighting each other, and when someone attacked the other state, they expelled people from their state. So that they have been doing, although Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had forbidden them from doing so and taken the covenant. وَإِذْ أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ لَا تَسْفِكُونَ دِمَاءَكُمْ وَلَا تُخْرِجُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ مِنْ دِيَارِكُمْ ثُمَّ أَقْرَرْتُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ تَشْهَدُونَ. Then you promised that you will abide by this covenant, and you are witnesses to it, that you promised, you ratified the treaty, you ratified the covenant. ثُمَّ أَنْتُمْ هَؤُلَاءِ تَقْتُلُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ. Then it is you who have been killing each other. وَتُخْرِجُونَ فَرِيقًا مِّنْكُمْ مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ. And expelling, turning out some of your people from their homes. وَتَظَاهَرُونَ عَلَيْهِمْ بِالْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. And you have been having aggression on them and helping the enemies. تَظَاهَرُونَ مُظَاهَرَةً بَابُ مُفَعَلَةً. It is helping each other against someone. تُظَاهَرُونَ عَلَيْهِمْ بِالْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. With sin and aggression. وَإِن يَأْتُوكُمْ أُسَارًا. There was another article of the covenant, that whenever you find a Jew with person of your own community as a captive anywhere, you must get him free by paying the ransom. This was again an article of the Sharia. Just as you know, it should be absolutely logical that if we find any Muslim in bondage and he is captive somewhere, and we can afford to buy for him the freedom, to pay the money of ransom and get him free, we should do it as Muslims. So that was another article of the covenant that was taken from them. But now what happened? Now they were acting upon this article. When the same people whom they had themselves turned out from their homes, when they came to them as captives, now they remembered the covenant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Oh, we had promised that whenever we shall find a Jew in bondage or as a captive, we must get him free by paying the ransom. So they were paying the ransom and getting them free. Now this was their attitude. وَإِنْ يَاتُوكُمْ أُسَارَى تُفَادُوهُمْ وَهُوَ مُحَرَّمٌ عَلَيْكُمْ إِخْرَاجُهُم. Although it was banned for you, it was haram for you to expel them from their homes. Had you not expelled them from their homes, they would not have become captives. You expelled them, and here you contravened the covenant. But when they came as captives, now you are ransoning them. So actually what does it mean? You are acting upon a part of the deen, part of the covenant, and you are breaking the other part. Now this is actually أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. These words are most profound. They are applicable to each of us today. Each of us. Not a single Muslim I can find at least who is free from this attitude. أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ. So do you accept a part of our law, our book? وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ, and reject the other? What are we doing today? Are we acting upon the whole of the deen? No. Part of the deen. Pray to Allah, pay the zakah, but go in business with interest. It's all right. Do everything which is haram. We are doing it. Not a single country in the whole of the Muslim world, although the number of the countries might be exceeding 50 or 60. Any country where there is no interest, no riba, none. The economy everywhere is based on riba. Any country where the deen of Allah is implemented in toto, none. So what are we doing? And you here are faithful to the American Constitution. What is that Constitution? Is it Islamic? At least I in Pakistan have a solace that in Pakistan Constitution we have that objective resolution which declares that sovereignty is for Allah and the authority that we hold is a delegated authority only. At least this is there. Although these are words only. We are not practicing it. But you know, at least the words are there. Just as we utter the Shahada, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, we are not practicing according to the Shahada. But we are Muslims on the basis of this Shahada. But the whole of the rest of the Muslim world, nowhere. The Constitution doesn't provide it. That we accept Allah as our sovereign. Sovereignty belongs to Him. Sarwari zeba faqat us zat behamta ko hai. Hukmara hai ek wahi baki butane hadri. Nowhere. So this is very important. And you know the example is taken from the Jews, but the whole story is applicable to us. Khushtara bashad ke sirre dilbaran, gufta ayat dar hadith digra. Story is of the older ummah, but actually it's applicable fully to the present Muslim ummah. أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. So do you accept and believe in part of the book, part of the Sharia, and you reject and disbelieve the rest of it? فَمَا جَزَاءُ مَنْ يَفْعَلُ ذَلِكَ مِنْكُمْ. So there can be no punishment for those who take to this attitude from amongst you. إِلَّا خِزْيٌ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. Except that they should be put to extreme humiliation in the world, in this world, in the life of this world. And that is what we are experiencing. Extreme humiliation. Why? है आज क्यों जलील के कल तक न थी पसंद गुस्ताखी फरिश्ता हमारी जनाब में. Why? At least there's a cause, and the cause is the same. Because we have accepted the faith, Islam, deen, only partially. إِلَّا خِزْيٌ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَيَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ يُرَدُّونَ إِلَىٰ أَشَدِّ الْعَذَابِ. On the day of judgment, they will be thrown in the worst punishment, in the most grievous torment. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. And don't think that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unaware of what you are doing. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ اشْتَرَوُا الْحَيَاةَ الدُّنْيَا بِالْآخِرَةِ. They are the people who have purchased this life of this world in exchange for the life of hereafter. They have given away the life of hereafter, and they have preferred and chosen the life of this world. فَلَا يُخَفَّفُ عَنْهُمُ الْعَذَابُ. So the torment shall not be lightened or decreased for them. وَلَا هُمْ يُنْصَرُونَ. Nor they will be able to get any help from any way. وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَا مُوسَى الْكِتَابَ وَقَفَّيْنَا مِنْ بَعْدِهِ بِالرُّسُلِ. And verily, we gave to Moses the book, that is Torah. وَقَفَّيْنَا مِنْ بَعْدِهِ بِالرُّسُلِ. And we followed him up with a succession of messengers. Prophets after prophets. A chain, continuous chain of prophets after Moses till Jesus. For 1400 long years, this chain of prophethood never broke. There's a hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari. The Prophet says, كُلَّمَا هَلَكَ نَبِيٌّ خَلَفَهُ نَبِيٌّ كَانَتْ بَنُو إِسْرَائِيلَ تَسُوسُهُمُ الْأَنْبِيَاءُ كُلَّمَا هَلَكَ نَبِيٌّ خَلَفَهُ نَبِيٌّ. The community affairs and the political affairs of Bani Israel were in the hands of the prophets. Whenever a prophet died, another prophet was the Caliph. He took his place. So continuous change. ثُمَّ قَفَّيْنَا مِنْ بَعْدِهِ بِالرُّسُلِ. And now the last, end of the chain. وَآتَيْنَا عِيسَى ابْنَ مَرْيَمَ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. And we gave to Jesus, to Isa, son of Mary, Maryam, alayhi salatu wassalam, al-bayyinat, clear signs, clear proofs. And here it means the miracles, the biggest miracles, which can be seen through these senses. They were given to Hazrat Masih alayhi salatu wassalam. Bayyadnahu bi ruhil qudus. And we supported him and helped him with the pure spirit, al-ruhul qudus. And it means Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. أَفَكُلَّمَا جَاءَكُمْ رَسُولٌ. So what? Whenever there came a Rasul, there came a prophet, بِمَا لَا تَهْوَى أَنفُسُكُمْ, with something that you didn't like, your souls didn't approve, with some teaching which was not liked by you, istakbartum, you became arrogant, you didn't accept. فَفَرِيقًا كَذَّبْتُمْ. Some of those prophets, you only belied them. You only disbelieved them. وَفَرِيقًا تَقْتُلُونَ. And some of them you have been killing and murdering. As you know, they murdered Hazrat Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam, John the Baptist, the cry from the wilderness according to the Bible. Hazrat Yahya alayhi salam. And he was killed by the Jew king of that time. And the Jews, they decreed that Jesus must be hanged, crucified. Although it's a different story what Allah Ta'ala did with him. But they at least tried to do the same. They killed in the same manner Hazrat Zakaria alayhi salatu wasalam. فَفَرِيقًا كَذَّبْتُمْ وَفَرِيقًا تَقْتُلُونَ. And I told you there is a long charge sheet against our Jews, against as former Muslim Ummah. As a result of which they were deposed from that position, high position. وَقَالُوا قُلُوبُنَا غُلْفٌ. And they said, actually, in mocking at the Muslims and Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, قُلُوبُنَا غُلْفٌ. Our hearts are wrapped up. Our hearts are secure. What did they mean by this? Well, your preaching will have no effect on us. Don't think you can convince us. Keep your preaching with you. It's not going to affect our hearts. Our hearts are fortified. They are secure. قُلُوبُنَا غُلْفٌ. Now, what are the comments by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? بَلْ لَعْنَهُمُ اللَّهُ بِكُفْرِهِمْ. Actually, the condition is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has cursed them. They are under the curse and lana of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. بِكُفْرِهِمْ, due to their disbelieving. فَقَلِيلًا مَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. And it is correct that a very few among them will come to believe and join this ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَلَمَّا جَاءَهُمْ كِتَابٌ مِّنْ عِندِ اللَّهِ. And when a book came to them from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, although this is a generalized word, it can mean Quran also. It can mean Injil also. Whenever a book came to them. But you know, most of the Mufassirin think that here Quran is being mentioned. وَلَمَّا جَاءُوا كِتَابٌ مِّنْ عِندِ اللَّهِ, when a book from Allah has come to them, مُصَدِّقٌ لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, and it is confirming that which is with them. It is accepting the Torah was also book of Allah, which he gave to Moses. وَكَانُوا مِنْ قَبْلُ يَسْتَفْتِحُونَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, and they were before that time, they were invoking Allah's blessings, that last prophet now should be sent, so that with his help we can defeat our enemies, we can defeat the disbelievers, عَلَى الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, because they had this tradition in their books that when the last prophet would come, then you know his deen will be supreme over all the other religions. So they were waiting. And they used to say to the people of Aus and Khazraj in Medina that presently you can defeat us. But you know, when that prophet comes, we shall fight you being his companions. With his help we shall defeat you. But when that prophet came, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, فَلَمَّا جَاءَهُمْ مَا عَرَفُوا, when he came to them, whom they recognized, that he is the prophet for whom we were waiting. He is that prophet. مَا عَرَفُوا كَفَرُوا بِهِ. But they disbelieved him, they rejected him, they refused to believe in him. فَلَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ عَلَى الْكَافِرِينَ. Again the same comments from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So there is curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on these disbelievers. بَيْسَ مَشْتَرَوْا بِهِ أَنفُسَهُمْ. Bad is the thing for which they have bartered their souls. أَنْ يَكْفُرُوا بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ بَغْيًا. That they are disbelieving, they are rejecting that thing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down. They are rejecting Quran. They are rejecting Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And the reason of rejecting is بَغْيًا أَنْ يُنَزِّلَ اللَّهُ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ عَلَى مَنْ يَشَاءُ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ. Grudging that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down this blessing to whom he willed, to whom he chose. He thought that prophet will also be from among the Jews. They thought because after, you know, Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam, all the prophets came in the progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam, excepting only one or two. The only exceptions are Hazrat Shuaib alayhi salatu wassalam, Hazrat Ismail alayhi salatu wassalam. All the rest of the prophets and messengers, they came in the progeny, in the children, in the tribes that were raised from the children of Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam. So they thought that this is our exclusive proprietorship. This will remain with us. And the last prophet will also be from amongst us. But when Allah chose Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he was from Bani Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam. He was not you. He was not from the progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam. So that was the only reason, baghyan, they were grudging it. أَن يُنَزِّلَ اللَّهُ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ عَلَى مَنْ يَشَاءُ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down from his blessings to whom he liked from his bondsmen. فَبَاءُوا بِغَضَبٍ عَلَى غَضَبٍ. So they drew upon themselves wrath after wrath from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلِلْكَافِرِينَ عَذَابٌ مُهِينٌ. And for these disbelievers who have rejected the deen of Allah, who have rejected Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, who have rejected Quran, for them is a punishment which is disgracing. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ آمِنُوا بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ. And when it is said to them, come to believe what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down, قَالُوا نُؤْمِنُ بِمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَيْنَا. They say, we believe only on those things which were sent to us. وَيَكْفُرُونَ بِمَا وَرَاءَهُ. And they disbelieve and reject the rest, everything that is beyond it. All that was given to us, to Moses, to all the Hebrew prophets, only we accept that. We need nothing more. They are disbelieving the rest. وَهُوَ الْحَقُّ مِنْ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَهُ. Although it is the truth, this Quran is the truth. This has been sent down by the same Allah who sent down Torah and Injil. And musaddiqan lima ma'ahum, and it is confirming that which is with them, that is Torah and Injil. قُلْ فَلِمَ تَقْتُلُونَ أَنْبِيَاءَ اللَّهِ مِنْ قَبْلِ إِن كُنْتُمْ مُؤْمِنِينَ. Now Muhammad asked them, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, so why have you been killing the prophets? You say whatever was given to our prophets, we believe in it. But this is your history. You yourself tell that you killed Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam, you killed Zakaria alayhi salatu wasalam. So why have you been killing and murdering the prophets of Allah? In kuntum mu'minin, if you are truthful, if you are believers, if you believed in them, if you believed in the books that were sent on them, why did you kill them? وَلَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ مُوسَى بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ. And Musa had come to you with clear proofs and signs. ثُمَّ اتَّخَذْتُمُ الْعِجْلَ مِنْ بَعْدِهِ. But when he left, you took to the worship of Kahf. وَأَنْتُمْ ظَالِمُونَ. And you were very unjust. You were the polytheists. You became mushrik and murtad. وَإِذَا أَخَذْنَا مِيثَاقَكُمْ وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَكُمُ الطُّورَ. And recall again the moment when we took the covenant from you and we raised the bound over your heads. خُذُوا مَا آتَيْنَاكُمْ بِقُوَّةٍ. And we said, now hold fast to what we have given to you with your full force, بِقُوَّةٍ. Hold fast to it. Now you must cling to this Torah that we have given you, this Sharia that has been given to you. خُذُوا مَا آتَيْنَاكُمْ بِقُوَّةٍ وَاسْمَعُوا. And keep listening. قَالُوا سَمِعْنَا وَعَصَيْنَا. The usual word after سَمِعْنَا is أَطَعْنَا. They should have said, we have listened and we have accepted. We listen and we accept. And we submit. But now they changed the word أَطَعْنَا to عَصَيْنَا. Now that was the mischief in them. They said, we listened and we disobeyed. We listened and we rejected. قالوا سمعنا وعصينا وأشربوا في قلوبهم العجل. And this worship and sanctification of the calf went down deep into their hearts, بكفرهم, due to their disbelief. قل بئس ما يأمركم به إيمانكم إن كنتم مؤمنين. Tell them, how bad is the thing which your iman is teaching you? If you claim mu'min, to be mu'min, is this the attitude that the iman should take? You have been worshipping calf. قُلْ إِنْ كَانَتْ لَكُمُ الدَّارُ الْآخِرَةُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ خَالِصَةً مِّن دُونِ النَّاسِ فَتَمَنَّوُا الْمَوْتَ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Say to them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, if you really think that the house of the hereafter is reserved for you, leaving others of humanity. They said, we are the exclusive, We hold exclusive rights over paradise, over Jannah, just as we think today. We are the exclusive, right holders. And each one of us thinks that he has a reserved seat in Jannah because he is a Muslim. Because by mere accident of birth, he was born to Muslim parents. That's all. And such a big difference will happen for the eternal life. But because due to an accident of birth, some was born Hindu, some was born Christian, they must go to the hell permanently. And because we were born Muslim, it was none of our choice, none of our, some exertion in it, nothing of the sort, no sacrifice. But we claim to having the exclusive proprietary rights. قُلْ إِنْ كَانَتْ لَكُمُ الدَّارُ الْآخِرَةُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ خَالِصَةً مِّن دُونِ النَّاسِ. If you really believe so, then you should long for death, not for this life. If somebody really thinks, if somebody really is convinced that he has a place in paradise, will he like to live in this world for even a single day? It's simple logic. If he is convinced. قُلْ إِنْ كَانَتْ لَكُمُ الدَّارُ الْآخِرَةُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ خَالِصَةً مِّن دُونِ النَّاسِ فَتَمَنَّوُا الْمَوْتَ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. If you are really truthful, if you really believe in it, then you should long for death وَلَن يَتَمَنَّاهُ أَبَدًا. This is the comment from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they are never going to long for death. وَلَن يَتَمَنَّاهُ أَبَدًا بِمَا قَدَّمَتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ. Due to the deeds that their both hands have sent forward before them. They know what are our kartoots, what we have done, what our both hands have earned up till now, what we have deposited in the bank of the hereafter. We know it. So actually, none of us, and none of them wanted to go there, and none of us wants to go there, because we know what we have sent before us. وَلَن يَتَمَنَّاهُ أَبَدًا بِمَا قَدَّمَتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِالظَّالِمِينَ. And Allah very well knows these evildoers, these unjust people. وَلَتَجِدَنَّهُمْ أَحْرَصَ النَّاسِ عَلَىٰ حَيَاةٍ. And you will find them, definitely, surely, the greediest people for this life. فَمِنَ الَّذِينَ أَشْرَكُوا. Even more greedy than these people, the idolaters, the pagan Arabs. يَوَدُّ أَحَدُهُمْ لَوْ يُعَمَّرُ أَلْفَ سَنَةٍ. Each one of them longs and wishes to be living in this world for 1,000 years. وَمَا هُوَ بِمُزَحْزِحِهِ مِنَ الْعَذَابِ أَن يُعَمَّرَ. Although, even if someone's life here is very long, and he is granted a very long life here, this cannot save him from the fire of hell. If his deeds are bad, he will go there. Even if he dies after 1,000 years, where will he go? He will go to the hell. So it's no escape. It's no saving. وَاللَّهُ بَصِيرٌ بِمَا يَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is seeing what they are doing. قُلْ مَنْ كَانَ عَدُوًّا لِجِبْرِيلَ فَإِنَّهُ نَزَّلَهُ عَلَىٰ قَلْبِكَ. Now as we have seen, although they recognized Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they knew that Quran is true, they only disbelieved because Muhammad was not a Jew sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He was not from amongst them. And they were angry. Why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has snatched from us this institution of prophethood? It had been with us, this grace of Allah, this blessing of Allah. It was with us for at least 1400 years. Why has it been snatched from us? Now due to the same reason, they were angry with Jibreel alayhi salatu wassalam. Because he brought the wahi to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He is our enemy. Actually, now they became the enemies of Jibreel. Just as you know, there has been a small section of Ahl Tashayyu who are called Ghurabiya. They have the belief, Hazrat Mujaddid al-Fisani rahmatullah alayhi mentioned them in his makatib, in his letters. They believe that actually prophethood was aimed for Hazrat Ali radiyallahu ta'ala, not for Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Jibreel by mistake took the wahi to Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It was by mistake only. Because the spirits and souls of Ali and Muhammad were very similar. Therefore he just was mistaken. He couldn't recognize. Actually the wahi was meant for Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, and mistakenly Jibreel took it to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. But till this, that is their belief. The same was the case with the Jews. They thought that it is actually the action of Jibreel, the decision of Jibreel, that he took that wahi that was meant for one of us to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam from the progeny of Ismail. قُلْ مَنْ كَانَ عَدُوًّا لِجِبْرِيلَ فَإِنَّهُ نَزَّلَهُ عَلَىٰ قَلْبِكَ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. Tell them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, whosoever is an enemy to Jibreel, he must know that he has brought down this wahi to your heart, O Muhammad, with the permission and command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not in his own. مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ. And this has been sent down, confirming that which is present with them before it, that is Torah and Injil. وَهُدًى وَبُشْرَى لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And it is the guidance and it is the glad tidings for all the mu'mineen, for all who believe. مَنْ كَانَ عَدُوًّا لِلَّهِ وَمَلَائِكَتِهِ. Whosoever is an enemy to Allah and his angels, وَرُسُلِهِ and his messengers and prophets, وَجِبْرِيلَ وَمِيكَالَ and Jibreel and Mikael, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ عَدُوٌّ لِلْكَافِرِينَ. He should know that Allah is enemy to all such disbelievers. They are actually challenging Allah. They are getting the enmity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in reward. وَلَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ آيَاتٍ بَيِّنَاتٍ and we have sent down to you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, these clear ayat. وَمَا يَكْفُرُ بِهَا إِلَى الْفَاسِقُونَ and nobody except the transgressors or rebellious in nature will disbelieve these ayat. These are so clear and so very self-evident that only those who are rebellious in nature, they will only disbelieve them. أَوَكُلَّمَا أَحَدُوا أَحَدًا نَبَذَهُ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ. Is it not that whenever they ratified a treaty, ratified a covenant, نَبَذَهُ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ, a group from them, a part from them, they threw it away, threw it aside. بَلْ أَكْثَرُهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. But most of them don't believe actually. They are in a community of Bani Israel, they are a race. It's a racial religion. All people who belong to that race think that they are Jews, they are Mu'mins. However, only a few of them are real Mu'mins. أَكْثَرُهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. Most of them, the great majority of them, don't have that faith. The same case is with us today. Out of the billion, more than a billion Muslims, how many have real faith, real conviction, real belief in Allah and the hereafter and the day of judgment and the institution of Wahi? How many of us? So that was the case of the former Ummah. أَكْثَرُهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. وَلَمَّا جَاءَهُمْ رَسُولٌ مِّنْ عِندِ اللَّهِ and when a messenger from Allah came to them, مُصَدِّقٌ لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, again the same verse, confirming that which was already present with them, that is Torah and Injil. نَبَذَ فَرِيقٌ مِّنَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَرَاءَ ظُهُورِهِمْ. A party, a group of those who were given the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala before this Quran, they threw this book, this new book of Allah, Quran, on their backs. كَأَنَّهُمْ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ, as if they don't know, they don't recognize. Although they knew, they recognized. يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاهُمْ. They recognized it just as they recognized their own sons. But they apparently took the attitude of throwing it away. No, nothing. It's nothing. So actually that was their apparent attitude. وَاتَّبَعُوا مَا تَتْلُو الشَّيَاطِينُ عَلَى مُلْكِ سُلَيْمَانَ. Now if you leave something that is correct, then necessarily something wrong comes in its place. When they gave up following the book of Allah, they started pursuing other occult sciences, sorcery, magic, all these things, that are very common among some Muslims also, the ignorant Muslim also. So taweez, gande, sorcery and magic and this and that. So these become, articles of interest with those people who don't have the real deen before them. What tabahu, when they threw back on their backs the books of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the real guidance, what did they pursue? وَاتَّبَعُوا مَا تَتْلُو الشَّيَاطِينُ عَلَى مُلْكِ سُلَيْمَانَ. And they followed what the shayateen, they were pursuing or reciting in the days of the kingdom of Sulaiman alayhi salatu wassalam. وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانُ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. All this magic you will find goes in the name of Sulaiman. Naqsh Sulaimani, the taweez. As if all these things, they originated from Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salatu wassalam. Quran says, no, وَمَا كَفَرَ Sulaiman. This sorcery and magic, it is kufr. How could Sulaiman alayhi salatu wassalam commit kufr? وَمَا كَفَرَ Sulaiman وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. This was the shayateen. During his days, because, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given him the control over jinns. And among the jinns, there were Muslims also and shayateen also. So although they were under the control of Sulaiman, but they had their own creed. They had their own privileges, priorities. And they spread among the the Jews of those days, their own teachings and their own practices. And this is how this magic and sorcery, that permeated the whole Jewish society. وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى الْمَلَكَيْنِ بِبَابِلَ هَارُوتَ وَمَارُوتَ. And this is the sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that when something wrong, becomes prevalent in a society, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts that society to some big test and trial. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down two angels, Harut and Marut. وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى الْمَلَكَيْنِ بِبَابِلَ, in Babylon. And that was the days of the captivity of the Jews, when Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed Jerusalem and took so many of them as captives to Babylonia, Babel. And there actually, during that captivity period, this sorcery and magic and all these things, these occult sciences, they became very prevalent. وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى الْمَلَكَيْنِ بِبَابِلَ هَارُوتَ وَمَارُوتَ وَمَا يُعَلِّمَانِ مِنْ أَحَدٍ حَتَّى يَقُولَا. And these both angels in the form of men, they never taught anybody that sihr and magic and sorcery, but they said beforehand, إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ فِتْنَةٌ. We are a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are a trial for you. فَلَا تَكْفُرْ. You don't commit kufr. You don't try to learn this sihr, this magic and this sorcery. فَيَتَعَلَّمُونَ مِنْهُمَا. Despite this warning from those angels, they learned from them مَا يُفَرِّقُونَ بِهِ بَيْنَ الْمَرْءِ وَزَوْجِهِ. That thing with which they could separate the husband from the wife. Separation, causing separation between the wives and the husbands. وَمَا هُمْ بِضَارِّينَ بِهِ مِنْ أَحَدٍ. Although the real fact is that they couldn't do any harm to anybody except with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing can happen without the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is an article of faith. No food can do any good to you, no medicine can do any good to you without the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All the things, they have all the minerals and all the compounds, they have their own properties. But these properties can't come into actual effect without the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So even magic, by itself it cannot do anything, but with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إِلَّا بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ وَيَتَعَلَّمُونَ مَا يَضُرُّهُمْ. And they used to learn from them what harmed them, وَلَا يَنْفَعُهُمْ, and was not beneficial to them. وَلَقَدْ عَلِمُوا. Although they very well knew, it was made plain to them, it was clear to them in Torah. لَمَنِ اشْتَرَاهُ مَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ. Whosoever will pursue this sorcery and magic, whosoever will purchase it, whosoever will adopt it, for him there is no share in the hereafter. مَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ وَبِئْسَ مَا شَرَوْا بِهِ أَنفُسَهُمْ. But indeed, it was very bad for which they sold their own souls. لَوْ كَانُوا يَعْلَمُونَ. Only if they could know. Actually, they didn't know what they are doing, what harm they are doing to themselves by taking to these pursuits, by adopting these lines and these attitudes. They were actually throwing themselves with their own hands into the fire of hell. وَلَوْ أَنَّهُمْ آمَنُوا. And had they claimed to believe, if they had the real belief, if they really believed, لَمَسُوبَةٌ مِّنْ عِنْدِ اللَّهِ خَيْرٌ. Then the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have been much better for them. Had they struck to the right path, had they followed the book of Allah instead of these practices of shayateen, this magic and sorcery, instead of these things, had they followed the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, had they followed the truth and the straight path, لَمَسُوبَةٌ مِّنْ عِنْدِ اللَّهِ خَيْرٌ. Then the reward that they would have got from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have been much better, much better. لَوْ كَانُوا يَعْلَمُونَ. Only if they could know, only if they had the real knowledge. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقولوا راعنا وقولوا انظرنا واسمعوا وللكافرين عذاب أليم. ما يود الذين كفروا من أهل الكتاب ولا المشركين أن ينزل عليكم من خير من ربكم والله يختص برحمته من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم. صدق الله العظيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي آمين يا رب العالمين. يا أيها الذين آمنوا. This is for the first time in Surah Al-Baqarah that we are having these words of Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu. And please note that the whole of the Makki Quran doesn't contain this expression of address to the Muslims. In none of the Makki surahs. This is actually a typical term used to address the Muslim Ummah. And the Muslim Ummah actually was formed at Medina. In Makki surahs, Ya ibadiyal ladhina amanu, Ya ibadiyal ladhina asrafu, but not Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu. The only exception is Surah Al-Haj. And about that I have told you that there is a difference of opinion whether that Surah Al-Haj is Makki or Madani. This is for the first time. And this is to address the Muslim Ummah as a whole, including the Mu'mins, the Muslims, and even the Munafiqeen. They are also included in the Muslim Ummah legally. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la taqulu ra'ina. O you who profess to believe. This is how I prefer to translate it. O you who believe. I think the better expression would be, O you who profess to believe, who claim to believe. La taqulu ra'ina. Don't utter the word ra'ina. This was a social expression among the Arabs. When you were sitting together and somebody was speaking, and maybe that someone has not heard what he said. He used to say that as if you used to say today, excuse me, please give me some concession, ra'ina. So they used to use this word, ra'ina. But the Jews, changed this word to ra'ina. And ra'ina means, oh, our herdsman. So to inflict an insult to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they changed the pronunciation of this word. Just as they changed ata'na to ata'na. And there was very close resemblance. We have just read in the previous session. Sami'na wa ata'na. Instead of ata'na. In the same way, instead of ra'ina, they used to say ra'ina. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked the Muslims not to use this word at all. And instead use the other word, unzurna. Just wait for me. Just look towards me. Wasma'u, and you listen with the full attention so that you don't have to use this word. وَلِلْكَافِرِينَ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. Or for those disbelievers who are using these words instead of the real word, for them is a very painful torment, very painful chastisement. مَا يَوَدُّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ وَلَا الْمُشْرِكِينَ. None from those who have taken to kufr and disbelief, whether they are from the people of the book, min ahlil kitab, walal mushrikeen, or they are from the idol worshippers, the mushriks, the pagan Arabs, none of them wants or wishes or likes an yunazzala alaykum min khairin min rabbikum, that some good thing should be sent down to you, O Muslims, from your Lord. This wahi is coming to you, this Quran is being communicated to you, this is the biggest blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Neither the people of the book like it, nor these pagan Arabs like it. Why you have been blessed with such great a benevolence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wallahu yakhtassu bi rahmatihi man yasha. And it is for Allah to decide whom He reserves for His mercy and blessing, whom He chooses for His mercy and blessing. Wallahu dhul fadl azim. And Allah is the owner of great bounty. ما ننسخ من آية أو ننسها نأتي بخير منها أو مثلها. We do not abrogate any verse, any ayah, or make it, cause it to be forgotten. نأتي بخير منها, except that we bring a better ayah in that place. Now this is a very important issue, because although the deen of Allah has been the same throughout, the basic teachings of the deen of Allah are the same, from Adam till Muhammad, alayhi salatu wassalam wa sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The deen has been one. But the shariahs, the laws, the rites and rituals, the customs, they have been different. There was different form of salah in the Jewish sharia. There's a different form of salah with us. There were different rules for psalm, for fasting, for the people of Moses, alayhi salatu wasalam. There are differences in the rules about psalm in the sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Now this changing of sharia means something from the former law has been changed and something has been abrogated, and instead something else, something new has been given. Now the Jews took it, made it an issue of objecting on the sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If you say that Moses was a prophet of Allah, if you say Torah was the book of Allah, how come? How do you change these things then? Why then change in the sharia? Why this change in the detailed laws of sharia? If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had all the knowledge from the very beginning, why didn't He send the total and the final sharia from the very beginning? Now this is the answer to this, because you know, the human kind was undergoing a process of mental, intellectual and social evolution. That process was going on. Hence there was a need of a evolution in the sharia also. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has been changing the rules from time to time, and this is called nasakh, abrogation. And this nasakh is present in Quran also. In the beginning some commandment was given. There was a commandment, keep standing throughout the night, at least 1/3 of it. Ya ayyuhal muzzammil qumil layla illa qalila nisfahu wa binqus minhu qalila aw zid alayhi wa rattilil qur'ana tartila. Keep standing for the half or 2/3 or at least 1/3 of the night. Then it was abrogated. You can't continue with it. It's beyond your power. So actually there are changes during the sharia of Muhammad, the evolution of the sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. That is why I said that the blueprint of the sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam we find in Surah Baqarah, then gradually developed into the final form, and that we shall find in Surah Al-Ma'idah. Ma nansakh min ayatin, we don't abrogate any ayah of ours, aw nunsiha, or cause it to be forgotten. Na'ti bi khairin minha, we bring a better one or similar to it, aw misliha. Alam ta'lam anna Allah ala kulli shay'in qadir. Don't you know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful? He has the authority to do whatever He likes. Alam ta'lam anna Allah lahu mulku samawati wal ardh. Don't you know that all the kingdom and sovereignty of the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا لَكُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ مِن وَلِيٍّ وَلَا نَصِيرٍ. And you don't have, and you will not find, besides Allah, any of your wali. Who is wali? Protector or guardian. Nor you will find any helper. No wali except Allah, no guardian except Allah, no protector except Allah, no helper except Allah. أَمْ تُرِيدُونَ أَن تَسْأَلُوا رَسُولَكُمْ كَمَا سُئِلَ مُوسَى مِن قَبْلُ. Do you, O Muslims, want to ask your Rasul, just as was asked from Moses alayhi salatu wassalam before this? وَمَنْ يَتَبَدَّلِ الْكُفْرَ بِالْإِيمَانِ فَقَدْ ضَلَّ سَوَاءَ السَّبِيلِ. Whosoever exchanges kufr in place of iman, so he has gone astray from the right path. This ayah can be addressed to the Muslims as well as the Jews. Because the Jews demanded from Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, as we read yesterday, لَن نُؤْمِنَ لَكَ حَتَّى نَرَى اللَّهَ جَهْرَةً. We are not going to believe in you unless you show us Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and we see Him with our eyes, plainly. So they were making such demands from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam also. So are you repeating the same? Is history repeating itself? Do you want to demand from Muhammad also the same thing as you demanded from Moses alayhi salatu wasalam? Secondly, this ayah can be related to the Muslims also, because it is not liked that you go into very finer details of these laws, asking question, if this happens, what will I do? If this thing happens, what shall I do? So asking these questions was forbidden. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He has given some commands, and He wants to limit that law to those details, the rest, He has left to you. But if you go on asking and asking and asking, so your freedom will become smaller and smaller and smaller. And you will have more and more and more of burden on you of Sharia. So this is something which a man, as if he is adding to his burdens when he is asking questions unnecessarily. There is an example that when, this was declared that every Muslim who can afford, it is a farz, it is his duty to perform Hajj. Now somebody stood up and asked, "Sir, is it imperative and first to do the Hajj every year?" The Prophet just kept quiet. He turned his face, didn't give any reply. He again came to that side. "Ya Rasulullah, I asked the question, is performing Hajj necessary first every year?" Again the Prophet, kept quiet. For the third time he again asked. Then the Prophet was angry. He angrily replied, "If I say yes, it will become imperative for all times to come for every Muslim." And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't want to put burden on you. And you want to add to your burdens. So that can also be in the background of this ayah. أَمْ تُرِيدُونَ أَن تَسْأَلُوا رَسُولَكُمْ كَمَا سُئِلَ مُوسَى مِنْ قَبْلُ وَمَنْ يَتَبَدَّلِ الْكُفْرَ بِالْإِيمَانِ فَقَدْ ضَلَّ سَوَاءَ السَّبِيلِ وَدَّ كَثِيرٌ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ لَوْ يَرُدُّونَكُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ إِيمَانِكُمْ كُفَّارًا. Many among the people of the book, that is the Christians and the Jews, they very much like and desire that they take you back from Iman and make you kafir again, make you disbelievers again. Hasadam min indi anfusihim. Out of jealousy only. They know that you are now in a better position. You are in a better place. You are in Iman. But out of jealousy, they don't want to accept Iman themselves. But they want that you should also be deprived of this blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hasada min indi anfusihim. Min ba'de ma tabayyana lahum al-haqq. After that, the haqq, the truth, has been made clear to them. And they clearly recognize the truth. Fa'fu wasfahu. So, keep on forgiving them and ignoring them. It was actually a very basic policy matter that the Prophet ﷺ also wanted, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has also given the same instruction here, that after Hijrah, the Prophet wanted ﷺ, and Allah also gave the same direction, to try to have peace with these people, these Jews at Medina. Because now the struggle was to start against the people of Mecca. So don't start any other dispute and conflict as far as possible at Medina. So actually, go on forgiving. Go on ignoring them. Don't argue with them. Don't, in every matter, question them. So that was the matter of policy that was being given here. Fa'fu anhum. So you go on forgiving them for all their treacheries that is coming in your knowledge. But you just don't bring them to book. Don't investigate. Don't, argue with them. Wasfahu, and just ignore them. Hatta yati Allahu bi amrih. Till that time that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings forth His final decision. Final decision will be the triumph of Islam, the superiority of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula. Then these people will also be brought to the book. Inna Allah ala kulli shayin qadir. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is powerful to do everything. Wa aqimu salata wa atu zakah. And you, O Muslims, establish the prayers, and you go on paying zakah. وَمَا تُقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُم مِّنْ خَيْرٍ تَجِدُوهُ عِندَ اللَّهِ. And whatsoever you send forth before you, before dying, you are sending these charities and good deeds of yours towards hereafter. That is your stock for the life hereafter. وَمَا تُقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُم مِّنْ خَيْرٍ تَجِدُوهُ عِندَ اللَّهِ. Whatever you are sending before you, you will find it with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inna Allah bima ta'amaluna basir. Verily Allah is seeing whatever you are doing. Don't think that whatever you are doing, the good deeds that you are performing, are not in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَقَالُوا لَنْ يَدْخُلَ الْجَنَّةَ إِلَّا مَنْ كَانَ هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارًا. And they say, who say? The people of the book, the Jews and the Christians. لَن يَدْخُلَ الْجَنَّةِ إِلَّا مَنْ كَانَ هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى. Nobody will be able to enter Jannah, paradise, except who is a Jew or a Christian. تِلْكَ أَمَانِيُّهُمْ. This is their wishful thinking. This is their own thinking. These are the ideas framed by themselves. قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Ask them, tell them to bring forth your argument. What proof you have? Bring forth Bible, bring forth Torah, and tell us where it is written in the Torah. قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. If you are truthful. بَلَا مَنْ أَسْلَمَ وَجْهَهُ لِلَّهِ وَهُوَ مُحْسِنٌ. Why not? Whosoever submits his face, and face here means will. Whosoever has submitted his face, that is his will, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَهُوَ مُحْسِنٌ. And he is doing it out of sincerity, not hypocritically, not apparently only. Muhsinun, in the most handsome and beautiful way. فَلَهُ أَجْرُهُ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِ وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. For him is his reward ensured, and it is with his Lord. And on them there will be no fear, nor they will have to grieve. وَقَالَتِ الْيَهُودُ لَيْسَتِ النَّصَارَى عَلَى شَيْءٍ. Now just note these two ayat. In the previous ayah, they said only the Jews and the Christians will enter paradise. Here they dispute among themselves. So they became one when they were against Muslims. But then, when they were between themselves, they were quarreling with each other also. وَقَالَتِ الْيَهُودُ لَيْسَتِ النَّصَارَى عَلَى شَيْءٍ. And the Jews say that the Christians are not on anything. They have no basis. They are baseless. They have no deen. وَقَالَتِ النَّصَارَى لَيْسَتِ الْيَهُودُ عَلَى شَيْءٍ. In the same manner, the Christians say that the Jews are on no basis. They have no ground under their feet. Their religion is baseless. وَهُمْ يَتْلُونَ الْكِتَابِ. Although they are reading the same book. The Old Testament is common between the two. The Jews don't believe in the New Testament. But the major part of the Bible, that is actually the Old Testament. وَهُمْ يَتْلُونَ الْكِتَابِ. And both of them are reading and reciting the same book. كَذَلِكَ قَالَ الَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ مِثْلَ قَوْلِهِمْ. The same thing was said by those people who know nothing. That is the pagan Arabs, the Ummiyin, who had no book whatsoever. They also said that we are on the right path, neither the Jews nor the Christians. None of them is on the right path. مِثْلَ قَوْلِهِمْ. They also said the same thing like they are saying. فَاللَّهُ يَحْكُمُ بَيْنَهُمْ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ فِي مَا كَانُوا فِيهِ يَخْتَلِفُونَ. So Allah will decide and judge between them on the day of judgment about all those things in which they were differing from each other. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ مَنَعَ مَسَاجِدَ اللَّهِ أَنْ يُذْكَرَ فِيهَا اسْمُهُ وَسَعَى فِي خَرَابِهَا. Because there was a mention of the pagan Arabs here in the previous ayah. Now the question of Baytullah, that is being discussed. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ مَنَعَ مَسَاجِدَ اللَّهِ. In a generalized way, this ayah is saying, who is more unjust than those who forbid from Allah's mosques that the name of Allah be taken there, remembered there, وَسَعَى فِي خَرَابِهَا, and they strive for their ruin. That was a reference to the Quraysh of Makkah, who were forbidding the Muslims. They could not enter Masjid al-Haram, they couldn't make Umrah, they couldn't do Hajj, they couldn't go and make zikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over there. They couldn't go and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over there. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ مَنَعَ مَسَاجِدَ اللَّهِ أَنْ يُذْكَرَ فِيهَا اسْمُهُ وَسَعَى فِي خَرَابِهَا أُولَٰئِكَ مَا كَانَ لَهُمْ أَنْ يَدْخُلُوهَا إِلَّا خَائِفِينَ. These people actually, they don't have the right to enter these mosques except with fear. Instead of having, that they have become the guardians of this mosque of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Baytullah, Masjid al-Haram, these Quraysh, these mushrikeen, these idolaters, these idol worshippers, these pagans, They have become the guardians of the house of Allah, which was built by Ibrahim and Ismail for the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. So they should actually be in a position not of guardianship, but even if they enter, they should enter with fear, not with authority. لَهُمْ فِي الدُّنْيَا خِزْيٌ وَلَهُمْ فِي الْآخِرَةِ عَذَابٌ عَظِيمٌ. For them, there is humiliation in this world, and in the hereafter, there will be very grievous torment and punishment. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ فَأَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهَ اللَّهِ. Now please note that this address to the Bani Israel is coming to an end gradually. A very small part of it remains. After that, I told you there are 4 sections of this surah which discuss the switch over of the former ummah being deposed and the Muslim ummah being installed in its position of representation of Allah on earth. And Muslim ummah is the representative of Allah on earth. Just as Adam was made vicegerent of Allah on earth, the Muslim ummah is a representative of Allah on earth. And now for that purpose, Kaaba, because that was to become the Qibla forever now. Now that has been made, the mention has been made of Kaaba and Masjid-e-Haram, that it is still under the guardianship and control of the mushriks. But because there was going to be a change of direction of the Qibla from Jerusalem to Makkah, this ayah has appeared here, وَلِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ. Because it was going to be a very big issue, change of the direction of Qibla. For many people it became a tricky type of problem. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, has started discussing this issue, that this direction of Qibla, it is nothing. Allah is not confined to any one direction. East or west, north or south, all belong to Allah. Whichever way you face, that is the face of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's only for harmony, for a discipline, that a particular direction is fixed, so that there shouldn't be chaos. Whole of the community should be facing in one direction. The whole of the congregation, that is facing in the same direction. For only a direction is fixed. Not that Allah is confined to that direction. Well, this is actually something, thinking very low of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the issue of this ayah. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ. Mashriq and Maghrib, east and west, all belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَأَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا, whichever direction you take and face, فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. That is the direction of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the face of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the countenance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إِنَّ اللَّهَ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. Allah is all embracing, all knowing. In whichever direction you are facing, actually it becomes the direction of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's only for your convenience, for a harmony, for a discipline, that a particular direction is given, so that all the people, all the members of the community are facing in the same direction. Nothing else. وَقَالُوا اتَّخَذَ اللَّهُ وَلَدًا. And they say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has begotten a son. Now this is common to both the Nasara, the Christians. They say that Jesus was a begotten son of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, begotten son of God. And the pagan Arabs, they had the belief that these angels were daughters of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So both had committed the same crime. قَالُوا اتَّخَذَ اللَّهُ وَلَدًا سُبْحَانَهُ. Glory be to him. He is above all these things. He is exalted. وَاللَّهُ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ كُلُّ لَهُ قَانِتُونَ. Instead, everything that is in the skies and heavens and earth belongs to him, and everything is surrendering to him in obedience. Everybody, everything, every creature, angels, jinns, the humans, all the animals, all the skies and heavens, everything is obeying him, is in surrender before him. بَدِيعُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَإِذَا قَضَى أَمْرًا فَإِنَّمَا يَقُولُ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونُ. He is the originator of the skies, heavens and the earth. Now please note here, khalq and ibda, these are two terms. Ibda, from this is derived this badi'. Ibda means creation ex nihilo. Creating something from nothing. No matter. Now there was wood and the carpenter has made this table out of wood. There is something and somebody makes something from that. This is creation. This is khalq. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created men from the clay. The clay was there and he created men out of clay. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created jinns out of fire. The fire was present prior to the creation of the jinns. But you know, in the beginning there was nothing. And that is ibda. Creation ex nihilo. Creating something out of nothing. So Allah is the creator of this universe. And He has created all these things from nothing. And then after that He is creating from one thing to another thing. Something, and He creates another thing from it. But in the beginning it's ibda. Badi'us samawati wal ard. He is the creator of this universe, these heavens and earth, out of nothing. وَإِذَا قَضَى أَمْرًا. And when He decides something, فَإِنَّمَا يَقُولُ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونُ. So He only says be, and it becomes. He doesn't need any matter to create anything, any material to create anything. No. Only His command, be, kun, fayakun, and it becomes. His command is the only thing, and it is all sufficient in the creation, that is ibda, that is creation ex nihilo. Badi'u samawati wal ard wa idha qada amran fa innama yaqulu lahu kun fayakun. وقال الذين لا يعلمون لولا يكلمنا الله أو تأتينا آية. And so said those who don't know anything. This is also the reference to the pagan Arabs who did book and scriptures. لولا يكلمنا الله. Why doesn't Allah not speak to us? How come He only spoke to Moses? How come He only sent His wahi to Muhammad? Why not to us? We are more important in the community. We are the chieftains. We are the chiefs of different houses of Quraysh. But why didn't the wahi come to us? Why doesn't Allah talk to us and speak to us? Or ta'athina ayah. Or why has not a clear sign and proof, a mu'jiza, a miracle come to us? كَذَلِكَ قَالَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ. These were the sayings of the people who were before them. The same things were said to Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam, to Hud alayhi salatu wasalam, to Shu'aib alayhi salatu wasalam, to Lut alayhi salatu wasalam. All the people to whom we sent our messengers, they said the same things. قَدْ بَيَّنَّا الْآيَاتِ تَشَابَهَتْ قُلُوبُهُمْ. Their hearts have become similar to each other. قَدْ بَيَّنَّا الْآيَاتِ لِقَوْمٍ يُوقِنُونَ. We have made our ayat very clear, very shining, for those who have the belief, who want to have conviction. إِنَّا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ بِالْحَقِّ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا. We have sent you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, with the truth, the total truth, the whole truth, بِالْحَقِّ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا. And you have two positions, two aspects. Bashir, giver of the glad tidings to those who believe in you, who believe in Allah, who become Allah's bondsmen. So you have to give them the good tidings. وَنَذِيرًا. And you are the warner to those who disbelieve, who don't believe in Allah, who don't believe in the resurrection, who don't believe in you. So you warn them that for them there is a very bitter and very grievous punishment waiting for them. وَلَا تُسْأَلُ عَنْ أَصْحَابِ الْجَحِيمِ. And you will not be questioned about the people of the fire. You will not be held responsible that why didn't they believe? We have given them the choice. إِمَّا شَاكِرًا وَإِمَّا كُفُورًا. It's their choice. Whosoever wants to believe, let him believe. Whosoever wants to disbelieve, let him disbelieve. You can't press them. You can't compel them. So you are not questionable. You will not be held responsible for those people who are going by their own choice to the hell. وَلَا تُسْأَلُ عَنْ أَصْحَابِ الْجَحِيمِ وَلَنْ تَرْضَى عَنْكَ الْيَهُودُ وَلَا النَّصَارَى حَتَّى تَتَّبِعَ مِلَّتَهُمْ. And neither the Jews nor the Christians will be pleased with you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, till you follow them, their millah. What is millat? Millat actually is a very collective word for the practices and beliefs of a community. If you don't take to their own beliefs, if you don't accept their practices, they are not going to be pleased with you. So, O Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, don't hope, don't expect that these people, you know, the Prophet and the Muslims, they had the hope because these people were of the book. They believed in Allah. They believed in so many messengers of Allah. They believed in resurrection. They believed in the hereafter. They believed in the fire of hell. They believed in paradise and heavens. They believed in so many things. So many things were common. So it was easy for them to accept. And they were expected to accept gladly. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling him no. Out of jealousy, out of their pride, out of their haughtiness, out of their arrogance, they are not going to believe you. Rather they would wish that you should follow them. They are the leaders of the community. They hold position. So they want that you should follow them. لَن تَرْضَى عَنْكَ الْيَهُودُ وَلَا النَّصَارَى حَتَّى تَتَّبِعَ مِلَّتَهُمْ. And this is exactly what is happening today. Our own civilization, our values, these Muslim fundamentalists, they are challenging them. We have to guard them. This is the hue and cry in the West. So our civilization, our values, our culture, our system, our economies, well, these things are threatened by these Muslim fundamentalists. They should follow us. They shouldn't present their own culture, their own teachings to us. وَلَن تَرْضَى عَنْكَ الْيَهُودُ وَلَا النَّصَارَى حَتَّى تَتَّبِعَ مِلَّتَهُمْ قُلْ إِنَّ هُدَى اللَّهِ هُوَ الْهُدَى. Now, we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He gives each one of us the courage to say these words with confidence. إِنَّ هُدَى اللَّهِ هُوَ الْهُدَى. We don't believe in your values. We don't believe in your culture. We say it openly and loudly that the guidance is only the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قُلْ إِنَّ هُدَى اللَّهِ هُوَ الْهُدَى. All guidance, total guidance, real guidance is the guidance of Allah. وَلَئِنِ اتَّبَعْتَ أَهْوَاءَهُمْ. And if supposedly, please add this word here because these words are very bitter. If, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if you follow them after ba'da alladhi ja'aka min al-ilm, after this, that this knowledge has already come to you, ma laka min Allah min waliyyin wala nasir, then you will not be able to find for you against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to save you from the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You will find no wali, no protector, no guardian, no helper, wala nasir. So these are very bitter words. So we must add the word supposedly. If supposedly, O Muhammad, you follow their wishes instead of this Quran which has been revealed to you, after this has been revealed to you, then you will also become liable to punishment, and you will also have nobody to help you, nobody to guard you, and to save you from the punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَتْلُونَهُ حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ. Those to whom we give our book, they recite it as is the right of its recital, as it should be recited. Now this word tilawa has two meanings. Tilawa means to recite, which we call in Urdu tilawat. In Arabic we have to pronounce it as tilawa. What is tilawa? Two meanings. This recital, reciting the Quran, and tala yatlu means also to follow. You know the famous surah, وَالشَّمْسِ وَضُحَاهَا وَالْقَمَرِ إِذَا تَلَاهَا. The sun is a witness to it, and its light and warmth also. And also the moon is a witness when it follows the sun, comes after the sun. To go after something, to follow someone, it is talaha, yatlu. So actually, الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَتْلُونَهُ. Whomsoever we give our book, they read it, recite it, and follow it. حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ. As it should be recited, as is the right of this book to be recited. Now what is the right of this book? How it should be recited? Should it be recited without understanding? And if we recite it without understanding, are we fulfilling the right of this book? Should it be read only not to act upon it? Simple answer would be no. It must be read with a determination to follow it, with a full determination to act upon it. If you are not reading it in that way, you are not reading it as you should read it. It's only a pastime. It's only a hobby. It's only to get sawab, nothing else. So, haqqa tilawatihi. Again I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He gives us the determination to fulfill the requirements of this ayah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this book. The biggest blessing in this world is the book of Allah. The word of Allah, I told you. This word of Allah is with Allah. It's actually innahu fi ummil kitab ladayna la'aliyyun hakim. الذين آتيناهم الكتاب يتلونه حق تلاوته اللهم ربنا اجعلنا منهم اللهم ربنا اجعلنا منهم أولئك يؤمنون به. Only such people are those who really believe in it, who are not reciting it or reciting it without understanding, and reciting and understanding but not acting upon it. They are not the true believers in this book. أولئك يؤمنون به ومن يكفر به فأولئك هم الخاسرون. And whosoever disbelieves in it, then they are people who are in loss. They are the losers. They are doomed. They will be doomed on the day of judgment. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati anamtu alaykum. Now those two ayat, they are closing the bracket. The bracket started in the beginning of the 6th section. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati anamtu alaykum wa anni faddaltukum ala al-alamin. Exactly the same ayah without any difference of a jot. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati anamtu alaykum. O progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam, remember the blessing that we sent upon you. We chose you out of all the nations of the world. We made you exalted over all the nations of the world. For 2,000 years, you were our representative on earth. We sent books after books to you. We gave Torah to you. We gave Zabur to you. We gave Injil to you. And we gave the scriptures to so many prophets. You have those scriptures in the Old Testament. The book of Zechariah, Yesaiah, Jeremiah, so many prophets. And the books are included in the Old Testament. So what, blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had been coming to this community, this former Muslim ummah. وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا لَا تَجْزِي نَفْسٌ عَنْ نَفْسٍ شَيْئًا. Have fear of that day of judgment, when no person shall avail another. وَلَا يُقْبَلُ مِنْهَا عَدْلٌ. And there will be no compensation to be accepted from any side. وَلَا تَنْفَعُهَا شَفَاعَةٌ. Nor any intercession would be of benefit to anybody. وَلَا هُمْ يُنْصَرُونَ. Nor will they be helped from any side. The same 4 things which were enumerated there in the 2nd ayah of the 6th section, they are also here. First and last are the same, but the 2nd and 3rd have only changed their position. The 2nd is at number 3 here, and number 3 there is number 2 here. Exactly the same ayat. This bracket started and now ended. The direct address to Bani Israel is ending here. And now 4 sections of this surah, they are the sections which I have called tahwili, switching over. The switching over is from the former Muslim ummah to the present Muslim ummah. And the symbol was the change of the Qibla from Jerusalem, which was the center, the sacred city for them, to Makkah, which is the center and the sacred city of this ummah. So this switching off of the ummahs and this changing of the direction of the Qibla, that is the subject discussed in 4 sections now. And because between these two ummah, the personality of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam is common. Because the former Muslim ummah also belonged to the progeny of Ibrahim. Ibrahim's son Ishaq, Ishaq's son Yaqub, and 12 sons of Yaqub, and from those 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Bani Israel. And again, this new Muslim ummah, that was raised on the basis of the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He also belonged to the progeny of Ibrahim through Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam. So here you find, this is the wisdom of Quran. Before discussing this change of the ummahs, before discussing the issue of the change of the Qibla, first of all, the personality of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam is highlighted here. In two sections, Ibrahim, Ismail, building of Kaaba, their prayer when they were raising the foundations of Kaaba, they are discussed. So that the common factor is made prominent first, and then the difference that was going to occur will be discussed. وَإِذِ ابْتَلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ رَبُّهُ بِكَلِمَاتٍ فَأَتَمَّهُنَّ. And just remember, when Ibrahim was tested by his Lord, by so many big tests, kalimatin, so many commands, one command after the other, one command after the other, one test after the other, one tribulation after the other. فَأَتَمَّهُنَّ. And he fulfilled all of them. He cleared all of them. He was successful in all of them. The final was the demand of the sacrifice of the only son Ismail, which he begot after praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when the only son of Ibrahim was 13 years old, and Ibrahim himself was 100 years old, then he was commanded to sacrifice his only son. And he didn't hesitate even in that test. He was successful. وَإِذِ ابْتَلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ رَبُّهُ بِكَلِمَاتٍ. And remember when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tested Ibrahim in so many very big tests. فَأَتَمَّهُنَّ. And he completed all of them. قَالَ إِنِّي جَاعِلُكَ لِلنَّاسِ إِمَامًا. Allah said to him, I am going to make you and declare you the leader of all communities, leader of all humanity. قَالَ وَمِن ذُرِّيَّتِي. He asked, and what about my progeny? Is this promise of you, will it cover my progeny also? قَالَ لَا يَنَالُ عَهْدِ الظَّالِمِينَ. Allah said, my promise doesn't relate to those people who are unjust. Now this answer has two aspects. Yes, to your progeny also, but not to the zalimun from them. For your progeny also, the promise is there. Because after Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, Nabuwah, Risala, they were reserved for his progeny. For 2000 years, in one line of his progeny. And then the last prophet, the final prophet, he also came in his progeny. So actually the promise was true with the progeny of Ibrahim also, but not from among those who were unjust, who take to shirk, who go astray. They are not included in this promise. وَإِذْ جَعَلْنَا الْبَيْتَ مَثَابَةً لِلنَّاسِ وَأَمْنًا. And remember, when we declared the house that is the house of God, Kaaba, Kaabatullah, Baytullah, Masabatan linnas. We declared it to be a place of visitation and pilgrimage for the people. Wa amna, and a place of peace and security. وَاتَّخِذُوا مِن مَّقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى. And we commanded the believers that the station of Ibrahim, you take it as a place of worship, of saying your prayers. Now what that means? The stone on which Ibrahim ﷺ stood when he was raising the walls of Kaaba. And it is said, the tradition goes, that as the walls were going up, the stone was also going up. Because there were no scaffoldings in those times. So building such a high wall of Kaaba, that needed something, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him a stone. It's a miracle. But that stone is present even now, and after every tawaf, 2 rakat of prayer are said there, near that stone. That is the station of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. Some people think that Maqam Ibrahim means Makkah, where he lived, so that is the place of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. But most of the Mufassirin, they have the consensus, the opinion is that it is that proper stone, which is preserved till this day. وَعَهِدْنَا إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ, and we took a promise and a covenant from Ibrahim and Ismail. أَن طَهِّرَا بَيْتِيَا, you keep my house pure. لِلطَّائِفِينَ, for those people who come here for circumambulation, for going round and round our house. وَالْعَاكِفِينَ, or those who retire here for meditation and for praying to me. I'tikaf. وَالرُّكَّعِ السُّجُودِ, and for those who are going here before me, and for those who are prostrating here before me. Whosoever comes to this house to pay a pilgrimage, to do tawaf, to do i'tikaf, to do qiyam and ruku and sujood, and say prayers, for them you keep this house clean. Clean apparently also. There shouldn't be any garbage over there. And clean also from the dirt and from the dust of shirk. There should be tawheed. That is the inner cleanliness. وَإِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ رَبِّ اجْعَلْ هَٰذَا بَلَدًا آمِنًا, and just recall when Ibrahim said to Allah, he called Allah, invoked Allah, he prayed to Allah, رَبِّ اجْعَلْ هَٰذَا بَلَدًا آمِنًا, O my Lord, keep this place, this city, this town, a place of peace and tranquility. وَارْزُقْ أَهْلَهُ مِنَ الثَّمَرَاتِ, and provide the people who live here with fruits. مَنْ آمَنَ مِنْهُمْ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, those of them who believe in Allah and the last day. قَالَ وَمَنْ كَفَرَ, because previously when Hazrat Ibrahim said, وَمِنْ ذُرِّيَّتِي, what about my progeny? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لَا يَنَالُ أَحْدِ الظَّالِمِينَ, this promise of mine doesn't cover the unjust people. Maybe they are your progeny, but if they are unjust, they will not be included in this promise. So here Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam himself says, I'm not asking for those of my progeny who are disbelievers or who have gone astray, but those who keep to your faith, who have iman in you and in the hereafter, in the day of judgment. At least for them, O Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you provide them the peace, tranquility in this city, as well as provide them with the food through sending to them the fruits from all over the world. Qala wa man kafara. Now Allah Ta'ala said, man kafara, whosoever takes to kufr, goes astray, فَأُمَتِّعُهُ قَلِيلًا, to him also I will grant something for this life. I shall grant them comforts. ثُمَّ أَسْتَرُّهُ إِلَىٰ عَذَابِ النَّارِ وَبِئْسَ الْمَصِيرِ, and then I will compel them and drive them to the fire of hell. And verily, that is a very bad place, very bad to return, very bad destination. وَإِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ الْقَوَاعِدَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ وَإِسْمَاعِيلُ, and remember when Ibrahim and Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam were raising the foundations of the house, building the walls of the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. رَبَّنَا تَقَبَّلْ مِنَّا, and they were praying, Oh our Lord, accept this service from us. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ, verily you are the only one who sees everything, who hears everything, who knows everything. رَبَّنَا وَاجْعَلْنَا مُسْلِمَيْنِ لَكَ, O our Lord, make both of us, father and son, Ibrahim and Ismail, they are praying to Allah, make both of us your Muslims. Make us submit to you totally, humbly. Keep us as Muslims. Please give us the courage to remain Muslims. Here let me quote the couplet from Allama Iqbal. Chumi goyam musalmanam be larzam, ke danam mushkilat la ilara. When I say I am a Muslim, I tremble, because I know it's very easy to say that I am a Muslim, but it is very difficult to be a real Muslim. So that is the prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail, having that high position in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But they are still praying to him, keep us Muslims. Please give us the courage to remain Muslims, to remain in full submission towards you. رَبَّنَا وَاجْعَلْنَا مُسْلِمَيْنِ لَكَ وَمِنْ ذُرِّيَّتِنَا أُمَّةً مُسْلِمَةً لَكَ, and from our progeny, you raise an ummah, a community that should be submissive to you. وَأَرِنَا مَنَاسِكَنَا, and show us our rights of Hajj and Umrah. What should we do? How to show respect to your house? How to perform Hajj? Arena manasikana. Maybe they were shown to them in some dream. That's possible. Arena, show to us. Maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala might have sent Jibreel to perform Hajj and perform the rites of Hajj so that Ibrahim and Ismail could learn. Just as you know that Allah ta'ala sent Hazrat Jibreel to teach Salah to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Hazrat Jibreel prayed with Muhammad. Muhammad was Muqtadi and Imam was Jibreel. And they prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in that way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught Muhammad how to pray. So this salah was taught to him. So in the same way, وَأَرِنَا مَنَاسِكَنَا, show us what are the rites and rituals of this house of yours. وَتُبْ عَلَيْنَا, and have relented, have accept our tawbah, have a relenting attitude towards us. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ, because you are the only one who accepts tawbah, and you are the only one who has all the mercy. رَبَّنَا وَبَعْثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ, another prayer. And our Lord, please raise from among them رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ, a messenger, but he should be from amongst them. For them, a Rasul, a messenger from themselves. يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِكَ, who should recite unto them your ayat. وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, and teach them the book as well as the wisdom. وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ, and purify them. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْعَزِيزُ الْحَكِيمُ, verily only you are the Almighty, the All-Wise. This was the prayer, for the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That from this progeny of ours, this line of our progeny, from here a community should be raised, and in that community a messenger should be sent. And what should that messenger do? Recite to them your ayat, purify them, teach them the book as well as the wisdom. وَمَنْ يَرْغَبُ عَنْ مِلَّةِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ إِلَّا مَنْ صَفِيَ نَفْسَهُ, and who will turn away from the millah, again that is the same word, the path and practices of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, إِلَّا مَنْ صَفِيَ نَفْسَهُ, except those who have befooled themselves, who have put themselves in folly. Only they will refrain and turn away from the path and practices of Ibrahim. وَلَقَدْ اسْتَفَيْنَاهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا, and we had chosen him in this world also. We had exalted him. وَإِنَّهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ لَمِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ, and in the hereafter, verily, he will be among the righteous bondsmen of ours. إِذْ قَالَ لَهُ رَبُّهُ أَسْلِمْ, when his Lord said to him, submit yourself. قَالَ أَسْلَمْتُ لِرَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ, whenever Allah said, accept my command, bow before me, accept this command, submit before me, at every moment, every time, the answer was, Aslamtu li Rabbil Alameen, I submit to the Lord of all the worlds. وَوَصَّى بِهَا إِبْرَاهِيمُ بَنِيهِ وَيَعْقُوبُ, and Ibrahim and Yaqub both, they enjoined their progenies, their sons, to the same thing. إِنَّ اللَّهَ اسْتَفَى لَكُمُ الدِّينَ, what was that? The advice, the enjoining of Ibrahim and Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam to their sons. إِنَّ اللَّهَ اسْتَفَى لَكُمُ الدِّينَ فَلَا تَمُوتُنَّ إِلَّا وَأَنْتُمْ مُسْلِمُونَ. O my sons, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen for you the deen of Islam. So look to it that you don't die except as Muslims. You should be in submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala till your death. No moment should come in your life when you are revolting against Him, in rebellion against Him. You are breaking His laws, lest the icy hands of death pounce upon you at that very moment. Then that will not be the death of a Muslim, because you will be contravening the law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at that time. If you are dying in a state of rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in a state of sin, that is not the death of a Muslim. Ya banayya inna Allah astafa lakumuddin. O my sons, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen this deen for you. Fala tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun. Look to it that you don't die except as Muslims. You don't die except in submission. Antum tu shuhada iz hadara Yaqub al-maut. Were you witnesses? Were you present when the death came to Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam? Is qala li banihi. When he said to his sons, all the 12 sons were with him, when he talked to them at the time of his death, Ma ta'buduna min ba'di. Whom will you worship after me? Qalu na'budu ilahaka wa ilaha abaika Ibrahim wa Ismail wa Ishaq. They said, we shall worship your Lord and the Lord and God of your elders, your forefathers, that is Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq alayhi salatu wassalam, ilahum wahida. And he is one God, wa nahnu lahu muslimun, and we all submit to him. Tilka ummatun qad khalat. This is a community, these were a people who have gone, who have passed. Tilka ummatun qad khalat. Now don't boast in their names. Laha ma kasabat. For them was what they earned. All the good deeds that they performed were for them, not for you. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn, not what they earned. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. This is the community, these are the people who have passed away, who have gone. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ, for them is what they earned. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn. وَلَا تُسَلُونَ عَمَّا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And you will not be asked what they were doing. You will be asked what you have been doing. وَقَالُوا كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَىٰ تَهْتَدُوا. And they say, who say? The same Jews and Christians. They say, become either Jews or Christians. تَهْتَدُوا. Then you will be guided. You will be on the right path. قُلْ بَلْ مِلَّةَ إِبْرَاهِيمَ حَنِيفًا. Say no. Instead, we will follow the path and practices of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam, who was Hanif, who was absolutely without any shirk. وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. He was absolutely, wholeheartedly and totally a muwahhid. وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. He was not from among the polytheists, not those who worship anything and anyone else except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قُولُوا آمَنَّا. O Muslims, you say in reply to them, they are saying, كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَىٰ تَهْتَدُوا. In reply, you should say, قُولُوا آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ. We believe in Allah, وَمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْنَا, and on what has been sent towards us. وَمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ, and what was sent to Ibrahim, وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ وَإِسْحَاقَ وَيَعْقُوبَ, and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub, وَالْأَسْبَاطِ, and his sons. وَمَا أُوتِيَ مُوسَى وَعِيسَى, and what was given to Moses, and what was given to Jesus. وَمَا أُوتِيَ النَّبِيُّونَ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ, and whatever was given to all the prophets from their Lord. لَا نُفَرِّقُ بَيْنَ أَحَدٍ مِّنْهُمْ. We don't divide between them. We don't discriminate between them. We believe in all of them. We believe in all the prophets, وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ, and we are in submission to Allah and Allah only. فَإِنْ آمَنُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا آمَنْتُمْ بِهِ. And then if they come to believe just in the same way as you have believed, O Muslims, without any reservations, not claiming that we believe in Allah and day after, and the hereafter and the day of judgment, and they omit the Iman bil Rasul. No. If they believe just as you have come to believe, if they believe in all those things in which you Muslims believe, فَإِنْ آمَنُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا آمَنْتُمْ بِهِ فَقَدْ اهْتَدَوْا. Then definitely they are on the right path. Then they have got the guidance. وَإِنْ تَوَلَّوْا, and if they turn away, فَإِنَّمَا هُمْ فِي شِقَاقٍ. Then verily they are in antagonism, they are in enmity, they are in Shiism. فَسَيَكْفِيكَهُمُ اللَّهُ, and Allah will suffice for you against them. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, don't fear them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be sufficient for your help against them. وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ, and He is all listener all knowledgeable. Sibghat Allah. We have adopted the color of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ مِنَ اللَّهِ سِبْغَةً. And who can be better in color than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ. Now what does this color means? The whole attitude in life, the culture, the civilization, which is the result of Iman, real faith. That is the Sibghatullah, that is the color of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ مِنَ اللَّهِ سِبْغَةً وَنَحْنُ لَهُ عَابِدُونَ. And we are bondsmen to Him. We are all slaves to Him. قُلْ أَتُحَاجُّونَنَا فِي اللَّهِ. Ask them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, are you arguing us? You, O Jews, and you, O Christians, do you argue with us about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? وَهُوَ رَبُّنَا وَرَبُّكُمْ. He is our Lord as well as your Lord. He is the one Lord of all this universe. So what's the dispute about? What's the argument about? Allah is the same. Allah is the same who sent Moses. The same Allah sent Jesus. The same Allah sent Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. أَتُحَاجُّونَنَا فِي اللَّهِ. Do you argue with us? Do you dispute us about Allah? وَهُوَ رَبُّنَا وَرَبُّكُمْ. He is our Lord, our Master, and your Lord and your Master. وَلَنَا أَعْمَالُنَا وَلَكُمْ أَعْمَالُكُمْ. For us are our deeds, and for you will be your deeds. We shall not be responsible for you, and you shall not be held responsible for us. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُخْلِصُونَ. But we have become more sincerely devoted to Him and Him alone. أَمْ تَقُولُونَ إِنَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ وَإِسْحَاقَ وَيَعْقُوبَ وَالْأَسْبَاطَ كَانُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى. A very beautiful, expression. What do you say, O Jews and Christians? Do you say that Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub were Jews or Christians? Everybody would say no. This religion of Jewry and Christianity, they have come after Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub. We can say that this religion of Judaism, it started with Moses at the most. Christianity started with Jesus at the most. So Ibrahim, Ismail, Ishaq, Yaqub, they were neither Christians nor Jews. قُلْ أَنْتُمْ أَعْلَمُ أَمِ اللَّهِ. Say, are you more knowledgeable or Allah? وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ كَتَمَ شَهَادَةً عِنْدَهُ مِنَ اللَّهِ. He is more unjust than the one who conceals a testimony with him from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. Allah is not unaware of what you are doing. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ. They were a people who have passed. Ibrahim, Ismail, Ishaq, Yaqub, they were a community. They were a people who have died, who have gone, who have passed. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. For them was what they earned. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn. وَلَا تُسْأَلُونَ عَمَّا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And you will not be asked what they were doing. سيقول السفهاء من الناس ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها قل لله المشرق والمغرب يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم قد نرى تقلب وجهك في السماء فلنولينك قبلة ترضاها فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام وحيث ما كنتم فولوا وجوهكم شطره وإن الذين أوتوا الكتاب ليعلمون أنه الحق من ربهم وما الله بغافل عما يعملون صدق الله العظيم. In the coming two sections of Surah Al-Baqarah, that is the 17th and the 18th, the main subject which is discussed is Tahweelul Qibla, the change in the direction of the Qibla. سيقول السفهاء من الناس. Now the fools among the people will say, ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها. What turned them from the Qibla, the direction which they were facing in their prayers previously? قُلْ لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ. Say to them, to Allah belong all the east, the west. The east and west both belong to Allah. يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ إِلَىٰ صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. He guides to whom He wishes to the straight path. Now the same words which appeared previously, لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ فَأَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. Those words are repeated here. Because when there was a change in the Qibla, the Jews especially made it a scandal. They made a very big issue out of it. Till that time, because after the Prophet ﷺ migrated to Medina, he ordered the Muslims to face towards Jerusalem while praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Jews thought that at least they are our camp followers. They are facing the same Qibla, the sacred place of ours. That is the sacred place for us. Our center, our spiritual center. If they are facing towards it, although he has claimed to be a prophet, to be a messenger of Allah, but they have actually accepted, in some way, at least partially, our own traditions. But when there was change, for about 16 months, this was the condition. Muslims were praying, facing towards Jerusalem. But then came the ayat, which we shall be reading presently, inshallah, very soon. And then there was the change of Qibla towards the Masjidul Haram, which is at Makkah. So now they raised hue and cry. What type of a prophet he is? His Qibla changes. What happened to the prayers of 16 months? If that was the wrong place, that was the wrong direction, and this is the correct direction, it means that the prayers of 16 months have been lost, gone without any avail. And what about those who died during this period? People who are living, they can, in some way or the other, they can compensate. But who have already died, what will happen to them? So it became a very big issue. That is why Quran is also, starting the discussion in a very unusual manner. سَيَقُولُ السُّفَهَاءُ مِنَ النَّاسِ مَا وَاللَّهُ مَنْ قِبْلَتِهِمُ الَّتِي كَانُوا عَلَيْهَا. The word, sufaha, that is very unusual for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to use. But it was the need of the time. The situation was such that demanded that it should be dealt with an iron hand. سَيَقُولُ السُّفَهَاءُ مِنَ النَّاسِ مَا وَاللَّهُ مَنْ قِبْلَتِهِمُ الَّتِي كَانُوا عَلَيْهَا قُلْ لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ. First answer. This is not a very important issue which you have made out of it. It's a trivial issue. This Qibla doesn't mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is confined and limited to some one direction. It's only, for the ummah, so that there should be harmony, there should be uniformity and nothing else. Otherwise, east, west, north, south, all the directions belong to Allah. أَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. وَاللَّهُ وَيَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ إِلَىٰ صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. Whomsoever He wishes, He guides to the right path. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. And in this way, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have made you, O Muslims, the best ummah, the intermediary ummah, or the most justly balanced ummah. This ummah, wasata, it can be translated in three ways. Because a thing which is in middle is the best. So the best ummah. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nas. We shall read this ayah in Surah Al-Imran. Khayra ummatin. So maybe the same meaning is of here also. Kuntum khayra ummatin. وَلَقَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. In this way, we have now declared you to be the best ummah, or the intermediary ummah. Now you will be the link between the Prophet ﷺ and the whole of the humanity. Up till now, there were two links in the chain of Risala or messengerhood. The message of Allah, wahi came from Allah to Jibreel, from Jibreel to Muhammad ﷺ. Now from Muhammad to the whole of humanity, this ummah is the link. It will carry the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is destined for the whole of humanity, to the humanity at large. So now you are the intermediary ummah. Ummatan wasatan, litakunu shuhada. And then the most justly balanced ummah, wasat, in between the two extremes. So balanced. And this, changing of the qibla is a symbol that the former Muslim ummah has been deposed from this position, and now you, O the followers of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, have been installed in that position for all times to come till the end of this world. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ, so that you should become the witnesses over the humanity at large. وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا, and the Rasul, the Messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he should become a witness over you. By preaching to you, by communicating and conveying to you the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through words as well as deeds, examples, practical examples. He has communicated and conveyed the message of Allah to you. You have to convey it to the humanity at large. And on the day of judgment, the Prophet will stand up and say and testify, "Oh Allah, your guidance that came to me, I had conveyed to them." In the same manner, you will be required to stand and testify that, "Oh Allah, your guidance that came to us through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we had conveyed that guidance to the whole humanity." And if you fail to do so, you will be brought to the book. You will be held responsible. Because if people go astray, if you have conveyed the message and then they go astray, they are responsible. But if you have not at all conveyed the message, then you are first to blame that you have not done your duty. This is, a very serious problem to ponder upon, that this is a very big responsibility of the Muslim Ummah. لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الْقِبْلَةَ الَّتِي كُنْتَ عَلَيْهَا. And we didn't declare that qibla on which you were, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for 16 months. We declared, or we recognized that qibla. Why? إِلَّا لِنَعْلَمَ مَنْ يَتَّبِعُ الرَّسُولَ مِمَّنْ يَنْقَلِبُ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ. We did so only to differentiate and distinguish those who followed Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who followed the messenger, who obeyed the messenger of Allah, from those who went back on their heels. Now what's the meaning? Because the Muhajirin, the people of Makkah, who were the first Muslims, they loved Kaaba very much. Because that was, so to say, we can say that was a national monument also. They were the progeny of Ibrahim, and Ibrahim built this house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they were doing Hajj during the Jahiliyyah also, before Islam also. Although many things wrong were added to the rites and rituals of Hajj, many things which were essential were diminished from them. But still this was going on. It was a national place for them, national monument for them. So now when they were asked after Hijrah, now you have to face to Jerusalem, it was a testing for them. If they really obeyed Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam or not. If they had the love of their ancestral, monument, then they would not have prayed facing towards Jerusalem. So that was a test to distinguish those who really obeyed and followed the messenger of Allah, and from those who went back on their heels. مِمَّنْ يَنْقَلِبُ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ وَإِنْ كَانَتْ لَكَبِيرَةٌ. And surely it was a very big trial, very hard test, to which the Muslims from Makkah were put. إِلَّا عَلَى الَّذِينَ هَدَى اللَّهُ, except on those whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided. وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ. And Allah is not going to let the prayers of the Muslims go in waste, because prayers are the most essential thing. As-salatu imaduddin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not going to let the iman, the faith of the Muslims go in waste. لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِالنَّاسِ لَرَءُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. Those who prayed towards Jerusalem, when the command of the Prophet was to face towards that qibla, well, the prayers were okay. They were accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They were genuine. They are not lost whatsoever. Because it was under the command of the Rasul of Allah. Hence, Now the command is towards Kaaba, so now you have to pray towards Kaaba. And now this is the testing now for whom? Supposedly, Abdullah ibn Salam radiallahu ta'ala anhu, he was a Jew. And he was a alim, a very learned person, a rabbi of the Jews. He embraced Islam. Now when he had to face towards Kaaba, and he was now having his back towards Jerusalem, it was a test for him, whether he has really accepted Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and Islam and Quran, or there is some, degree of sort of weakness of his faith. It was a test. So it was a two-way test. When the Muslims were ordered to face toward Jerusalem, it was a test for the people of the Makkah. When they were commanded to face toward Makkah, it was a test for especially the Jews. If someone of them had accepted Islam, it was a big trial and test for him, that he is now doing his back towards Jerusalem and facing towards Makkah. Inna Allah bin Nas al-Raufur Rahim, verily Allah Ta'ala is with the people. He is very much merciful and kind. قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, we have been seeing turning your face towards the sky. He was waiting for the final commandment from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to change the direction of Qibla. He was expecting it. He wished that the direction be changed, and he was waiting. So in waiting, he was, seeing towards the sky when Jibreel comes. قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ قِبْلَةً تَرْضَاهَا. So we shall turn your face towards the direction which you like, which will please you. فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. So now turn your face towards the direction of the Masjid al-Haram. This is the mosque around the Baytullah. This is Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. And wherever you may be, O Muslims. What does it mean? It is not a personal command for Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam only, it's for the whole of Ummah. Wherever you may be, حَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ, O Muslims, فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. So turn your faces towards Kaaba, towards Masjid al-Haram, while praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ لَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. And verily and surely, people who were given the book, they know it for sure, that this is the truth from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They knew it, that the real Qibla was Kaaba. That real direction, the first house that was built for the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was at Makkah. Inna awwala baytin wudi'a lin-nas alladhi bi Makkata mubarakan wa hudan lil-alamin. Because everybody knew it, and everybody knows it, that Jerusalem actually as a city was founded by Solomon alayhi salatu wasalam, Hazrat Sulaiman. About 2,000 years, or at least 1,500 years after Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. There was no Jerusalem at the time of Ibrahim. So actually, this was the first house, Kaabatullah. And it was built originally by Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. But secondly, it was renewed by Ibrahim and Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam, which we have read in the previous sections. So that this house is the older house. And you know the Prophet Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, in which direction he was praying when there was no Jerusalem. The temple of Solomon was going to be built at least 500 years after him. So which direction he was praying at that time? So actually the old and the ancient Qibla was this very Qibla. So people who were knowledgeable of the book of Allah, who really knew the Torah, they knew it. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ لَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. Verily and surely, those who are given the book, they know that this is the truth from their Lord. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا يَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is not unaware of what they are doing. وَلَئِنْ أَتَاكَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ بِكُلِّ آيَةٍ. And if you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, bring forth before these people of the book all the proofs, all the arguments, مَا تَبِعُوا قِبْلَتَكَ, they are not going to follow and accept your Qibla. وَمَا أَنْتَ بِتَابِعٍ قِبْلَتَهُمْ. And now that the truth has been dawned unto you, and the commandment from Allah has come unto you, now you cannot follow their Qibla. You can also not follow their Qibla in any case. وَمَا بَعْضُهُمْ بِتَابِعٍ بَعْضُ قِبْلَةَ بَعْضٍ. And some of them cannot follow the Qibla of the others. Because although Jerusalem was sacred for both Christians and the Jews, but in the temple of Solomon itself, for the Jews it was the western corner which was more holy. And for the Christians it was the eastern part of the temple which was more holy. Because, you know, Hazrat Maryam alayhi salatu wasalam took to i'tikaf in the eastern corner of the temple of Solomon, of the Haikal. So that is why, you know, between among them also, although they agreed on Jerusalem, on the temple, but in the temple there was a difference of opinion about the direction. When in the temple, when we are in Kaaba, in Masjid al-Haram, all are facing towards Kaaba. But if even in Masjid al-Haram somebody is facing towards east and somebody is facing towards west, now what is it? The difference is very apparent. This would have been very apparent. It is not so. In the Masjid al-Haram, we all face towards Kaaba in circles. But in Jerusalem, in the Temple of Solomon, the Christians were facing towards east and the Jews were facing towards west. So they didn't have even one Qibla. Although the house, although the Temple of Solomon, that was common to them. So that is the meaning of this ayah. Even all the proofs you may produce before them, they are not going to follow your Qibla. Now you can also not follow their Qibla. You have followed their Qibla for 16 months. But now the command has come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. So you cannot follow their Qibla. And they can follow the Qibla of each other also. وَمَا بَعْضُهُمْ بِتَابِعِ الْقِبْلَةَ بَعْضٍ وَلَئِنِ اتَّبَعْتَ أَهْوَاءَهُمْ بَعْدَ مَا جَاءَكَ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِنَّكَ إِذًا لَمِنَ الظَّالِمِينَ. And if you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and if you, O Muslims, you follow their wishes, after that this truth has, the real knowledge has been communicated to you, that this has come to you, then you will be from the unjust people. You will also be from Zalimeen. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ. To those whom we gave the book, they recognize it or recognize him. يَعْرِفُونَهُ can be for Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. It can be for Kaaba. It can be for Quran. يَعْرِفُونَهُ, the pronoun who, can point towards either Muhammad, person of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. They recognize the person of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that he is the last messenger of Allah, about whom there were the prophecies in Torah and Injil. They recognize that this Qibla is the real Qibla, the ancient Qibla, the old Qibla, the original Qibla. They recognize that this Quran is the book of Allah, is the word of Allah. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ وَإِنَّ فَرِيقًا مِّنْهُمْ لَيَكْتُمُونَ الْحَقَّ وَهُمْ يَعْلَمُونَ. But a group among them, some of them, they are hiding and concealing the truth. Knowingly, they know it, that they are hiding the truth. The truth is in their knowledge, and intentionally they are concealing and hiding it. الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ فَلَا تَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. But you know, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and O Muslims, this is the truth from your Lord, so none of you should be one of those who go into doubt. You must have full conviction that this is the real Qibla and this is the ancient Qibla, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has restored you to the original Qibla. وَلِكُلِّ وِجْهَةٌ هُوَ مُوَلِّيهَا. For every nation, for every community, there is a direction towards which they face. فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ. So, O Muslims, you vie with each other in pursuing whatever is good. Oh, you should be after virtue. You should compete with each other towards virtues and charity and whatever is good. أَيْنَمَا تَكُونُوا يَأْتِ بِكُمُ اللَّهُ. Wherever you will be, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will gather you. جَمِيعًا, all of you. إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Verily, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is powerful for everything. He can do whatever He likes. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. And from wherever you start for praying, intending to pray, you turn your face in the direction of the Masjid al-Haram. وَإِنَّهُ لَلْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. You see here how it is being repeated. How many times it is being repeated. The emphasis being put on it. And between the lines you can read what was the background. what was, the scandal which was produced by the Jews and the propaganda against Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that can be very easily seen between the lines. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. From wherever you start, you begin, you want to pray, you stand to pray, turn your face towards the sacred mosque. وَإِنَّهُ لَلْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. And verily it is the truth, it is the real qibla from your Lord. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is not unaware of what you are doing. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. See how it is being repeated. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. From wherever you stand for praying, turn your face towards this sacred mosque. And all of you, O Muslims, wherever from you stand to pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, turn your faces towards the sacred masjid. لَأَلَّا يَكُونَ لِلنَّاسِ عَلَيْكُمْ حُجَّةٌ. So that there should be no argument against you for the people. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ. Except for those who are the unjust among them. Now what's the meaning of this part of this ayah? Because had not the Qibla changed, the knowledgeable persons who had the real knowledge among the Jews, they would have argued against Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that if he was the real and the last prophet, he would have turned to the real and the ancient Qibla. If he has not done it, he is not the real prophet. That would have been the argument against you, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, had not the direction of this Qibla been changed. Now, whosoever is arguing against you, they are the unjust people, they are the illiterate people, they are those people who know nothing. So you don't care about them. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ فَلَا تَخْشَوْهُمْ وَخْشَوْنِي. Don't care for them. Don't have any fear of them. You should fear me. وَلَيُتِمَّ نِعْمَتِي عَلَيْكُمْ. And this is, I have done this. I have changed this direction of this Qibla so that I should complete all the blessings on you. All the things, they have to be completed. This deen of Allah is to be completed with you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, for all times to come. So you have to do everything. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَهْتَدُونَ. And so that you, O Muslims, you are on the right path, you are guided. And you reach the final destination of success. كَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا فِيكُمْ. As we have now sent in you. Now just recall that prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail when they were raising the walls of Kaaba. رَبَّنَا وَبَعَثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِكَ وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْعَزِيزُ الْحَكِيمُ. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is declaring, this is actually the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is really the prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail which has taken this form, the messengerhood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It is in response to the prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail that we have sent our messenger Muhammad amongst you. كَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا فِيكُمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْكُمْ. And he is from amongst you, رَسُولًا مِّنْكُمْ. يَتْلُو عَلَيْكُمْ آيَاتِنَا. He is reciting unto you our ayat. وَيُزَكِّيكُمْ. Purifying your souls. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. And teaching you the book as well as the wisdom. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمْ مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ. And he is teaching you what you were not knowing before. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ. So you remember me. Always keep me in remembrance. أَذْكُرْكُمْ. I will remember you. وَاشْكُرُونِي. It's very beautiful. The relationship between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the abd, the bondsman, is bilateral. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ. You remember me, I will remember you. In tansurullah yansurkum. If you help Allah, Allah will help you. There is in a hadith a very beautiful expression. If you come towards Allah walking, Allah will come towards you running. If you come towards Allah the amount of a hand, Allah will come to you the amount of the length of an arm. If you remember Allah in your heart, Allah will also remember you in His heart. And if you mention Allah in some gathering, Allah will mention you in a much higher, a better gathering, the gathering of the angels. Khuda khud महफिल बूद अंदर ला मकान खुसरो Muhammad शम महफिल बूद शब जाए के मन बूदम. In that महफिल, in that gathering of the malaikatul muqarrabun, Allah mentions the persons who mention Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in some gatherings. So it's a bilateral relationship. Fashkuruni askurkum, washkuruli wala takfurun. And be thankful to me, be grateful to me, and don't be ungrateful towards me. Now here the first part of this surah Al-Mubarakah ends. In this first part, I told you the basic address was towards the former Muslim Ummah, either directly or indirectly. Although in the last portions there was mention, there was something said towards Muslims also, there was some mention, very trivial mention of the people of Makkah, of the pagan Arabs also. Because you know the division in the Quran, you won't find that it is very hard and fast. The two parts are interlocking with each other. Now the address is directly to the Muslim Ummah. And please note before we proceed, that this we can analyze that there are 4 threads of 4 subjects which are wound together just as you have in a rope, so that they are interwoven with each other, although all the threads are continuous. But when you know you have 2 or 3 or 4 strands and you wind them and you make them in the rope, if they are of different colors, red and blue and green and white, these colors will appear to be interrupted. They will be not continuous. You will see the red color and then the green, then the white and then the blue and so on. But you know, if you open away and you separate the strands from one from other, now you will find that all the strands are continuous. So what are those 4 strands? Number 1 now, the address to the Muslim Ummah about Sharia. And Sharia comprises of 2 parts, the ibadat, the modes of worship, and the muamalat, the affairs of the Muslim community. This is halal, this is haram, this is permissible, this is forbidden. In social affairs especially, in nikah and talaq, etc., you'll find. This thing is haram, sharab, about sharab and masir. You know all these commandments will start, and the blueprint of the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam will be prepared within this second part of this surah Al-Baqarah. So those 2 strands are of Sharia, one of ibadat, Saum and Hajj, they will be discussed. Salat will be discussed. And number 2 of muamalat, nikah and talaq and marriage and separation and divorce and so on, and things, eating which is permissible and things which are forbidden to eat, etc. And the other 2 strands, the 2 parts of jihad fi sabilillah, infaq fi sabilillah, qital fi sabilillah, to spend your mal. And this, you know, is the jihad bil mal. Jahidu fi sabilillah bi amwalikum wa anfusikum. Jihad with your properties, your belongings. This is infaq fi sabilillah. Then the jihad with your bodies, the final stage is qital fi sabilillah, going to war for the cause of Allah. So these 4 strands, the ibadat, the muamalat, the infaq fi sabilillah, and the jihad, qital fi sabilillah, they are interwoven with one each other, and these will be, some issue will be discussed, then the second will be taken, then the third will be taken, then the first might be again discussed, then the second might be discussed. So they are continuous, but you know they will appear to be interrupted. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ista'inu bis-sabri was-salah. Note this ayah. In the very beginning, the same verse with which the 5th section of this surah ended. That section which was for dawah to Bani Israel. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa awfu bi'ahdi ufi bi'ahdikum wa iyaya farhabun. And the last ayah was, wasta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. Wa innaha lakabiratun illa 'ala al-khashi'in allazina yadhunnuna annahum mulaqu rabbihim wa annahum ilayhi raji'un. Take help and take Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala support. Fasta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. And 2 things are the medium of the support from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You can get the support and help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through patience and perseverance and through salah and prayer. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ista'inu bis-sabri was-salah. O you who believe, seek help in patience and perseverance and prayer. Inna Allaha ma'as-sabirin. Verily, Allah is with the patient ones. People who show perseverance, Allah's help will be with them. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. Now because a very big mission, a very difficult mission was assigned, now you have to be the witnesses over whole of mankind. And this will entail risks for you. And you might be killed for the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. From the very beginning, in the very beginning, it's a warning. Don't think it's a very simple route, it's a very plain road, a plain path to tread. No, there are difficulties, there are going to be tests and tribulations. You will be tried in every way. Your sincerity will be tested. So this is the forewarning to the Muslim Ummah. And here the Muslim Ummah is being addressed to for the first time in the Quran. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. Don't say about them who are killed in the way of Allah that they are dead. بَلْ أَحْيَاءٌ وَلَكِنْ لَا تَشْعُرُونَ. No, they are living, but you cannot perceive it. It's beyond your perception. But they are living, they are not dead. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ. And we shall certainly and surely test you with something from fear. You will find fear. وَالْجُوعِ and hunger. وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ and losses in the property as well as lives and fruits. وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. O Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, give glad tidings to those who show patience and perseverance. الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ. Who are they? Who are those sabirin? الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ. Who, when afflicted with calamity, قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. They respond by saying that we belong to Allah and to Him we shall return. We are His property. We belong to Him. He can do anything He likes to us. All that He does to us, all that is from Him is acceptable to us. He is our Lord. Huwa Maulana. He is our Lord. If He has decided this for me, well, this is good for me. Although it might appear to be bad for me, injurious for me. It might be, I might think that it is causing any loss to me, any pain to me. But it is good for me if it has been ordained for me by my Lord, by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ. They are the people on whom the blessings from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will come and His mercy will descend. أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُهْتَدُونَ. And they are the rightly guided ones. They will reach the final destination of success and rushd and fawz and falah. إِنَّ الصَّفَا وَالْمَرْوَةَ مِن شَعَائِرِ اللَّهِ. Now you know, because with Ibrahim's mention in the 15th section, there was the mention of the building of the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Baytullah. Then there was the mention of tawaf and ruku and sujood and i'tikaf and maqam Ibrahim. So in the holy places there, these two were remaining. So a mention has been made of these two also. Inna safa wal marwata min sha'airillah. Verily, surely the mounts of Safa and Marwa are also from the emblems of Allah, symbols of Allah. Sha'air, emblems, symbols, signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَمَنْ حَجَّ الْبَيْتَ وَاعْتَمَرَ فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ أَن يَطَّوَّفَ بِهِمَا. So whosoever makes Hajj or Umrah of the Bayt of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there will be no sin on him if he also circumambulates both of them. He is doing tawaf, but you know this is not tawaf, this is sa'i. Going from Safa to Marwa, 1. Returning from Marwa to Safa, 2. So all 7. So actually it's walking, and in a part of it it's running, but it is not circumambulation. Sa'i it is called. But here, you know, Quran has used the same word tawaf, because you are going from this to that and returning back to the original mount of Safa. So it can be said to be Safa, tawaf, but actually this is sa'i. And in the manasik Hajj, you know, it's called sa'i. وَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ خَيْرًا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَاكِرٌ عَلِيمٌ. Or whosoever does any good deed voluntarily, So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is always appreciative of anybody's good deed, and He is definitely knowing. He knows every good deed of every person. Now there is a reference again to the Jews, and this is going to be the last place in this surah where a reference has been made to the Jews. Because they concealed all the facts about the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You know, in the last part of the 16th section, with which the first part of the Quran ended, we had the ayah, but because we were ending that session, so we couldn't pay attention, full attention, due attention to that ayah. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ كَتَمَ شَهَادَةً عِنْدَهُ مِنَ اللَّهِ. Who is more cruel, more unjust than that person who conceals and hides a testimony from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which is with him. You are having a testimony from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and you are hiding it. You are keeping it back. You are concealing it. So this is the biggest injustice. This is the biggest act, of evil that a man can be expected to commit. Man azlamu mimman katama shahadatan indahu min Allah. Now actually we may say that these 3 ayat or 4 ayat, they are giving the details of the same ayah. Inna allazina yaktumuna ma anzalna min al-bayyinati wal-huda. Definitely, surely those who conceal and hide what we have sent down, min al-bayyinat, clear signs and clear teachings, wal-huda and guidance, min ba'di ma bayyannahu lin-nasi fil kitab, after we made them very clear in our book for the people. Ulaika yal'anuhumullah wa yal'anuhumul la'inun. They are the people on whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself curses, and all the cursers, all those who curse, they also curse them. Ulaika yal'anuhumullah wa yal'anuhumul la'inun. Those who have that testimony, that knowledge, that guidance that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down in his book, but people who have that book, they conceal that testimony, actually they are getting the curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and curse of all the cursers. Illa allazina tabu. There is an exception. Except those who repent. Wa aslahu. And relent towards them. Wa aslahu wa bayyanu. Those who make tawbah, who return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who repent, wa aslahu, and then they rectify their attitude, wa bayyanu, and then they explain and make clear whatever was there in the book. Ulaika atubu alayhim. They are the people on whom I will relent towards them. Wa ana tawwabur rahim. And I am the one who relents towards people who make tawbah and who are repenting in the real sense. Inna alladhina kafaru wa matu wa hum kuffarun. On the contrary, those who committed kufr, who disbelieved, who belied the truth, وَمَاتُوا وَهُمْ كُفَّارٌ, and died in the same condition, died in kufr, died as kafirs. أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالنَّاسِ أَجْمَعِينَ. They are the people on whom there is the curse of Allah and all the angels and all the people. They are having for them all the curses from Allah as well as the angels as well as all the men. وَإِلَىٰ خَالِدِينَ فِيهَا. They will remain in that, dwell in that curse forever. لَا يُخَفَّفُ عَنْهُمُ الْعَذَابِ. Neither the punishment or chastisement will be reduced for them, diminished for them. وَلَا هُمْ يُنْظَرُونَ. Nor they will be given any respite. وَإِلَٰهُكُمْ إِلَٰهٌ وَاحِدٌ. Your Lord, your God is one God. لَا إِلَٰهَ إِلَّا هُوَ. There is no God except Him. Ar-Rahman, huwa Ar-Rahmanur Rahim, and He is all compassionate, all merciful, most beneficent. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ardi wa ikhtilafil layli wan nahari wal fulki allati tajri fil bahri bima yanfa'un nas. Now this is a very important ayah of the Quran, and this actually I have given it a name, Ayatul Ayat, because this one ayah contains reference to so many physical phenomena. These physical phenomena which Quran declares as signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything is a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These skies, these heavens, this moon, this sun, the alternation of the day and night, creation of heavens and earth, and this rain, all that the greenery this earth gets after the rain, and so on. Everything, is a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sign of His wisdom, sign of His authority, sign of His power. So actually all these things are signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we find in various Makki surahs, each one of these signs is discussed separately in ayat. But here in one ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has gathered so many physical phenomena as His signs. So it is ayatul ayat, the one ayah which has comprised so many ayat and signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ard. Surely in the creation of heavens and the earth, وَاخْتِلَافِ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ, and the difference or alternation of the night and the day, وَالْفُلْكِ الَّتِي تَجْرِي فِي الْبَحْرِ بِمَا يَنْفَعُ النَّاسِ, and in the ships that float in the rivers and the sea, with the material which is beneficial, بِمَا يَنْفَعُ النَّاسِ, which is beneficial for people. وَمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مِن مَّاءٍ, and in the water that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down from the sky. فَأَحْيَا بِهِ الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا, and revived the earth after it had died. It was dead, because when there is no greenery on the earth, it is like a dead earth. There is nothing, no signs of life. But when there is rain, there are all signs of life, there's greenery, and the insects also appear, birds also come. Life, in all the form now becomes very evident and apparent. فَأَحْيَا بِهِ الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا, and He made, the earth again living after it had been dead. وَبَثَّ فِيهَا مِن كُلِّ دَابَّةٍ, and He has spread in it all the moving creatures, all the animals, all the things that He has created. وَالسَّحَابِ وَتَصْرِيفِ الرِّيَاحِ, and in the changing of the winds, direction of the wind is changing from this direction to that direction. وَالسَّحَابِ الْمُسَخَّرِ, and this cloud which is, subservient, and this is between بَيْنَ السَّمَاءِ وَالْأَرْضِ, this is floating between the earth and the sky. لَا آيَاتٍ لِقَوْمٍ يَعْقِلُونَ, in each one of them there are signs for people who have understanding, who can infer from these, who can understand them. Every sign, is a clear proof of Allah's existence, of Allah being almighty, of Allah being the all-knowing. All the attributes, great attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they are manifest in these physical phenomena that every man can see with his own eyes. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَتَّخِذُ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ أَنْدَادًا يُحِبُّونَهُمْ كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ, and there are among the people who accept Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala other things and make them rivals to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they become loving them with the love which was due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a philosophical ayah of the Quran. Because, and let me mention here, Dr. Rafiuddin, he's a very big scholar, and he explained the philosophy of self of Allama Iqbal in a very philosophical book of his, and that is the ideology of the future. The main theme of the philosophy is that in man there is an urge for love. He wants to love someone, something, some idea, some ideology. This is the basic urge in every human being. So much so that for this love of his, he can sacrifice, and he is ready to sacrifice even his life. Because the modern psychologists, they tell us that the most potent instincts in man are the preservation of the self and the preservation of the species. You want to live. You want to save yourself. This is the most potent instinct in every living being. But in men we find, men have sacrificed their lives for ideologies. How many people laid down their lives for the communist revolution in Russia? How many people sacrificed their lives at the command of Hirohito, the king of Japan? They committed harakiri. They committed suicide at the command of the emperor. At the command, because they thought that our emperor is a god also, a manifestation of God, God incarnate. So, out of love for him, they committed harakari, and that was a special form of suicide. They used to cut their own abdomen with their own hands, with a knife, starting from the lower part of the abdomen till the chest. The whole person doing it himself, killing himself. So actually, he has decided, has inferred, and is proved that the most basic instinct in human beings is, which differentiates them from all animals, because the most potent animal instinct is to preserve it himself. But here we find that man sacrifices his own life, not only his own life, his progeny, for the sake of some idea, ideology, some philosophy, some people for their nation, some people for their country, some people for their honor, some people for some ideology, from communism and so on. It means there is an inherent urge to love something in every human being. This inherent urge of love was basically produced in us for the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But people who don't reach that place, who can't comprehend Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who have not recognized, who didn't have the marfa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, now they place somebody else, something else in its place, and they start loving him or that idea with the intensity with which they should have loved Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is the basic reason of shirk. Sometimes it is the country, my country. I am sacrificing my life for my country, my nation. I am sacrificing. I have dedicated myself to my nation, my religion, my philosophy, my ideology, my revolution. So actually all this was to be for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but people out of ignorance, when they couldn't reach the concept and the marfa, the understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then they place something else at that place. Because if you are very hungry, you eat everything then. Even haram can be eaten at that time. Even the dead flesh, the flesh of a dead animal can be eaten. Because the urge to eat is so strong in you that if the good food is not available, you are eating the very foul food. In the same way, if this urge of love, it is not attached to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it will somehow attach with something else. And that thing will become your God now. Either it is watan, or it is qawm, nation, or country, or some idea, or some ideology. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَتَّخِذُ مِنْ دُونِ اللَّهِ أَنْدَادًا يُحِبُّونَهُمْ كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ. There are from among people who take or make something rival to Allah, and they start loving them, loving that thing, or loving those things, just as they should have loved Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. And those who have real faith, who have reached the iman, who have reached the gnosis of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who have got the marfa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala more than anything. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. Now this is the essence of iman, and this is the criterion on which we can assess ourselves. Is Allah more dear to us than our own lives? Is Allah more dear to us than our sons and daughters and parents or our wives? Is Allah more dear to us than all the wealth of the world? If the answer is yes, Allah is more dear to me than anything else, then it is iman. Thank God that you have the iman. And if anything is there which is more dear to you than Allah, then that is your God, not Allah. If you love wealth more than Allah, then Allah is the wealth is your God, not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is why the Prophet said, Ta'is abdul dinar wa abdul dirham. Woe to the bondsman of dirham and dinar. Because whosoever loves, this wealth, dollar, more than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, dollar should come, money should come, rupee should come. Whether it is coming from halal or haram, I don't care. It means it is more beloved to you. It's more dear to you than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you may be having the name of Abdul Rahman, but actually you are Abdul Dinar, you are Abdul Dirham. Ta'is Abdul Dinar wa Abdul Dirham. Woe to the Abdul Dinar and Abdul Dirham, a man who is a bondsman to Dinar and Dirham. So whosoever is most loved by you, he is actually your Lord, he is actually your God, and you are worshipping Him. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. And those who have real iman, they love Allah more than anything else. Let me quote here the ayah number 24 of Surah At-Tawbah. قُلْ إِن كَانَ آبَاؤُكُمْ وَأَبْنَاؤُكُمْ وَإِخْوَانُكُمْ وَأَزْوَاجُكُمْ وَعَشِيرَتُكُمْ وَأَمْوَالٌ اقْتَرَفْتُمُوهَا وَتِجَارَةٌ تَخْشَوْنَ كَسَادَهَا وَمَسَاكِنُ تَرْضَوْنَهَا أَحَبَّ إِلَيْكُم مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ وَجِهَادٍ فِي سَبِيلِهِ فَتَرَبَّصُوا حَتَّىٰ يَأْتِيَ اللَّهُ بِأَمْرِهِ وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الظَّالِمِينَ. Say to them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, if your fathers and your brothers and your sons and your wives or spouses or your relatives and the wealth that you have gathered and the business about whose, you are always fearing about some recession, and of the big buildings that you have built, which you very much like, if all these eight things are more dear to you than Allah and His Messenger and going to jihad for the cause of Allah, then go and wait till Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala declares His final judgment, and Allah is not going to guide such rebellious type of people. Now this is actually the criterion of Iman. So وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ وَلَوْ يَرَى الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا يَرَوْنَ الْعَذَابَ أَنَّ الْقُوَّةَ لِلَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعَذَابِ. And only if these people who had committed sins, who have been unjust, who have done shirk, because this is the description of shirk, if they could see the azab, is yarawna al-azab, if they could see the moment, if they could visualize the time, when they will see the azab and the punishment and the chastisement, and they will clearly understand at that time, anna al-quwwata lillahi jami'a, that all authority is with Allah, wa anna Allah shadidul azab, and that Allah is very severe in punishment. These realities will dawn on them at that time. Only if it could dawn on them at this time, this would have been beneficial for them. Istabarra alladhina tabi'u min alladhina taba'u. When those who were followed, the leaders, the general public was following them. They may be religious leaders, they may be the political leaders who have given slogans to the public at large. When those people who were followed, they will disown them who were following them. Warawul azab, and when they will see before their eyes the punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the fire of hell, وَتَقَطَّعَتْ بِهِمُ الْأَسْبَابِ, and all the relations between them will all be broken and cut. وَقَالَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوا, and at that time those people who were followers, who were following the leaders, the religious or the political leaders, they will say, لَوْ أَنَّ لَنَا كَرَّةً, if there can be a returning for us to the world, the worldly life again, لَتَبَرَّأَ مِنْهُمْ كَمَا تَبَرَّأُوا مِنَّا, we will also sever all relations from them. We will disown our leaders, the religious as well as the political leaders, as they have disowned us today. كَذَلِكَ يُرِيهِمُ اللَّهُ أَعْمَالَهُمْ حَسَرَاتٍ عَلَيْهِمْ. In this manner, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will show them all their deeds that they had done or committed in this world as regrets for them. Now they will be regretting. We followed them and they took us astray. We believed in them and they, just took us away from the right path. But this will be regret only. There is no second returning to this world. This life is for once, and now the hereafter will be eternal. The result that is going to last forever. وَمَا هُمْ بِخَارِجِينَ مِنَ النَّارِ, and they will not be able to come out of the fire. يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين إنما يأمركم بالسوء والفحشاء وأن تقولوا على الله ما لا تعلمون وإذا قيل لهم اتبعوا ما أنزل الله قالوا بل نتبع ما ألفينا عليه آباءنا أولو كان آباؤهم لا يعقلون شيئا ولا يهتدون. صدق الله العظيم. Before we start with this 21st section of Surah Al-Baqarah, please note 2 points. As I told you that the 4 strands of the issues which are discussed in the second part, one is regarding the Sharia, Ahkam al-Sharia. Number 2 point, that just as we find in the end, in the last part of the first section, first half of the surah, there was mention of the pagan Arabs, the idolaters, the mushrikeen of the Arabian Peninsula. In the same way, in the second half also, we find in this ruku a reference to them. And that is, just as I said that in the previous section, it's the last mention of the Ahlul Kitab, of the Jews and Christians in this Surah Al-Baqarah. In this way, in this section, this is the last reference to the pagan Arabs, to the idol worshipping Arabs in this surah. Ya ayyuhan nas kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiba. O people, O mankind, eat from whatever is in the earth which is halal, lawful, and tayyiba, and good, and refined. وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. And don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ. Verily, he is for you a clear enemy. Now 2 things. كُلُوا مِمَّا فِي الْأَرْضِ حَلَالًا طَيِّبًا. Whatever is halal, permissible, eat it. Don't refrain from eating anything which is declared by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as permissible, as halal. Shaitan attacks human beings in 2 ways. He will persuade you to eat what is haram. And then he will give you different waswasa, different ideas about things which are halal. And he will ask you not to eat them, not to go near them. So actually keep both these things in your view. Kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyib. Eat whatever is halal and whatever is tayyib, whatever is good. In all the earth that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided you with food, and don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. He is for you a clear enemy. Innama ya'murukum bis-su. He actually ordains you. He commands you to whatever is evil, wal-fahsha, what is sinful, wa an taqulu 'ala Allahi ma la ta'lamun. And he also commands you to say something about Allah what you not know, without any knowledge. And it has another meaning also, to ascribe to Allah something about which you have no knowledge. That Allah has declared this thing to be haram, whereas we don't find anything in the Quran or in any revealed scripture that this is haram. This has been declared haram from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But you know, he will ascribe these things, just as the people in the Arabian Peninsula, they had declared many things to be haram. The Jews had declared the meat of camel to be haram, although there was no proof. Only Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam didn't like it personally. It was his liking or disliking, that's all, personal liking or disliking. But they declared it to be haram. In the same way, there were animals in the Arabian Peninsula who were given the names, you know, for certain gods, that this is reserved for that god and this is reserved for that god. And certain animals who had brought forth some offspring, some number of offsprings. After them now they are haram. You cannot take any service from them, you cannot eat their flesh, although those animals were halal in themselves. So all these things are covered by these ayat. إِنَّمَا يَأْمُرُكُمْ بِالسُّوءِ وَالْفَحْشَاءِ وَأَن تَقُولُوا عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. And you ascribe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala those things which you don't know. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمُ اتَّبِعُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ. And when it is said to them, follow what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down, what He has revealed. قَالُوا بَلْ نَتَّبِعُ مَا أَلْفَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ آبَانَا. They say, instead, we shall follow on what we found our forefathers. Whatever they were doing, whatever their practices, we shall follow them. أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ شَيْئًا. What? Will they follow their fathers, forefathers? Although it may be that their fathers were not knowing anything, but not understanding anything. أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ شَيْئًا وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. And they were not the guided people, they were not on the guidance. وَمَثَلُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا كَمَثَلِ الَّذِي يَنْعِقُ بِمَا لَا يَسْمَعُ إِلَّا دُعَاءً وَنِدَاءً. And the likeness of these people, these kuffar, who worship idols, and who call them, their gods, their idols, for help, and pray to them, prostrate before them. Their likeliness is to the people, to a shepherd who calls his flock of sheep. Although this flock of sheep, they understand nothing, but only that someone is crying and someone is, calling, except that. So just like animals, these idols even don't understand, don't hear, but they are calling them and they are praying to them. Summun bukmun umyun fahum la yaqilun. They hear nothing, they are dumb, they are deaf, they are blind, so they do not understand. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. Again repeating. O you who believe. In the beginning it was Ya ayyuhan nas. The address was to the whole of humanity. It was in the generalized terms. Now it is particularly the Muslims are addressed here. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. Eat from the good things with which we have provided you. Washkuru lillah. And be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In kuntum iyyahu ta'budun. If you really worship Him and obey Him. Innama harrama alaykum al-maytata. He has declared for you haram, and He has forbade you from eating what? 4 things. Al-mayta, the flesh of dead animals. Wad-dama, and the blood. Wa-lahm al-khinzir, and the flesh of swine. وَمَا أُهِلَّ بِهِ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ, and whatever was sacrificed in the name of anything else, anyone else except Allah. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ. Then whosoever is forced by necessity, he has nothing else to eat, and he is dying of hunger, he can eat from these things even. Although these things have been declared to be haram, najis in itself, in themselves. But a person who has nothing to eat, who cannot find anything more to eat, any other thing to eat, and he is going to die of hunger, he is allowed to eat from these also. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ. There are 2 conditions. There must be no craving for it. You say that I am eating pork because I have no other thing to eat here. No. You are not going to die without taking pork here. Then maybe that you have some craving within your heart for this, and you are only, using it as only a lame excuse and nothing else. There should be no craving for it, no liking for it, wala adin. And only that much amount can be taken which will save you from dying, not more. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. On such a person, if he takes some of these things which are forbidden, which are haram in themselves, there is no sin on him. Inna Allah ghafurur rahim. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and He is merciful. Inna alladhina yaktumuna ma anzalallahu min al-kitab. Verily those who hide and conceal what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down from the book, in the book. وَيَشْتَرُونَ بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. And they are purchasing, like accepting, in exchange, very low price. أُولَٰئِكَ مَا يَأْكُلُونَ فِي بُطُونِهِمْ إِلَّا النَّارِ. They are the people who are not eating into their stomachs and bellies except fire of hell. Although they might be eating very tasty foods, but this is actually the fire of hell, the cinders, burning cinders of hell, which they are putting in their stomachs and bellies. وَلَا يُكَلِّمُهُمُ اللَّهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. Allah will not speak to them on the day of judgment, on the doomsday. وَلَا يُزَكِّيهِمْ. And He will not purify them. وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. And for them is a very painful torment. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ اشْتَرَوُا الضَّلَالَةَ بِالْهُدَىٰ. They are the people who have purchased zalalah, error, and going astray in exchange for hidayah, hudan, in exchange for guidance. They have given up guidance, accepted zalalah. وَالْعَذَابَ بِالْمَغْفِرَةِ. They have exchanged azab for maghfirah. They could have maghfirah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, forgiveness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they have given it up, and they have chosen the punishment and the torment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَمَا أَصْبَرَهُمْ عَلَى النَّارِ. How bold they are for the fire of hell. ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّ اللَّهَ نَزَّلَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ. And this is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down His book with haqq, with whole truth, the total truth. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ اخْتَلَفُوا فِي الْكِتَابِ لَفِي شِقَاقٍ بَعِيدٍ. And verily, surely those who are making differences concerning this book, who are differing concerning this book, they are in a very far away enmity, shiqaqin ba'id. They have gone far away in enmity and arrogance. Now comes a very big ayah of the Quran and a very grand ayah. It gives us a very comprehensive view of what is the virtue, what's the concept of virtue and goodness in Islam. لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ قِبَلَ الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. It's not all charity, all good, that you turn your faces towards the east and west. The same subject, you know. There are two full sections of the Quran, of this Surah Al-Baqarah, which discuss directly the issue of the changing of the direction of the Qibla. But two sections before we found the beginning. لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ فَأَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. And two sections later, we are again having the mention of the same issue. Don't think that this is all virtue and this is most important. You have attached, out of proportion importance to this issue. لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وَجُوهَكُمْ قِبَلَ الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. The real charity, real good, real virtue is not that you turn your faces towards the east or west. وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ. But actually charity and virtue is the virtue of a person. مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالْكِتَابِ وَالنَّبِيِّينَ. The first precondition of virtue and goodness and all good is to have faith in Allah. Who has belief and faith in Allah, وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, and the last day, وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ, and the angels, وَالْكِتَابِ, and the books, وَالنَّبِيِّينَ, and the prophets. And number two, what is the manifestation, practical manifestation of this iman? Number one, وَآتَ الْمَالَ عَلَى حُبِّهِ ذَوِي الْقُرْبَى وَالْيَتَامَى وَالْمَسَاكِينَ وَابْنَ السَّبِيلِ وَالسَّائِلِينَ وَفِي الرِّقَابِ. They give away their own belongings, their own wealth, although they themselves love it, in spite of their love for it. This mal, this wealth is definitely dear to their hearts. But despite this love for them, for this property and wealth, they spend it. And they spend it for whom? Zawil Qurba, close in relationship. Wal Yatama, and the orphans. Wal Masakin, and the poor. Wabna Sabil, and the wayfarer. Wasailin, and the beggars. Wafil Riqab, and in releasing the people from the bondage of slavery and maybe also of debt. Wabna Sabila wasailin wafil Riqab. Wa aqam as-salah. Second practical manifestation, and he established the regular prayers. Wa ata az-zakah, and he paid the charity, the regular charity, the compulsory charity. And number four, وَالْمُوفُونَ بِعَهْدِهِمْ إِذَا عَهَدُوا. And those who fulfill their words and promises and contracts when they have made any contract, any promise. And number five, and last but not the least, rather we should say the most important, وَالصَّابِرِينَ فِي الْبَأْسَاءِ وَالضَّرَّاءِ وَحِينَ الْبَأْسِ. Those who show perseverance and patience in distress and affliction, and at the time of conflict and war, and they are steadfast, they are perseverance, they show patience, and they are ready to risk everything for the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ صَدَقُوا وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُتَّقُونَ. They are the people who are really truthful, and they are the people who are really pious, who are really God-fearing. Now this is, as you have seen, this ayah, the name of this ayah can be Ayatul Bir, the ayah which gives us a comprehensive view of what is bir, what is virtue, what is charity. And this gives us a full character picture of a person. Because the goodness or iman, real faith, it permeates the whole personality of a person. The whole personality is changed. If there is real iman in the heart, وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالْكِتَابِ وَالنَّبِيِّينَ. That real iman in the heart will change and transform the whole character, the whole personality of a man. And that has been described in 5 terms. Number 1, that he gives away his wealth, although it is dear to him, for the needy, the poor, the orphans, and so on. Number 2, established prayer, pays the regular zakat, and he fulfills the promises that he makes, the contracts. Whatever he has given word, he sticks to them. And finally, then he is steadfast in the struggle between evil and good. He fights the evil, he challenges the evil, and if there is time to have patience, if there is persecution, if there is opposition, and he is afflicted with distress, pain, he has to go hungry, he has to take risks about his own life. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ, which we read that ayah in the 19th section. So that gives us a total picture of a man, of a person, of a character who is liked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is actually a good person. He is actually the one whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumul qisas. Oh, you who believe. Now there is, again, some commandments about muamalat, the affairs of the world, about the cases in, murder. Because in every human society there can be killing, slaying, and murder. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumul qisasu fil qatla. Oh, you who believe. The law of equitable retribution concerning the slain, the murdered one, that has been made essential for you. Kutiba alaykum. It has been made imperative on you. You have to abide by this law of equitable retribution concerning the cases of slaying and killing and murdering. Al-Hurru bil-Hurr. A free man in the place of a free man. He will have to die. If he had committed the murder, he will have to die, or he will have to pay the blood money. Wal-Abd bil-Abd. And if it is a slave, then the slave will die. Not that because the slave, he has killed a free man, so he is not equal to his life. No. A man is equal to every other man as regards the life. Wal-Unsa bil-Unsa. And if the murderer is a woman, then that woman will go. فَمَنْ عُفِيَ لَهُ مِنْ أَخِيهِ شَيْءٌ. Whosoever for whomsoever something is diminished from his brother. Now the brother of the slain, of the murdered person, of the killed person, their kith and kin, if they are ready to pardon him, it is as if they have done some favor to him. فَمَنْ عُفِيَ لَهُ مِنْ أَخِيهِ شَيْءٌ. If they have accepted the blood money, that is also a mercy to him, to the murderer, to the killer. فَاتِّبَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. So then it should be given alleviation from your Lord. It should be in the proper way. Adaun ilahi bi-ihsan. And that blood money should be paid to them in a very beautiful way. Not grudgingly. Adaun ilahi bi-ihsan. ذَلِكَ تَخْفِيفٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ. And this is an alleviation, a decrease, a leniency from your Lord, and a mercy. فَمَنِ اعْتَدَى بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ. Whosoever transgresses even after that, he has accepted the blood money also, and he is after the taking the life of the killer also. Whosoever does both the things, فَلَهُ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. For him there is a very painful punishment. So this is the beauty of the Islamic law about these cases of murder, If somebody is murdered, he has gone. Now, even if the killer is killed, the family of the murdered person gets nothing. But if, this family pardons the killer, now this killer, this murderer is under an ihsan of those people. And this will be good for both the parties. Otherwise, especially in the tribal societies, killings go on, revenge taken from one tribe, then the people of the other tribe kill so many people of that tribe, then again this tribe takes the revenge and kills so many people of that tribe. It goes on. You know, in dynasties it goes on. Generation after generation it goes on. But this law, you know, it can produce a full stop. It can place a full stop on all these things. Because now the duty of the state is to procure and hold and get that murderer, bring him to book. Now you place him at the mercy of the family of the man who was murdered. That family has the authority. If they want to forgive him, they can forgive him. If they want to accept blood money, they can accept blood money. So that is actually the beauty and the wisdom of the divine law in the case of murder. وَلَكُمْ فِي الْقِصَاصِ حَيَاةٌ يَا أُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. And for you, O people of understanding, there is life in this law of equitable retribution concerning the slain, so that you may be saved. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا أَذَرَ أَحَدَكُمُ الْمَوْتُ إِن تَرَكَ خَيْرًا الْوَصِيَّةُ. It has been made obligatory upon you, if death comes the time of dying comes of a person amongst you, if he is leaving behind him some wealth, that he should prepare and give a will, wasiyah, lil walidain, for the parents, wal aqrabin, and the close in kith and kin, bil ma'roof, in a proper way, in a proper manner, in a reasonable, equitable manner. Haqqan al muttaqeen. It's a duty upon all people who fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Actually, this ayah has been abrogated in toto. Because when in Surah An-Nisa, the law of inheritance was revealed in detail. This is the portion of the father of the deceased, this is the portion of the mother of the deceased, and this is the portion of the daughters, and this is the portion of the sons. And if there is none among the parents or the offsprings, then you know this wealth can go to the brothers and sisters and so on. When that law was revealed, this thing was abrogated. Now it is not necessary for any Muslim to prepare a will, because whatever he leaves behind him, it will be distributed according to the law of the Sharia, law of inheritance. But you know, if somebody wants to make a will, he can make up till 1/3 of his property only. And none of the inheritors, the regular inheritors according to the Islamic law, cannot be given anything in the will. That is the portion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has fixed. They will get only the fixed portion. This will can be only for other people, some poor people, some institutions, some work of charity that can be given, you know, but up till the limit of 1/3 of the total property, not all, not more than 1/3. So this is applicable only now to the 1/3 of the property of a person who has died, and rest of it will definitely be distributed according to the law, detailed law, which is revealed in Surah An-Nisa. So it can also be said that this ayah has been abrogated totally, because it is no more essential, obligatory for a Muslim to have a will. So, كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا حَضَرَ أَحَدَكُمُ الْمَوْتُ إِن تَرَكَ خَيْرًا لِلْوَصِيَّةِ. This commandment has been abrogated in toto. But a part of it has been retained by Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It is from Sunnah, that if somebody wants to give something in a will, then he can do it up till 1/3 of his property. فَمَنْ بَدَّلَهُ بَعْدَ مَا سَمِعَهُ. But then whosoever changes it after he had listened to it, فَإِنَّمَا إِسْمُهُ عَلَى الَّذِينَ يُبَدِّلُونَهُ. So the sin of it will be on those who change it. A person is dying and he has given a will, supposedly verbally only, but the people who were there, they have now changed. They say, no, he said not that thing, but he said this thing. So now the person who has died is not responsible. He will not to be blamed on the day of judgment. It will be those who have changed his will, they will be brought to the book and they will be blamed. Inna Allah Samiun Alim. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala listens to everything and He knows everything. فَمَنْ خَافَ مِن مُوسٍ جَنَفًا. Whosoever fears that the deceased person, the person who has died and who has given a will, janafan aw isman, he has done some injustice in his will, or he has done some wrongdoing. If there is the fear that he has committed a mistake, he shouldn't have done this, it is unjust, the distribution that he has given in his will is not based on justice, فَأَصْلَحَ بَيْنَهُمْ, then there must be a dispute. Those who have been given less, they will stand and demand more. And then if they agreeably, if they change it and they set it the matter right by mutual consultation, فَأَصْلَحَ بَيْنَهُمْ فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ, then there is no sin on them. It is not sacrosanct that whatever the will is, it has to be implemented as such. No. If it is thought that it is unjust, injustice has been done, and then now by mutual agreement, some adjustments are made, so there is no harm in it, and there will be no sin in it. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam. Now the other strand, and that is of ibadat. Now Psalm. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. O you who profess to believe, keeping fast has been made mandatory for you, just as it was made mandatory for them who were before you. This was there in the Sharia of Moses alayhi salam also. Psalm was there in their Sharia. In the same way, now this Psalm, Siyam, keeping fast, has been made obligatory on you. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you have real taqwa, so that you have self-control over your animal instincts. You have full control of your id and libido. Ayyam ma'dudat. As I told you, I think that these two ayat, they concern the first commandment that was given by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to the people after Hijrah, that every Muslim should keep 3 fasts every month, because the Arabs were not accustomed to fasting. So they were gradually accustomed to it in a manner that every month, now you see, the month could be December, when fasting is easy. The month could be July or August or May, when the fasting is very difficult. So 3 days every month, it becomes very easy. Different weathers, different seasons, and only 3 days. But when it is full month, it's not a simple case. It's definitely something very hard. So first order was for 3 days, 13th, 14th, 15th of every lunar month. That was the commandment. That is why the words are used, ayyam ma'dudat. They are a few days. 30 days are not few days. 30 days are quite a big number. Ayyam ma'dudat, only a few days, 3 days. Faman kana minkum marizan. And regarding these 3 days also, there are 2 concessions. Concession number 1, whosoever may be from amongst you ill, sick, or ala suffering, or on some travel, فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرَ, he can complete that number in other days. 3 days, he can keep the fast in that month on any other 3 days. Number 2, وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ, and on them who has the power to keep psalm, to keep fasting, they are not ill, they are not sick, they are not on traveling, and then they don't want to keep fast. فِدْيَةٌ طَعَامُ مِسْكِينٍ, there is a redemption for them, that they should feed one poor person. فَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ خَيْرًا فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَهُ, and whosoever voluntarily does more good, well, it is good for him. If he feeds 2 or 3 or 10 or 20, well, he will get the reward on the day of judgment. If someone keeps the fast also, and also is feeding the hungry, well, he is doing it voluntarily. So there is no limit to the voluntary good deeds that a man can perform. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. Now this is the persuasion. Don't avail of this number 2 concession. There is the concession, but don't avail of it. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. If you fast, if you keep the fast, it is better for you. إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, if you have the real knowledge. If you know what is really good for you, what is really beneficial for you. For because fasting, you know, that is beneficial for your ruh, for your spirit. And you need it. While you know if you have only given some charity and you have fed a few hungry people, well, that ruh will not get the food that would have given to him if you had fasted. Now comes the final commandment about the Shahr Ramadan, the month of Ramadan. Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran. Month of Ramadan is the month in which Quran was sent down. I had already discussed it in my preliminary lecture. Quran was sent down in two stages. Stage number one, from the Kitabum Mahfuz, Lawhim Mahfuz, Kitabum Maknoon, Fi Ummil Kitab, to the first heaven, to the first sky. And that was done in toto, at once, one piece. In one night, that night is Laylatul Qadr, and in one month, that was Ramadan. That is Inzal. Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran, inna anzalnahu fi Laylatil Qadr. And second stage was that from there, the Archangel Jibreel alayhi salatu wasalam brought down Quran bit by bit, piece by piece, to the heart of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this second stage took 22 years, beginning in the year 610 of Christian era and ending in the year 632 of the Christian era when Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam died. So these are the two stages. Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran, hudan lin-nasi wa bayyinatin min al-huda wal-Furqan. And what is this Quran? The guidance for whole of humanity. Now we can very easily compare. Here we find guidance for whole of humanity. And in the beginning of this surah was guidance for the muttaqeen, hudan lil-muttaqeen. How do you correlate these both? That in itself it is guidance, it keeps and it holds, it has the guidance for the whole of humanity. But you know, only those will be able to avail the guidance of Quran who have real taqwa in them, who are God-fearing, who want to save them, who have the real and living moral law within them. This moral sense is there. They know what is bad, what is good. They want to be good. For them only, they can only avail from the guidance of this book. Hudan lil-nasi wa bayyinatin min al-huda. And this guidance is in very clear terms, bayyinat, self-evident. Wal-Furqan, and the criterion between good and bad, evil and good, between false and real. فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Now whosoever of you witnesses this month, he has to keep fasting throughout the month. فَلْيَصُمْ ho. This pronoun ho is going towards Shahr Ramadan. The whole month of Ramadan you have to keep fasting. وَمَنْ كَانَ مَرِيضًا عَلَى سَفَرٍ. Of the original two concessions, one has been retained, and that is why it has been repeated. Whosoever among you is ill or sick, أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ, or he is on some travel, فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ, he will complete the number. If the number was 30 days of Ramadan, you have to complete 30 days. If the number was that year 29 days of Ramadan, you have to complete 29 days. That number of the month of Ramadan has to be completed. The second concession is now abrogated. That is no more. But here also we find, from the wisdom of the Prophet ﷺ, that he has retained for a very extreme cases, a man who is very sick, and he cannot keep fasting. There is fear that he may die. A person he is suffering from a disease from which there is no hope of recovery, and he cannot bear this hardship of fasting. For them, the Prophet ﷺ has retained that option, that in place of one day of fasting, they can feed one poor person. But not generally, not the healthy people, not the people who can go to fast. They cannot avail of this concession now. This is gone forever. يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ بِكُمُ الْيُسْرَ وَلَا يُرِيدُ بِكُمُ الْعُسْرَ. Allah intends for you ease, not difficulty. Don't be cruel to yourself. If you are suffering from fever, high fever, don't keep the fast. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you the concession, He intends for you ease, not difficulty. وَلَتُكْمِلُوا الْعِدَّةِ. But anyhow, you have to complete the figure, the number now. That is obligatory. That figure, that number is to be completed. وَلَتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. And so that you glorify Allah Rather, the word should be magnify Allah. Takbir means to make something bigger and bigger. Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest. So now this saying Allahu Akbar, this is takbir. But actually only saying is not sufficient. To make Allah supreme, to make the deen of Allah supreme, so that He is obeyed in all aspects of life. It is actually takbir of the Rabb, that He is really accepted as great, as the biggest, as the greatest, as the authority, as the sovereign. Sovereignty blessed with Him. So actually this is takbir. وَلَتُكَبِّرُ اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. But this takbir, after the Psalm, after the month of Ramadan, when there is Eid, then we have special takbir. In the Salah of Eid, there are additional takbir. This takbir saying Allahu Akbar is also takbir. وَلَتُكَبِّرُ اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. And this takbir is on the guidance that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you. You should magnify Him, glorify Him on the guidance that He gave you. The blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that came to you in the form of Quran. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ. And so that you can really be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this has a very deep meaning. As I told you, man is composed of two constituent parts. The animal existence, the material existence, and the spiritual existence. Both are self-sufficient and independent, joined together. The tendencies of both are different, rather opposite to each other. One has come from this earth, from the clay of the earth, from the crust of the earth. The other has come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يَسَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي. Our animal being, the source is this earth. And everything that we need for this animal being, for its feeding, for its requirements, all things come from there, from the earth. The food is coming from there. Everything which rejuvenates this body, this animal existence, coming from the earth. And now for this ruh, something that comes from Him, from whom the ruh has come. That is the only thing that can give him the strength, the real life, the vigor. This ruh needs, feeding. And the food of this ruh and this spirit is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because it is in itself manifestation of the word of kun fayakun. Every ruh of ours is a word of kun from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And its strength will be strengthened, it will be revived, it will be rejuvenated, it will be revitalized by the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, by Quran. And that is what we are doing. Keeping the fast during the day, and during the night we are awake with this Quran. Actually, this is the two-pronged attack for this spiritual purification during the month of Ramadan. During the day, you are with fast. You are suppressing your animal existence. You are weakening it. At least some weakening is there. Although the weather may be very good, but then starvation, refraining from food and drinking, it has that effect, definite effect. And then in the night, keep awake, stand, listen to Allah's kalam, His words, let it be absorbed in the soils of your hearts and your minds. And that is actually, then you will know what a big blessing this Quran is. And then you will be able to give the thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala proportionately. And the next result is, وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. When the ruh awakens, when the ruh is revitalized, it wants to get nearer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to its real source. كُلُّ شَيْءٍ يَرْجِعُ إِلَىٰ أَصْلِهِ. This is the saying of the Arabic language. Everything wants to return to its own source. The source of this ruh is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when it is awakened and when it has been revitalized, it wants to be nearer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, my bondsmen, ibadi, ask you about me, فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. Tell them I am very near to them. I am not far off. I am very close to their hearts. I am nearer to them than their jugular veins. I am with them wherever they are. هُوَ مَعَكُمْ أَيْنَمَا كُنْتُمْ. He is with you wherever you are. أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. I respond to the invocations. I respond to the prayers, supplications of my bondsmen. إِذَا دَعَانِ, where and when they call me, where and when they pray me, I listen to their prayers. I accept their prayers. I respond to their supplications and prayers. فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي. Now this is the other aspect, as I told you today, that the relationship between Allah and His bondsman is two-sided. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ. Remember me, I will remember you. If you mention me in your heart, remember me in your heart, I will remember you in my heart. If you mention me in a gathering, I will mention you in a much higher and better gathering of the Malaikatul Muqarrabun. I will mention my bondsman, my such and such bondsman is mentioning me, he's remembering me, he's preaching my word, he's teaching and conveying my message. So I will be mentioning him. In the same way here, if you want that I should listen to your prayers, if you want that I should accept your prayers, if you want that I should grant your requests, you should also listen to me. You should also hearken to me. You should also respond to me. You should also accept my commands. فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي وَلْيُؤْمِنُوا بِي. So they should also listen to me. They should also respond to me. They should also have faith in me. وَلْيُؤْمِنُوا بِي لَعَلَّهُمْ يَرْشُدُونَ. So that they are led aright and they go straight to the final destination when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be pleased with them. رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ وَرَضُوا عَنْهُ. There will be a mutual pleasure of both. Allah will be pleased with them and they will be pleased with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, the two-sided bilateral relationship. رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ وَرَضُوا عَنْهُ. Now this ayah has another aspect of importance, and that is that this is the biggest Magna Carta of the rights of human beings that was given to humanity 1400 years ago. Otherwise, human beings were at the mercy of people who said to them, well, we are intermediaries between you and Allah and your God. You have to please us before you can place your applications and your prayers and your wishes and your requests to Allah, to your God. All the peers, all the pandits, all the pujaris, this is P. Everywhere you will find this word, peer, pandit, pujari, parohat, pope. All it's from P. And they have been exploiting humanity. Actually, this is the biggest exploitation. One exploitation was in the economic field through the landlords, through the feudals, through the kings. They are extracting taxes from the people. People are working hard in the fields. But when it is harvested, the lion's share is taken by the landlord or the feudal, the lord. And the biggest part goes to the king. So these were the two exploitations. The political exploitation of man and the religious exploitation of man. You have to present here something. That is why in that temple of Somnath, the amount of wealth, gold, that was gathered over there. Where from did it come? From people who had, some applications, some wishes. They wanted to pray to their gods, and they had to please, the custodians of that temple first. So that was actually, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has freed us. पीराने कलीसा को कलीसा से उठा दो, क्यों खालिक व मखलूक में हाइल रहे पर्दे? There shouldn't be any distances between the creator and the created. They can communicate directly. You can communicate with me wherever you like. It's only you don't want to communicate with me because you have a guilty conscience, because you are earning haram, you are eating haram. You don't have the face to face Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You don't have the tongue to talk to Him because everybody knows what He is. He knows what I am. Therefore He wants, some other ways, by hook or crook. You please some peer and you place something on the grave of some big waliullah, and then all your wishes will be granted. So that is actually a very cunning way of exploitation that has been given an end by this ayah. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. You need not go anywhere to call me. You need not please anybody to call me, to be able to communicate with me. Only whenever you like, but with sincerity. Make a firm resolve. I will respond to Allah's call. I will listen to Him. I will obey Him. I will act according to His commandments. And then talk to Him. He will listen to you. He will grant your requests. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي. The second part of this covenant should be also fulfilled. They also should listen to me, hearken to me, and they also should respond to me, and they also should have real faith in me, لَعَلَّهُمْ يَرْشُدُونَ, so that they reach the final destination of success. أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَىٰ نِسَائِكُمْ. Now this very lengthy ayah, it gives final rules and regulations about the fasting in Islam. Because previously in the former Muslim Ummah, there was no sahri, no eating or drinking after you said your night prayer. For example, after Isha, no eating, nothing of the sort, till the next Maghrib, when night starts again. So the fast covered the night as well as the day. Only for a little time between Maghrib and Isha you could eat and drink and nothing else. Here, this now fasting has been reduced to only the daytime, from the dawn to the sunset. So this is then there was no sexual intercourse also permitted during the fasting, because the night was also included in the fast. So there could be no sexual intercourse between the husband and the wife. So these things were there in as practices among the Jews. And the Muslims of Medina, they were seeing that the Psalm in the Jews has these additional limitations. So they thought that they are included in Islamic laws also. Although there was no mention of it before in the Quran, either to the contrary or confirming those regulations. But some people thought that it is not lawful, it is not permissible to have sexual intercourse with their wives. But still, they were doing it. So in a way, they were betraying themselves. They were doing khiyanah with their own selves. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned it first in this ayah, and then, given the final rules, that this is the difference between the Psalm of Islam and the Psalm of the Jews of the previous Ummah. أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَىٰ نِسَائِكُمْ. It has been declared lawful for you to have sexual contact with your wives during the nights of the fasting. The fasting is for the day, not for the night. هُنَّ لِبَاسٌ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ لِبَاسٌ لَهُنَّ. They are like a covering, because just as the dress, they are like dress to you, and you are like dress to them. This dress covers our body. So actually the intimacy between the dress and the body, so that has been referred to by this simile. They are like dress to you, and you are like the dress to them. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. So this close affinity and proximity. Alim Allahu annakum kuntum takhtaruna anfusakum. It's in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you were committing khiyanah with yourselves. You were betraying yourselves. You thought that this sexual intercourse is contrary to this psalm, and still you were doing it. Only a few might have been doing it, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, mentions it, because with reference to that, He is now giving the final rules about this psalm in Islam. Fataba alaykum. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has accepted your tawbah. He has relented towards you. He is lenient towards you. Fa'afa ankum, and He has forgiven you. You have done a mistake, committed a mistake, you shouldn't have done this. Although you didn't know it for sure that it is haram. But you thought that it is haram, and still you are doing it. So actually you are betraying yourself. You are doing khiyana, dishonesty with your own self. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has relented towards you, and He has accepted your tawbah, and He has forgiven you. فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُوهُنَّ. Now you can have contact with them. وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ. And now you try to get what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you. Now this sexual intercourse, the result is offspring, the result is taskeen, litaskanu ilayha, everything that is contained in it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not gone into details. But whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you in this contact between the spouses, you can get it, you can have it. وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ فَالْآنَ بَاشَرُوهُنَّ وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ. And you can keep on eating and drinking till the white thread of the morning of the dawn becomes evident to you from the black thread of the night. This is again, an expression for the dawn, when that whiteness appeared on the horizon. It's like a thread which is separating darkness from this thread, it is separating the horizon. When the white thread of حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ, white thread of the dawn becomes evident to you from the black thread of the night. ثُمَّ أَتِمُّ الصِّيَامَ إِلَى اللَّيْلِ. Now when dawn has appeared, stop eating, stop drinking. Now till the sun setting, till the coming of the night, you have to complete this psalm. Now all the restrictions are there. No eating, no drinking, no sexual contact, nothing of the sort. All things prohibited. وَلَا تُبَاشِرُوهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. An additional limitation. And that is when you are mu'takif. What is i'tikaf? To confine yourself to the limits of a masjid, an area, but not the whole of masjid, where really prayers are held. Because there are additional things, amenities, they are not included in the definition of masjid. Masjid is only the place where people really bow and prostrate and where they offer their prayers. So you restrict yourself, cut off from the other worldly, your routine activities, and now you are absolutely with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, remembering Him, praying Him, reading Quran, doing whatever He has commanded to do. So all these things you can do. But you can't go out of these limits of the mosque, except when there is real need. If you have to respond to the call of the nature, you can go to the bathroom, the washroom, that's all. But otherwise, you cannot go out. So when you are mu'takif in the masajid, وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ, then you cannot have any sexual contact with your wives, even during the nights of the psalm. These are for the 10 days, the masnoon i'tikaf, the last 10 days. After the night of the 21st begins, this is the beginning of i'tikaf, masnoon i'tikaf. Nafil i'tikaf, voluntary i'tikaf can be for smaller period, can be at any time, during any month, any day. But this masnoon i'tikaf, which was the practice of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is last 10 days of every month of Ramadan. وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ. These are the limitations laid down by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. Very beautiful. Don't go near them. At certain places in Quran there is لَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. Don't transgress the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Transgressing, you go out from the limits, it's something else. Don't go near them. Keep at a safe distance. If you are very near to it, then it's just possible that you can just cross it. Maybe unknowingly you have crossed the limits, because you are very near to the final limits. So keep at a safe distance from the limits that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has laid down. Tilka hududullahi fala taqrabuha. These are the limitations laid by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So don't go near them. Keep yourself at a safe distance from them. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explains his ayat. All his commandments are being explained. Everything which was doubtful about this ibadah, this mode of worship of psalm, now it has been cleared. All the things have been explained. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ. In this manner Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes his commands, his ayat clear for the people. لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ. so that they can be saved. They don't transgress the laws. They don't transgress the hudud of Allah, the limitations of Allah unknowingly. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made everything clear and plain. وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. And don't eat up one another's property and wealth bil-batil, or through false methods, illegal methods, unlawful methods. This can be in many ways. Stealing, you have stolen some property of somebody else. It is illegal. If he gives you himself in gift, you can take it, you can use it. If he has gifted it to you, if he has given you some present, you can take it, you can use it. But if you have stolen it, then it is haram for you, it is impermissible, it is not lawful for you to use it. Stealing, in the same way, now a particular case is being given here. وَتُدْلُوا بِهَا إِلَى الْحُكَّامِ لَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. Don't eat up one another's property and wealth through illegal means, through illegal methods. And don't present your property and your wealth to the rulers. لِتَأْكُلُوا فَرِيقًا مِنْ أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ, with the intention that you eat up some part of the people's property bil-ism, with sin, unjustly, وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, and you do it knowingly. This is the rishwa. This is, what that you present to the people, bribery. You present your money to the judge or to the authority, someone who can do some favor to you. Whatever favor he is doing to you, if he is a government official, it is at the cost of the interest of the government. And if there is some dispute, some case in the court of a judge, and you have pleased that judge through bribery, well, he will do you favor and he will do wrong to the other party. So you are eating the property and the wealth of the other party by giving your wealth to the judge, to the authority, to the person who is sitting in judgment on that matter. So don't do it. This is called bribery. And actually, the hadith, Ar-Rashi wal-Murtashi kilahuma fin-nar. Rashi means the person who gives bribe. Generally we think that Rashi is the person who is accepting bribe and who is eating bribe. On the contrary, in Arabic language, the Rashi is the person who is giving bribe, and Murtashi is the person who is accepting bribe. So Rashi is more important. The Prophet ﷺ has first mentioned Rashi, the person who is presenting and who is offering bribe, he is Rashi. And here in the Quran also we are finding that the mention is being made of the people who are giving bribe. Now, تُدْلُوا بِهَا إِلَى الْحُكَّامِ. Don't give your mal, your property, your wealth to the rulers in order that you may eat up and you may usurp the property or wealth of other people bil ism, unjustly, and antum ta'lamun, and you might be knowing it, willfully doing it, then it is haram for you. Now what is the logical relationship of this ayah with this section? This section started with taqwa. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الصِّيَامُ كَمَا كُتِبَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. What is the criterion for taqwa? The criterion for taqwa is, if you are eating halal, you are muttaqi. If you are eating haram, you are not muttaqi. You may be very pious apparently. You may be worshipping, not 5 prayers a day, but 10 prayers a day. But if you are eating haram, you are not at all muttaqi. The real criterion of taqwa is that you must eat and you must earn through halal means and not through haram means. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ وَالْحَجِّ وَلَيْسَ الْبِرُّ بِأَن تَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهَا وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ مَنِ اتَّقَى وَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ أَبْوَابِهَا وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ وَاقْتُلُوهُمْ حَيْثُ ثَقِفْتُمُوهُمْ وَأَخْرِجُوهُمْ مِنْ حَيْثُ أَخْرَجُوكُمْ وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ وَلَا تُقَاتِلُوهُمْ عِنْدَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ حَتَّى يُقَاتِلُوكُمْ فِيهِ فَإِنْ قَاتَلُوكُمْ فَاقْتُلُوهُمْ كَذَلِكَ جَزَاءُ الْكَافِرِينَ فَإِنِ انْتَهَوْا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ وَقَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ لِلَّهِ فَإِنِ انْتَهَوْا فَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ صدق الله العظيم. Tonight we are proceeding with the 24th section of Surah Al-Baqarah. As I have told you more than one times, this Surah Al-Baqarah, which is the biggest and the greatest surah of the Quran, is divisible into two parts. First part comprising of 18 sections or 152 ayat, in which the main address was to the Bani Israel, to the former Muslim Ummah. The second part that started from the 19th section, and this will go on till the end of the surah. In this part, only a very brief reference was in the 19th section to the Jews, and then in the 20th section there was some reference to the pagan Arabs, to the idolaters of Arabia. Rest of the whole surah is addressed now towards the Muslims, the Muslim Ummah. And there are 4 threads of subjects or topics which are interwoven, wound round each other. That is why we feel they are broken, but they are not broken. Actually, the threads are continuous. The 4 threads are: 2 concerning the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And here we'll find that the blueprint of the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the divine law of Islam, that is prepared in this part of the surah. But the Sharia contains 2 parts. Firstly, ibadat, modes of worship. We'll find a brief reference to prayers, salah, then the detailed discussion about Psalm we have studied last night. Today we are going to study a very detailed discussion about Hajj and its rites and rituals. The second is muamalat, the social affairs of the community. A few references have already come regarding the law of equitable retribution in cases of murder, regarding, inheritance, the preliminary instruction about inheritance, and so on. But now you will see in the sections that we will be studying today, repeatedly, the ayat will start, Yasalunak, Yasalunak, Yasalunak. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they are asking you, they are asking you. They are asking you about the orphans. They are asking you about wine. They are asking you about gambling. They are asking you about the menstruation, the period of women, etc., etc. Because, now it was a society of the Muslims, their own society. And now, all the rules and regulations are being given. And there was an urge in the people themselves to know what we should do. So question after question, and we shall be getting the answers. The other 2 strands or threads of the topics, they are the 2 aspects of jihad fi sabilillah. And here we find that the jihad now has converted into qital. For 12 long years at Makkah it was jihad. It was not an armed conflict. It was jihad bil Quran. وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. But now, this jihad has turned into qital. Going to war for the cause of Allah. Fighting the kuffar who were obstructing the way of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So qital fi sabilillah. And for qital you always need funds, money. Because for the armor also and all the other needs for going to war, you need, money. So infaq fi sabilillah. These 2 strands, qital fi sabilillah, infaq fi sabilillah. And these 4 strands are wound round each other or interwoven, and we shall find that once one subject is discussed, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one, and so on. So they seem to be interrupted, but actually they are continuous. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ. Here, the same question. They are asking you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, about the new moons. قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ. Tell them, they are for reckoning the periods of times for the people. This is the calendar, the natural calendar that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to whole of humanity. Citing the moon, you can see whether half of the month has passed or the third of the month has passed. So it is actually the natural calendar that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided. Yes, قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ وَالْحَجِّ. And especially because Hajj was the most important phenomenon in Arabia. And it was performed in definite months, on definite dates. So this importance of the calendar was mostly for Hajj. وَلَيْسَ الْبِرُّ بِأَنْ تَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهَا. And this is no charity, this is no virtue, that you enter your houses from the backs. It was a wrong practice of the Arabs of Makkah, that once they took to ihram for Hajj, and they came out of their houses, now if there was some need to go back, they thought that we can't now enter our homes from the front doors. So they used to climb the hind walls and then jump into the houses. Because we are now in ihram, we can't enter our houses. So these were actually their own self-made ideas. So Quran is telling us it has no basis. وَلَيْسَ الْبِرُّ بِأَنْ تَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهَا. There is no virtue that you come to your houses from their backs. وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ مَنِ اتَّقَوَى. The real virtue, the real charity of the person who has real taqwa, who is really pious, who is really God-fearing, who really wants to save him from all evil. وَاتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ أَبْوَابِهَا. No harm if you have taken to ihram, but if there is need to return to your homes, you can enter your homes through the front doors. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. But have taqwa of Allah, have regard of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that you can prosper. And now with the just mention in one ayah of Hajj, we find the discussion of qital fi sabilillah. What's the logical relationship? Hajj could be performed only at Makkah, and Makkah was under the control of the non-believers, the mushrikeen, the kuffar. So it had to be liberated. And for getting Makkah liberated from the clutches of the kuffar, Muslims had to go to war. There's no other way, no alternative, no possible method. That is why just mentioning Hajj, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala switches towards qital fi sabilillah, and then detailed discussion about Hajj will follow. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ. And go to war, fight those in the cause of Allah who are fighting you. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا. But don't transgress the limits of decency, the limits of morality that must be kept. There are laws in Islam. You are not free to do whatever you like to do against your enemy. You can't kill the old people, the sick people, the women. You can't burn trees. You can't burn the fields, the harvest, no. So you have to observe the rules and regulations based on moral law. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ. This is the first ayah mentioning and so prescribing qital fi sabilillah to the Muslims. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا. But don't transgress the limits. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Verily Allah doesn't like those who transgress the limits. وَاقْتُلُوهُمْ حَيْثُ ثَقِفْتُمُوهُمْ. Kill them wherever you find them. These are very strong words. Because actually, they had done all, persecution to the Muslims for at least 8 years. They had turned them out from Makkah. The Muslims had to leave Makkah. They had to leave their homes and hearts. They had to leave their families at the mercy of the wolves of Makkah. So actually, now the Muslims had every moral right to retaliate. Up till that time, they were stopped by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not to retaliate. That's a different issue. It's the wisdom of the revolutionary process of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. But now that phase has started, so don't hesitate in killing. This is necessary. Just as a surgeon, he cuts off the arm or the leg of a person because it has become venomous. If you don't chop it off, if you don't cut it off, maybe the whole body goes, So here actually, وَاقْتُلُوهُمْ حَيْثُ ثَقِفْتُمُوهُمْ, kill them wherever you find them. وَأَخْرِجُوهُمْ مِنْ حَيْثُ أَخْرَجُوكُمْ, and turn them out from where they have turned you out. They have turned you out from Mecca, you turn them out from Mecca. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ, and fitna is worse than qatl. Why is it being said? Because there are some people, and there were some people, and there will always be some people, good-natured or weak in personality, who would say it's no good going to war, it's, shedding blood is no good. We should refrain as much as we can. So here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling them, no. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. Fitna is worse than qatl, worse than killing or murdering. What is fitna? Fitna primarily means persecution. Because the kuffar had been persecuting the Muslims, they had been beating them. So actually now, they deserve it. Number two, every condition in which a mu'min, if he is placed in that environment, he feels difficulty to practice Islam, it is fitna. The whole system, political, socio-economic system, which is not based on Islam, which is not under the sovereignty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is fitna, it is fasad, it is rebellion against him. So وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ وَلَا تُقَاتِلُهُمْ إِنَّ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ, but don't go to fight against them near the sacred mosque. You have to keep the sanctity of Baytullah. حَتَّى يُقَاتِلُوكُمْ فِيهِ, till that time that they go to war against you near that mosque. If they themselves injure the sanctity, now then you are also free to retaliate. فَإِنْ قَاتَلُوكُمْ, if they fight against you near the sacred mosque, فَاقْتُلُوهُمْ, then kill them there also. كَذَلِكَ جَزَاءُ الْكَافِرِينَ, such is the reward for these kuffar, for these unbelievers, for these who are opposing the deen of Allah and the messenger of Allah and his mission. فَإِنْ انْتَهَوْا, then if they desist, if they leave, if they change their attitude, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, that is, they also submit before Allah, submit before his messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, so Allah is forgiving and merciful. وَقَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ, now when this phase of your struggle has started, continue this war. This war will be continuous. قَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ, till such time that all persecution ends, all fitna is finished. And what is the second meaning of fitna which I told you, that is clear from this ayah, وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ كُلُّهُ لِلَّهِ وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ لِلَّهِ. What is the ending of this fitna? That the deen should become for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The whole system of life should come under the deen of Allah, under the supremacy of the divine law. That is the fitna. Unless the whole social system is under the supremacy of divine law, it is under the sovereignty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the real sovereign of this universe. Till such time, although there might be peace, apparent peace, it's fitna, it is fasad, it is rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As the duty of the faithful who believe in Allah and really believe in Allah, who really believe in His Sharia, that to establish the deen of Allah and to impose the rules and regulations of the deen of Allah, they have to go to war and they have to continue their battle, their war, till that fitna is finished, until the whole system, political, socio-economic system, comes under divine law. وَقَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ لِلَّهِ فَإِنْ انْتَهَوْا فَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ. And then, if they desist, if they give up this opposition to the deen of Allah, then there should be no aggression against فَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ, except against the unjust, against the evildoers, against the criminals. But when they give up and they surrender, then there should be no transgression against them. Ash-Shahrul Haram or Bisharil Haram. The sacred month is for the sacred month. If they have injured the sanctity of the sacred month, just as the sacred mosque, now the sacred month, Ashharul Hurum, if they go to war against you in the sacred months, then you can also go to war against them. If they have violated the sanctity of the sacred months, well, nothing will stop you. You have to retaliate. Ashharul Haram Bisharil Haram. Wal Hurumatu Qisas. There should be equitable retaliation in all such sacred matters. فَمَنِ اعْتَدَى عَلَيْكُمْ فَاعْتَدُوا عَلَيْهِ بِمِثْلِ مَا اعْتَدَى عَلَيْكُمْ. If somebody is committing aggression against you, you also be aggressive against them, just in the manner in which they were aggressive upon you. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. But during all this process, never forget Allah. Always have Him in your mind and heart. Have His taqwa within your hearts. Regard Him. Think. You must always think that He is seeing you, and you are responsible. You don't break any divine law. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. And you must know and keep it in mind always that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is only with the muttaqeen. That is His help. That will be only if you have taqwa. If you don't have taqwa, you can't hope for His help. وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. Even during war, as I told you, you are not free to do whatever you like. No. The moral law has to be kept in mind. All the divine injunctions regarding war and battle, they have also be kept to be mind. Now the second strand of jihad fi sabilillah, here it is mentioned in only one ayah, and then you will find, gradually. And in the end of this surah there are two sections, full two sections, which are devoted to this. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. For these battles, for this going to war, you need money, you need funds. You need arms, and arms need money. So along with your own lives and your bodies, you have to contribute your money, your wealth. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. And expend in the cause of Allah, for the way of Allah. وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. And don't throw yourself with your own hands in disaster and ruination. If you are behaving miserly with the deen of Allah, what is it? You are actually throwing yourself in the fire of hell. So don't throw yourself to the ruination and disaster of the fire of hell. If you don't pay, if you don't contribute, if you don't spend for the cause of Allah, actually you are throwing yourself as if in the fire of hell. وَأَحْسِنُوا. And do good. Your Islam should be a beautiful Islam. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Verily, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those who do good deeds. Now again, this was an interpolation. The subject of Hajj had started, but in between these injunctions regarding going to war, very important. And now all the instructions about the manasik, about the rites and rituals of Hajj, they are coming. وَأَتِمُّوا الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ. And complete all the rites and rituals of Hajj and Umrah for Allah. Because one goes for Hajj and one goes for Umrah for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for the sake of His pleasure. وَأَتِمُّوا, itmam, to complete. Once you have taken to ihram, once you have made the intention, now you have to complete all the rituals. فَإِنْ أُحْسِرْتُمْ. If you are obstructed, if you are prevented, somebody in the way stops you, you can't go to Makkah Mukarramah, then offer to Allah فَمَسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ. Then whatever sacrifice you can offer, you offer there and then, which you had to offer at Makkah. But because you have been obstructed in the way, here you can offer the sacrifice. وَلَا تَحْلِقُوا رُؤُوسَكُمْ حَتَّى يَبْلُغَ الْهَدْيُ مَحِلَّهُ. And don't shave your heads unless that sacrifice has reached its place. You have to send that sacrifice towards Makkah. and wait till such time that you think that the sacrifice now could have reached Makkah. That's the place of that sacrifice. Now you can shave your heads, that is, now you can finish your ihram. فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ بِهِ أَذًى مِنْ رَأْسِهِ. And then whosoever amongst you is ill or sick, and there is some ailment in his head that needs shaving, فَفِرْيَةٌ مِنْ صِيَامٍ. So you have to do the redemption. That redemption can be done through keeping fasting or sadaqatin, giving alms, or nusuk, or another sacrifice. That is called dam-e jinayah, because you are contravening the law. Here you have to present a sacrifice additional. فَإِذَا أَمِنْتُمْ. And if you are in peace, now you have reached Makkah. فَمَنْ تَمَتَّعَ بِالْعُمْرَةِ إِلَى الْحَجِّ. So whosoever avails with performing Umrah before Hajj, فَمَا اسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ. He should also again present an additional qurbani, an additional sacrifice for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is, according to Imam Abu Hanifa, this is dam-e shukr. Because before Islam, in one journey, only either Hajj could be performed or Umrah, not both. But in Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made it easier for the Muslim Ummah. If you are performing one journey, but you can do, first you go and do Umrah, then you open your ihram, or you can continue it also, that is Hajj Qiran. And if you have opened your ihram, finished your ihram, now you are staying at Makkah as a normal citizen, then it is called Hajj Tamattu. So this additional ease that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided for you, that in one journey you can perform Umrah as well as Hajj, for that you have to present a sacrifice. فَمَا اسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ فَصِيَامُ ثَلَاثَةِ أَيَّامٍ. But there can be someone who cannot afford to pay for the sacrifice, can't purchase the goat or the sheep or so on. فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ, who doesn't find, فَصِيَامُ ثَلَاثَةِ أَيَّامٍ فِي الْحَجِّ. Here again there is fitna, there is fidya, that is redemption. And that redemption is 3 days fasting during the Hajj. وَسَبْعَةٍ إِذَا رَجَعْتُمْ. And 7 more when you go back to your houses, your homes. تِلْكَ عَشَرَةٌ كَامِلَةٌ. 10 days fasting would take the place of that hadith, of that sacrifice. عَشَرَةٌ كَامِلَةٌ. ذَلِكَ لِمَنْ لَمْ يَكُنْ أَهْلُهُ حَاضِرِ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. And this is only for those people whose families are not settled near the sacred mosque, whom we call afaqi, who go from outside world to perform Hajj. But there, people who are living at Makkah, they need not give this sacrifice, additional sacrifice. Wattaqullah, have regard for Allah, have fear of Allah. Wa'alamu, and keep it in mind, anna Allah shadidul iqab, that Allah is very severe in punishment. Don't contravene these laws. These laws are to be obeyed. Al-Hajj ashhurum ma'lumat. The months in which Hajj can be performed are very well known. فَمَنْ فَرَضَ فِيهِنَّ الْحَجِّ. So whosoever has made a firm intention that he is to perform Hajj, he should know فَلَا رَفَسَ وَلَا فُسُوقَ وَلَا جِدَالَ فِي الْحَجِّ. That during this period, when one is in ihram, there can be no sexual indulgence, there should be no obscenity in speech, there should be no jidal, there should be no fighting, quarreling or arguing with each other. وَمَا تَفْعَلُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ يَعْلَمْهُ اللَّهُ. Instead of these things, you have to do good. And whatever good you do, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will know it. It will not go in vain. It will be in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and He will reward you. وَتَزَوَّدُوا, and have the provision with you. فَإِنَّ خَيْرَ زَادِ التَّقْوَى. And the best provision is taqwa. You have all the money with you to spend there, but there is no taqwa. To what avail? You get nothing out of it then. So you must have taqwa. The first thing, the foremost thing is taqwa. But in addition to taqwa, you must have the money to spend where you shouldn't go and beg there. Because if you don't have the money, then Hajj is not first. not obligatory upon you. You should have your own, expenditure with you. Don't go and beg there. وَتَزَوَّدُوا, you must have the provisions with you. فَإِنَّ خَيْرَ زَادِ التَّقْوَى. And of all the provisions, the best is taqwa. That is the must. That should be the foremost. وَاتَّقُونِ يَا أُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ. O people of understanding, have my taqwa. That is the last warning of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَبْتَغُوا فَضْلًا مِّن رَبِّكُمْ. There will be no sin upon you if you want to get the bounty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But does it mean if you are going for Hajj and you take some merchandise with you, you sell it there, you earn some money, some profit, it's not haram, it's not forbidden, you can do it. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَبْتَغُوا فَضْلًا مِّن رَبِّكُمْ فَإِذَا أَفَضْتُم مِّنْ عَرَفَاتٍ. And when you return from Arafat, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ عِنْدَ الْمَشْعَرِ الْحَرَامِ. Then make zikr of Allah. Remember Allah in the Mash'ar al-Haram, that is Muzdalifah. I can't go into detail. When we return on the 9th, of Al-Hijr, that is the Yawm al-Arafah. Then in the evening they return. And the night is passed as Muzdalifah. And we reached then Mina back at the morning of the 10th. So that is Muzdalifah, Mash'ar al-Haram. وَاذْكُرُوهُ كَمَا هَدَاكُمْ. And you must remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as He has taught you. Not on your own. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught you how to offer prayers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through His messenger has taught you the method of zikr. وَاذْكُرُوا كَمَا هَدَاكُمْ. Don't invent yourself new methods of zikr. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already given you the guidance how to remember Him. وَإِن كُنْتُم مِّن قَبْلِهِ لَمِنَ الضَّالِّينَ. Verily, before this time you were from those people who have gone astray. You had just forgotten the real spirit of Hajj before Islam. The Hajj was continuing, but the spirit of Hajj was no more there. ثُمَّ أَفِيدُوا مِنْ حَيْثُ أَفَاضَ النَّاسِ. Then you should return from where the other people return. Because, the Quraysh, they had made it that only the other people should go to Arafat. They kept staying at Mina. All the 5 days of Hajj, they were at Mina. They didn't go to Arafat. It's very hard coming back from Arafat. A 1-day journey, it's very hard. They said it is for other people who come from outside. We are the custodians of Kaaba. We need not go outside Haram. So they remained at Mina. Here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, no. ثُمَّ أَفِيدُوا مِنْ حَيْثُ أَفَاضَ النَّاسِ. You have also to return from the same place, from where the other people return. وَاسْتَغْفِرُوا اللَّهِ. And ask for the forgiveness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for your mistake, for your misdeed, that you had concocted yourself some ideas. Inna Allah ghafurur rahim. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and merciful. فَإِذَا قَضَيْتُم مَنَاسِكَكُمْ. And when you have completed all your rituals, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ. Now 2 or 3 days stay at Mina. That is for zikr of Allah. And here now, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ. Now remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ وَأَشَدَّ ذِكْرًا. As you used to remember your forefathers. Rather more strongly, you should make the zikr of Allah, not of forefathers. They have gone back. They have passed. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. It was the practice of the Quraysh that they used, to praise their forefathers. But here the praise is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now you don't praise your forefathers, you praise Allah. You make zikr of Allah. فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ وَأَشَدَّ ذِكْرًا. فَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا وَمَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ. Very important. There are among the people who say, even in Hajj, they pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and say, رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا. Oh Allah, give us everything in this world. All their prayers are concerning this world. Give us wealth, give us money, give us sons, give us this thing, give us that thing, all of this world. Even at Hajj, they are praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only regarding this life and this world. فَمَمَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ. For such a person, there will be no share in the hereafter. Because all his intentions, they are concerned with this world, and he is praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the goods of this life and this world also. So in akhirah, in the hereafter, there will be no reward, no share. وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ يَقُولُ رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. And from among there are those people also who say, O Lord, O our Lord, give us the goods of this world also, and the good of the akhirah, of the hereafter also. وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ, and save us from the punishment of fire. أُولَٰئِكَ لَهُمْ نَصِيبٌ مِّمَّا كَسَبُوا. They are the people for whom there will be share from which they have earned. They will be able to partake from their earnings. Why part? Why not the whole? Because it will depend upon the sincerity, the amount of sincerity. If a person is 100% sincere in his good deeds, then he will get the 100% reward. But if his sincerity is somewhat polluted, then you know the reward also will be diminished. But anyhow, of the good deeds, a person would have, if he is really praying for it, and he has the intention of having goods of akhirah, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them some share of their earnings. Wallahu sariyul hisab, and Allah is very swift in reckoning. Wazkurullaha fi ayyami ma'dudat. Now note the same word, ayyami ma'dudat, which appeared concerning the psalm, ayyam ma'dudat. Here ayyam ma'dudat again appears, and it is for 2 days or 3 days. Wazkurullaha fi ayyami ma'dudat, and remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala during those numbered days, that is the stay at Mina. فَمَنْ تَعَجَّلَ فِي يَوْمَيْنِ, whosoever returns early after only 2 days, فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ, there is no sin on him, he is not to blame. وَمَنْ تَأَخَّرَ, who delayed for 1 day, فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ, there is no sin on him also. لِمَنِ اتَّقَى, provided they have taqwa. Otherwise you might be staying for a month over there. But if there is no taqwa, to what avail, to what use? Nothing. So if you have taqwa, if you have stayed for 2 days, it's okay. If you have stayed for 3 days, okay. But if you don't have taqwa, you might have stayed there for a month, of no avail. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ, and have regard for Allah. Fear Him. Fear that you have to explain everything to Him on the day of judgment. وَاعْلَمُوا, and keep it in mind, أَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ, that you will be gathered before Him. You will be gathered before Him. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يُعْجِبُكَ قَوْلُهُ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا, and there are from among the people such persons whose talks, whose speech pleases you very much, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, in this life of this world. Some people are very worldly wise, very talkative. They can, they can assure you of their sincerity. But actually they have a different character. Within them there is something else. This character is now being discussed. And this is actually the character of the munafiqeen. And the person here actually, that is in the background, is Abdullah ibn Ubay, the chief of the munafiqeen. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يُعْجِبُكَ قَوْلُهُ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَيُشْهِدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا فِي قَلْبِهِ, and he repeatedly calls on Allah to witness on whatever is in his heart. By God, I am sincere. By God, I swear by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whatever I am saying out of sincerity, utmost sincerity. وَهُوَ عَلَدُّ الْخِصَامِ, while in reality he is the most stubborn, quarreling person, and he is most quarreling of the opponents, of the enemies. عَلَدُّ الْخِصَامِ. وَإِذَا تَوَلَّى, it can be translated in 2 ways. When he turns his back, he goes away from you after talking. Or it can mean also tawalla, walaya, if he gets power. Then what he does? Sa'afi fil ardi liyufsida fiha. Now he goes and struggles to have mischief in the world, on this earth. وَيُهْلِكَ الْحَرْثَ وَالنَّسْلَ. And he wants to destroy the tillage, the crops, and the cattle. And Allah loves not, وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْفَسَادِ. Allah doesn't like corruption and mischief. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُ اتَّقِ اللَّهِ. And when it is said to him, have fear of Allah, mend your ways, what are you doing? You shouldn't do it like that. When you go to the Prophet, you are so sweet, you are talking, so sweetly, you are time and again calling Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to witness, and now what are you doing? When you are not in His presence, your attitude is absolutely opposite. How come? But you must have some fear of Allah. You must bend your ways. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُ اتَّقِ اللَّهِ أَخَذَتْهُ الْعِزَّةُ بِالْإِثْمِ. His false sense of respect and honor, it makes him stick to his sin. How can he admit that I did something wrong? I can't admit. My honor, my self-respect doesn't allow me. I cannot go and accept the guilt that I have done this. فَحَسْبُهُ جَهَنَّمْ. So, for him, Jahannam is sufficient. وَلَبِئْسَ الْمِهَادُ. And that is a very bad place, resting place. On the contrary, I told you in the Quran, it's a general practice, simultaneous contrast. When we have discussed one character of munafiqeen, now the character of the mu'mineen, the salihin, the sadiqeen, the true mu'min. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَشْرِي نَفْسَهُ ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. And from the same people, there are those also who sell themselves, sell their lives, sell their money. What does it mean? They give their life, they give their money. ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. What for? To get the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are ready to sacrifice everything. وَاللَّهُ رَؤُوفٌ بِالْعِبَادِ. And surely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very gracious with His bondmen, with His servants. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu udkhulu fi silmi kaffah. O you who profess to believe, enter Islam. And what is Islam? Submission to Allah. But enter in this totally, not partially. Kaffatan. As a whole, your whole personality, your whole life should be in the form of submission before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Not only a part of it. Praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bowing before Him in ruku and sujood. But when you go out from the mosque, you are contravening the laws of Sharia. Now you just forget that riba is haram, interest is haram. Get anything and mortgage, just sign a pact, sign a form, and that is, you get the best car. You get a very good bungalow. And there you just forget that what is halal and what is haram. So this is not entering Islam totally. It's only partial. And yesterday we read that ayah. أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. Do you accept a part of our scripture and law and sharia and reject the other part? فَمَا جَزَاءُ مَنْ يَفْعَلُ ذَلِكَ مِنْكُمْ إِلَّا خِزْيٌ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. There can be no punishment for those who take to this attitude, except that they should be put to extreme humiliation in this world, in this life. وَيَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ يُرَدُّونَ إِلَىٰ أَشَدِّ الْعَذَابِ. And on the day of judgment, they should be thrown in the worst of punishments. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا ادْخُلُوا فِي السِّلْمِ كَافَّةً. Enter Islam, but totally. وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. And don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ. Verily, he is a clear enemy to you. فَإِنْ زَلَلْتُمْ. And if you slip, مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْكُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. After all these clear teachings having come to you, فَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. Now keep in mind, Allah has all the authority, almighty, and He is the wise. If before coming of this Quran, you were doing something wrong, there could be some excuse. After all these things have been revealed to you, after this Mau'izah has come to you, after this guidance has been revealed to you, now if you slip from the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, from the path of the Sharia, then you will be brought to the book. Then Allah is Almighty. هَلْ يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَّا يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ. What are they waiting for? You know, there is a weakness with many of the human beings. They go on postponing. I shall become good after some days. Let me do this and let me do this, then I will adopt the full Sharia. Before that, I have these things to perform and these duties to perform. So he goes on postponing his Islam. His actual practice of Islam, he goes on postponing. And maybe the death takes him, overtakes him. What will happen? هَلْ يَنْظُرُونَ. What for they are waiting? إِلَّا أَنْ يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ. Are they waiting for that day of judgment, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will come in the shadows of the clouds? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will descend on earth. We don't know how, but He will. وَجَاءَ رَبُّكَ وَالْمَلَكُ صَفًّا صَفًّا. There will be a descent. حَتَّى إِلَّا يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةُ, and the angels will also come. وَقُضِيَ الْأَمْرُ, and all the matters will be decided and settled forever. What does it mean? Then it will be the decision, final judgment. There will be no possibility of any apologies. There will be no possibility of going back, returning to the world, of repenting, of mending the ways. Then actually everything will be decided for good. وَإِلَى اللَّهِ تُرْجَعُ الْأُمُورُ, and towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be returned all the matters. سَلْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ كَمْ آتَيْنَاهُمْ مِنْ آيَةٍ بَيِّنَةٍ. Ask the children of Israel, how many clear signs we gave to them. They saw miracles after miracles, miracle after miracle. وَمَنْ يُبَدِّلْ نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعِقَابِ. And whosoever changes the blessings of Allah after they have come to him, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very severe in punishment also. In one ayah actually is the reference to the first part of this surah. What had they been doing with the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? زُيِّنَ لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا. This life of this world has been made very attractive and beautiful for the kuffar. They love it. This life and its shine, its grandeur, it attracts them. زُيِّنَ لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا وَيَسْخَرُونَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. And they mock at the Muslims, at the Mu'mins. Look to these people. They think, or he thinks there will be another world, and he will have all the bounty of Allah in that world. He is living in the hope of the other world. While we have all the amenities, all the luxuries, we are enjoying everything here in this world. So they mock at them. يَسْخَرُونَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا فَوْقَهُمْ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. And those who have taqwa, they will be over them, above them on the day of judgment. وَاللَّهُ يَرْزُقُ مَنْ يَشَاءُ بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. And Allah will give to whomsoever He will please, without reckoning, without any limits. كَانَ النَّاسُ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً. Now it's a very important issue. Why there are different religions, different communities? What's the philosophy behind it? This ayah is also one of the most important ayat of this surah, and I have given it the name Ayatul Ikhtilaf. How ikhtilaf and differences in religion they appeared. So it's the philosophy of history of Quran. كَانَ النَّاسُ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً. All the people to begin with were one community. All progeny of Adam, they were all one community. They were on Tawheed, on Islam. They were not in darkness. They were in the light of Tawheed. Because the first man was also the first Nabi of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first prophet. فَبَعَثَ اللَّهُ النَّبِيِّينَ. Now after that what happened? There were differences among the people. After Adam alayhi salatu wassalam, people divided. فَبَعَثَ اللَّهُ النَّبِيِّينَ مُبَشِّرِينَ وَمُنذِرِينَ. So after that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala raised and sent the prophets who were Mubashirin and Munzirin both. They were Mubashirin, givers of the glad tidings, bringing the glad tidings to those who took to the right path. Munzirin, and warning those who took to the wrong path. وَأَنزَلَ مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ. And he sent down with them the book with the truth. لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ فِي مَخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ. To judge between the people in all matters in which they had differed. وَمَا اخْتَلَفَ فِيهِ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ أُوتُوهُ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتُ بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُمْ. And people who differed among themselves didn't differ except after the clear signs had come to them. They had the clear knowledge, they had the clear signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That was not by mistake. The real cause was بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُمْ, seeking domination over each other. This domination, Adler's view of psychology, the urge to dominate, this is the real cause of differences which appear in religion. فَهَدَى اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لِمَا اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ مِنَ الْحَقِّ. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided to those who believed to the right path in all the matters in which there was differences. بِإِذْنِهِ, with his permission. وَاللَّهُ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَىٰ صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. And it is for Allah that He guides to whomsoever He pleases towards the right path. أَمْ حَسِبْتُمْ أَن تَدْخُلُوا الْجَنَّةَ. Now again you'll find the description and the discussion about going to war for the cause of Allah. أَمْ حَسِبْتُمْ أَن تَدْخُلُوا الْجَنَّةَ. Did you think that you will enter Jannah, paradise? وَلَمَّا يَأْتِكُمْ مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ خَلَوْا مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. Although to you those trials and tests and tribulations have not happened up till now, which came to those people who were before you. مَسَّتْهُمُ الْبَأْسَاءُ. Affliction and distress touched them. وَزُلْزَلُوا. And they were shaken. حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ. So that the Prophet of the time and his companions who were with him, people who believed, they cried out, حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ مَتَىٰ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ. When the help of Allah will come. أَلَا إِنَّ نَصْرَ اللَّهِ قَرِيبٌ. Then the glad tidings was given to them that the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not far away, it's nigh, it's very near. So don't shirk and don't avoid going to war for the cause of Allah. يَسَأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. Now that infaq. And they are asking you, O Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, what should we spend? How much should we spend? And where should we spend? قُلْ مَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّنْ خَيْرٍ. Tell them, whatever you spend from your money, your wealth, فَلِلْوَالِدَيْنِ. So first, they should be spent on your parents. وَالْأَقْرَبِينَ. Then your relatives, kith and kin, وَالْيَتَامَى, the orphans, وَالْمَسَاكِينَ, and the poor and the needy, وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ, and the travelers. وَمَا تَفْعَلُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. Whatever good deed you will do, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be knowing it. It will be in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالُ وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. Now going to war has been made mandatory and obligatory upon you. Kutiba. Just as kutiba alaykum as-siyam. Fasting has been made mandatory on you. Now it is that stage of the revolutionary struggle of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, when this war has been made mandatory. Kutiba alaykum al-qital. It has been prescribed, it has been made imperative upon you to go to war. Wa huwa kurhun lakum. And it is abhorrent to you. وَعَسَىٰ أَن تَكْرَهُوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. That is just possible. That you are abhorring something, you don't like something, and it is really good for you. وَعَسَىٰ أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا. On the contrary, this is also possible, that you like something, you love something. وَهُوَ شَرٌّ لَكُمْ. Although it is in reality, it's not good for you. It's injurious for you. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah knows and you don't know. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الشَّهْرِ الْحَرَامِ قِتَالٍ فِيهِ. They are asking you also about the sacred month, about going to war in it during that month. قُلْ قِتَالٌ فِيهِ كَبِيرٌ. Tell them, going to war in a sacred month is a grievous sin. But وَصَدٌّ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. But preventing people from the cause of Allah, from the way of Allah, وَكُفْرٍ بِهِ, and making kufr and disbelieving Him, وَالْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ, and preventing people from going and visiting and pilgrimage to the Masjid al-Haram, وَإِخْرَاجُ أَهْلِهِ مِنْهُ, and expelling the people of Makkah from it, أَكْبَرُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. That is a bigger sin in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَكْبَرُ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. The same wordings. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ, we read before. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَكْبَرُ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. Fitna, persecution, social order. If the social system is not under divine rule, that is much worse than killing. وَلَا يَزَالُونَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ فِيهِ. And your enemies, these kuffar, will continue fighting against you during this sacred month. حَتَّى يَرُدُّوكُمْ. Till they can, if they can, till they take you back from your deen, in istata'u, if they can. وَمَنْ يَرْتَدِدْ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ. And listen, whosoever amongst you goes back from his deen, if under this pressure of the enemies of Islam, he gives up Islam and goes back to that deen of their forefathers, وَمَنْ يَرْتَدِدْ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ فَيَمُتْ. And if he dies in that condition, وَهُوَ كَافِرٌ, فَأُولَٰئِكَ حَبِطَتْ أَعْمَالُهُمْ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. Such are the people whose all deeds will go in vain, will be destroyed in this world as well as in the akhirah, in the hereafter. أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. And they are the people of fire, and they will remain in that forever, forever. And now again the contrast. Some people only mentions, there is a mention of such people. We don't have any example really that somebody went back from Islam to kufr, to irtidad. But you know, theoretically, because it could be possible for somebody, it was discussed here. And on the contrary, the simultaneous contrast, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَاجَرُوا وَجَاهَدُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. On the other hand, those people who believed, who had the real faith, and then they made the hijrah, they migrated at the orders of the Prophet ﷺ from Makkah to Medina. وَجَاهَدُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Then they fought for the cause of Allah. They made jihad for the cause of Allah. أُولَٰئِكَ يَرْجُونَ رَحْمَةَ اللَّهِ. They are the people who are hoping, they are the candidates for the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are hoping the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَاللَّهُ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. And verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and merciful. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ. They are asking you, O Prophet, now again social problems. They are asking you about wine and gambling. قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ. Tell them, in both of them there is a grievous sin. وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ. But there are some benefits also for the people. وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. But the sin of the both of these is greater than the benefits in both of these. That's all. Here, only this much. This was the first instruction about these two things. The final instructions, they will come in Surah Al-Ma'idah. وَيَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. And they are asking you, what should they spend? قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Tell them, whatever is surplus, whatever with you is more than your needs, give it away. Give it for the cause of Allah. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمُ الْآيَاتِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَفَكَّرُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes His signs, His teachings clear so that You ponder over them. Fi dunya wal akhirah, in this world also or in the hereafter also. وَيَسَأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْيَتَامَى, and they are asking you, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, about the orphans. قُلْ إِصْلَاحٌ لَهُمْ خَيْرٌ. Tell to work honestly in their property to benefit them is good. وَإِن تُخَالِطُوهُمْ فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ. And if you intermix your properties and business with them, with theirs, they are your brothers. وَاللَّهُ وَإِن تُخَالِطُوهُمْ فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ الْمُفْسِدَ مِنَ الْمُصْلِحِ. And Allah very well knows the person who is making mischief monger, from that person who actually wants to have good, to make a good deal about the orphans. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَعَانَتَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ رَحِيمٌ. He would have been hard upon you if Allah willed so. Surely Allah is mighty and wise. وَلَا تَنْكِحُوا الْمُشْرِكَاتِ حَتَّى يُؤْمِنْ وَلَأَمَةٌ مُؤْمِنَةٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكَةٍ وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَتْكُمْ وَلَا تُنْكِحُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَتَّى يُؤْمِنُوا وَلَعَبْدٌ مُؤْمِنٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكٍ وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَكُمْ أُولَٰئِكَ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى النَّارِ وَاللَّهُ يَدْعُو إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ وَالْمَغْفِرَةِ بِإِذْنِهِ وَيُبَيِّنُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَذَكَّرُونَ. صدق الله العظيم. From here now for 4 continuous sections, questions and problems regarding women are being discussed. The first instruction regarding this, لا تنكحوا المشركات حتى يؤمن. Don't marry mushrik women, idolaters, those non-believers who are not from even the people of the book. They will all be included in it. Don't marry mushrik women hatta yumin, till such time that they embrace Islam, they come to believe. Wal amatun mu'minatun. And definitely, even a slave girl, if she is a mu'min, if she is a Muslim, khairun min mushrikatin, is better than a mushrik free woman. Walau ajabatkum, although she might appear to you to be much liked. You may be liking her more. Wala tunkihul mushrikina hatta yuminu. And don't give away your women in marriage to any mushrik man till such time that he embraces Islam, he becomes a believer. وَالْعَبْدٌ مُؤْمِنٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكٍ. Surely a slave, if he is a Muslim, if he is a mu'min, is better than a free man if he is a mushrik, a kafir. وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَكُمْ, although he may appear to you to be very good. أُولَٰئِكَ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى النَّارِ. They are calling towards fire, towards hell. Mushrik women, mushrik men, they will be calling you, they will be driving you towards hell. وَاللَّهُ يَدْعُو إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ. And Allah is calling you towards paradise, towards heaven. وَالْمَغْفِرَةِ بِإِذْنِهِ. And forgiveness, His forgiveness with His permission. وَيُبَيِّنُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَذَكَّرُونَ. And He is making His commandments, His ayat, His signs very plain, very clear, so that people get reminded. They have the admonition. Instruction number 2. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْمَحِيضِ. And they are asking you about the menstruation. قُلْ هُوَ أَذًى. Tell them, it's a discomfort. فَاعْتَزِلُوا النِّسَاءَ فِي الْمَحِيضِ. So keep aloof from the women during their periods. وَلَا تَقْرَبُوهُنَّ حَتَّى يَطْهُرْنَ. And now don't go near them till they are clean. فَإِذَا تَطَهَّرْنَ. When they are finally clean, فَأْتُوهُنَّ مِنْ حَيْثُ أَمَرَكُمُ اللَّهُ. Then you can go to them in the manner in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you. Inna Allaha yuhibbut tawwabin wa yuhibbul mutatahhirin. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those who repent of their mistakes. And He loves those who keep themselves clean and pure. Nisa'ukum harsul lakum. Your women are like a tillage for you. Fa'atu harsakum an-nashetum. You can come to your tillage from wherever you like. وَقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُمْ. And forward good deeds for your own selves. This can have two meanings. Because due to this sexual intercourse with women, with wives, one gets offspring. So his progeny is continued. So get for yourself, try to preserve your species through this act that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prescribed for you. وَاتَّقُوا and have taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Regard Him as He should have been regarded. وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّكُمْ مُلَاقُوهُ. And keep it in mind every moment that you will have to meet Him. You will be presented before Him one day. وَبَشِّرِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, give the glad tidings to the people who really believe. ولا تجعلوا الله عرضة لأيمانكم أن تبروا وتتقوا وتصلحوا بين الناس. And don't use the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in your oaths as an impediment to your being pious and God-fearing and to your promoting peace among mankind. You take oath on Allah's name, Wallah, and on what? I will not do this good deed again. For the acts of charity, for acts of piety, for acts of making peace among people. You know, somebody sometimes gets angry. I am not going to again indulge in your affairs at all. Although he was trying to make peace between two brothers. Wallah, I swear by God, I will not again indulge in your affair. Why? You have to go on trying to make peace between the two quarreling brothers. So don't use the name of Allah for such oaths. لا يؤاخذكم الله باللغو في أيمانكم. Allah will not take you to task about your oaths which you take without any intentions. ولكن يؤاخذكم بما كسبت قلوبكم. But He will bring you to task for those oaths which were earned by your hearts with intentions. Wallahu ghafurun halim. And Allah is forgiving and forbearing. In this connection, the final orders will come in Surah Al-Ma'idah, that if somebody has taken an oath and now he wants to go contravene it, then he has to give the redemption, the kafara, the fidya, that will be described in Surah Al-Ma'idah. As I told you, the blueprint of the Sharia is being prepared in this surah, but in most of the matters, the final injunctions of the Sharia that will appear in Surah Al-Ma'idah. لِلَّذِينَ يُولُونَ مِن نِسَائِهِمْ تَرَبُّصُ أَرْبَعَةِ أَشْهُرٍ. Those of you who swear and take an oath of not having any intercourse with their wives may wait for 4 months. Somebody has taken an oath, I am not going to go near you, he says to his wife. And he takes the oath, swears by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this condition may continue for 4 months, not more. After 4 months, one has to take a decision. Either divorce her and make her way free, or who should return and he should start having the sexual intercourse with the wife. So only for 4 months it can be. This separation can be only for 4 months, not anymore. لِلَّذِينَ يُولُونَ مِن نِسَائِهِمْ تَرَبُّصُ أَرْبَعَةِ أَشْهُرٍ. فَإِنْ فَاوُوا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. If they go back, if they break their oath, it's better. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is also forgiving and merciful. وَإِنْ عَزَمُوا الطَّلَاقَ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And if they have decided for divorce, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all hearing, all knowing. Now the question of talaq is being discussed in a very lengthy form. وَالْمُطَلَقَّاتُ يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ ثَلَاثَةَ قُرُوءٍ. And those women who have been divorced should withhold themselves for 3 periods of menstruation. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَهُنَّ أَن يَكْتُمْنَ مَا خَلَقَ اللَّهُ فِي أَرْحَامِهِنَّ. And it is not halal for them, it is not permissible for them that they should hide what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created in their wombs. If there is some pregnancy, they must disclose at the time of divorce, so that it is known that this son or daughter belongs to her husband who has divorced her. So this should be clear absolutely. In kunna yu'minna billahi wal yawmil akhir. If they really believe in Allah and the last day, if they have real belief in Allah and the last day, then they shouldn't hide or conceal whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created in their wombs. وَبَعُولَتُهُنَّ أَحَقُّ بِرَدِّهِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ إِنْ أَرَادُوا إِصْلَاحًا. And their husbands have more right and authority to take them back during this period if they want to make things clear and better. If they want reconciliation. During this period, which is called iddah, one person has given one divorce to his wife. Now that wife has to wait for 3 months, 3 periods. During this time, if the husband has decided to take her back, he can take her back. He has more authorized. The wife cannot refuse. He has the authority. أَحَقُّ بِرَدِّهِنَّ. He is more powerful. He has the right to take her back. فِي ذَلِكَ. During this period of their iddah, in aradu islaha, if they really desire reconciliation. وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. Now these words have been translated in 2 ways. Lahunna, for them, that is the women, for the women also are rights, just as there are rights over them of the men. You know, this is a very tricky question. In this marriage, what are the rights of a woman, wife? What are the rights of husband, the man? Are they absolutely equal? This is the philosophy of the modern civilization. They are all absolutely equal. If the husband can divorce, wife can also divorce. Equal authority of divorcing has been given in this present civilization to men and women. In Islam it's not so. There's a difference. So actually this ayah has been translated, although by many, that the rights of women are absolutely equal to the rights of men. وَلَهُنَّ, and for them are the rights مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ, absolutely like those which are on them for the husbands. The women have, the wives have right over the husband, just like those rights which the husbands have over the wives. This is one way of translating these words. وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. The other is, for the women there are rights which are proportionate to the responsibilities put on them. And this is more scientific, and this is more rationally, logically connected, compatible with the whole family system of Islam. Islam puts certain responsibilities upon the husband, certain responsibilities upon the wife. Now rights always go parallel to the responsibilities. If the responsibilities are more, rights should be more. If the responsibilities are less, rights should also be less. Hence actually what these words mean are, lahunna, they have the rights, mislul ladhi alayhinna, which are proportionate to the duties that have been put on their shoulders. I agree with this second translation. Lahunna mislul ladhi alayhinna bil ma'ruf wa lirrijali alayhinna daraja. But even if you take the first translation, again Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made it clear, and for men over the women there is a degree of authority. وَلَهُوَ لِلرِّجَالِ عَلَيْهِنَّ دَرَجَةٌ. There is one daraja, one degree that the men have over women. وَاللَّهُ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. This thing will be discussed now in detail in Surah An-Nisa. Here, as I told you, the basic directive principles, basic philosophical ideas, they are being given. And the preliminary instructions are being given. But this thing will develop into a full legal system in Surah An-Nisa and then finally in Surah Al-Ma'idah. At-talaqu marratan. Divorce can be twice. فَإِمْسَاكُمْ بِمَعْرُوفٍ أَوْ تَصْرِيحٌ بِإِحْسَانٍ. After that, one has to decide whether to retain the wife with honor or to release her with kindness. After two, if one gives third also, then he cannot take back. That is talaq-e-mughallas. But up till that time that there are only two divorces, so there is a choice that he can retain the wife. If during the period of iddah, there is no need of another fresh nikah. But if the period of iddah has been completed, now they will have to have a fresh nikah. But they can have it if the divorces are only two up till now. If it is the third one, then they cannot marry again. It will come later on, inshallah. At-talaqu marratan fa imsaakum bi ma'rufin aw tasrihun bi ihsan. Divorce is twice. After that, either a retention with honor or a release with honor. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَكُمْ أَن تَأْخُذُوا مِمَّا آتَيْتُمُوهُنَّ شَيْئًا. And it is not permissible for you that you take back from them what you have given them. What mahr and what dowry has been given, you cannot take on divorce. You cannot get it back. إِلَّا أَن يَخَافَ أَن لَا يُقِيمَ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. Except if they think and if they fear that they cannot maintain the limits of the law of the Sharia. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا يُقِيمَ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. If they fear they cannot maintain the limits of the law of Allah. فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا. There is no sin, there will be no sin on both of them. فِي مَفْتَدَتْ بِهِ. Wherewith she gets her freedom. If she says, if she says, I am ready to forego half of my mahr, you release me, this is called khula. The woman, the wife can get khula. She cannot give talaq. She can get khula. And in khula, she might have to forego half of the mahr. Maybe the husband says no. She might have to forego full her mahr. But there, in that case, the husband, he doesn't want to give divorce. It's the wife who is demanding divorce. In that case, the husband has the authority to demand that my mahr that I paid to you should be returned, either in toto or in half. تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. These are the limits prescribed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't transgress them. Here just remember, we found the words, تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. While we were discussing, the ayat of the 23rd section regarding Psalm, تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. I told at that time that at certain places the wordings are تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. These are the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prescribed by Him, so don't transgress them. وَمَنْ يَتَعَدَّ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. And whosoever transgresses the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. So verily they are the evildoers. فَإِنْ طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِنْ بَعْدُ حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. And now if he divorces her for the third time, at-talaqu marratan, that was the previous ayah. Now if for the third time he has also divorced, فَإِنْ طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ. Now she will not be permissible in marriage. She will not be lawful for him. فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِنْ بَعْدِ. After this, حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. Till such time that she marries another husband. فَإِنْ طَلَّقَهَا. And now if the other husband, now if he also gives divorce, فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا. Now there will be no sin if they compromise again. فَجُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا أَن يَتَرَاجَعَا. If those two again get into the marriage contract. إِن ظَنَّا أَن يُقِيمَا حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. If they think that now they can maintain the limits of the law of the Sharia. وَتِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ يُبَيِّنُهَا لِقَوْمٍ يَعْلَمُونَ. And these are the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is making them very clear for those people who know. وَإِذَا طَلَّقْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ فَبَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ أَوْ سَرِّحُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ. And if you have divorces your women, your wives, and they have completed the period of iddah, 3 periods, 3 menstrual periods. Now, فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ, now is the time to decide. If it is not the 3rd divorce, it is the 1st or the 2nd divorce, it is the time finally to decide. فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ, either retain them in a noble way, أَوْ صَرِّحُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ, or let them go and let them release them with kindness. وَلَا تُمْسِكُوهُنَّ ضِرَارًا لِتَعْتَدُوا, and don't retain them in order to do harm to them. If you are angry, well, I don't let her go, I'll punish. Because if she goes away, then you can't punish her anymore. If you want to retain her only to do harm to her, وَمَنْ يَفْعَلْ ذَلِكَ فَقَدْ ظَلَمَ نَفْسَهُ, whosoever does this, he has done wrong to himself, because Allah Ta'ala will punish him then. وَلَا تَتَّخِذُوا آيَاتِ اللَّهِ هُزُوًا, and don't make Allah's revelations a mockery. Don't play with the laws of the Sharia, because I have the authority to take her back, so I have taken back legally. Yes, legally you have done good, but if your intentions are to do harm to her, then actually you will be rewarded and you will be punished on the day of judgment. وَاذْكُرُوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ, remember Allah's blessing over you. وَمَا أَنزَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ, and remember that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down to you the book, وَالْحِكْمَةِ, and the wisdom, يَعِذُكُمْ بِهِ, and He is admonishing you with this. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ, and have regard for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fear Him, and keep it in mind that He knows everything. فَإِذَا طَلَّقْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ فَبَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ, and when you have divorced your women and they have reached they have completed their period of iddah, فَلَا تَعْذُلُوهُنَّ أَن يَنْكِحْنَ أَزْوَاجَهُنَّ, so don't stop them from marrying their own husbands. Now, for example, if somebody has divorced your daughter, and now, because it is the only 1st or the 2nd divorce, and now the husband, he wants to take her back, you said no. So this has also been, the Muslims have been not permitted to do it. You don't come in the way. If the husband wants to take her back, if the wife is also ready to go back to that husband, now don't come in their way. Because out of your pride and haughtiness, why did he divorce? And this is not permissible. فَلَا تَعْذُلُوهُنَّ أَن يَنْكِحْنَ أَزْوَاجَهُنَّ إِذَا تَرَاضَوْا بَيْنَهُمْ, if they can agree among themselves, if they are ready to remarry. I told you, after the completion of the iddah, there should be a fresh marriage. Within the period of iddah, the husband can take without a fresh marriage. But after that period has been completed, now there has to be a fresh marriage. But now if the parents or the brothers or the relatives of the woman, they come in the way, we won't allow this marriage, this is wrong. ذَلِكَ يُوعَظُ بِهِ مَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. These advices are being given to those of you who really believe in Allah and the last day. Because if you don't believe, then all these advices are useless. You won't pay heed to them. ذَلِكَ يُوعَظُ بِهِ مَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. Only those of you will be able to avail of all these advices and admonitions who have real faith in Allah and the last day. ذَلِكُمْ أَزْكَى لَكُمْ وَأَطْهَرُ. This is more decent for you and more pure for you. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah knows and you don't know. وَالْوَالِدَاتُ يُرْضِعْنَ أَوْلَادَهُنَّ حَوْلَيْنِ كَامِلَيْنِ. And mothers should suckle their offsprings for 2 complete years. لِمَنْ أَرَادَ أَنْ يُتِمَّ الرَّضَاعَةَ. For whom wants to complete that suckling. وَعَلَى الْمَوْلُودِ لَهُ. And on the father is the responsibility, رِزْقُهُنَّ وَكِسْوَتُهُنَّ, to provide for their feeding and their clothing, بِالْمَعْرُوفِ, in the proper way. If you have divorced the wife, but there is a child who is suckling, you can say to your divorced wife, you have to keep this child with you and suckle your milk, and I will provide you with your feeding and your clothing. The father is responsible. La tukallafu nafsun illa wusaha. No one is burdened save according to his capacity. La tudarra walidatun bi waladiha. No mother should be harmed due to her offspring. Wala mauludun lahu bi waladihi. In the same way, no father should be harmed due to his offspring. Wa al warith misluhu. And the responsibility of a person will be transmitted to his heir also. ذَلِكَ فَإِنْ أَرَادَ فِصَالًا. If the parents, they decide that the weaning of the child, that mother will not suckle him or her. وَإِنْ أَرَادَ فِصَالًا عَنْ تَرَاضٍ مِّنْهُمَا وَتَشَاوُرٍ. By mutual consultation they decide. فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِمَا. Then also there is no sin on both of them. وَإِنْ أَرَدْتُمْ أَن تَسْتَرْضِعُوا. If you want to have foster suckling, أَوْلَادَكُمْ for your sons and daughters, فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا سَلَّمْتُمْ مَا آتَيْتُمْ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. There is no sin on you, you can do it. It is also permissible to have foster suckling from some other woman. But when you have given to the real mother what you had decided to give it. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. And have regard of Allah, fear Allah, and keep it in mind that whatever you are doing, Allah is seeing it. وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ أَرْبَعَةَ أَشْهُرٍ وَعَشْرًا. Now these were the rules regarding the wives who were divorced. Now about the widowed women, what should happen to them? وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ. And those of you who die, وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا. And they have left behind them wives. يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ أَرْبَعَةَ أَشْهُرٍ وَعَشْرًا. Those widowed wives should withhold themselves for 4 months and 10 days. فَإِذَا بَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ. And when they have completed this period, فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ. Then now it is no responsibility of yours about what they do about their own selves. Bil ma'roof, but it should be in a reasonable way. Known methods of the society. Wallahu bima ta'amaluna khabir. And whatsoever you are doing, Allah knows them. وَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا عَرَّضْتُمْ بِهِ مِنْ خِلْبَةِ النِّسَاءِ. And there is no blame on you in that you speak indirectly of your proposal of marriage to the widows. أَوْ أَقْنَنْتُمْ فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ. Or you conceal it in your hearts. وَاللَّهُ عَلَمَ اللَّهُ أَنَّكُمْ سَتَذْكُرُونَهُنَّ. Allah Ta'ala knows that you will have, their idea will come to your mind. Such and such woman has been widowed, or such and such woman has been divorced. Now, if you like her, you can have some idea in your mind that I want to marry her now. وَلَكِنْ لَا تُوَاعِدُوهُنَّ سِرًّا. But don't make any agreement, any hidden, any secret agreement of marriage, till that time that the iddah is completed. Within this period, you can have some ideas, and you can mention it also in a beautiful way, in an indirect way. But there can be not a full agreement of marriage before the ending of that period. وَلَكِنْ لَا تُوَاعِدُوهُنَّ سِرًّا إِلَّا أَن تَقُولُوا قَوْلًا مَعْرُوفًا. You can say something which is proper, which can only hint that I intend to marry you. وَلَا تَعْزِمُوا عُقْدَةَ النِّكَاحِ. And resolve not, don't resolve the marriage tie. حَتَّى يَبْلُغَ الْكِتَابُ وَجَلَّهُ. Before that time that the period is completed, the law is completed. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُ مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ. And know yourself. You should know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what is in your hearts. فَاحْذَرُوهُ. So be fearing Him. You should always be mindful that Allah knows even those things which are in my heart. He knows my intentions also. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ حَلِيمٌ. And Allah and know it and keep it in mind that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and forbearing. لا جناح عليكم إن طلقتم النساء ما لم تمسوهن أو تفرضوا لهن فريضة. There is no blame on you if you divorce your wives whom you have not as yet touched, or you have not fixed for them any bridal money. Marriage has been consummated, but neither they have met together. The husband has not touched the wife up till now. No marriage money, no bridal money has been fixed, no meher has been decided. And the husband is divorcing the wife. It can be done. وَمَتِّعُوهُنَّ. But give something in gift to them when you are divorcing. Although the meher was not settled, the bridal money was not settled, not decided, but if you have divorced her, give something. عَلَى الْمُوسِعِ قَدَرُهُ وَعَلَى الْمُقْتِرِ قَدَرُهُ. On the rich is according to his capacity, on the poor person according to his capacity. They should pay something and give some gifts. مَتَعًا بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. And this should be a fair provision. حَقًّا عَلَى الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And this is an obligation on the good doers. وَإِن طَلَّقْتُمُوهُنَّ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَن تَمَسُّوهُنَّ وَقَدْ فَرَضْتُمْ لَهُنَّ فَرِيضَةً. Now this is another situation. If you want to divorce a wife whom you have not touched up till now, but the bridal money had been settled, now what to do? فَنِصْفُ مَا فَرَضْتُمْ. So now you will have to pay half of what you had decided and settled. إِلَّا يَعْفُونَ. Except if they give you something, if they forego something, if they say, no, I don't want anything, or يَعْفُوَ الَّذِي بِيَدِهِ عُقْدَةُ النِّكَاحِ. Or that person foregoes in whose hand is the tie of the marriage. And that, what does it mean? The husband. The tie of the marriage is in the hand of the husband. He can give divorce whenever he likes. The woman, the wife cannot give divorce whenever she likes. So the tie, the knot of nikah is in the hand of the husband. So actually it is half that has to be given. But even the wife can say, I don't want to take this half even. Husband can say, no, I want to give full. وَأَن تَعْفُوا. If you forgo, that is, you don't give half but give full. أَقْرَبُ لِلتَّقْوَى. This is nearer to taqwa. فَلَا تَنْسَبُوا الْفَضْلَ بَيْنَكُمْ. Do not ignore the superiority between you. You are superior. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you the upper hand. So you should be generous. And you should give her not half but the full dowry. إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. Whatever you are doing, Allah ta'ala is seeing it. حَافِظُوا عَلَى الصَّلَوَاتِ وَالصَّلَاةِ الْوُسْطَى. Guard all of your prayers, and especially the mid-prayer, the middest prayer. And there is nearly consensus among the Mufassireen that this is Salatul Asr. وَقُومُوا لِلَّهِ قَانِتِينَ. And keep standing before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a very humble way, with humility. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ. And if you are in fear, for example, if you are going somewhere and you are fearing that enemy is pursuing you and you want to be safe, فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ فَرِجَالًا وَرُكْبَانًا. Then you can offer your prayers even walking or riding. If there is no time that you can get down and then you can say the prayer in the usual manner, then when you are walking you can say your prayer. If you are riding over camels or horses, you can say your prayers on that. But if there is danger, if there is khawf, this is called Salatul Khawf. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ فَرِجَالًا وَرُكْبَانًا فَإِذَا أَمِنْتُمْ فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَمَا عَلَّمَكُمْ مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ. When you are in peace and security, now you remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as He has taught you. مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ, which you didn't know before. Now, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught us? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not given the details of the salah, the prayer in the Quran. So this teaching of salah that came to us through the practice of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was taught by Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. So actually this method of salah has been taught to us through firstly Jibreel and then Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. That is why the Prophet has said, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. You should pray just as you see me praying. So we have to copy. There can be differences regarding the traditions. But you know, one thing should be agreed upon by each Muslim if he is a real mu'min. We have to pray just as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to pray. But now regarding the sunnah, whether this is proved or not, whether this hadith is more strong and this hadith is less strong, that is actually for the jurists and the fuqaha and the people who are knowledgeable about hadith and sunnah, they will decide. But the argument would come from the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وَالَّذِينَ يَتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا وَصِيَّةً لِأَزْوَاجِهِمْ مَتَاعًا إِلَى الْحَوْلِ غَيْرَ إِخْرَاجٍ. And those of you who die and they leave behind them wives, they should leave a bequest in favor of their wives, that for 1 year they should be provided. You know, actually we people can't appreciate these problems. Usually we people belonging to Indo-Pakistan subcontinent especially, we have only one mother. Usually people marry only one wife. So the mother, you know, for the heirs, you know, she is the mother, not the wife of the father only. She is their own mother. So the feelings are different. But perhaps one person has 10 wives. That used to be there in the days of the Jahiliyyah. Even in Islam there could be 4 wives. Now one is the mother. The rest of the 3 are only the wives of your father. So for them, you know, there should have been a bequest. There should have been something decided by the person who has died. That for them, there should be a bequest. وَالَّذِينَ يَتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا وَصِيَّةً لِأَزْوَاجِهِمْ مَتَاعًا إِلَى الْحَوْلِ غَيْرَ إِخْرَاجٍ. At least for 1 year they should be provided for food, for their clothing, and they shouldn't be turned out of the houses of the deceased person for at least 1 year. فَإِنْ خَرَجْنَا فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ. But if they themselves go out, if they decide to marry, for example, have a new marriage, then it's none of your business to obstruct their way. فَإِنْ خَرَجْنَا فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ. Whatever they want to do for themselves, you have no business to stop them. مِن مَعْرُوف, although this should be in the known way, according to the fair manner of the society. Wallahu Azizul Hakim. Allah is Almighty, He is all-wise. وَلِلْمُطَلَّقَاتِ مَتَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ حَقًّا عَلَى الْمُتَّقِينَ. In the same way, this was the discussion about the widows. وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ وَلِلْمُطَلَّقَاتِ مَتَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. In the same way, for the divorced women also, there should be some provision. And this is a duty on muttaqeen, people who are muttaqeen, who are God-fearing. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ آيَاتِهِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes His ayat clear, His signs clear, so that you can understand, you can follow them in detail and in depth, and so that you can follow them in letter as well as in spirit. This is a lengthy discussion, and most of these issues, because they are not very relevant for us, usually. These things are actually abnormal in this society. But you know, these are very important things, and note it. 4 sections, full 4 sections are devoted to these problems. The most important point that you should infer is that in Islamic social system, maximum emphasis has been put on this social family life, the relationship between wife and husband. The main idea is that this family life should be strong. The institution of family should be strong. And because the institution family should be strong, there should be one person at the head, at the top. One should be the head of the family, and that cannot be both. Both wife and husband can't be equal. There must be some inequality. You must have one at the top. You know, you can have a managing director and you can have 20 directors, but you can't have 2 managing directors. There can be 1 chairman, but there can be so many deputy chairmen, and there can only be 1 president. You can have so many deputy presidents, vice presidents. So in the institution of family, the husband has been given the upper hand. He can divorce. The wife cannot divorce. Wife can get divorce from the husband, and it is called khuda. And she has to forego certain part of her dowry money, dower, the bridal money that was paid to her. Some part she will have to forego if she wants to get khuda from the husband. So this is definitely unequal. Actually, as men, as human beings, men and women are absolutely equal. No difference between them. But when they are wife and husband, they are unequal. Now husband has the upper hand. وَلِلْرِجَالِ عَلَيْهِنَّ دَرَجَةٌ. For men, there is a superiority, a degree of superiority over them. And this will be discussed, as I told you, in Surah Al-Nisa. الرِّجَالُ قَوَّامُونَ عَلَى النِّسَاءِ. That will come more clear and more obvious there in Surah Al-Nisa, inshallah. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِينَ خَرَجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ وهم ألوف حذر الموت فقال لهم الله موتوا ثم أحياهم إن الله لذو فضل على الناس ولكن أكثر الناس لا يشكرون. Alam Tara literally means, didn't you see? But these wordings are repeated in the Quran, but they mean differently at different places. Don't you think about those things? Have you never thought about it? Have you never considered the case? Alam Tara. Alam Tara ila al-lazina. Have you never considered the case of those people, kharaju min diyarihim, who came out from their houses? Wahum uluf, and they were in thousands. Hazar al-maut, fearing death. Faqala lahum Allahu mutu. Allah said to them, die. Summa ahyahum. Then He revived them. Then He again brought them to life. Inna Allah lazu fadlin ala an-nasi walakinna akthar an-nasi la yashkurun. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is bountiful to mankind, but most of the people, they are not grateful, they are not thankful. Now actually from here, for two sections, we are going to have an incident, we should say, or a chunk of the history of the Bani Israel. Why? Actually now, when this Surah Al-Baqarah was being revealed, time was nearing for the Battle of Badr. There was going to be, as I told you, this surah was revealed just after Hijrah, but before the Battle of Badr. During these nearly 16, 17 months, this surah was revealed bit by bit. Now, you know, we are nearing the end of the surah. And in the same way, you must imagine that the time of the Battle of Badr was coming nearer and nearer. In the history of the previous Muslim Ummah, there was a parallel battle which was fought between Talut and Jalut. Although this Battle of Badr in Islam, it was during the lifetime of the Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The case with the former Muslim Ummah was different. During the lifetime of Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, there was no victory, no state was established, deen was not established. But after his death, the Jews, the Bani Israel, they could conquer Palestine. But as I told you, they didn't establish one state, one government. They divided the whole country into 12 states, small states. And they kept, fighting with each other. For 300 years, this was the state of affairs. Then came an event that their enemies, they overpowered them because of their differences. They exploited their differences, and as a result, they were turned out. Many of them were turned out from their homes. And then they requested the Prophet of that time, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam, you appoint for us a king, a military leader, so that we join our forces together, the 12 tribes, under one banner, under one king, under one military leader, under one commander, and so that we can fight our enemies. Then there happened that battle of Talut and Jalut, and with that battle actually started their period of which we call the golden period of the Jewish history. That is the days of Talut alayhi salam, and then Dawood alayhi salam, and then Sulaiman alayhi salam. They go to make nearly 100 years. And that is the golden history, golden period of the total history of the Jews of Bani Israel. Now that battle of Talut and Jalut is going to be discussed. But before discussing that battle, this incident is given, and about this, there is no detail available in any Sahih hadith. What does this ayah mean? Maybe it was some miracle, just as the miracles were there. About the Bani Israel, we have been reading the miracles throughout this surah. They were killed and then they were revived. And then, they were put to death and then again they were revived. These things have been happening. So maybe it happened sometimes in the history of Bani Israel, but we can't say what was that event, when it happened, what were the details. They are not available. Maybe that some of them, they fled from their homes in fear of death. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put them to death. Then revived them to show them that life and death is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You can't get life and you can't preserve life by fleeing from death. You must face death. You must face the enemy in the battlefield. Don't flee away. Don't run away, because you can die. There also, while you are running away from battlefield, you can die. So that might be the case. But one of the Mufassirin, maybe the others also, the modern Mufassirin, has given a rational explanation of this event also. And he says, and he is Maulana Maududi, Rahimahullah, he says that this incident is referring to that event of their history when, after Exodus, Bani Israel were required to fight against the Canaanites and conquer Palestine. And Moses alayhi salatu wasalam was himself leading them till that time. But the whole of the nation refused to go to war against the Canaanites. That event also will come in detail in Surah Al-Ma'idah. So to that actually Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in allegorical terms, he is referring to this matter in these words, because then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them a punishment. إنهم يتيهون في الأرض 40 سنة إنها محرمة عليهم 40 سنة يتيهون في الأرض. Had they not shown this cowardice, that they have refused to go to war against the enemies of Allah, they would have been given the control of this country at this very moment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have given them this country at this very moment. But because of their cowardice, their refusal to go to war, now this land has been made forbidden for them. إِنَّهَا مُحَرَّمَةٌ عَلَيْهِمْ 40 سَنَةً for 40 years. They will go on, keep on wandering in this desert for 40 years. During those 40 years, all the people, all the Bani Israel who had come from Egypt, who were born and raised up in slavery, they died. Hazrat Musa alayhi salam also died. Hazrat Harun alayhi salam also died. All that generation died. And now a new generation, which was born in this desert, in free atmosphere, this generation came up. And then they fought against the enemies, and then they conquered and entered Palestine. So that may be allegorically, these words are being used. Mutu, that is, the old generation died. Summa ahyahum, as if that nation was revived through a new generation that was born and brought up in the desert in free atmosphere. This is the explanation that Maulana Maududi has given. And I tend to agree with him, although, because, this is something, it doesn't fit wholly in the words of the ayah. But I think this is the nearest explanation that at least I have known up till this date. Wallahu alam. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِينَ خَرَجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ وَهُمْ أُلُوفٌ حَذَرَ الْمَوْتِ فَقَالَ لَهُمُ اللَّهُ مُوتُوا. Didn't you think about the event of those people who came out of their houses fearing death? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to them, die. So mahyahum, then he revived them, brought them again to life. Inna Allah lazu fadlin ala nasi walakinna aksar nasi la yashkurun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is definitely bountiful to the people, but most of the people are not grateful. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. Because now Battle of Badr is nearing, again the injunction, قَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Now you go to war for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah. Don't shirk going to war. وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And keep it in mind that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala listens to everything and he knows everything. مَنْ ذَا الَّذِي يُقْرِضُ اللَّهَ قَرْضًا حَسَنًا فَيُضَاعِفَهُ لَهُ أَضْعَافًا كَثِيرًا. Who is that who gives loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? A goodly loan. What is a goodly loan? What is qarz hasana? Qarz hasana one gives selflessly. He doesn't want to get any benefit out of it. He only wants to fulfill the requirement and need of his brother. This is qarz hasana. I am giving you this money, you will return to me this money when you can, when it is easy for you, and you just fulfill your requirements and your needs for the time being. This is Qarz Hasan. In the same way, if you give Allah loan, and to give Allah loan, what does it mean? To spend for His deen, not for your own self. You are spending money for the deen of Allah, to make it supreme, to establish it, to propagate the message of Allah, to propagate the knowledge and wisdom of Quran. You are spending your money. So this is actually giving Allah Qarz Hasana. And for, providing for the Muslim armies to fight against the enemies of Allah, for the purchase of arms, and the rations, etc., etc. All these things are required to go to war. So to fulfill these requirements, if you are spending, you are actually giving loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Man zal ladhi yuqridu Allah qarzan hasanan. Who is that who has the courage, who is so much believing, who has the conviction in Allah and hereafter, to that extent that he gives away his money in loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wallahu yaqbidu wa yabsut. And it is Allah who decreases or increases the food or the wealth of a person. Don't fear that if you give your money away for the cause of Allah, your wealth will be decreased. No. Maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increases in your wealth due to this expenditure that you have incurred in the way of Allah. Wallahu yaqbidu wa yabsut. It is His authority. He does it. It is His exclusive job. He does it. Either He increases or decreases. وَإِلَيْهِ تُرْجَعُونَ, and you will be returned to Him finally. Alam tara ila al-malai min bani Israel. Now the narration is of that battle between Jalut and Talut. Again note please that it happened about 300 years after Moses, alayhi salatu wasalam. If not after his death, at least 300 years after Exodus. After they came out from Egypt and they came to Sinai Peninsula. 300 years after that, this incident happened. Alam tara ila al-malai min bani Israel, and that was the condition, as I told you, when the small states of the Israelites, of these tribes of Israel, they were, endangered. Some of them were captured by their enemies. Many of them were turned out from their houses and their lands, and they were in a very bad condition, very bad shape. After all, they said to the Nabi, to the Prophet of the time, that now you please nominate for us one military leader, one king, so that we join our forces under one banner, and then, with strength we can fight our enemies. Alam tara ila al-malai min bani Israel min ba'de Musa. Did you never think about the chiefs of the tribes of Bani Israel, malai min bani Israel, min ba'de Musa, after Moses? Is qalu li nabiyyin lahum. When they said to the prophet, their prophet, and he was Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam. Samuel, you can find the book of Samuel in the Old Testament. Ub'as lana malikan. Now you nominate for us a king. And by that king, what is meant is the military leader, a commander. Nuqatil fi sabilillah, so that we can go to war for the cause of Allah. Qala hal asaytum in kutiba alaykum al-qitalu alla tuqatilu. The Nabi said, the Prophet said, Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam said, is there any possibility that if the going to war is fighting is prescribed and made obligatory, then you refuse to fight? Is it also possible? You are very eager to go to fight, but when your fighting comes, it's a different affair. Just as you refused to Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, your own, forefathers, they refused to go to war. Is there any possibility that history may repeat? What was the answer? قَالُوا وَمَا لَنَا لَا نُقَاتِلَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. They said, what to us? What's the reason that we will not go to fight for the cause of Allah? وَقَدْ أُخْرِجْنَا مِنْ دِيَارِنَا وَأَبْنَائِنَا. And we have been turned away from our houses and our sons. Maybe some of the sons of these people, they were taken captive and slaves. قَدْ أُخْرِجْنَا مِنْ دِيَارِنَا وَأَبْنَائِنَا فَلَمَّا كُتِبَ عَلَيْهِمُ الْقِتَالُ. When fighting was prescribed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the Prophet, تَوَلَّوْا إِلَّا قَلِيلًا مِّنْهُمْ. Most of them turned their backs, except only a few. وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِالظَّالِمِينَ. And Allah very well knows these evildoers. وَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ. And their Nabi, their Prophet, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam said to them, Inna Allah qad ba'asa lakum Taluta malika. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has raised for you and decided for you Talut. The name in Bible is Saul. Saul, Talut. And Talut, Quran gives this name because he was very tall. Tall in Arabic. Tool in Arabic, legged. Tool is legged. He was a very tall person. Talut, a very tall person. So maybe his real name was Saul, but this adjective, a quality name, a sifati naam, that has been given by Quran, and that is Talut. Qad ba'asa lakum Taluta malika. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has nominated for you Talut as king. Qalu anna yakunu lahu mulk alayna. They said, where from can he has the kingdom over us? How can he become king over us? وَنَحْنُ أَحَقُّ بِالْمُلْكِ مِنْهُ. We are more rightful. We have more right to be king. وَلَمْ يُؤْتَ سَاعَةً مِنَ الْمَالِ. He has not been given, any wealth. He has not been given abundance in wealth. قَالَ إِنَّ اللَّهَ اسْتَفَاهُ عَلَيْكُمْ. The Nabi, the Prophet, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam said, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has chosen him from you, out of you. It is his choice. وَزَادَهُ بَسْطَةً فِي الْعِلْمِ وَالْجِسْمِ. And he has given him abundance in knowledge as well as body. Physical power is abundant with him in his body. He was a very strong person bodily. And number two, ilm and understanding. These two things Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given him in abundance. If he has not been given abundant wealth, he has been given the abundant physical qualities and knowledge. وَاللَّهُ يُؤْتِي مُلْكَهُ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. And Allah gives his kingdom to whomsoever he pleases. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. فَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ إِنَّ آيَةَ مُلْكِهِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَكُمُ التَّابُوتُ. And said to them their prophet, that is Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam, also said to them, that the sign, in the ayat mulkihi, the sign of his kingship is, an yatiyakum at-tabut, that the wooden box, the ark, that is very famous these days. It's come in news. They say that ark, that sacred ark is embedded in the foundations of Masjid Aqsa, that is present up till now. It's a wooden box in which those stones, tablets of stone on which Torah is written, which was given to Moses alayhi salatu wasalam on the Mount of Tur. They are there in that box. Then the staff of Hazrat Musa alayhi salam, the asa, that is present there. Some other more, sacred things in the history of Bani Israel, they are in that. That is Tabut Sakina, that is called. So that was the most sacred thing. As sacred to them as is Kaaba for us. That Tabut Sakina was so sacred for Bani Israel. They always kept it with them, that box. And wherever they went, there was, a chariot was reserved for that box, for that ark. And that ark had been taken away by their enemies. Now they were very much disappointed because the most sacred thing of theirs was taken away from them. And Samuel alayhi salam said that the sign of the kingship of Talut will be that ark will come to you again in a miraculous way. وَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ إِنَّ آيَةَ مُلْكِهِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَكُمُ التَّابُوتُ فِيهِ سَكِينَةٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ. In that tabut, in that box, in that ark, is peace and tranquility for you from your Lord. وَبَقِيَّةٌ مِّمَّا تَرَكَ آلُ مُوسَى وَآلُ هَارُونَ. And in that box are the remnants of what was left by the family of Moses and the family of Harun, alayhi salatu wassalam, tahmiluhul malaika. That has been carried now by the angels. Inna fi zalika la'ayatan lakum in kuntum mu'minin. And in this is a sign for you if you really believe. And it so happened, as the Prophet has said, that one day they found that a chariot is coming, some bullocks there's no driver, and on that, chariot, there was that ark was placed, and that came to them. They now believed, and they now thought that actually, now Talut is our king, and he has been nominated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the sign that was told to us by our Prophet, that has been fulfilled. Now in the next section, inshallah, we shall have the detail of that war which happened between, which was held between Jalut, whose name is Goliath, or generally the Goliath or Goliath, and Talut, that is Saul alayhi salatu wasalam. In between them the war was fought, and from that war or battle started the golden history of the former Muslim Ummah, that is Bani Israel. فلما فصل طالوت بالجنود قال إن الله مبتليكم بنهر فمن شرب منه فليس مني ومن لم يطعمه فإنه مني إلا من اغترف غرفة بيده فشربوا منه إلا قليلا منهم فلما جاوزه هو والذين آمنوا معه قالوا لا طاقة لنا اليوم بجالوت وجنوده قال الذين يظنون أنهم ملاقوا الله كم من فئة قليلة غلبت فئة كثيرة بإذن الله والله مع الصابرين صدق الله العظيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي فلما فصل طالوت بالجنود, when Talut alayhi salatu wassalam went forth with his army, Junud with his armies, قال إن الله مبتليكم بنهر, he said to his people, Allah is going to test you with a river. The river Jordan, now it's very important, everybody knows it. This was in between, and they crossed river Jordan. فَمَنْ شَرِبَ مِنْهُ فَلَيْسَ مِنِّي, whosoever will drink from that river, he is not from me, he is not our companion. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَطْعَمْهُ فَإِنَّهُ مِنِّي, and whosoever doesn't drink from the water of that river, he is from me, he is my companion. إِلَّا مَنِ اغْتَرَفَ غُرْفَةً بِيَدِهِ, except those who scoop a handful with their own hands. Take some water in the hand, in the hollow of the hand, and take it. That is only permissible, but not drinking. فَشَرِبُوا مِنْهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا مِنْهُ, all of them merely drank from the water of the river, except only a few from themselves. فَلَمَّا جَاوَزَهُ هُوَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ, when they had crossed the river, himself, that is Hazrat Talut, and people who believed with him, قالوا, they said, لَا طَاقَةَ لَنَا الْيَوْمَ بِجَالُوتَ وَجُنُودِهِ, they said, we don't have the strength today to face Goliath or Goliath, Jalut, وَجُنُودِهِ, and his armies. They are very strong. They were scared. قَالَ الَّذِينَ يَظُنُّونَ أَنَّهُمْ مُلَاقُوا اللَّهِ, those people from among them who had the conviction that they will meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one day, they said to them, كَمْ مِنْ فِيَةٍ قَلِيلَةٍ غَلَبَتْ فِيَةً كَثِيرَةً, how often a small party has overcome a large party by Allah's leave, by Allah's permission. وَاللَّهُ مَعَ الصَّابِرِينَ, and Allah is with those who show patience and perseverance. Now please try to understand the background, why the people were put to this test. Actually, before any confrontation, before any armed conflict, the commander of the army must know the condition of the people, of the army, of the soldiers, their morale, their discipline, listening and obeying. These things also, they mean a lot. Not only physical number, physical strength, not only the arms, but the state of morale of the people. And then the discipline, that if a command is given, if order is given, whether it is obeyed or not, whether the people have necessary self-control or not. So that was a test to which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through his appointed king, he put this army to test. And most of them failed. We have the example in the consultation which Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he held that meeting of consultation before Badr also. He put a question, we shall read in Surah Al-Anfal, that now there is a caravan coming from the north with lot of wealth, merchandise, and an army is coming from the south. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised that He will give us victory over one of them. Which way should we proceed? Why this question? The same purpose, to see the morale of the people. Some of them said we should go towards the caravan because the booty will be great, we shall have great wealth, and only a few guards are there with the caravan. It will be easy to kill them, to rout them. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intended something else. He wanted that there should be a direct confrontation between the Quraysh and the Muslims. So this is actually the example. But most of the people at that consultation, they said, "O Prophet, what you have in your mind, you proceed in that direction. Why are you asking us? You have to make the decision. Which way you go, we are with you." So that is actually the same thing is happening here. Before this, this is the battle of Badr of the former Muslim Ummah. Please keep this point in mind. وَلَمَّا بَرَزُوا لِجَالُوتَ وَجُنُودِهِ, and when they lined against the armies of Jalut, they said, قَالُوا رَبَّنَا أَفْرِغْ عَلَيْنَا صَبْرًا وَثَبِّتْ أَقْدَامَنَا وَانصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. Now they prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is teaching the Muslims, now you pray this. This is the prayer being taught to you before Badr. You must learn the prayer. رَبَّنَا أَفْرِغْ عَلَيْنَا صَبْرًا. O our Lord, pour out perseverance on us. وَثَبِّتْ أَقْدَامَنَا. Make our feet firm. وَانْصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. And help us against this nation, these people who are kuffar, who are unbelieving. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. They routed them with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ. And Dawood killed Jalut. There is a long story. Dawood was not in the army of Talut. He was a shepherd with his, flock of sheep, etc. But he incidentally came at the scene of that battle, what was happening. And he saw that from this army of Talut, nobody is taking the courage to go and confront Jalut. He was calling, send someone who can fight me. That was the usual method of battles in those days. Personal wrestling, personal combat. But nobody dared going forward. Then Hazrat Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam, he himself volunteered him and he killed Jalut. And that way Dawood became important. And Saul or Talut gave him his daughter in marriage, and he became closely related to Talut, and then after Talut he became the king, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him the prophethood and the knowledge and the wisdom also. So he had the physical strength, as much physical strength as he could dare confront Jalut and kill Jalut. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ. In the same way, in the battle of Ahzab, there is one very brave person, and he was from the Kuffar, Amr ibn Abd Wad, and Hazrat Ali radiyallahu ta'ala, he killed him. Otherwise, it was said about him that nobody can confront him. Abd Wad, Hazrat Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu came forward, and he killed him and slayed him. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ وَآتَاهُ اللَّهُ الْمُلْكَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave Dawood the kingdom, was wisdom. وَعَلَّمَهُ مِمَّا يَشَاءُ. And he taught him whatever he liked. وَلَوْلَا دَفُ اللَّهِ النَّاسَ بَعْضَهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ. And had it not been that Allah Ta'ala has been removing one people by another, had it not been so, لَفَسَدَتِ الْأَرْضِ, the whole of the earth would have corrupted. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ ذُو فَضْلٍ عَلَى النَّاسِ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is bountiful to the worlds. تِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُوهَا عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ. These are the signs of Allah, ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are reciting them to you. Now this is the saying of the angels. The angel has brought this ayat and he is saying now, Tilka ayatullah. This is actually the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Natluha alayka bilhaq. Which we are reciting unto you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, with haqq, with truth. وَإِنَّكَ لَمِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ. And verily, surely, definitely, you are from among the messengers of Allah. تِلْكَ الرُّسُلُ فَضَّلْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. These are the messengers of Allah. فَضَّلْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. We have raised some of them over the others. مِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَلَّمَ اللَّهُ. From among them there was one with whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talked and spoke directly. That is Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wassalam. With whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke many times on the Mount of Tur. مِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَلَّمَ اللَّهُ وَرَفَعَ بَعْضَهُمْ دَرَجَاتٍ. And he raised some of them in degrees, in different various forms. وَآتَيْنَا عِيسَى ابْنَ مَرْيَمَ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. And we gave Isa, Jesus, son of Mary, Maryam alayhi salam, al-Bayyinat, very clear signs, very big miracles. وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ. And we helped him, supported him with the Holy Spirit, Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ بَعْدِهِ. And had Allah decreed, desired or willed, then those people who were after them would not have quarreled with each other. Followers of the prophets, different prophets, quarreling with each other. The biggest enmity today is between the Muslims and the Jews. Although if you take into consideration all the aspects, they should be the closest communities on the surface of the world. We believe in Torah, we believe in Moses, we believe in Jesus. These three religions should be very close to each other. But the most bitter, and then these Jews, the practicing Jews, they are the closest in culture to the Muslims. The same beards, the same covering of the heads, although now it has reduced in size. But you know, there is the remnant. The same law, the same things. Swine, haram, forbidden. They don't eat it. Then you know the kosher meat. It must be halal. It must be zabiyah. All these things, you know, closest. Law of Moses, law of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The closest to each other throughout the world. But the enmity, the most bitter enmity. In the same way, Jesus, he was a Jew himself. He was born of Mary. Who was she? She was from Bani Israel. The same progeny. Now you know, the most bitter enmity has been throughout these 2,000 years, nearly 2,000 years, between the Christians and the Jews. You read the history. How much persecuted the Jews have been at the hands of the Christians. First of all, the Christians were persecuted at the hands of the Jews, and then the Jews were persecuted at the hands of the Christians. After Emperor Constantine, he embraced Christianity. He became a Christian. Now Christianity was the state religion of a very big empire, the Roman Empire. And now there was tough time for the Jews throughout the Roman Empire. So this has been the case. the closest people regarding the prophets, the same progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam, but the followers are bitter enemies of each other. The same prophets from the progeny of Ibrahim and his son Ismail and in his progeny Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and Muslims believe in him, but the bitterest enemies. لَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ بَعْدِهِمْ. And Allah will so, people after them would not have quarreled and fought each other. مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. After that, the clear signs and teachings had come to them. وَلَكِنْ اخْتَلَفُوا فَمِنْهُمْ. But they differed. فَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ آمَنَ وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَفَرَ. From among them are those who came to believe, who had the faith. وَمِنْهُمْ, and from among them also are those مَنْ كَفَرَ, who denied, who belied. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلُوا. Had Allah willed so, they would not have quarreled or fought each other. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَفْعَلُ مَا يُرِيدُ. But Allah does what He decrees, what He wills, what He pleases. He has created this world, He has given the option. This ikhtilaf, this difference will remain. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَنْفِقُوا مِمَّا رَزَقْنَاكُمْ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَ يَوْمٌ لَا بَيْعٌ فِيهِ. I told you the two strands of jihad fi sabilillah, infaq again. These two sections were for qital, but that qital was from the past history, the battle between Jalut and Talut. But in between the lines, it was actually a preparation, mental preparation of the Muslims for the coming battle of Badr. History was going to repeat very soon. And from Badr was going to start the glorious period of the Islamic history, of the Muslim history. Muslims suddenly became a very big power to reckon with. They defeated Quraysh. You can't imagine the effect over the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. Quraysh defeated at the hand of Muhammad and his followers. A handful, a very small number, nearly unarmed. They defeated the Quraysh, the mightiest force in the whole Arabian Peninsula. So actually that was very decisive. That is why it has been called in the Quran Al-Furqan, the differentiating day. It is a dividing day. Tables were turned after Badr. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu. After qital there must be infaq also, side by side. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu mimma razaqnakum. Oh, you who profess to believe, expend from whatever we have given you, whatever we have provided you. Min qabli an yatiya yawmun la bay'un fihi wa la khullatun wa la shafa'a. Before that day comes, that is the day of judgment, when there shall be no bargaining, no friendship, no intercession whatsoever. This is a very categorical ayah. The import of this ayah is the same as of two ayat that we have already read before. وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا لَا تَجْزِي نَفْسٌ عَنْ نَفْسٍ شَيْئًا وَلَا يُقْبَلُ مِنْهَا شَفَاعَةٌ وَلَا يُؤْخَذُ مِنْهَا عَدْلٌ وَلَا هُمْ يُنصَرُونَ. In the beginning of the 6th section, and then in the beginning of the 15th section. Here again you find, now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing Muslims. Just as the address to Jews were also, وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ, in the end of the 5th section. And the Muslims were also addressed with the same words, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ, in the beginning of the 19th section. In the same way, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu mimma razaqnakum min qabli an yatiya yawmun. Before that day comes, that day dawns, when there will be no bargaining, no trading, no friendship, no intercession. Wal kafiruna humus zalimun. And those who deny, they are the wrongdoers, they are the unjust people, they are the evil people. Allahu la ilaha illahu. Now comes Ayatul Kursi, the greatest ayah of the Quran. And there are clear ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Sayyidatu ayatil Quran. This ayah, a very big ayah, very long ayah, is the chief of all the ayat of the Quran. And this is a very big prayer of Tawheed. Tawheed is Sifati. All the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the basic attributes. Tawheed of the attributes. In the description and narration of the Tawheed of attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is the most profound ayah of the Quran. Allah la ilaha illahu. Allah is He. That there is no ilah, no God beside Him. Al-Hajj al-Qayyum. He is ever living, self-sustaining, and He is the sustainer of all the existence. La ta'khuduhu sinatun wa la nawm. Neither slumber nor sleep can seize Him. Lahu ma fi samawati wa ma fi al-ard. To Him belongs everything that is in the skies and heavens and that is on the earth. Man dhal ladhi yashfa'u indahu illa bi'izni. Who is He who can dare intercede before Him except after His permission? Ya'lamu ma bayna aydihim wa ma khalfahum. He knows what is before them all and what is after them and what is behind them. وَلَا يُحِيطُونَ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنْ عِلْمِهِ. And they cannot encompass anything from His knowledge إِلَّا بِمَا شَاءَ, except what He Himself pleases to give. Nobody, no creature, no Payghambar, no messenger, no prophet, no angel, none can have any knowledge except the knowledge that has been given to him by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Himself. We have read that ayah, Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. All the angels have said, glory be to you, we don't have any knowledge except the knowledge that you gave to us. There is no knowledge except the knowledge which Allah gives to anybody. لا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض. His throne or His kingdom, it is translated in two ways. His throne or His kingdom extends over all the skies and heavens and over whole of the earth. وَلَا يَؤُودُهُ حِفْظُهُمَا. And He is never fatigued by guarding both of them, the skies and the earth. وَهُوَ الْعَلِيُّ الْعَظِيمُ. And He is the high, Al-Ali. And He is the mighty, Al-Azim. La ikraha fid deen. There is no compulsion in religion or in deen. What does it mean? No person will be compelled to embrace Islam. No person has ever been compelled to accept Islam. But as regards the system, if the Muslims have power, they will never tolerate any unjust system and social order to prevail. There we shall use force. Individuals, a different case. Anybody, if he wants to remain a Hindu, remain a Hindu. You want to remain a Christian, you remain a Christian. But the system will be changed. The rule will be of Allah. حَتَّى يُعْطُوا الْجِزْيَةَ عَنْ يَدٍ وَهُمْ صَاغِرُونَ. You can remain a Hindu, a Christian, a Buddhist, or whosoever you may be, you can remain. But you will have to submit to the Islamic State, to the Khilafah. And there you will have to pay the taxes, the jizya. That is the position. But individually you will not be compelled to change your religion. That is actually the position of Islam. It is usually misunderstood. As far as the system is concerned, the collective system, the social order, that if we have power and we want to attain power to change it, that is called revolution. We are working for Islamic revolution to establish the system of Khilafah, sovereignty to Allah, and Khilafah for the Muslims. That will be the system. La ikraha fi ddin qad tabayyana ar-rushd min al-ghayy. The right path has been distinct, has become distinct from the wrong path. فَمَنْ يَكْفُرْ بِالطَّاغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ. So whoever disowns Taghut. What is Taghut? Everything which is rebellious against Allah is Taghut. Every institution which doesn't accept divine sovereignty and authority is Taghut. The non-Islamic state is the biggest Taghut on earth. Taghut are not only individuals, the systems are Taghut. Taha. Taha, what does it mean? Taha. When you have transgressed your limits, you are Taghi. Taha means to go beyond the limits. You must be a bondsman to Allah, you should be a servant to Allah, you must obey Allah. You were created for His ibadah. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. If instead of being servant of Allah, you become master, I am the ruler, I have the sovereignty, you are in revolt against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You are Taghut. So you have to deny Taghut first, and then you should have faith in Allah. You have to say La ilaha first, and then illallah. Denial is first, affirmation comes after that. The same is the thing here. فَمَنْ يَكْفُرْ بِالطَّاغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ. Whosoever denies, declares that he is bari from this Taghut, and then he believes in Allah, فَقَدْ اسْتَمْسَكَ بِالْعُرْوَةِ الْوُثْقَى. So he has grasped in his hand a firm handhold, لَا انْفِصَامَ لَهَا, which will never give way. وَاللَّهُ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ, and Allah is all listening, all knowing. اللَّهُ وَلِيُّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا يُخْرِجُهُمْ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. Allah is the protector and helper and guardian. Wali, is a very profound word of Arabic. You can't translate it, can't give its connotation in one word in English. Allah is the protector and the guardian and the supporter of those who have real faith. يُخْرِجُهُمْ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. He keeps them taking out from various shades of darkness into light. Zulumat always you will find in Quran in plural. There are different shades of darkness. There is shirk, there is kufr, there is nifaq, there is ilhad. So many shades, different shades of darkness. Light is one, and darkness has different shades. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always keeps bringing them out from the shades of the darkness into light. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاؤُهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ. As for those who don't believe, who disbelieve, their supporters are the Taghut. They are the brothers and supporters. There is a mutual support. They are supporting Taghut, and Taghut is helping them. يُخْرِجُونَهُمْ مِنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. And these Taghut, they keep on taking them away from light into different shades of darknesses. This is a process going on side by side. Allahu waliyyul lazina amanu yukhrijuhum min az-zulumati ila an-nur. Allahumma rabbana ij'alna minhum. Allahumma rabbana ij'alna minhum. May Allah include us in these people whose wali is Allah Himself, and He takes them out from these different shades of darkness into light. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاؤُهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ يُخْرِجُونَهُم مِّنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. اللهم ربنا لا تجعلنا منهم أولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. They are the people of fire, and they will remain in that forever. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِي حَاجَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ فِي رَبِّهِ. Again the same word, أَلَمْ تَرَ. Did you never ponder about the person, الَّذِي حَاجَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ, who argued with Ibrahim, fi Rabbihi, about his Lord, his Rabb. Who is your Rabb? Now this person is Namrud, the king of Iraq at the time of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. Namrud was also a title, just as Fir'aun. Fara'ina, the kings of Misr, of Egypt, they were Fara'ina. The kings of Babylonia, which we now call Iraq, they were Namarida. So actually Namrud and Fir'aun, they are not names, they are titles. Just as Fir'aun, Namrud. Alam tara ila alladhi hajja Ibrahim. So as we say, Fir'aun of Moses. So Namrud of Ibrahim, of the time of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. Hazrat Ibrahim was presented in the court of the king. There's this dialogue went on. An atahu Allahul mulk. He was arguing about God, about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, about the Rabb of Ibrahim, only because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had gave him the kingship. He became arrogant. He himself claimed to be God. I am the authority. Just as, you know, the Fir'aun of Egypt had said, Ana Rabbukumul Ala, Alaysa li mulku Misr. If not for me, the kingdom of Egypt, وَهَذِهِ الْأَنْهَارُ تَجْرِي مِنْ تَحْتِي. All this irrigation system is under my control. I will allow water to only those whom I please. It is all under in my head, under me. In the same way, he was the master of his country. إِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ رَبِّيَ الَّذِي يُحْيِي وَيُمِيتُ. When Ibrahim said, alayhi salatu wassalam, my Lord is he who gives life and puts death. قَالَ أَنَا أُحْيِي وَأُمِيتُ. He said, I have these powers also. And the tradition goes that he fetched and called two people who had been condemned. They were in the prison. That sentence had been passed on them. Called them in the court. The one he set free, I have given him life. The other he instantly, he ordered to be slain. Him I have killed. Ana uhi wa umiit. I have the authority. Now Hazrat Ibrahim said, Qala Ibrahim fa inna Allah yati bi shamsi min al-mashriq. My God, my Allah, I believe in that God, in that Allah, who makes the sun rise from the east. Fati biha min al-maghrib. If you claim to be God, if you claim to have authority, now just you order the sun to rise from the west. فَبُهِتَ الَّذِي كَفَرَ. At this, that kafir remained confounded. He couldn't say anything. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الظَّالِمِينَ. And Allah doesn't give guidance to such evildoers, such unjust people. أَوْ كَالَّذِي مَرَّ عَلَىٰ قَرْيَةٍ. This is another incident, and most probably it concerns also the history of the Jews, the Bani Israel. When Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem in the late 7th century before Jesus, BC, before Christ, he killed about 600,000 Jews. And the rest of 600,000, he took them to Babylonia in captivity. They remained there, some for 100 years, some for 150 years. That's the worst period of Jewish history, era of days of captivity in Babylonia. Jerusalem was ruined, absolutely ruined. Not a single soul living, not a single wall, not two bricks together. Such was the ruination of a city. Just imagine how big a city it was. It was founded by Solomon, Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salatu wassalam. At the height of the glory and splendor of Bani Israel. That was the town. And Hazrat Sulaiman had the help of the jinns also in construction. He constructed the Haikal, the Solomon's temple. And then this was razed to the ground. Not two bricks were intact. Not a single soul was there. And then there bypassed the Prophet Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam. He wondered at that scene. How can this city again be revived? How can Allah revive this city? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put him to death, kept him there for 100 years in that death condition, then revived him. And then, this is the matter. Then Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wasalam, he went to Babylonia, and then he started his call, repent, make tawbah towards Allah. And due to his call and his mission, there was the spiritual revival of Bani Israel. And then they again were given, another period of glory during their history. And that is called the Makkabi power, the Makkabi Sultanate. That was the second rise that they had during their history. Anyhow, about this incident now, Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wasalam, I feel it personally that this, although the name has not been given here, only one city and a person, but this seems to me, I'm pretty sure that this is the case of Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam. Or kalladhi marra ala qaryatan. Or have you ever considered the case of that person who passed by a town, وَهِيَ خَاوِيَةٌ عَلَىٰ عُرُوشِهَا, and that town had fallen down upon its roofs, all was demolished. قَالَ أَنَّا يُحْيِي هَٰذِهِ اللَّهُ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا. He said, how shall Allah give this town again life after it has been dead, so badly dead, so deeply ruined? فَأَمَاتَهُ اللَّهُ مِئَةَ عَامٍ. So Allah put him to death for 100 years. ثُمَّ بَعَثَ. Then Allah again brought him to life, raised him alive. قَالَ كَمْ لَبِثْتَ. Allah asked him, how long have you been here? Do you have any idea? Oh Uzair, supposedly if he was Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam, oh Uzair, do you have any idea how long have you been here? قَالَ لَبِثْتُ يَوْمًا وَبَعْضَ يَوْمٍ. He said, I have been here for one day, or maybe a part of a day. Just I had a nap. I just had, a nap and nothing else. Maybe a full day has passed, and maybe a part of it. قَالَ بَلْ لَبِثْتَ مِئَةَ عَامٍ. Allah said, no. You have been here in this condition for 100 years. فَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ طَعَامِكَ. Now see to your food that you had with you, وَشَرَابِكَ, and the drink that you had. لَمْ يَتَسَنَّهْ. They have not spoiled. I have kept them as fresh as they were before 100 years. This is my authority. I can do it. This is my power. I am all powerful. وَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ حِمَارِكَ. And now on the other hand, you see, just look to your ass, your donkey. And that had died, and all flesh has gone, and there were only few bones scattered and nothing else. 100 years. So all those physical phenomena had happened to that ass, but nothing had happened to the food. وَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ حِمَارِكَ وَلِنَجْعَلَكَ آيَةً لِلنَّاسِ. And we want to make you a sign for the people. And it's very clear, when he had returned to the people, to Bani Israel, they must have been astonished. This person, he was dead long before. We had no news of him. Therefrom he has come now. And when he must have told this story, so it would have been, I think, a very, very big sign that, Allah can revive us also. If he could do this to an individual, he could do this, you can do this to a community, to a nation. وَلِنَجْعَلَكَ آيَةً لِلنَّاسِ وَانْظُرْ إِلَى الطَّعَامِ وَانْظُرْ إِلَى الْعِظَامِ. And now see, look to the bones of your donkey, of your ass. كَيْفَ نُنْشِزُهَا. How we raise them up. Join them together, raise them up as a skeleton. ثُمَّ نَكْسُوهَا لَحْمًا. And then we clothe them with flesh, with muscles. فَلَمَّا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ. When everything became absolutely clear to him, قَالَ أَعْلَمُ أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Then he said and proclaimed, now I fully know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful and he can do anything that he likes. وَإِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ رَبِّ أَرِنِي كَيْفَ تُحْيِي الْمَوْتَىٰ. And just recall the time when Ibrahim said to his Lord, "O Lord, let me see, show me how you will revive the dead. How will you raise the dead again to life?" قَالَ أَوَلَمْ تُؤْمِنْ? Allah asked, "Do you not believe?" قَالَ بَلَىٰ. He said, "Why not? I believe. I have the faith. وَلَكِنْ لَيَطْمَئِنَّ قَلْبِي." But I want that I should have the conviction, deepest conviction. My heart should be absolutely at rest. There shouldn't be an iota of doubt in me. So because I want that total and absolute conviction, that is why I have requested you to show to me. قَالَ فَخُذْ أَرْبَعَةً مِّنَ الطَّيْرِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, take 4 birds, فَصُرْهُنَّ إِلَيْكَ. Tame them to incline to you. Tame them so that when you call them, they respond to you, they come to you. ثُمَّ اجْعَلْ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ جَبَلٍ مِّنْهُنَّ جُزْءًا. Now the details are not here. The details are which are omitted. Now kill them, slaughter them, and divide their body into parts, and then part of every bird, some parts of mix them and keep them on different hills. ثُمَّ اجْعَلْ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ جَبَلٍ مِّنْهُنَّ جُزْءًا ثُمَّ ادْعُوهُنَّ. Then you call them the way which you had made them accustomed to respond. يَأْتِينَكَ سَعْيًا. You will see that they will be coming to you running. وَعْلَمْ أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. And you should know and keep it in mind, and you should be convinced that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is almighty, all powerful, and He has the all total wisdom also. Now come 2 sections, and they are regarding infaq fi sabilillah. How balanced, you know. Full 2 sections were there regarding the fighting for the cause of Allah. Although it was related to the past history of Bani Israel. Scattered ayat we have found at many places about qital. Scattered ayat have been mentioned and have appeared at many places about infaq. But 2 sections, full 2 sections about qital, we have already read. Now 2 sections, full 2 sections about infaq. مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. The likeliness of those who have spent their wealth and money in the way of Allah. Now this should be very clear. What does it mean, in the way of Allah? Infaq fi sabilillah has a definite connotation. There is another word, sadaqah. Sadaqah is charity. Charity is basically for the poor, the needy, the miskin, the beggar, sa'il. This is sadaqah. Infaq fi sabilillah is actually jihad fi sabilillah bil mal, for the cause of Allah. What's the cause of Allah? Cause of Allah is that His deen should be supreme. As the Christians pray, Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heavens. On this earth also, the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala should be fulfilled. The law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala should be enforced. This is the cause of Allah. And if you spend your money and your wealth for this purpose, this is infaq fi sabilillah. So actually, you keep it in mind. Sadaqah, infaq, ita'i mal, zakat, these are different terms. And every term has a definite connotation of its own. Although they can be interchanged, they can be used one in one another's place. Then qarz hasana, man dhal ladhi yuqridu Allah qarzan hasana. Who is that person who can dare give Allah loan, goodly loan? And these 2 terms, the loan to Allah, because when you are spending for the deen of Allah, it's a loan, personal loan to Allah. When you are spending your wealth for establishing the deen of Allah, it's an infaq fi sabilillah. It's a part of jihad. Jihad fi sabilillah bil mal, that is infaq. Jihad fi sabilillah bil nafs, the final stage is qital. When you go risking your life, you go to the field of battle, risking your life. Masalul ladhina yunfiquna amwalahum fi sabilillah. The similitude or likeliness of those who spend and expend their money and wealth for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah, kamasali habbatin ambatat sab'a sanabila, is to the likeness of a grain which grows 7 years. Fi kulli sumbulatin mi'atu habba, and in each and every year there are 100 grains. So 1 grain of wheat, now the plant, in that are 7 years, and in every year there are 100 grains. So 1 grain has grown into 700 grains. The same is the similitude, that if you spend for the cause of Allah, your reward will be 700 times at least. Why at least? Because Allah says, وَاللَّهُ يُضَاعِفُ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah will double it for whomsoever He wishes. It can be 1400 times. But that is at the discretion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَاللَّهُ يُضَاعِفُ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. For whomsoever He pleases or wills, He will double it. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ ثُمَّ لَا يُتْبِعُونَ مَا أَنْفَقُوا مَنًّا وَلَا أَذًى. Those who spend their mal, they spend their wealth and money fi sabilillah, in the way of Allah, summa la yutbi'una ma anfaqu, then that they don't follow what they have expended with reproach and injury. And the other meaning may be by reminding of charity and generosity. Anyhow, this infaq fi sabilillah, some person will be benefiting, and it will come in the end, inshallah, who they should be. Let me explain here, so that it becomes clear through all this discussion. When there is a struggle, a revolutionary movement to establish the deen of Allah, to make it supreme, there must be certain people who become whole-time workers. Otherwise it won't work. Part-time workers cannot bring about a revolution. Part-time work can be a social service. Part-time work can be this type of thing, some education, some training, some social service. For revolutionary purpose, you must have people who are whole-time, whole-hearted, devoted fully. Otherwise there can be no revolutionary struggle. Now these people, who will support them? They also need. They must be fed. They must be looked after. Who will support them? That is why in the end of these two sections you will find who have the right of this infaq fi sabilillah, who are the best, to whom this infaq should be given. Those who have devoted all of their life, all of their time, all of their energies to the cause of Allah. Now they have no spare time, no spare energy to spend, to earn their own livelihood. They must be supported through this infaq fi sabilillah. And now if you have given something to such a person, and now you are mentioning it to him, this is injury. This is actually azar. You have given something to them, you have helped someone of them, among them, and then you are mentioning it, and you are, impressing them more and more by your generosity. So that is very pinching for them, very hurting for them. That is the thing that is discussed here. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ ثُمَّ لَا يُتْبِعُونَ مَا أَنْفَقُوا مَنًّا وَلَا أَذًى. Man, that is, to mention your charity and generosity, وَلَا أَذًى, and nothing, no injury to their feelings of self-respect and self-honor. لَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ. For them is their reward in the Rabbihim, with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. And there will be no fear on them, and nor will they grieve. قَالٌ مَعْرُوفٌ وَمَغْفِرَةٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن صَدَقَةٍ يَتْبَعُهَا أَذًى. A kind word and forgiveness is much better than charity followed by injury. You give something to somebody and then you injure his feelings. You injure his sense of self-respect, self-honor. The better thing would have been, you should have said some kind word to him and then asked his pardon and forgiveness. A kind word and forgiveness are better than charity followed by injury. Wallahu ghaniyyun halim, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is self-sufficient. He doesn't need your help. He can feed and support his supporters. It's only a test for you that he has given you surplus wealth, whether you spend it for the cause of Allah or not. It's only a testing for you. Allah is not poor. Allah can support his supporters. Allah can maintain his armies himself. But you know, he's testing you. Wallahu ghaniyyun halim. Allah is self-sufficient and he is forbearing. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la tubtilu sadaqatikum bil manni wal adha. O you who believe, do not render vain your charity by mentioning your generosity and by injuring the feelings of those to whom you have given that charity. كَالَّذِي يُنْفِقُ مَالَهُ رِئَاءَ النَّاسِ. In the same way as that person who is spending his money to show off to the people. وَلَا يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. Whosoever is giving his money and spending his wealth to show off to the people so that they should praise him, he has no iman on Allah. وَلَا يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. He doesn't have any faith in Allah, nor does he believe in the last day. فَمَثَلُهُ كَمَثَلِ صَفْوَانٍ. So his similitude or likeliness is to the likeliness of a very smooth rock. عَلَيْهِ تُرَابٌ. On it was, some dust was there. Someone, he cultivated in that dust. He put some seeds in that dust. Now a crop was there. He was hoping to have the harvest. But suddenly, فَأَصَابَهُ وَابِلٌ. A very strong and heavy rain fell and left it bare. Now everything was washed off because the clay was very shallow. Beneath it was very smooth rock. And on that shallow clay, you had cultivated and you had put the seed, and now the harvest was there. It has no roots. When a strong and heavy rain fell, everything was washed off. And now the rock was there bare. لَا يَقْدِرُونَ عَلَى شَيْءٍ مِّمَّا كَسَبُوا. They have no control for which they labored. They labored so much, they cultivated, they spent, they put the seed there, but now everything is gone, and they can have no control over any of their labor that they spent there. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الْكَافِرِينَ. This is the simile of whom? Who is spending their money or wealth only to show off their generosity to the people. Not real iman or in the hereafter. They are not doing so sincerely for Allah and His pleasure. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الْكَافِرِينَ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't guide such people who are belying and who are denying the real faith. وَمَثَلُ الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. The same principle of simultaneous contrast. They are opposed to such people which we have discussed before. The مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. The likeliness or similitude of those people who spend their money only to get the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَتَثْبِيتًا مِنْ أَنفُسِهِمْ. And they want strengthening of their own souls. I am spending so that Allah may be pleased and my spirit may be purified. Dual purpose can be there. You are spending for the cause of Allah so that Allah is pleased, and your own soul, your own ruh, your own spirit is purified. Tazkiyah. That is why, for this ibadah, for this mode of worship, particular mode of worship, in which you give your money, That is called zakah, purifying thing. It purifies the souls of the people. Tasbita min anfusihim. Whosoever is spending their money in this way, for pleasing Allah and purification of their and strengthening of their souls, their example is kamasali jannatin birabwatin. Example or simile of a garden which is on a raised place. Asabaha wabilun. If there is strong rain, heavy rain, fa'ata tukulaha dhifan. That garden gives the fruit twice, twofold. فَإِن لَمْ يُصِبْهَا وَابِلٌ. If there is not very heavy rain, فَقَلْ. Then a small drizzle would also benefit the garden. The fruit will be there anyhow. The garden will not be washed away with the strong rain, because it is not on a smooth rock. It is there on a raised platform. Wallahu bima ta'amaluna basir. And whatever you are doing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is seeing it. Ayamaddu ahadukum. Does anybody amongst you like an takuna lahu jannatun, that there may be for him a garden, min nakhilin wa anabin. In that garden there may be the date palms and the grapes, the vines. Tajri min tahtil anhar. Beneath that garden there are streams are flowing. Lahu fiha min kulli samarat. In that garden for him there are all types of fruit. Wa asabahu al-kibar. And now old age has overtaken him. Now this is a simile. Just imagine a person, a very old person. He worked very hard. He cultivated plants. He prepared a garden. Now he has a garden of date palms. Then there are the orchards and the vines, and everything is there. Water is flowing. All sorts of fruits are there. And now the old age has overtaken him. وَلَهُ ذُرِّيَّةٌ ضُعَفَاءٌ. And his progeny, his sons and daughters are weaklings, very young in age. They need protection. فَأَصَابَهَا إِسْرَارٌ. Suddenly on some day, some occasion, a fiery whirlwind comes, strikes that garden, فَاحْتَرَقَتْ. And the whole garden got burnt up. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمُ الْآيَاتِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَفَكَّرُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes his ayat plain for you, clear for you, so that you may ponder over them, you may reflect over them. Now this is actually simile, what is the lesson in it? A person has been doing charity and doing everything. Suddenly when he will be raised from the dead, he will find I have done nothing because I was not sincere. Whatever I was doing only to get good name, good praise from the people, not for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whosoever is doing any good work, any charity, for riya'ul nas, to show off to the people, he will find himself in the position of that old person whose whole life's hard labor has gone in one incident. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أنفقوا من طيبات ما كسبتم ومما أخرجنا لكم من الأرض ولا تيمموا الخبيث منه تنفقون ولستم بآخذيه إلا أن تغمزوا فيه واعلموا أن الله غني حميد. الشيطان يعدكم الفقر ويأمركم بالفحشاء والله يعدكم مغفرة منه وفضلا والله واسع عليم. يؤتي الحكمة من يشاء ومن يؤت الحكمة فقد أوتي خيرا كثيرا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب. صدق الله العظيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم ربنا ارحمنا بالقرآن العظيم واجعله لنا إماما ونورا وهدى ورحمة. اللهم ذكرنا منه ما نسينا وعلمنا منه ما جهلنا وارزقنا تلاوته آناء الليل وآناء النهار واجعله لنا حجة يا رب العالمين. آمين. The same subject of Infaq fi sabilillah is continuing. The full preceding section, that is section 36 of Surah Al-Baqarah, that was also fully occupied by this discussion about infaq fi sabilillah. And this section 37 is also fully occupied by this discussion. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu min tayyibati ma kasabtum. O you who believe, or O you who profess to believe, expend and spend in the way of Allah when good things that you have earned. طَيِّبَاتِ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ وَمِمَّا أَخْرَجْنَا لَكُمْ مِنَ الْأَرْضِ, or from which that we have brought forth from the earth for you. وَلَا تَيَمَّمُوا الْخَبِيثَ مِنْهُ, and don't aim at something which is bad from that. تُنْفِقُونَ وَلَسْتُمْ بِآخِذِيهِ, that you will spend it for the cause of Allah, for charity, for giving it to poor. Something which is bad. وَلَسْتُمْ بِآخِذِيهِ, and if some occasion arises and you need, and somebody gives you that type of thing, you will not be able to accept it. You will not accept it yourself. إِلَّا أَن تُغْمِضُوا فِيهِ, unless you close your eyes on it. So it will be difficult to accept such a thing which you want to give to others. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ غَنِيٌّ حَمِيدٌ. You should keep in mind that Allah is Ghani. You are not giving to this poor person, you are giving to Allah. For the sake of Allah you are giving. You are giving it to Allah actually. So you should give the best, not the worst. He is Ghani. Wallahu Ghaniyyun Hamid. He is self-sufficient, praiseworthy. Ash-Shaytanu ya'idukum al-faqr. Shaitan threatens you, make you fear poverty. If you spend for the cause of Allah, you will become poor. You will have nothing. وَيَأْمُرُكُمْ بِالْفَحْشَاءِ. In addition, he enjoins upon you to indecency. وَاللَّهُ يَعِدُكُمْ. On the contrary, Allah is promising with you مَغْفِرَةً مِّنْهُ, forgiveness from Him, وَفَضْلًا, and bounty. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all-embracing, knowing everything. يُؤْتِي الْحِكْمَةَ مَن يَشَاءُ. He gives the true wisdom to whomsoever He pleases. وَمَن يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ. And whosoever has been given and granted wisdom, the real wisdom, فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. He has been given the biggest good, خَيْرِ كَثِير. وَمَا يَذَّكَّرُ إِلَّا أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. And only those who have real understanding, they get the admonition, and they get the real advice. Now what does it mean here? You cannot spend the best of your wealth for the way of Allah unless you have the real wisdom that everything that you have here is for this world. And this world is temporary. It's not everlasting. And whatever you are spending for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is for the other world. And that is lasting. بَلْ تُؤْثِرُونَ الْحَيَاةَ الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةُ خَيْرٌ وَأَبْقَى. Your real disease, your real mistake is that you prefer this world, the life of this world, while actually the life of the next world, the life of hereafter, that is much better and that is everlasting. So real wisdom is this. Whosoever has understood this point, not only that he professes that he believes in it, it is ingrained in his heart, it is there as a conviction. He has the real hikmah, he has the real wisdom. And then the wisdom of all other things will also become apparent to him. His inner eyes will, so to say, be opened. يُؤْتِي الْحِكْمَةَ مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَمَنْ يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. وَمَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّن نَفَقَةٍ أَوْ نَذَرْتُم مِّن نَذْرٍ. And whatsoever you spend, any spending that you do, and every vow that you make to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, nazr, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُهُ, Allah knows it. Don't try to proclaim it loudly. Because if you are doing it for Allah, Allah knows it. Allah knows everything, even if it is in your mind and in your heart only. Because you know this sadaqah nafila, as far as zakah, that is the obligatory charity. As far as it is concerned, it is to be given openly to the government, Islamic State. It's not to be concealed or it shouldn't be hidden. But sadaqat nafila, additional spending that you do for this pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that shouldn't be declared. If you declare, okay, at least you are giving something, at least it can be beneficial, it will be used somewhere. But the best thing is, you conceal it. You keep it a secret. And the wordings that have appeared in one of the hadiths is that what your right hand spends, let not even your own left hand know it. You are spending with your right hand. Even your left hand shouldn't know that you have done it. That would be actually, that will have the privilege that this is exclusively for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there's no riya and no showing off in it. وَمَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّن نَفَقَةٍ أَوْ نَذَرْتُم مِّن نَذْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُهُ. Whatsoever you spend and whatsoever you woe to spend, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows it. وَمَا لِلظَّالِمِينَ مِنْ أَنصَارٍ. But there will be no helpers for the wrongdoers, for the unjust. إِن تُبْدُوا الصَّدَقَاتِ فَنِعِمَّا هِيَ. If you disclose and proclaim your charity, well, this is also okay. At least you are giving something, at least some needs will be fulfilled by that. وَإِن تُخْفُوهَا وَتُؤْتُوهَا الْفُقَرَاءَ. And if you conceal it, if you keep it a secret and give away to the people who are needy, فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. That is much better for you. Because then actually there will be no doubt of riya and sum'ah, that you wanted to show off, you wanted to get the praise of the people. If that is the case, you will have no reward on the Day of Judgment. That will carry no weight in the balance of the hereafter. وَيُكَفِّرُ عَنْكُم مِّن سَيِّئَاتِكُمْ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will acquit you of your evil deeds due to that sadaqah that you have made in secrecy. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ خَبِيرٌ. And whatever you are doing, Allah is well aware of it. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. Now after all this persuasion, even if after all this persuasion people are not ready to spend for the cause of Allah, for the pleasure of Allah, what could Muhammad do, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is reassuring him. Don't be grieved, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If even after all these ayat having been revealed, there are people in Medina who are wealthy, but who are keeping their wealth with them, the munafiqeen. They didn't want to spend for the cause of Allah. They were all of them very, very rich people. But if they are not doing it, لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. It is not your responsibility to give them the guidance. You can't give it. It's not in your power. You don't have the authority. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given every human being a choice. It's his own choice. He can take any choice. He can choose anything. He can take any direction. إِمَّا شَاكِرًا وَإِمَّا كَفُورًا. So don't be grieved. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ. This authority is only with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He gives guidance to whomsoever He likes. He can change the heart of a person. The Prophet had said that the hearts of all human beings are within the two fingers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يُصَرِّفُ كَيْفَ يَشَاءُ. He can turn the heart of the persons in whichever direction he likes. These hearts are in the two fingers, between the two fingers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the Prophet didn't have that authority. It has been said to him, إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ. You cannot give guidance to whomsoever you like. This is exclusive authority of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He gives the guidance to whomsoever He likes. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. Don't be grieved. The responsibility is not yours. You will not be questioned. As we read yesterday, وَلَا تُسْأَلُوا عَنْ أَصْحَابِ الْجَحِيمِ. You will not be questioned about these people, why they went to Jahannam when you were there, when we sent you, even after your advent. Why such a great number of people are going to Jahannam? Well, it's not responsibility. You are not responsible. You are not questionable on that account. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَلِأَنفُسِكُمْ. And whatsoever you spend, O Muslims, know that you are doing it for your own self. You will get the reward in the hereafter. Don't think you are doing good to somebody else. It's for your own self. وَمَا تُنْفِقُونَ إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ اللَّهِ. And that also, if you are spending only for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If there is some pollution, some wrong intention is there, you want some praise from the people, that he is very sahi, he is a person of charity, then you know even that is gone. Then it's the wastage. You will get nothing in the hereafter also. So now here, after the persuasion, this is inzar. If you are spending, see that you are spending with pure intentions. If there is pollution in the intentions, then you will get nothing. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَلِأَنفُسِكُمْ وَمَا تُنْفِقُونَ إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ اللَّهِ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ يُوَفَّ إِلَيْكُمْ. And if you are spending for the pleasure of Allah as solely and exclusively, then it will be given to you in full. The reward will be given to you in full. وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تُسْلَمُونَ. And you will not be wronged. You will not be deprived of your due rewards. Now comes that ayah which I mentioned in the very beginning. All this infaq for whom? Sadaqat are for the poor. Sadaqah always for poor. But infaq fi sabilillah for whom? لِلْفُقَرَاءِ الَّذِينَ أُحْسِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ لَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ ضَرْبًا فِي الْأَرْضِ يَحْسَبُهُمُ الْجَاهِلُ أَغْنِيَاءَ مِنَ التَّعَفُّفِ تَعْرِفُهُمْ بِسِيمَاهُمْ لَا يَسْأَلُونَ النَّاسَ إِلْحَافًا وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. لِلْفُقَرَاءِ. This infaq is for those people, those needy people, الَّذِينَ أُحْسِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, who have been surrounded in the cause of Allah, who have been encircled in the cause of Allah. Hisar, mahsoor. Mahsoor is one who is surrounded. There is no way out. He is mahsoor. Muhasara. الَّذِينَ أُحْسِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, who have been surrounded, confined, wholly occupied, whole time occupied for the cause of Allah. They have dedicated their lives. They are doing no business. They are not in any profession now. They have given up everything. They have dedicated all their life, all their time, all energies, all capabilities for the cause of Allah. And I told you, unless there is a big number, not only one or two, of such persons, no revolution can be brought about. It is not a part-time job. You can do tabligh part-time. Tabligh can be done part-time. Teaching can be done part-time. But iqamatud deen, to establish the deen of Allah, to change the political socio-economic order, which requires a revolutionary struggle, that is impossible. There should be hundreds and hundreds of people who devote whole time, total energies, exclusively for this cause. Now they have to be fed. They are also human beings. They have to be looked after. Who will do it? The brethren who are doing it still part-time, they are also working for that deen, for that movement, for that revolution, but still they are part-time. They are earning also. They should share their earnings with those brothers who have devoted themselves whole time, wholehearted. So this is actually the best use of infaq fi sabilillah. لِلْفُقَرَاءِ الَّذِينَ أُحْسِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ لَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ ضَرْبًا فِي الْأَرْضِ. They cannot travel in the world, on the earth. You know, business was done on those days mostly by traveling. Export, import. The Prophet used to lead caravans before Wahi started coming to him. He was taking caravans to Syria. So actually, but there, now, when the Wahi came to him, when he was engaged in this dawah, in his mission, now after that he couldn't go anywhere to do business. He never took any other caravan after that, and he didn't do any work to earn his livelihood. He had some money of Hazrat Khadija radiyallahu ta'ala anha. That was there sufficient for him in his Makki period, but in Madani period, actually it were the gifts of the people, the hadaya, and then you know when the battle started, then the ghanima, the Al-Anfal, the fay, these were the sources of his income, of his livelihood. After all, he had 9 wives at one time, and he had to feed them. Then relatives, all these things were there. Then there were the Ashab-e-Suffa. Who were they? They were the whole timers. They were not doing any business. They were whole time in the mosque, learning Quran, learning hadith. Whatsoever is being revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they are learning it. At Makkah even, so many young people, youth, they were whole timers. Khabbab ibn al-Ard, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Abdullah ibn Maktoum, and then you know Mus'ab bin Umair radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. The Prophet sent him to Medina. How could he go to Medina? Because he had actually devoted all his life. So he could go to Medina. So that is, you know, you should have the history before you. لِلْفُقَرَاءِ الَّذِينَ أُحْسِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ لَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ ضَرْبًا فِي الْأَرْضِ. They cannot go about on the earth doing business. يَحْسَبُهُمُ الْجَاهِلُ أَغْنِيَاءَ مِنَ التَّعَفُّفِ. Because they don't ask due to their humility and modesty. People think they are rich. They are not asking. They are not begging. لَا يَسْأَلُونَ النَّاسَ تَعْرِفُهُمْ بِسِيمَاهُمْ. You will recognize them with their faces, with their looks. If somebody is in need, even if he is not asking, you can see it written on his face. If you have the idea, they will never ask. لَا يَسْأَلُونَ النَّاسَ إِلْحَافًا. They are not beggars. They won't beg the people importunately. وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. And whatever wealth and money you spend, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala verily knows it. So this is the final ayah on this subject. This is the last ayah of the 37th section of Surah Al-Baqarah. Here these 2 sections regarding infaq fi sabilillah come to an end. And now you know, directly opposed to infaq is riba. What is infaq? We have read the ayah, يَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Whatever is surplus with you, you give away for the cause of Allah. Give away to the needy in the form of sadaqah. Give away for the deen of Allah, for infaq fi sabilillah. This is infaq. What is riba? Whatever is surplus with you, you invest, so that you earn more. And the worst form of earning is that you want to get the benefit, you want to get the profit at a fixed rate. You don't care whether the person to whom you have given that money, whether he is earning or losing. You must get your pound of flesh. That is riba. So these are absolutely different, absolutely opposite to each other. That is why the same principle of contrast. After these 2 sections on infaq, now you have 1 section of this surah on riba, which is diagonally opposite to infaq fi sabilillah. The spirit of infaq is whatever is surplus with you, whatever is more than you need, give it away. Don't keep it with you. And give it away for the sake of Allah. If you are investing it to gain more, well, if you want to do it, but through halal means, that is permissible at least. Although it is not that position, that is the highest position, you give away. Everything that is surplus, you give away. يَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. But if you don't give away, You give it to someone as loan, goodly loans, without getting any interest or riba on it, so that he can fulfill his needs for the time being. Or you invest in muzaraba or something else, which is legally permissible according to the Sharia, then it is okay, although it is a lower level. The higher level is that you give it away. مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلْ لَفْ. But if you go more lower than that, you give it on riba, you don't want to take the risk. In muzaraba, that is great risk. If there is loss, you lose all your money. The whole capital money is gone in muzaraba. You are not ready to take that risk. And now you are giving on riba. This is absolutely haram. And the biggest haram in Islam is riba. Nothing is like riba in Islam. Please note it. The biggest crime, the biggest sin is riba. And that will be clear from this section. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ. Again here, infaq first. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to show us the contrast. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ بِاللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ سِرًّا وَعَلَانِيَةً. Those people who spend their wealth and their money, their belongings for the pleasure of Allah, bil-layl, during the night, wan-nahar, as well as during the day, sirran, secretly also, as well as alaniyatan, and openly also, فَلَهُمْ مَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ. For them is their reward. It is ensured with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. There will be no fear upon them, nor they will be grieving. In contrast now begin, الَّذِينَ يَأْكُلُونَ الرِّبَا. On the other hand, to the contrary, those who are eating, endeavoring interest and usury. Please note, always in riba, use two words for translation, not one. Usury as well as interest, both are covered by riba. There shouldn't be any doubt in the mind of any Muslim. Both are covered by riba. And it is a very historical incident that had happened in Pakistan, in our country, that the highest court, the Sharia court, federal Sharia court, that has given the final judgment that the bank interest, commercial interest, is also covered by riba. It is also riba. There's no doubt about it. A very big document has been prepared, although there were people who opposed it, that riba is only usury. This commercial interest or bank interest is not riba. Very big lawyers of the level of stature of S.M. Zafar must be knowing, many of people here must be knowing him. And Khalid Ishaq, one from Punjab, the other from Karachi, both did their best to prove that the bank interest is not riba. But the court gave the final judgment. It's very authentic judgment. A very big feat indeed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has enabled the Muslims there to do. Although these things are only on paper. In practice, everything there is the same as anywhere else. As in here, as anywhere else. But at least this theory, this has been proved, and this is the judgment of a court. That is why I am using both the words. الَّذِينَ يَأْكُلُونَ الرِّبَا. Those who are eating, endeavoring, usury or interest. لَا يَقُومُونَ إِلَّا كَمَا يَقُومُ الَّذِي يَتَقَبَّطُهُ النَّاسُ مِنَ الْمَسِّ. He doesn't stand or he will not rise except as like the one whom shaitan has maddened by his touch. ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ قَالُوا إِنَّمَا الْبَيْعُ مِثْلُ الرِّبَا. And this is because they have said that trade is also just like riba, usury, interest. وَأَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَا. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has declared bay', trading, as permissible. وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَا. And He has declared haram. He has declared absolutely impermissible. What is riba? That is interest as well as usury. فَمَنْ جَاءَهُ مَوْعِظَةٌ. So to whomsoever this admonition has come, مِنْ رَبِّهِ, from his Lord, فَانْتَهَا. And he stops taking riba, eating riba. فَلَهُ مَا سَلَفْ. so he will not be deprived of, and he can keep with him the gains of the past. Whatsoever he had up till now, on account of that riba, he can keep it. وَأَمْرُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ. But his matter is with Allah. Allah will decide about him. It's not the clean slate. It's only the legal aspect here. You can keep. Up till now, whatever you have earned through riba, keep it. Now, because that admonition has come to you, now you have to stop. For whatever you have earned, now it cannot be accounted. No account can show up till now how much he has earned through riba, how much he has been earning through lawful means. So it is because impossible. So keep it. It will not be investigated into, and that will remain with you. فَلَهُ مَا سَلَفْ. He can keep it. وَأَمْرُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ. But the matter rests with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ عَادَ. But whosoever repeats and reverts to riba, even after this final declaration of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَأُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. So they are the people of fire, and they will remain in it forever, forever. يَمْحَقُ اللَّهُ الرِّبَا. Allah blots out and destroys riba. وَيُرْبِ الصَّدَقَاتِ. He augments the sadaqat, the charity. وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ كُلَّ كَفَّارٍ أَثِيمٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not love any ungrateful sinner. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتَوُا الزَّكَاةَ لَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِندَ رَبِّهِمْ. Verily those who have faith and who have done good deeds and who have established prayers and who have been paying zakah, lahum ajruhum inda rabbihim. For them their reward is ensured with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. And there will be no fear on them, nor will they grieve. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا إِن كُنتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ. A very passionate plea again. O you who profess to believe, have taqwa of Allah. Fear Him. Have the fear of Day of Judgment. Ittaqullah wa zaru ma baqiya min ar-riba. And give up what remains from the usury or interest. In kuntum mu'mineen, if you are real mu'min. Fa in lam taf'alu. And now if you don't do it, فَأَذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. So receive a notice of war from Allah and His Messenger. Be notified of a challenge of war from Allah and His Messenger. وَإِن تُبْتُمْ. And if you repent, if you give up this riba, this business, فَلَكُمْ رُؤُوسُ أَمْوَالِكُمْ. You shall have the right to get your capital sums. لَا تَظْلِمُونَ وَلَا تُظْلَمُونَ. You not wronging others, and likewise yourself not be wronged. You do wrong to others, and don't be wronged yourself. وَإِن كَانَ ذُو عُسْرَةٍ. And if your debtor, if he is in difficulty, is having hard time, he cannot pay your capital sum even, فَنَظِرَةٌ إِلَى مَيْسَرَةٍ. So there should be respite. Grant him more time so that he can pay with ease. وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. And if you give it away in charity, you just limit it in charity. You say that, oh, if you cannot repay my debt, oh, I give it to you. I forgo it. It's hiba from me or hadiya from me. It is sadaqah from me. It is better for you. Because the best thing was from the very beginning. Don't keep surplus with you. Don't try to earn more through surplus. Surplus is actually meant for something else. يَسَأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ اللَّهُ. That is to be spent for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not to be kept with you. So in the beginning if you couldn't do it, now because your debtor, he is in difficulty, he cannot repay. Now at least you forgive it to him. Say now that it is sadaqah. فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. If you have the real knowledge. وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا تُرْجَعُونَ فِيهِ إِلَى اللَّهِ. And have the fear of that day when you will be returned to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ثُمَّ تُوَفَّى كُلُّ نَفْسٍ مَا كَسَبَتْ. Then every soul shall be paid in full what it has earned. وَهُمْ لَا يُظْلَمُونَ. And they will not be wronged. They will not be deprived of their rewards. Now, because connected with riba is another economic affair, and that is loan. Any transaction in which there is some sort of loan, what to do about it? Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu iza tadayantum bidainin. O you who believe or profess to believe, when you contract a debt for a fixed term, إِذَا تَدَايَنْتُمْ بِدَيْنٍ إِلَىٰ أَجَلٍ مُسَمَّى. In loan, there must be a fixed time, specified time. This is a qars, this is a loan for 2 years, 1 year, 6 months. A specified period must be there. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِذَا تَدَايَنْتُمْ بِدَيْنٍ إِلَىٰ أَجَلٍ مُسَمَّى فَاكْتُبُوهُ. Write it down. There should be a writing. وَلْيَكْتُبْ بَيْنَكُمْ كَاتِبٌ بِالْعَدْلِ. And the scribe should write it for you, but he should write with justice. He shouldn't change, the wordings, because a slight change in the wordings can mean a lot in the end. بِالْعَدْلِ. وَلْيَكْتُبْ بَيْنَكُمْ كَاتِبٌ بِالْعَدْلِ. وَلَا يَأْبَ كَاتِبٌ أَن يَكْتُبَ كَمَا عَلَّمَهُ اللَّهُ فَلْيَكْتُبْ. And no scribe should refuse from writing, should refuse to write. He should write, just as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught him writing. This art Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed upon him, so he shouldn't refuse. وَلْيُمْلِلِ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِ الْحَقُّ. And to the writer, to the scribe, the dictation should be given by the person on whom is loan. The debtor should dictate the wordings. On whom is the haqq? وَلْيَتَّقِ اللَّهَ رَبَّهُ. And he should keep the fear of Allah in his mind. وَلَا يَبْخَسْ مِنْهُ شَيْئًا. And while dictating the terms, he shouldn't deprive anything. He should not diminish anything from it. فَإِنْ كَانَ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِ الْحَقُّ سَفِيهًا. And if the person who owes the debt is someone of low understanding, safihan, or za'ifan, or he is weak, or la yastati'u an yumilla huwa, or if he is unable to dictate on account of any other reason, فَلْيَمْلُلْ وَلِيُّهُ بِالْعَدْلِ فَلْيُمْلِلْ وَلِيُّهُ بِالْعَدْلِ. Then in that case, his guardian should dictate, but he should also dictate with justice, with honesty. وَاسْتَشْهِدُوا شَهِيدَيْنِ مِنْ رِجَالِكُمْ. And get 2 witnesses from your men. On this transaction, on this writing, you should get 2 witnesses from your men. فَإِنْ لَمْ يَكُونَا رَجُلَيْنِ. If you don't find 2 men, فَرَجُلٌ وَامْرَأَتَانِ. So 1 man and 2 women. مِمَّنْ تَرْضَوْنَ مِنَ الشُّهَدَاءِ. From amongst those about you are agree about witnesses, whom you like, approve as witnesses. So primarily, in the first place, there should be 2 men. If 2 men are not available, then 1 man and 2 women. أَن تَضِلَّ إِحْدَاهُمَا فَتُذَكِّرَ إِحْدَاهُمَا الْأُخْرَى. So that if one of those women, if she errs, then the other woman might be able to remind her. وَلَا يَابَ الشُّهَدَاءُ إِذَا مَا دُعُوا. And the witnesses should not refuse when they are summoned to give evidence. وَلَا تَسْأَمُوا أَن تَكْتُبُوهُ صَغِيرًا وَكَبِيرًا. And don't feel it burdensome that you write, although it might be a small affair or a big affair. When it is of loan, the transaction entails some debt, then you must write it, whether it is a small amount or a big amount. صغيرا أو كبيرا إلى أجله. And that time limit must also be prescribed and specified. ذَلِكُمْ أَقْسَطُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. This is more equitable and just in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ذَلِكُمْ أَقْسَطُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ وَأَقْوَمُ لِلشَّهَادَةِ. And this is more confirmatory for testimony. وَأَدْنَا أَلَّا تَرْتَابُوا. And this is more likelier that you will not doubt. إِلَّا أَن تَكُونَ تِجَارَةً حَاضِرَةً تُدِيرُونَهَا بَيْنَكُمْ. Except if it is a trade presently between you, going on between you hand to hand. تُدِيرُونَهَا بَيْنَكُمْ فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ. If it is all cash transaction, yadam be yadin. With one hand you are paying the money, with the other hand you are getting your material, whatever you have purchased. So this is cash. فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ أَلَّا تَكْتُبُوهَا. فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَلَّا تَكْتُبُوهَا. Then there is no sin on you, no blame on you if you don't write it down. This order, this command of writing, that is actually for loan and debts. وَأَشْهَدُوا إِذَا تَبَايَعْتُمْ. But there can be some trading also, which you call, forward trading. It's not the present exchange. Not you are buying anything and selling anything, but you are making an agreement of a later day exchange. This is called tabayatum. وَأَشْهَدُوا إِذَا تَبَايَعْتُمْ. And whenever you make a commercial contract, you must have witnesses. وَلَا يُضَارَّ كَاتِبٌ وَلَا شَهِيدٌ. Neither the scribe or the writer of the document should be harmed, nor the witnesses should be harmed, because he has given the evidence which has proved to be against me. Now you become an enemy of that witness. That is wrong. Whosoever will do it, وَإِن تَفْعَلُوا فَإِنَّهُ فَسُوقٌ بِكُمْ. If you do it, then it is something very bad from your side. It is rebellious in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهِ. And have taqwa of Allah. Fear Allah. Keep Allah in mind. Regard Him as He should be regarded. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ اللَّهِ. And see, Allah is teaching you. How detailed teaching He is giving you. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ اللَّهِ. Allah is teaching you. وَاللَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ. And definite Allah knows everything. This is the longest ayah of the Quran. This is one ayah. And it has a full law. A full, book can be written on this law. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ وَلَمْ تَجِدُوا كَاتِبًا. And if you are on some journey, and you don't find any scribe, maybe the scribe is not there, the writer is not there, then the shuhada are not available. Things like happen in journeying. Nobody knows you that he can give evidence, and he is ready to be a witness to any contract. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ وَلَمْ تَجِدُوا كَاتِبًا فَرِهَانٌ مَقْبُوضَةٌ. Then there should be a pledge in hand, that is what we call mortgage. Something of some property of that person that should come in the occupation of the person who is giving the debt. In hand, mortgage, maqboos. فَرِهَانٌ مَقْبُوضَةٌ. فَإِنْ أَمِنَ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا فَلْيُؤَدِّ الَّذِي أُؤْتِمَنَ أَمَانَتَهُ وَلْيَتَّقِ اللَّهَ رَبَّهُ. But if one of you trusts the other, then the one who is trusted should deliver his trust and let him fear Allah, his Lord, and do not conceal testimony. وَلَا تَكْتُمُوا الشَّهَادَةِ. Never conceal and hide testimony. وَمَنْ يَكْتُمْهَا. Whosoever conceals or hides testimony, فَإِنَّهُ آسِمٌ قَلْبَهُ. He is making his heart sinful. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ عَلِيمٌ. And whatsoever you are doing, Allah knows it. Now we come to the last section. It's a very small section in its size, only 3 ayat, but most profound. And this we will see inshallah later on. This is the general case in most of the surahs of the Quran. The ayat with which the surah begins and the ayat with which the surah ends, they are very profound. The ayat in the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah, ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. Most profound. Whosoever wants to avail of the guidance of this book, he must produce in his character these attributes, these qualities. And then only he will be really availing the benefits of the guidance of Quran. Now here to end up these three ayat, they are very profound. Last two ayat, about these there is a tradition. These ayat were not revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on earth. They were presented to him as a gift for the ummah on the night of Miraj, ascension to heaven. All the rest of the Quran descended from the heaven to the earth to be revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the last two ayat of Surah Baqarah, Muhammad went up to the heavens in the Laylatul Isra. And there he was given these two ayat, last two ayat. And about these two ayat, the wordings in the hadith are that they are two treasures from the treasure beneath the throne of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Taht al-Arsh, they are the two big treasures that were gifted for the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and given to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam on the day of Miraj, on the day of Isra, on the night of Isra. Not the first, only the last two ayat. The first is Lillahi ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. These wordings are included in the Ayatul Kursi also, and they have been repeated so many times in the Quran. Everything, all that is in the heavens and that is on the earth belongs to Allah. He is the only rightful owner of everything in this world. We are not the owners, please mind it. We are the custodians. We are only under a wrong notion. We own. I own this house. I own this car. I own this body. No. We are only custodians. I amanat chand roza nisdemast, dar haqiqat malike har shay khudast. This is actually a sacred trust of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with us. We are only trustees and nothing else. Lillahi ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard wa in tubdu ma fi anfusikum aw tukhfuhu. Whether you disclose whatsoever is in your hearts and minds, this word nafs, it includes heart and mind both. Nafs fi anfusikum, what you have in your hearts, what you have in your mind. Whether you disclose it, aw tukhfuhu, or you hide it, conceal it, yuhasibkum bihillah. Allah will bring you forth to the task, to the accountability. You will have to account for it before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Although you might be hiding it, He knows what is in your hearts, so He will ask you about your intentions even. وَإِن تُبْدُوا مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَوْ تُخْفُوهُ يُحَاسِبْكُم بِهِ اللَّهُ فَيَغْفِرُ لِمَن يَشَاءُ وَيُعَذِّبُ مَن يَشَاءُ. Then He will pardon and forgive whomsoever He wills, whomsoever He will please. And He will give the torment and the punishment to whomsoever He wills, to whomsoever He pleases. It is His exclusive authority. This is a belief with the Ahl Sunnah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the total authority. If He punishes an innocent person, He can do it. He has the authority. Because He is Malik, He is owner. He can do anything to what He belongs to Him. If He forgives the worst sinner, it is His authority. Although we know He will punish the sinner, and He will give good reward to people who did good deeds. But He has the authority. He can do whatever He likes. يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ مَا يُرِيدُ يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ مَا يَشَاءُ. Whatever He likes, He will do. And He has the authority to do it. لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَإِن تُبْدُوا مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَوْ تُخْفُوهُ يُحَاسِبْكُم بِهِ اللَّهُ فَيَغْفِرُ لِمَن يَشَاءُ وَيُعَذِّبُ مَن يَشَاءُ وَاللَّهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Allah has the authority over everything. Aman al-Rasul. Now these are the two ayat from under the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the treasure, the two gems and the two diamonds of the treasure under the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which were given to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the night of Isra. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون. The Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the messenger, he believed in what was revealed to him, in what was sent down to him from his Lord. And so did the believers. We can have pride in it, that the first moment was Muhammad himself sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Aman al-Rasul. He also had iman. He also testified. He also attested that whatever has been sent on my heart has been sent down to my heart through Archangel Ibrahim. This is from Rabb, this is from Allah. Tabaraka wa ta'ala. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون. May Allah include us in those mu'minun. كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله. Who are those mu'minun? All who believe in Allah and His angels and His books and all His messengers. لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله. And we don't discriminate between any of His messengers. This appeared in the 16th section also. لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله. And here again, why? Because you know the half of this surah was addressed towards the people of the book, Bani Israel. They believe in Moses, but they don't believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They don't believe in Jesus alayhi salatu wasalam. And these Christians, they believe in all, including Hazrat Masih, but they don't believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As a contrast we are saying, and we have been taught to say it repeatedly, we believe in all the messages of Allah. We believe in all the books that were sent down. So we don't discriminate between even one of the messengers of Allah. لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا. May Allah give us the courage to say these words from the depths of our heart. سمعنا وأطعنا. Oh Allah, we have listened and we have accepted. We submit to you. We accept your commands. سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا. We ask you your forgiveness. Oh our Lord, we ask you, we request you for your forgiveness. وَإِلَيْكَ الْمَصِيرُ. And we very well know that we have to go back to you. We have to go to you. إِلَيْهِ الْمَصِيرُ. وَإِلَيْكَ الْمَصِيرُ. لَا يُكَلِّفُ اللَّهُ نَفْسًا إِلَّا وُسْعَهَا. Allah doesn't hold responsible any soul except according to his capacity. He knows what he has given to me, how much intelligence he has given to me, how much physical strength he has given to me, how much power of understanding things he has given to me. He knows what he has given to you. And there will be accountability, personal accountability. Every person separately. He will be judged according to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him. He has to account for everything that Allah gave him. So there will not be one level of judging all the human beings. Every human being will be judged on the basis of what he was given. He knows the genes which were given to me and the genes which were given to you. What are the limitations of my genes? And what are the potentialities of your genes? Whatsoever he has given to any human being, he will judge him on the basis of that given faculties and that given capacity. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. For every soul is what it has earned. And on every soul would be whatever it has earned against itself. The sins, the wrongs that we have done, we have made something, we have earned something against our own selves. For it is that which it has earned, and against it is that which it has deserved. رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا. Now this is the prayer, the longest prayer that has appeared in the Quran. You will find these prayers, at many places. But this is in one ayah, the longest prayer. Otherwise, in the last section of Surah Al-Imran, I think if we count the total, that prayer will become longer than this. But that is included in 3 ayat. But this is total in 1 ayah. Rabbana la tu'akhizna in nasina aw akhtana. Our Lord, don't take us to task if we forget, aw akhtana, or if we commit an error without an intention, without an unintentional error. Khata means unintentional error. Rabbana la tu'akhizna. Don't take us to task if we forget and if we commit some error unintentionally. Rabbana wa la tahmil alayna isran kama hamaltahu ala alladhina min qablina. O our Lord, don't put on our shoulders the burden that you put on those who were before us. The former Muslim Ummah, or the people who had faith formerly, you put them to hardest test. Oh Allah, we are weak. Don't put us to such strict and hard tests. Don't put upon us the burden. Lay not on us a burden like that which thou didst lay on those before us. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bih. O our Lord, don't impose upon us for which we don't have the power and strength to bear. Wa'fu anna, and pardon us. Waghfir lana, and forgive us. Warhamna, have mercy on us. Anta maulana, you are our protector, our guardian, our supporter. Fansurna ala al-qawmil kafirin, so help us against the disbelieving people. This we may say that the prayer that we read in the section which discussed the battle between Talut and Jalut, that was the brief expression of this very long prayer. And this was taught to the Muslims why? Because now they were going to have the battle at Badr. Now there was going to be confrontation. The revolutionary struggle of Muhammad had entered that final phase of armed conflict. Now they were going to be required to lay down their lives. Because whosoever goes to war, whosoever goes to a battlefield, he is risking his life. He takes his life on his hands. If he returns, it's actually a new life. So actually for this dua, Rabbana la tu'akhizna in nasina wa akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil alayna isran kama hamaltahu ala alladhina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bih. Wa'fu anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna ala al-qawmil kafirin. Final words are the same. Fansurna ala al-qawmil kafirin. Help us against these people who don't believe in you, who don't believe in the hereafter, who don't believe in your messengers, who don't believe in your scriptures, who don't believe in your books, who are not submitting to you, who are not bondsmen to you. Help us, O Allah. Ameen.